This one had been routed through Syrian channels years ago. The back was fitted with a homemade A-frame, and Gauze loaded the American into the cab with himself and the driver, ready to head out. As the truck rumbled out of the camp, two other men sat on the flatbed, scanning the landscape. Marvin Russell took in the terrain with the sharp, calculating eye of a hunter stepping into unfamiliar ground. The heat was brutal, though. He figured it wasn't much worse than a scorching summer wind tearing through the Badlands, and the sparse vegetation, or the sheer absence of it, reminded him of the reservation where he'd grown up. What others called desolate, he just called home. But there was a difference. No towering thunderstorms here, no tornadoes spinning out of the plains. The hills rose higher than the rolling Badlands, and for a man who'd never seen real mountains, these were a sight to behold, tall, dry, and hot enough to make any hiker gasp. Marvin figured he could handle it, though. He was in better shape than these Arabs. That was for sure. The Arabs, meanwhile, seemed to have a thing for firepower. At first, it was mostly Russian AK-47s, but soon he spotted heavy anti-aircraft guns, the odd battery of surface-to-air missiles, and tanks and self-propelled field guns that belonged to the Syrian army. Ghosn noticed his guest's curiosity and started talking. "These are here to keep the Israelis out," he said, framing it in line with his own views. "Your country arms the Israelis and the Russians arm U.S." He left out the part about that arrangement getting shakier by the day. "Ibrahim, have you been attacked?" he asked. "Many times, Marvin. They send their aircraft. They send commando teams. They've killed thousands of my people. They drove us from our land, you see. We're forced to live in camps that... Yeah, man. They're called reservations where I come from. That caught Ghosn off guard. They came to our land, the land of our ancestors, killed off the buffalo, sent in their army, and massacred us. Mainly they attacked camps of women and children. We tried to fight back. We killed a whole regiment under General Custer at a place called the Little Big Horn. That's the name of a river under a leader named Crazy Horse. But they didn't stop coming. Just too many of them, too many soldiers, too many guns, and they took the best of our land and left us shit, man. They make us live like beggars. No, that's not right. Like animals, like we're not people even. 'Cause we look different, speak different, got a different religion. They did all that 'cause we were in a place they wanted to have, and they just moved us out, like sweeping away the garbage." "I didn't know about that," Ghosn said, genuinely stunned that his weren't the only people to get that kind of treatment from the Americans and their Israeli allies. "When did it happen?" 100 years ago, actually started around 1865. We fought, man. We did the best we could, but we didn't have much of a chance. We didn't have friends, see? Didn't have friends like you got. Nobody gave us guns and tanks. So they killed off the bravest. Mainly they trapped the leaders and murdered them. Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull died like that. Then they squeezed us and starved us until we had to surrender, left us dusty, shitty places to live. Sent us enough food to keep us alive, but not enough to be strong. When some of us try to fight back, try to be men. Well, I told you what they did to my brother, shot him from ambush like he was an animal. Did it on television even? So's people would know what happened when an Indian got too big for his britches. Ghosn realized then that this man was a comrade. Not an infiltrator, not a spy, just someone whose story mirrored a Palestinian's in ways he'd never imagined. It was almost unbelievable. "So why did you come here, Marvin?" he asked. "I had to leave before they got me, man. I ain't proud of it, but what else could I do? You want me to wait till they could ambush me?" Russell shrugged. "I figured I'd come someplace, find people like me, maybe learn a few things, learn how I could go back, maybe teach my people how to fight back some." He shook his head. "Hell, maybe it's all hopeless, but I ain't gonna give in. You understand that?" "Yes, my friend, I understand it has been this way for my people since long before I arrived in this world. But you need to hear this too. It is not a lost cause. As long as you get up and push back, hope remains alive. That is exactly why they come after you, because you scare them. Man, I really hope you know what you're talking about. Russell gazed out the open frame, the gritty dust burning his eyes, a world away from everything familiar. All right, so what's the play here? Back when you took on the Americans, how did your fighters get their hands on weapons? Mostly we grabbed whatever they left behind. Then that's our approach too, Marvin. Fowler stirred awake somewhere over the mid-Atlantic, and honestly, that was a shocker. He'd never once managed real sleep on a flight before, and he had to wonder if any commander-in-chief had ever pulled that off, maybe on a trip to meet the Pope or sitting next to his national security advisor. Peering out the window, he saw it was bright up this far north, the plane cruising near Greenland, and for a second he couldn't tell if it was dawn or just the endless twilight of the Arctic. On an airplane that almost felt like a philosophical riddle, since time zones blurred faster than any wristwatch could track. The mission itself felt just as abstract. This moment would be carved into the record books. Fowler knew his history cold. Nothing like this had ever been attempted, let alone achieved. Maybe it marked the start of something huge, or perhaps the final chapter, but his goal was refreshingly simple. He would end war. Robert Fowler's name would be permanently linked to this treaty, the crowning achievement of his presidency. He'd stood before the United Nations and summoned the world's leaders to the Vatican. His team had run the gritty details of the negotiations. His signature would grace the very first line of the documents. His military would enforce the peace. He had truly secured his legacy. That was the kind of immortality people dream about, but rarely earn. Who could blame him for feeling a surge of adrenaline? He mused with a detached sense of wonder. The crushing weight that haunted every president was finally lifted. He'd wrestled with that dread from the very start, back when he was just a prosecutor chasing down the mob boss of the Cleveland crime family. What if you're the one in charge, and you have to give the order? Could he have done it? Could he have accepted that protecting the nation meant sacrificing thousands, maybe millions of innocent lives? Probably not, he admitted. He was too principled for that. His purpose was to safeguard people, to guide them, to steer them down the right path. They might not always see that he was correct, and they were misguided, that his vision was the clear and rational one. Fowler knew he came across as distant and unemotional in those matters, but he was never wrong. He had to believe that for his own sanity. The moment he doubted himself, his certainty would just look like arrogance, a criticism he'd faced plenty of times. The only thing that ever rattled him was the thought of navigating a nuclear crisis. But that was moot now, wasn't it? He'd never say it out loud, but Reagan and Bush had already closed that door, pushing the Soviets to confront their own collapse, and in doing so, to transform. And it all unfolded peacefully, proof that humans could be more rational than animals. Sure, conflicts would keep flaring up, but as long as he handled things properly, they'd never spiral out of control. And this very trip would neutralize the most dangerous threat left on the planet, the one that had stumped every modern administration. What Nixon and Kissinger couldn't crack, what frustrated Carter's earnest efforts, what Reagan barely tried to tackle, and what Bush and his predecessor only half-heartedly chased Bob Fowler was about to finish it all. It was a thought worth savoring. Not only would he cement his place in history, but he'd also make the rest of his term a breeze. This would lock in his second term, a landslide victory across 45 states, firm control of Congress, and the full rollout of his ambitious domestic agenda. With achievements of this magnitude came international recognition and tremendous political influence at home. It was power in its purest form, earned through integrity and the kind he could wield for the greater good. With a signature, well, several as tradition demanded, Fowler transformed into a titan, a champion among the righteous and a decent soul among the mighty. A moment like this came to a man once in a generation, perhaps once in a century, and nothing could strip it away. The jet cruised at 43,000 feet, its ground speed hitting 633 knots. His cabin's position let him gaze ahead, as a leader should, and look down upon a world whose affairs he was steering so skillfully. The flight was buttery smooth, and Bob Fowler was about to etch his name into history. He glanced at Elizabeth, stretched out on her back, one hand tucked near her head, the blanket pulled down to her waist, revealing her delicate form to his gaze. While other passengers squirmed in their seats, struggling to doze off, he simply watched. Sleep was the last thing on Fowler's mind. The president had never felt more human, a towering figure, yes, but in this quiet instant, just a man. His fingers drifted across her skin. Elizabeth's eyes fluttered open, and she beamed as if she had sensed his thoughts in her dreams. Feels just like home, Russell mused. The dwelling was built of rough stone rather than cinder block, and the roof lay flat instead of sloped, but the dust clung to everything the same way, and the scraggly little garden looked just as hopeless. The man standing there could have been a weathered farmer from the plains. The weariness etched into his eyes, the stooped shoulders, the calloused hands of someone who had been beaten down by forces beyond his control. "This has to be the spot," Russell said as the truck rolled to a halt. "The old man's son took on the Israelis and got hit hard. Both of them have stood by us." "You always watch out for those who watch out for you," Marvin replied. The truck came to a stop, and Russell hopped out so Gons could step down. "Come on, I'll make the introductions." The whole exchange felt oddly ceremonial to the American. He couldn't follow a word of the conversation, but that didn't matter. Seeing his friend Gons treat the elderly man with such deference was a genuinely moving sight. After a few more exchanges, the farmer turned to Russell and gave a slight bow, which left the American feeling awkward. Marvin gently clasped his hand and shook it in the traditional way, murmuring a phrase that Gons translated. Then the farmer led them into his garden. "Whoa," Russell muttered as he spotted it. "Looks like an American Mark 84, the 2,000-pounder, Gons said casually before catching himself. The nose shape was off, though it was crushed and mangled, so who could tell? Still, something about it felt wrong. He thanked the farmer and motioned him back toward the truck. "First, we need to expose it. Gently. Very gently." "I've got this," Russell said. He headed to the truck and pulled out a folding military shovel. "We have trained people," Gosson started. Russell cut him off. "Let me take it. I'll be cautious. Don't touch the device. Dig around it with the shovel, but clear the dirt off the bomb itself with your bare hands. Marvin, I'm telling you, this is extremely hazardous. Then you'd better step back." Russell turned and flashed a grin. He needed to prove to this man that he had guts. Taking down that cop had been simple, hardly a test of nerve. This was a whole different beast. "And leave my friend in harm's way?" Gons asked, already knowing the answer. He understood that the smart move was to retreat, which he would have ordered his own men to do, because his expertise was too valuable to waste on reckless bravery, but he couldn't let the Americans see him flinch, could he? Besides, this was a chance to see if Russell's courage was real or just an act. Gons wasn't let down. Russell peeled off his shirt, dropped to his knees, and started digging carefully around the bomb's perimeter. He was even mindful of the garden, far more so than Gons' crew would have been. An hour passed as he carved out a shallow trench around the device, stacking the dirt into 4 neat piles. By then, Gons was certain something was off. This wasn't a Mark 84. The bomb was roughly the same size as a Mark 84, but the shape was off, and the casing itself just didn't feel right. A standard Mark 84 boasted a thick, cast steel shell designed to shatter into countless lethal fragments upon detonation. This one, however, had visible cracks in 2 places, and its walls were too thin for that kind of ordnance. So what the hell was it? Russell edged closer, using his bare hands to scrape away the packed earth from the weapon's surface. His movements careful and methodical, he worked up a heavy sweat, but never once let up, his arm muscles flexing with an effortless power that Gons couldn't help but admire. The man possessed a raw physical strength unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. Even the Israeli paratroopers he'd known didn't look this formidable. Russell had moved what felt like tons of dirt, yet he showed no signs of fatigue, his motions as steady and relentless as a machine. "Hold on a second," Ghosn said. "I need to grab my tools." Russell nodded and sat back, his eyes fixed on the bomb. Ghosn returned with a rucksack and a canteen, handing the water to the American. "Thanks, man. It's getting a bit warm out here." Russell downed half the canteen in one go. "So what's the next move?" Guns pulled out a small paintbrush and began carefully sweeping the remaining dirt off the weapon. "You should probably leave now," he warned. "That's all right, Ibrahim. I'll stick around if you don't mind." "This is the risky part. You stayed by me, man," Russell pointed out. "Fine, I'm looking for the fuse now." "Not in the front?" Russell gestured toward the nose. "No, not there. There's usually one at the front, but that cap appears to be missing, plus one in the middle and one at the back." "How come it doesn't have any fins on it?" Russell asked. "Don't bombs have fins like an arrow? The fins were likely torn off on impact. We find them like that often. The fins scattered on the ground. Want me to dig out the back end of this thing then?" "Very, very carefully, Marvin, please." "Okay, man." Russell moved around his friend and started clearing the dirt from the rear of the casing. He thought to himself that Ghosn was one cool son of a bitch. Marvin was as terrified as he'd ever been, sitting this close to a massive pile of explosives. But he'd be damned if he'd show an ounce of fear to this guy. Ibrahim might look like a pencil-necked geek, but the dude had real balls, messing with a bomb like this. He noticed Ghosn was brushing the dirt off as if he were stroking a woman's hair, and he matched that same level of caution. 10 minutes later, he'd uncovered the back. "Ibrahim?" "Yes, Marvin." Ghosn replied without looking up. "There's nothing back here, man. It's just an open hole." Ghosn lifted the brush and turned to see for himself. That was strange, but he had other concerns. "Thanks. You can stop now. I still haven't located a fuse." Russell backed away, sat on a mound of dirt, and finished off the canteen. He then walked over to the truck where the three men and the farmer were standing, the farmer watching openly, the others peeking cautiously from behind the stone walls of the house. Russell tossed one of them the empty canteen and got a full one back. He flashed a thumbs up and returned to the bomb. "Take a break for a minute and get some water," Marvin said. "Good idea," Ghosn agreed, setting his brush aside. "Find anything?" "Just a plug connection. Nothing else." That was odd, too, Ghosn thought as he unscrewed the canteen cap. There were no stenciled markings, just a silver and red label near the nose. Color codes were standard on bombs, but he'd never seen that one before. So what in the hell was this thing? Maybe an FAE or some kind of submunition canister? Something old and obsolete that he'd never come across. It had fallen back in 1973, after all. Maybe it was something that had been out of commission for years. That was bad news, real bad. If it was a device he'd never encountered before, it could come with some kind of fusing mechanism he didn't recognize. The manual he carried for situations like this was originally Russian, but printed in Arabic. Ghosn had memorized every page long ago, yet nothing in it matched what he was staring at now. And that was genuinely unnerving. He took a long swig from his canteen, then splashed a little water across his face. "Easy there, man," Russell said, picking up on the tension. "This line of work ain't ever simple, my friend, and it's always terrifying." "You seem pretty calm, Ibrahim." It wasn't just flattery as he dusted off the surface. He reminded Russell of a surgeon, focused, steady, working through something incredibly delicate, but getting it done. That little guy had guts, Marvin thought again. Ghosn turned and flashed a grin. "That's all an act. I'm scared out of my mind. I absolutely hate this. You've got some serious nerve, kid, and that's no lie. Thanks. Now I need to get back in there while I still can. You really ought to head out, you know." Russell spat into the dirt. "Screw that. That might be tough." Ghosn smirked. "And if she reacts to you, you might not enjoy it." I figure when those things go off, the ground really does shake. Ghost got the American slang well enough that he stumbled back, laughing hard. Please, Marvin, don't say stuff like that while I'm working. I really like this guy. Ghost thought. We take ourselves way too seriously. This American's a breath of fresh air. He had to pause a few minutes to settle down before getting back to it. Another hour of brushing turned up nothing. There were seams along the casing, even some kind of panel, something he'd never come across before, but no fuse point. If there was one, it had to be on the underside. Russell cleared away more dirt so Gons could keep looking, but still nothing. He decided to check the rear. There's a flashlight in my bag. Got it! Russell passed it over. Gons stretched out on the ground, twisting himself to peer into the opening. It was pitch black, obviously, so he clicked on the light. He spotted wires and something else, some sort of metal framework almost like lattice work. He figured he could see maybe 30 inches in, and if this were a real explosive, there wouldn't be that much dead space. So, Gons tossed the light back to the American. We just burned 5 hours, he announced. Huh? I don't know what this thing is, but it's definitely not a bomb. He sat up, hit with a brief wave of shakes, but it faded fast. Then what is it? Some kind of electronic sensor, maybe an alarm setup, possibly a camera unit. The lens is probably on the bottom. Doesn't matter. What matters is it's no bomb. So what now? We haul it out, take it back with us. Could be worth something. Maybe we can sell it to the Russians or the Syrians. So the old man was stressing over nothing. Exactly. Gozen got up and the two walked back toward the truck. It's safe now, he told the farmer. Why not give the guy what he wanted to hear and skip confusing him with the details? The farmer kissed Gozen's grimy hands, then the American's, which made Russell squirm a bit. The driver swung the truck around and backed it into the garden, doing his best to avoid crushing the vegetable rows. Russell watched as a couple of men packed half a dozen sandbags and heaved them onto the bed. Then they rigged a sling around the device and started cranking it up with a winch. The thing, whatever it was, weighed more than expected, and Russell took over the hand crank, showing off his strength again as he hauled it up solo. The crew tilted the A-frame forward, and he lowered the object into the sandbag cradle. A few ropes tied it down, and that was that. The farmer wouldn't let them leave without a fuss. He brought out tea and flatbread, insisting they eat before heading off, and Gozen accepted the hospitality with genuine humility. 4 lambs were loaded onto the truck before they took off. That was a solid move, man, Russell remarked as they pulled away. Maybe, Gozen replied, sounding drained. The pressure of it all weighed on him far more than any physical work, though the Americans seemed to handle both without breaking a sweat. A couple of hours later, they rolled back into the Baca Valley. The device, Gozen had no better word for it, was dropped off without ceremony in front of his workshop, and the group of 5 sat down to enjoy a meal of fresh lamb. To Gozen's surprise, the American had never tasted lamb in his life, so he got a proper introduction to that classic Arab dish. Got something intriguing, Bill, Murray announced, stepping into the director's office. What's that, Danny? Shaw glanced up from his calendar. A cop was killed over in Athens, and the locals think an American might be responsible. Murray walked him through the details. Broke his neck with bare hands? Bill asked. That's right. The officer was a small, wiry guy, Murray said, but still. Wow, okay, let's take a look. Murray passed over the photo. Do we recognize this man, Dan? It's not the clearest image. Al Denton thinks it could be Marvin Russell. He's running facial recognition on the original slide. No prints or other forensics to go on. The car was registered to a third party who vanished, likely never existed in the first place. The driver of the other vehicle is a mystery. Anyway, it matches Russell's profile, short, stocky, and those cheekbones and skin tone give him a Native American look. The clothing is definitely American-made. So's the suitcase. So you figure he bolted the country after we nabbed his brother. Smart call, Shaw commented. He was supposed to be the clever one, right? Clever enough to link up with an Arab. You think so? Shaw studied the other face. Could be Greek or any Mediterranean type. Skin's a bit light for an Arab, but it's a fairly unremarkable face, and you said it's unidentified. What's your gut say, Dan? Yep, Murray nodded. I pulled the file. A confidential source told us years ago that Marvin took a trip east and made connections with the PFLP. Athens is a handy spot to rekindle that relationship. Neutral territory. Also a decent place to set up a drug deal, Shaw offered. What do we have on Brother Marvin these days? Not much. Our best informant in that area is back in jail. Got into a fight with a couple of reservation cops and lost. Shaw grunted. The reality with confidential informants, of course, was that most were criminals who broke the law and regularly wound up behind bars. That both proved their credibility and made them useless for the moment. That's just how the game worked. All right, the FBI director said, you've got something in mind. What is it? With a little push, we can get the informant released on early release rules and send him back into the Warrior Society. If this is a terrorist angle, we need to start chasing leads. Same goes if it's drugs. Interpol has already hit a dead end on the driver. No matches for his face in terrorist or drug databases. The Greeks are stuck, too. The car trail went nowhere. They've got a dead sergeant and nothing but 2 unnamed faces. Sending us the photo was their final option. They figured he was American. Hotel? The director asked. Always the investigator. Yeah, they found that, well, they know it's one of 2 spots next to each other. 10 people with American passports checked out that day, but both are small places with constant coming and going, and they couldn't get anything solid for ID purposes. The staff doesn't remember much. That kind of establishment. Who's to say our guy even stayed there? The Greeks want us to follow up on the names from the hotel log. Murray finished. Bill Shaw handed the photo back. That shouldn't be too hard. Run with it. Already on it. Assuming we know these 2 were tied to the killing, well, you go with your gut. Okay, let the U.S. Attorney know RCI has squared things with society. It's high time we took down those warriors once and for all. Shaw had built his reputation on counter-terrorism, and that breed of criminal still topped his list of grievances. Yeah, I'll push the drug angle hard. We should have him out in about 2 weeks. Fair enough, Dan. When does the president land in Rome? Murray asked. Soon. Quite a spectacle, isn't it? You bet your ass, man. Kenny better start scouting a new career soon. Peace is breaking out everywhere. Shaw smirked. Who would have guessed? We could always hand him a badge and a gun so he can make an honest living. Presidential security was rounded out with a discreet squadron of 4 Navy Tomcat fighters trailing the VC-25A at a 5-mile distance, while a radar surveillance plane kept tabs on anything that might veer toward Air Force One. Commercial air traffic was rerouted, and the military airfield designated for the arrival had been swept so thoroughly it felt practically strained through a sieve. Already parked on the tarmac was the president's armored limousine. Flown in hours earlier via an Air Force C-14-1B, alongside enough Italian soldiers and police to deter a full-scale terrorist battalion. President Fowler emerged from his private washroom, freshly shaved and scrubbed pink, his tie knotted to perfection, and flashing a grin as bright as Pete and Daga had ever witnessed. And why not? Connor figured. He didn't dwell on morality the way D'Agostino did. The president was just a man, and like most presidents, a lonely one, especially after losing his wife. Elliot might have a sharp edge, but she was undeniably easy on the eyes, and if that helped ease the crushing weight of the job, then so be it. The man had to unwind, or the pressure would devour him, as it had devoured others, and that wouldn't serve the country. As long as Hawk stayed clear of major felonies, Connor and D'Agostino would guard both his secrets and his indulgences. Pete got it. Daga just wished he had better taste. E.E. had slipped out of the quarters earlier, dressed in something particularly striking. She met the president in the dining area right before touchdown for coffee and donuts. There was no arguing she was a looker, especially that morning. Maybe Special Agent Helen D'Agostino mused. She was a decent distraction. Certainly, she and the president were the most refreshed souls on that flight. The media types, the Secret Service, holds a simmering disdain for reporters, had squirmed and fidgeted through the entire journey, looking crumpled despite their forced cheer. The most frazzled of all was the president's speechwriter, who'd powered through the night with nothing but coffee and quick bathroom breaks, finally handing the draft to Arnie Van Dam a scant 20 minutes before landing. Fowler had skimmed it over breakfast and was thrilled. "Callie, this is absolutely fantastic." The president beamed at the exhausted staffer, whose writing had the lyrical touch of a poet. He surprised everyone by wrapping the young woman, still in her late 20s, in a hug that brought tears to Callie Weston's eyes. "Get some rest and soak in Rome." "My pleasure, Mr. President." The aircraft glided to a halt at the designated spot. The mobile stairway rolled into place without delay. A stretch of red carpet was laid out, leading from the stairs to the longer runway that ended at the podium. The president and Italy's prime minister took their positions, flanked by the U.S. ambassador, and the usual entourage, including a handful of weary protocol officers who'd had to orchestrate this ceremony on the fly. An Air Force sergeant swung open the aircraft door. The Secret Service agents swept the area with practiced, watchful eyes, exchanging quick, silent signals with the advance team scattered across the tarmac. As the president emerged, the Italian Air Force Band launched into its own ceremonial fanfare, a sharp contrast to the familiar American strains of ruffles and flourishes walking down the steps alone. Fowler felt a strange sensation, as if he were crossing a threshold from the ordinary world into a realm of lasting legacy. The reporters on the scene couldn't help but notice his light, almost buoyant step, and they quietly envied the peaceful private quarters that had allowed him such a restful journey. Sleep, after all, is the ultimate remedy for jet lag, and it was clear the president had been well rested. His Brooks Brothers suit was immaculate, freshly pressed thanks to the wonders of Air Force One. His shoes gleamed and his appearance was nothing short of flawless. He was escorted to the U.S. ambassador and his wife, who then presented him to the Italian president just as the band struck up the Star-Spangled Banner. A formal review of the troops followed, along with a brief speech that only teased at the powerful words he would deliver later. All told, it was 20 minutes before Fowler finally settled into his car, joined by the ambassador, Dr. Elliott, and his security detail. "You know, that's the first one of those I've actually enjoyed," Fowler admitted, and the others agreed that the Italians had managed the affair with true elegance. "Elizabeth, I need you to stay close. There are a few loose ends in the agreement we should go over, and I want to see Brent. How's he holding up?" he asked the ambassador. Ambassador Coates smiled, tired but pretty pleased with himself. The last round of negotiations went on for over 20 hours. "And what's the local press saying?" EE chimed in. "They're over the moon. This is a historic moment for everyone. It's all happening right here on my watch." Jed Coates thought to himself, feeling a swell of pride. You don't get a front row seat to history every day. Well, that was enjoyable. The National Military Command Center, known as the NMCC, sits in the D-ring of the Pentagon, right by the river entrance. It's one of those rare government facilities that actually looks like its Hollywood counterparts, a cavernous space about the size of a basketball court, rising 2 stories high. In essence, it's the central switchboard for the entire U.S. military. It's not the only one. There's a backup at Fort Ritchie in the Maryland Hills, since a single point of failure would be far too risky. But it's certainly the most accessible. VIPs love to tour it, eager to see the glamorous side of the Pentagon, much to the annoyance of the staff who just see it as their office. Tucked next to the NMCC is a smaller room housing a set of ancient IBM PCAT computers with 5.25-inch floppy drives. These relics form the hotline, the direct link between the American and Soviet presidents, While the NMCC wasn't the only node, it was the primary one, and that fact was quietly made known to the Soviets. The logic, concocted by some experts decades ago, was that direct communication would be vital even during a nuclear crisis. And by letting Moscow know this was the only readily usable downlink, it might serve as a sort of life insurance policy for the area. Captain James Rosselli, USN, thought that was a load of theoretical nonsense. The fact that nobody ever seriously challenged it was just another example of the stale, stinking bureaucracy that plagued Washington. To Rosie Rosselli, D.C., was roughly 300 square miles surrounded by reality, and he often wondered if the laws of physics even applied within the Beltway. He had abandoned any pretense of logical thinking long ago. Joint duty, Rosie muttered under his breath. The latest push from Congress to overhaul the military, something it clearly couldn't manage on its own. He grumbled, demanded that officers aiming for flag rank, and honestly, who among them wasn't, had to spend time rubbing shoulders with colleagues from the other branches. Rosselli never quite understood how hanging out with a field artillery guy would make him a better submarine commander, but apparently nobody else had questioned it either. It was just accepted as gospel that cross-training was beneficial, so the sharpest minds were pulled from their specialties and dropped into roles they knew nothing about. They wouldn't master these new jobs, of course, but they might pick up just enough to cause trouble, all while losing their edge in the field they were actually trained for. That was Congress's version of military reform. "Coffee, Captain?" an Army corporal asked. "Better make it decaf," Rosie replied. "If my mood gets any worse, someone might get hurt. Working here was supposed to boost a career." Rosselli knew that, and he also knew being here was partly his own doing. He'd spent his career focused on submarines with a side interest in intelligence. He'd already done a stint at the Navy's Intel Hub in Suitland, Maryland, near Andrews Air Force Base. At least the commute was better now. He'd snagged official housing at Bolling Air Force Base, and getting to the Pentagon was a quick hop across I-295, 395 to his reserved spot, another perk of NMCC duty that was worth fighting for. Once this assignment had been genuinely thrilling. He recalled when the Soviets took down Korean Airlines Flight 747 and other tense moments, and it must have been pure chaos during the Iraq War, that is, when the senior watch officer wasn't fielding endless "what's happening" calls from anyone who'd gotten the direct line, but now, as he'd just seen on his desk TV, the president was about to defuse the world's last major diplomatic crisis. And soon Rosselli's days would be filled with reports of naval collisions, plane crashes, or some unlucky soldier flattened by a tank. Those were serious, sure, but hardly the stuff of professional excitement. So there he sat. His paperwork was done, something Jim Rosselli excelled at, having mastered the art of shuffling documents in the Navy with a top-notch staff to assist, and the rest of the day stretched out as a waiting game. The catch was that Rosselli was a man of action, not patience, and who actually wants a disaster to happen. Looks like a slow one. That was his XO, an Air Force F-15 pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Richard Barnes. "You're probably right, Rocky. Just what I needed to hear." Rosselli glanced at his watch. It was a 12-hour shift, with 5 hours still ahead. "Man, the world's getting pretty boring. Ain't that the truth?" Barnes turned back to the screen. "Well, I got my 2 MiGs over the Persian Gulf. At least it wasn't a total loss." Rosselli got up and decided to stretch his legs. The watch officers assumed he was checking their work, making sure they stayed busy. One senior civilian made a show of continuing his crossword from the post. It was his lunch break, and he preferred eating here over the empty cafeterias, where he could catch some TV. Rosselli then drifted left into the hotline room, catching a bit of luck for once. A small bell chimed, signaling an incoming message. The raw transmission looked like nonsense, but the encryption gear turned it into clear Russian text, which a Marine translated. "So you think you know the real meaning of fear? Yeah, you figure you've got a handle on it, but I'm not so sure." When you're hunkered down in a shelter while bombs rain down and the neighborhood blazes like a stack of kindling, sure, you feel that rush of panic. Those minutes drag by like hours, and the dread is real. No argument there. But then the siren wails the all clear and it's over. You exhale, shake it off, and the tension melts away. Real fear, though, that's different. It's a heavy rock lodged in your chest, sitting there unmovable. You catch my drift, a stone. That's all it is, plain and simple. Ilya Selvinsky, the Marine lieutenant said. Huh? Ilya Selvinsky, a Russian poet, made a name for himself during the Second World War. I recognize this piece. It's called Fear Solid Stuff. The young officer flashed a grin. My counterpart over there's got some serious literary chops, so transmission received the rest of the poem is even better. Alexei, the lieutenant typed, stand by for reply. What do you fire back with? Rosselli asked, today. Maybe a bit of Emily Dickinson. That woman was obsessed with death, morbid as they come. Actually, no. Let's go with Edgar Allan Poe. They're big fans of his over there. Which one, though? The lieutenant reached into a desk drawer and pulled out a worn anthology. You don't prep these in advance? Rosselli pressed. The Marine looked up, still grinning. No, sir, that'd be cheating. We tried that route a while back, but about 2 years ago, when things slowed down, we switched it up. Now it's a game. He tosses out a poem, and I have to match it with something from an American poet. Keeps the boredom at bay, cap and sharpens. The language skills on both ends, too. Translating verse is a nightmare. Great workout for the brain. The Soviets sent their messages in Russian, the Americans in English, which meant both sides needed top-notch translators to keep the exchange flowing. Any real business going across the line? Captain, I've rarely seen more than test pings. Sure, when the Secretary of State flies over, we might swap weather reports. We even shot the breeze about hockey when their national squad faced off with the NHL guys last August, but mostly, it's duller than a bag of rocks, which is exactly why we trade poetry. Without that, we'd lose our minds. Shame. We can't just chat on a CB radio, but rules are rules. Fair enough. They mention anything about the treaty talks in Rome? Not a whisper. We steer clear of that, sir. I see. Rosselli watched as the lieutenant settled on a stanza from Annabel Lee. It caught him off guard. He'd figured the guy would go with The Raven. Nevermore. The day of their arrival was a mix of relaxation, pageantry, and a heavy dose of secrecy. The treaty's specifics had yet to leak, and news outlets, sensing something historic had gone down, were scrambling to piece it together. No luck. The leaders of Israel, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, the Soviet Union, the United States, and their Italian host gathered around a massive 15th century table, joined by top diplomats and representatives from the Vatican and the Eastern Orthodox Church. Out of respect for the Saudis, the toasts were made with water or orange juice, the only off-key moment of the evening. Soviet President Andrei Ilyich Narmonov was especially animated. His nation's role in the treaty was a big deal, and bringing the Russian Orthodox Church into the Commission for Christian Shrines would carry serious weight back in Moscow. The dinner stretched on for 3 hours, and afterward the guests filed out under the gaze of cameras across the avenue, leaving the press stunned by the camaraderie on display. A cheerful Fowler and Narmonov headed to the former's hotel, seizing only their second chance to talk one-on-one about shared interests. You've lagged on deactivating your missile forces? Fowler noted once the small talk wrapped up. He softened the jab by passing over a glass of wine. Thank you, Mr. President. As we mentioned to your team last week, our disposal facility just isn't cutting it. We're tearing down those launchers as fast as we can. But our green-leaning lawmakers are raising a fuss over how we're handling the fuel stores. Fowler offered a knowing smile. I've heard that song before, Mr. President. The environmental movement had exploded across the Soviet Union the year prior, with the legislature adopting rules that mirrored and in many ways surpassed the ones in Washington. What really caught everyone off guard was that Moscow was actually following them, though Fowler knew better than to point that out. Decades of Marxist rule had left an ecological mess so deep it'd take a generation of strict laws to untangle. Will this throw off the treaty timeline? You have my word, Robert, Narmanoff said firmly. Those missiles are gone by March 1st, even if I have to light the fuses myself. That's all I needed to hear, Andre. The Arms Reduction Pact inherited from the prior White House called for cutting intercontinental launchers in half by spring. Every Minuteman II in America had been marked for retirement, and the U.S. side was running ahead of schedule. Following the playbook of the INF Treaty, the surplus rockets were broken down piece by piece, with each stage crushed or demolished under the watchful eyes of observers. The media covered the first few demos, then lost interest. The silos themselves, also subject to scrutiny, had their guts ripped out, and 15 American sites had already been sold off. 4 to farmers who turned them into actual grain storage. A Japanese firm with big land holdings in North Dakota snapped up a command bunker and converted it into a wine cellar beneath the hunting lodge its execs used each autumn. Over on the Soviet side, American monitors reported the Russians were giving it their all. But the factory built to handle the dismantling was a mess, leaving them 30% behind. 100 missiles sat on trailers outside the plant, their empty silos already blasted into rubble. The Soviets had burned the guidance systems in front of inspectors, yet some in the intelligence world still whispered it was all a charade. Those erector trailers, they claimed, could just as easily raise and fire. Old habits of distrust die hard, Fowler mused, and the Russians likely felt the same about them. This treaty's a real milestone, Robert, Narmanoff said, taking a sip from his wine glass. Now that they were alone, they could drop the formality, the Russian thought with a private smirk. You and your team deserve credit. Your support made it happen. Andre Fowler replied smoothly. It was a polite fiction, and both men knew it. Or maybe it wasn't a lie at all, though neither had a clue. One less headache for us? How short-sighted we were back then? True, my friend, but that's all behind us now. How are your folks handling the Germany question? The military's grumbling, as you'd expect. Same here. Fowler cut in lightly. Soldiers are a lot like dogs. Handy to have around, sure, but they need to know who's in charge. And like dogs, they forget their place now and then, so you've got to remind them. Narmanoff nodded slowly as the translation sank in. The man's arrogance was staggering, exactly what his briefings had predicted. The Soviet president realized, condescending too. Well, the American had the comfort of a system that was solid as bedrock, Andrei Ilyich reminded himself. He, by contrast, was piecing together a government that felt less like a foundation and more like a house of cards. What a luxury, truly, to regard soldiers as mere dogs to be cowed. Did he not realize that dogs also had teeth? The Americans were such a curious breed. Throughout the entire span of communist rule in the Soviet Union, they had obsessed over the Red Army's supposed political power, when in truth it had possessed none at all following Stalin's purge of Tukhachevsky. Yet now, with the iron grip of Marxism-Leninism dissolving, they dismissed all such warnings while soldiers were beginning to think thoughts that only a few years earlier would have earned them a firing squad. Well, this was hardly the moment to strip away the Americans' comforting delusions, was it? Tell me, Robert, this treaty idea, where exactly did it originate? Narmanoff asked, already knowing the answer and curious to witness Fowler's skill at deception. Many places. As with all such ideas, the president responded with practiced ease. The driving force was Charles Alden, poor bastard. When the Israelis had that terrible incident, he set his plan in motion immediately and, well, it worked, didn't it? The Russian nodded once more, filing away his mental observations. Fowler lied with considerable finesse, sidestepping the core of the question while offering a truthful yet evasive reply. Khrushchev had been right, as he'd long suspected. Politicians across the globe were fundamentally alike. It was a detail worth remembering about Fowler. He was reluctant to share credit and had no qualms about lying to appear, even over something as trivial as this. Narmanoff felt a flicker of disappointment. Not that he'd anticipated anything different, but Fowler could have shown a bit of grace and humanity. He had nothing to lose by it, after all. Instead, he was as petty as any local party functionary. "Tell me, Robert Narmanoff," thought behind a poker face that would have served him well at any Vegas table, "what kind of man are you, really?" "It is late, my friend," Narmanoff observed. "Tomorrow afternoon, then." Fowler rose to his feet. "Tomorrow afternoon, Andrei." He escorted the Russian to the door, watched him depart, then retreated to his private quarters. Once inside, he retrieved the handwritten checklist from his pocket to confirm he'd covered all his questions. Well, the missile situation, he claims, is exactly what our inspectors reported. That ought to satisfy the folks at DIA. A grimace. It wouldn't. I think he's worried about his military. Dr. Elliot took a seat. Anything else? The president poured her a glass of wine, then settled beside his national security advisor. The usual pleasantries. He's a very busy, very anxious man. Well, we already knew that, didn't we? Liz swirled the wine in her glass and gave it a sniff. She wasn't fond of Italian wines, but this one was passable. "I've been thinking, Robert." "Yes, Elizabeth? What happened to Charlie? We need to do something about it. It isn't right that he should have vanished like that. He's the one who got this treaty moving, isn't he?" "Well, yes," Fowler agreed, taking a sip from his refreshed glass. "You're right, Elizabeth. It truly was his doing. I think we should let that be known quietly, of course." "At the very least." "Yes, he should be remembered for something other than a pregnant grad student. That's very thoughtful of you, Elizabeth." Fowler clinked his glass against hers. "You handle the media, folks. You're releasing the treaty details tomorrow before lunch?" "That's right. Around 9, I think." "Then after you're done, pull a few of the journalists aside and give it to them on background. Maybe Charlie will rest a bit easier." "No problem, Mr. President," Liz agreed. Exorcising that particular ghost came easily enough, didn't it? Was there anything she couldn't persuade him to do? Big day tomorrow. The biggest Bob, the biggest... Elliot leaned back and loosened the scarf from her throat. "I never imagined I'd have a moment like this." "I did," Fowler observed with a glint in his eye. A brief pang of guilt surfaced. He'd expected to share it with someone else, but that was fate, wasn't it? Fate, the world worked in strange ways. But he had no control over that, did he? Fate had placed him in this exact spot at this precise moment with Elizabeth by his side. None of this was his doing, was it? So he reasoned there could be no guilt attached. How could there be? He was shaping the world into a better, safer, and more peaceful place. What possible guilt could arise from that? Elliot shut her eyes as the president's fingers gently traced her exposed neck. She never could have imagined, even in her wildest dreams, that a moment like this would unfold. The hotel's entire floor, along with the two directly below, was sealed off for the president's entourage. Italian and American security personnel were stationed at every entry point and scattered throughout the buildings lining the street. But the corridor leading to the president's suite belonged exclusively to the Presidential Protective Detail. Connor and D'Agostino completed their final sweep before wrapping up for the night. A full squad of 10 agents stood visibly positioned, with another 10 tucked away behind closed doors. 3 of the visible agents carried fag bags, black satchels strapped across their chests, officially known as fast-action gun bags. Each held an Uzi submachine gun that could be drawn and fired in roughly a second and a half. Anyone who made it this far would find a less than welcoming reception. "I see Hawk and Harpy are deep in discussion about affairs of state," Daga observed quietly. "Helen, I didn't realize you were such a prude." Pete Connor shot back with a sly grin. "Not that it's my business, but back in the old days, folks standing guard outside the door had to be eunuchs or something. Keep cracking jokes like that, and Santa's going to leave coal in your stocking. I'd settle for that new automatic the FBI just adopted," Daga chuckled. "They're acting like a couple of teenagers. It's just unseemly." Daga? I know, he's the boss. He's a grown man, and we're supposed to look the other way. Relax, Pete. You think I'm going to run to a reporter with this? She pushed open the door to the fire stairs and spotted 3 agents, 2 of them with their fag bags already at the ready. "And here I was about to offer you a drink," Connor said, deadpan. It was a joke, of course. Both of them stayed dry while on duty, and they were almost always on duty. That didn't mean he hadn't entertained the thought of getting her into bed. He was divorced, and so was she. But it never would have worked out. And that was that, she knew it too, flashing him a grin. "I could use one, this stuff they stock. Here's what I grew up on. What a thankless job." She took one last glance down the corridor. "Everyone's in position, Pete. I think we can call it a night. You really like that 10mm? Fired one last week, up at Greenbelt. Nailed a possible with my first string. Doesn't get much better than that, lover." Connor froze mid-step and burst out laughing. "Christ, Daga, people might catch on." D'Agostino fluttered her eyelashes at him. "See what I mean, Pete? God, who ever heard of a puritanical Italian?" Helen D'Agostino jabbed the senior agent in the ribs and headed for the elevator. Pete had a point. She was becoming a genuine prude, and she'd never been like that in her life. A passionate woman whose one attempt at marriage had imploded because a single household couldn't contain 2 oversized egos, especially not 2 Italian ones. She recognized that she was letting her biases cloud her judgment. That wasn't healthy, even over something as trivial and unrelated to her duties as this. What Hawk did on his own time was his affair. But the look in his eyes, he was utterly smitten with the woman. Daga wondered if any president had ever allowed himself to fall like that. Probably, she conceded, they were only human after all, and men had a tendency to think with their lower instincts rather than their heads, that the president would become a puppet to such a shallow woman as this. That's what truly got under her skin. But then again, she admitted, that reaction was both strange and contradictory. After all, few women were more liberated than she was. So why, she asked herself, was it eating at her? It had been an exhausting day, and she knew she'd only grab 5 or 6 hours of sleep before she was back on duty. Damn these overseas trips at dawn. Katai pressed for answers. He had spent the previous day away meeting with other guerrilla commanders and visiting a doctor. A detail Gon was aware of, but couldn't discuss. "Not sure," the engineer replied. "I'd guess a jamming pod, something along those lines." The commander's interest sharpened instantly. Despite whatever thaw was happening between East and West, business remained business. The Russians still had an arsenal, and countermeasures to their tech were always in demand. Israeli gear especially held a premium. The Americans had a habit of copying it, and even outdated models revealed how Israeli minds approached problems, offering hints about newer systems. "We should be able to sell it to our Russian friends," Kati said with a nod. He shifted topics. "How did the American work out?" Gons admitted he'd grown fond of the man. "I understand him better now," he explained, and Kati listened carefully. "What do we do with him then?" Gauze shrugged. "Weapons training? Maybe. Let's see how he meshes with the men." Kati agreed, saying he'd send the American out that morning to gauge his combat skills. "And you, how soon can you take that thing apart?" Gauze planned to start that very day. "Good. Don't let me stop you." Then a softer question. "How are you feeling, Commander?" Kati frowned. He felt awful, but he convinced himself part of it stemmed from the rumor of a possible treaty with the Israelis. Could it be real? History suggested no. But so much had shifted lately, an agreement between the Zionists and the Saudis. After the Iraq mess, what else could he expect? The Americans had played their hand, and now they were presenting some kind of bill, disappointing, sure, but hardly surprising. Whatever they were plotting would pull attention away from the latest Israeli atrocity. And those who called themselves Arabs meekly accepting fire and death like women. Kati shook his head in disgust. That wasn't how you fought? The Americans would do something to soften the political fallout from the massacre, and the Saudis would follow along like the lapdogs they were? None of it, he told himself, would touch the Palestinian cause. He'd feel better soon. It's nothing. Let me know when you've figured out what it is. Goen took the dismissal and left, troubled. His commander was sick. He knew that much from his brother-in-law, but not the full extent. Regardless, he had work. The workshop was a shabby shack of plain wood and corrugated steel, deliberately unimpressive. Had it looked sturdier, an Israeli F-16 pilot might have leveled it years ago. The bomb, he still called it that, rested on the dirt floor. An A-frame hoist, the kind used in auto shops, stood over it, ready with a chain to move the device if needed. 2 men had set it up yesterday per his instructions. Gons flicked on the lights. He preferred a bright workspace and studied the object. Why do I keep calling it a bomb, he wondered, shaking his head. The obvious starting point was the access door, though it wouldn't be easy. The impact had telescoped the casing, likely damaging the internal hinges. But he had all the time in the world. He grabbed a screwdriver from his toolbox and got to work. Meanwhile, President Fowler slept in. The flight had drained him, and he nearly laughed at his reflection. 3 times in under 24 hours, wasn't it? He tried to do the math, but his brain gave up before his first coffee. Still, 3 times in quick succession. He hadn't managed that in ages, and he'd gotten his rest, which was something. After his morning shower, his body felt loose and at ease. The razor glided through the shaving cream on his face, uncovering a man whose leaner, youthful features matched the spark in his gaze. A few minutes later, he settled on a striped tie to pair with the crisp white shirt and gray suit, not too grim, but definitely serious. That was the look for today. He'd let the clergy steal the spotlight with their flashy red robes. His message would land with far more weight coming from a sharp, polished businessman politician, which was the image he'd always projected, even though he'd never actually run a private company in his life. A man of substance, Bob Fowler, down to earth, sure, but someone you could count on to do what was right. Well, I'm going to prove that in spades today, the President of the United States told himself in the mirror as he fiddled with his tie. A knock at the door turned his head. Come in. Good morning, Mr. President, Special Agent Connor said. How's it going, Pete? Fowler asked, glancing back at the mirror. The knot wasn't sitting right, so he undid it and started over. Doing well, sir. It's a beautiful day out there. You folks never get enough downtime. Never get to enjoy the sights either. That's on me, isn't it? There, he thought. That's spot on. No worries, Mr. President. We signed up for this. What would you like for breakfast? Good morning, Mr. President. Dr. Elliot stepped in behind Connor. This is the big day. Bob Fowler turned with a grin. You bet it is. Care to join me for breakfast, Elizabeth? I'd love to. I've got the morning brief, nice and short for once. Pete, breakfast for 2. Make it hearty. I'm starving. Just coffee for me, Liz told the steward. Connor caught the edge in her voice, but gave nothing away, just nodded and left. Bob, you look fantastic. So do you, Elizabeth. And she did, in her sharpest suit, serious but with just enough of a feminine touch. She took her seat and walked him through the briefing. The CIA thinks the Japanese are cooking something up, she said, as she wrapped up. Like what? They picked up a hint, according to Ryan, about the next round of trade talks. The Prime Minister supposedly made an unflattering comment, such as, "This is the last time we'll be shut out of our rightful place on the world stage, and they'll pay for it," Elliot quoted. Ryan thinks it's significant. And your take? I think Ryan's being dramatic again. He's been left out of this treaty process, and he's trying to remind us he still matters. Marcus agrees with me, but sent it up anyway, out of a sense of duty. Liz said with a roll of her eyes. Cabot's turning out to be a bit of a letdown, isn't he? Fowler mused, scanning the notes. He can't seem to keep his people in line. The bureaucracy over there is running circles around him, especially Ryan. You really have it out for him, don't you? The president noted. He's arrogant. He's... Elizabeth, his track record speaks for itself. I'm not fond of him personally either, but as an intelligence officer, he's nailed some incredibly tough missions. He's a relic. He thinks he's James Bond, or wants to be. Fine, Elliot conceded. He's had his moments, but that's ancient history. We need someone with a bigger perspective now. Congress won't buy it, the president said as breakfast was rolled in. The food had been checked for radiation, swept for listening devices, and sniffed for explosives, which, he mused, must really wear out the dogs since they probably loved sausage as much as he did. We'll serve ourselves, thanks, he told the Navy steward before continuing. They adore him over there. Congress loves the guy. He didn't need to spell out that Ryan, as the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, wasn't just a political appointment. He'd gone through a full Senate confirmation hearing. People like that weren't so easy to push aside. There had to be a reason. I've never been able to figure it out, especially Trent. Of all the people to back Ryan, why him? Ask him, Fowler suggested, slathering butter on his pancakes. I did. He spun around the subject like a prima ballerina at the New York Ballet. The president burst into laughter at that. Christ, Elizabeth, don't ever let anyone hear you repeat that. Robert, we both respect the estimable Mr. Trent's personal choices, but the man is a prissy son of a bitch, and we both know it. True, Fowler conceded. So what are you telling me, Elizabeth? It's time for Cabot to put Ryan in his place. How much of this is envy over Ryan's role in the treaty, Elizabeth? Elliot's eyes flashed, but the president was focused on his plate. She took a breath before answering, trying to gauge whether he was baiting her. Probably not, but Fowler wasn't the type to be swayed by emotion in these matters. Bob, we've been over this. Ryan connected a few dots that others had already drawn. He's an intelligence officer, for heaven's sake. They just report what other people do. He's done more than that. Fowler saw where this was headed, but he enjoyed the game. Fine, he's killed people. Is that what makes him special? James goddamn Bond, you even let them execute the ones who... Elizabeth, those terrorists also murdered 7 Secret Service agents. My life depends on those people, and it would have been both ungrateful and flat-out stupid to commute the sentences of those who killed their colleagues. The president nearly frowned at that. So much for strongly held principle, eh, Bob? A voice whispered, but he held his composure. And now you can't do it at all, or people will say you failed to do it once out of personal self-interest. You allowed yourself to be trapped and outmaneuvered, she pointed out. She had been provoked, Liz decided, and she responded in kind, but Fowler wasn't convinced. Elizabeth, I might be the only former prosecutor in America who doesn't believe in capital punishment, but we live in a democracy and the people support it. He looked up from his meal. Those people were terrorists. I can't say I'm thrilled that I allowed them to be executed, but if anyone ever deserved it, they did. The timing wasn't right to make a statement on that issue. Maybe in my second term, we have to wait for the right case. Politics is the art of the possible. That means one thing at a time, Elizabeth. You know that as well as I do. If you don't act, you'll wake up one day and find Ryan running CIA for you. He's capable, I'll admit, but he's a relic of the past. He's the wrong man for the times we're living in. God, you're a jealous woman, Fowler thought, but we all have our flaws. It was time to stop toying with her, though. He couldn't afford to offend her too deeply. What do you have in mind? We can ease him out. I'll think about it, Elizabeth. Let's not ruin the day with this kind of talk, okay? How do you plan to announce the treaty terms? Elliot leaned back and sipped her coffee. She chided herself for pushing too hard and too soon. She despised Ryan, but Bob was right. It wasn't the time, wasn't the place. She had all the time in the world to make her move, and she knew she had to do it with finesse. A copy of the treaty, I think. Can they read that fast? Fowler laughed. The media was full of such illiterates. You should see the speculation. The lead Times piece was faxed over this morning. They're frantic. They'll devour it. Besides, I put together some cliff notes for them. However you want to handle it, the president said, finishing off his sausage. He checked his watch. Timing was everything. There was a 6-hour time difference between Rome and Washington. That meant the treaty couldn't be signed until at least 2 in the afternoon, just in time for the morning news shows. The American public needed to be eased into this development, which meant the television crews required full details of the agreement by 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time to process everything thoroughly. Liz would deliver the announcement at 9, just 20 minutes away. He calculated, and you'll be highlighting Charlie's role in all of this? Absolutely. It's only right that he receives the lion's share of the recognition. And that effectively sidelined Ryan's contributions, Bob Fowler noted silently. Well, Charlie was the one who truly set things in motion, wasn't he? Fowler felt a pang of sympathy for Ryan. Despite that, he recalled the past. He had reviewed everything the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence had accomplished and found it genuinely impressive. Arnie Van Dam also held Ryan in high regard, and Arnie's judgment of character was unmatched in the administration. But Elizabeth was his national security advisor, and he simply couldn't have her and the DDCI locked in a perpetual clash, could he? No, that was out of the question. It was that straightforward. Go dazzle them, Elizabeth. That won't take much effort. She offered him a quick smile and headed out. The job turned out to be far tougher than he'd anticipated. Gosson considered reaching out for assistance, but quickly dismissed the idea. A key part of his reputation within the organization was that he handled these tasks solo aside from the grunt work, where he'd occasionally call in a few sturdy helpers. The device, bomb, pod, whatever it was, proved more solidly built than expected. Beneath the harsh glare of the work lights, he paused to rinse it with water and uncovered several puzzling features. There were screw-in points sealed with slot bolts. When he removed one, he found yet another electrical wire. Even more curious, the casing was thicker than he'd guessed. He'd taken apart an Israeli jamming pod before, and while it had been mostly aluminum, several sections had been fiberglass or plastic, which allowed electronic signals to pass through. He'd tackled the access hatch first, but it resisted his efforts to pry it open, so he'd looked for an easier entry point. There wasn't one. Frustrated after hours of dead-end work, he returned to the hatch. Gosson leaned back and lit a cigarette. "What are you?" he muttered at the object. It struck him how much it resembled a bomb. The hefty casing. Why hadn't he noticed how absurdly heavy it was, far too dense for a jamming pod? But it couldn't be a bomb, could it? No fuses, no detonator. And what he'd glimpsed inside was just wiring and connectors. It had to be some kind of electronic unit. He crushed the cigarette into the dirt and moved to his workbench. Gosson had an array of tools, including a gasoline-powered rotary saw meant for cutting through steel. It was typically a 2-person tool, but he decided to manage it alone, aiming it at the hatch, which had to be weaker than the main casing. He set the blade depth to 9 millimeters and fired it up, wrestling the saw onto the hatch. The noise was grating, especially as the diamond-edged blade bit into the metal, but the saw's weight kept it steady on the device, and he slowly guided it along the hatch's perimeter. It took 20 minutes to complete the first cut. He switched off the saw and set it down, then tested the cut with a thin piece of wire. Finally, he thought he'd broken through. His guess had been right. The rest of the casing seemed to be around 4 centimeters thick, but the hatch was just a quarter of that. Gosson was so relieved to have made progress that he didn't stop to question why a jamming pod would need a full centimeter of hardened steel surrounding it. Before resuming, he put on ear protection. His ears were still ringing from the first cut, and he didn't need a throbbing headache, making a miserable job even worse. The special report banner flashed across every television network almost simultaneously. The network anchors, having roused themselves earlier than usual by their Roman standards to grab their briefing from Dr. Elliot, sprinted to their booths, gasping for air, and shoved their notes at their producers and researchers. "I told you so," Angela Merrills declared. "Rick, didn't I call it? Angie, I owe you lunch, dinner, and maybe breakfast at whatever spot you pick. I'm holding you to that." The lead researcher chuckled to herself, knowing full well the guy could easily afford it. "So how do we play this?" the producer asked. "We're flying by the seat of our pants. Just give me a couple of minutes and we're on air." "Great," Angie muttered under her breath. Rick wasn't exactly a fan of improvising, but he did love beating the print guys to a story, and the timing here made that almost too easy. Take that, New York Times. He held still just long enough for a quick makeup pass, then squared up to the camera as the network's so-called expert, some expert, Mireilles thought joined him in the booth. 5. The assistant director barked. 4, 3, 2, 1. His finger snapped toward the anchor. "It's real," Rick announced. "In just 4 hours, the President of the United States, alongside the Soviet President, the King of Saudi Arabia, and the Prime Ministers of Israel and Switzerland, plus the heads of 2 major religious organizations, will sign a treaty that could finally bring a full resolution to the contested regions of the Middle East. The terms are nothing short of remarkable." He kept going for a solid 3 minutes, rattling off details at a breakneck pace, as if racing his rivals on other channels. "There's been nothing like this in our lifetime. Another miracle, or better yet, another stepping stone toward lasting peace. Dick," he turned to his commentator, a former ambassador to Israel. "Rick, I've been digging into this for the past half hour, and I still can't wrap my head around it. Maybe this is the real deal, and we picked the perfect backdrop for it. The Israeli government's concessions are jaw-dropping, but so are the commitments America is making to lock in the peace. What's even more impressive is how tight the secrecy held. If any of this had leaked just 2 days ago, the whole thing might have unraveled in front of us. But right here, right now, I believe it. You said it perfectly. It's real, it's truly happening, and in a matter of hours, we're going to watch the world shift again. None of this would have been possible without the extraordinary cooperation from the Soviet side, and we clearly owe a huge debt to the embattled Soviet president, Andrei Narmonov. And what do you make of the concessions from the religious leaders? Honestly, Rick, it's unbelievable. This region has been torn apart by religious conflict for as long as history's been recorded. But we have to mention that the real architect here was the late Dr. Charles Alden. A senior administration official spoke glowingly about the man who passed away just weeks ago, and under a cloud of shame. What a bitter twist that the person who truly pinpointed the core issue, the fabricated incompatibility of faiths that all started in this same troubled patch of earth, isn't here to witness his vision come to life. Alden was the engine behind this agreement, and you can only hope history gives him credit, despite how and when he died, that it was Dr. Charles Alden from Yale who made this miracle happen. The former ambassador, a Yale man himself and a classmate of Charlie's, paused for a beat. What about the others involved? The anchor pressed. Rick, when something this massive comes together, and that's incredibly rare, there are always countless people playing their parts, and every single role matters. The Vatican Treaty was also driven by Secretary Brent Talbot, backed by Undersecretary Scott Adler, who's nothing short of a diplomatic mastermind and Talbot's go-to guy. At the same time, it was President Fowler who greenlit the whole endeavor, who threw his weight around when the situation demanded it, and who carried Charlie's dream forward after his passing. No commander-in-chief has ever possessed the sheer nerve and foresight to gamble his political legacy on such a wild bet. If we had fallen short, the political wreckage would have been unimaginable, but Fowler pulled it off. This is a monumental day for American diplomacy, a landmark for East-West relations, and possibly the single greatest stride toward global peace in recorded history. You nailed it, Dick. But what about the Senate? They still have to ratify the Vatican Treaty and the U.S.-Israeli Bilateral Defense Treaty. The commentator flashed a grin and shook his head, clearly entertained. That legislation is going to sail through the Senate so fast, the president might still smell fresh ink on the papers. The only thing that could slow it down is all the grandstanding you'll hear in committee hearings and on the floor. But the price of stationing American troops over there, Rick, we maintain a military to safeguard peace. That's the mission. And to accomplish it in this region, America will foot whatever bill comes due. This isn't a burden on the taxpayer. It's a privilege, a historic honor to plant the banner of American resolve on the world's tranquility. Rick, this is the very essence of America. You bet we'll do it. That's all for now, Rick said, spinning back to camera one. We'll return in 2.5 hours for live coverage of the Vatican Treaty signing back to New York. This is Rick Cousins reporting from the Vatican. Son of a bitch, Ryan muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, the exclamation roused his wife, who had been quietly absorbed in the broadcast. Jack, how much did you? Kathy rose and padded off to brew the morning coffee. I mean, you were over there, and you. Sweetheart, I was part of it. I can't get into specifics. Jack figured he should have felt bitter about Alden getting the credit for the initial proposal, but Charlie had been a decent man, despite his fair share of flaws, and Alden had given it momentum when it needed a shove. Besides, he reasoned, history usually uncovers the truth eventually. The key players knew the score. He knew it. He was accustomed to working behind the scenes, handling tasks others never learned about. He glanced at his wife and smiled, and Kathy understood. She'd caught him thinking out loud months prior. Jack had no clue, he murmured to himself while shaving, and he assumed he didn't disturb her when he crept out at dawn, but she'd never once missed seeing him off, even with her eyes shut. Kathy adored the way he kissed her, thinking she was asleep, and she didn't want to ruin that ritual. He carried enough weight as it was. Jack was hers, and the decency of the man was no secret to his wife. It's not right, the other Dr. Ryan told herself. It was Jack's brainchild, at least partly. How many other things did she know nothing about it? Was a question Caroline Muller-Ryan, M.D., F.A.C., S. seldom pondered, yet she couldn't ignore the reality of Jack's nightmares. He struggled to rest, was leaning on the bottle too hard, and his restless sleep was filled with shadows she could never ask about. Some of that unnerved her. What had her husband done? What burden was he hauling around? Guilt. Kathy questioned herself. Why did that word even surface? Goes finally pried the hatch loose after 3 hours. He'd been forced to swap out a blade on the cutting tool, but the real holdup came down to his stubborn refusal to request an extra set of hands. Regardless, it was done, and a pry bar finished the rest. The engineer grabbed a work light and peered inside the object. He uncovered yet another puzzle. The interior was a metal lattice framework. Titanium, maybe, he mused, cradling a cylindrical mass bolted down with heavy fasteners. Gones swept his work light around the cylinder's interior, catching sight of a tangle of additional wires all feeding into the device. His eyes landed on the edge of a bulky electronic component, some kind of radar transceiver, he guessed. The Syrian assault on the Israeli-held Golan Heights began at 2 p.m. on Saturday, October 6, 1973, and nearly every observer reaching for a historical comparison grabbed the same line from Lord Byron, like the wolf on the fold. It's a safe bet that the more bookish Syrian officers putting the finishing touches on an attack plan that assembled more tanks and artillery than any of Hitler's panzer commanders ever commanded appreciated the poetry of it. But the sheep waiting on those rocky heights that grim October afternoon were less like the gentle creatures of pastoral verse and more like bighorn rams in the middle of mating season, aggressive, stubborn, and ready to fight. Outnumbered by roughly 9-1, the 2 Israeli brigades dug into the Golan were elite formations. The 7th Brigade, holding the northern sector, barely gave ground. Their defense was a carefully calibrated blend of rigid strongpoints and mobile counterstrikes, with individual outposts absorbing the initial shock and funneling Syrian columns into narrow, rocky passages where roving Israeli armor could ambush and obliterate them. By the time fresh units arrived on the second day, the line was holding, but just barely. By the end of the fourth day, the Syrian tank force that had thrown itself at the seventh was a smoking graveyard on the slopes. The Barak Brigade, known as Thunderbolt, held the southern heights and had a much rougher time of it. The terrain there offered little advantage to the defender, and the Syrian commanders on that front seemed sharper, more aggressive. Within hours, the Barak was shattered into isolated pockets. Each fragment would later fight like a nest of rattlesnakes, but the Syrian spearheads exploited the gaps quickly, racing toward the Sea of Galilee and their ultimate objective. What followed over the next 36 hours would become the most severe trial for Israeli forces since 1948. Reinforcements trickled in on day 2, thrown into the chaos piecemeal, sealing off roads, plugging holes, and even rallying units that, for the first time in Israeli history, had broken and fled under the relentless pressure of the Arab advance. It wasn't until the third day that the Israelis could assemble a proper armored fist, first encircling, then crushing the 3 deep Syrian penetrations. The shift to the offensive came without a pause. A furious counterattack hurled the Syrians back toward their own capital, leaving behind a battlefield littered with burned-out tanks and broken men. That evening, the surviving troopers of the Barak and the 7th heard a message crackle over their unit radios from Israeli high command. "You have saved the people of Israel." And they had, but outside Israel, apart from military academies where the art of war is studied, this epic stand has faded into obscurity. Just as in the Six-Day War of 1967, the flashier operations in the Sinai stole the world's attention. The Suez Crossing, the so-called Chinese Farm Battle, the encirclement of Egypt's Third Army, all while the Golan fighting, far closer to home and far more dangerous, went largely overlooked. Still, the men who fought there knew exactly what they had accomplished, and their officers could take quiet pride in knowing that among professionals who truly understand the skill and courage required for such a stand, their battle for the heights would sit alongside Thermopylae, Bastogne, and Gloucester Hill. Every war carries its ironies, and the October War was no exception. The bitter truth is that this magnificent defensive stand was in many ways unnecessary. Israeli intelligence had misread the warning signs, and had those reports been acted upon just 12 hours earlier, preset mobilization plans would have flooded the heights with reserves long before the first shot was fired. And had that happened, there would have been no heroic stand at all, just a quiet victory that nobody would ever write poems about. Had the intelligence been heeded, the Syrians would have faced annihilation well short of the Purple Line, sparing countless tankers and infantrymen from a death toll so staggering that the true numbers wouldn't surface for weeks, leaving a proud yet battered nation in mourning. The sheer scale of that intelligence breakdown has never been fully explained. Did the celebrated Mossad truly miss the Arabs' preparations, or were the warnings dismissed by political leaders who failed to grasp their urgency? The world press naturally zeroed in on Egypt's stunning breach of the vaunted Bar-Lev line, but a deeper, less visible error had been brewing for years within the usually sharp Israeli general staff. Despite its overwhelming firepower, the Israeli army had never prioritized tube artillery, especially when compared to Soviet standards. Rather than stockpiling mobile field guns, they leaned on a mix of short-range mortars and attack aircraft, a choice that left gunners on the heights, outnumbered 12-1, hammered by devastating counter-battery fire, and helpless to shield the defenders below. That decision came at a brutal cost, like most grave missteps. This one sprang from smart men with sound reasoning. The same fighter jets that struck the Golan could pivot to the Suez within the hour, making flexibility their greatest weapon. The Israeli Air Force was a pioneer in slashing turnaround time, with ground crews operating like a pit crew at a racetrack, their speed effectively doubling each plane's punch and turning the IAF into a razor-sharp, highly mobile force. A Phantom or Skyhawk seemed worth far more than a dozen field guns. What the planners overlooked, though, was that the Soviets were the ones arming the Arabs, and they'd imprint their own tactical playbook onto their clients. Designed to counter NATO air superiority, Soviet SAM engineers had long been at the top of their game, and they saw the looming October War as the perfect proving ground for their latest toys. They didn't hold back. The Arabs got a missile network that even the North Vietnamese or Warsaw Pact forces would have envied, a dense wall of interlocking batteries and radar systems layered in depth, plus new mobile SAMs that rolled with the armored spearheads, throwing a protective bubble over the battlefield that kept ground action rolling without interference. The crews manning those systems had been drilled relentlessly, many trained inside the Soviet Union, with everything the Soviets and Vietnamese had learned about American tactics, methods. The Israelis were expected to mirror. Of all the Arab forces in that war, only these men would hit their pre-war targets, and for 2 days they managed to ground the IAF. Had the ground offensive gone as scripted, that would have been all they needed. And that's where the real story kicks off. The Golan Heights situation was instantly flagged as dire. The fragmented, panicked reports from 2 stunned brigade staffs convinced Israeli high command that they'd lost control of the fight. Their worst fear had become reality. They were caught completely off guard. The northern kibbutzim stood exposed, with civilians and children directly in the path of a Syrian armored column that could sweep down from the Golan Heights with almost no warning. The initial response from the operations staff bordered on sheer panic, but seasoned officers always have a contingency for that too, for a nation facing enemies who openly swore to wipe it off the map. No defensive measure seemed too drastic. As far back as 1968, the Israelis, like their American and NATO allies, had built their ultimate strategy around the nuclear option. At 03:55 local time on October 7th, just 14 hours after the first shots were fired, the alert orders for Operation Joshua were sent by telex to the IAF base near Beersheba. Israel had few nuclear weapons at the time, and to this day denies ever having them. But if it came down to it, they wouldn't need many. Deep in one of the base's underground bunkers sat 12 unassuming objects, easily overlooked among the usual array of ordnance, except for the silver-red striped labels on their sides. With no fins attached and a smooth, burnished brown aluminum shell marked only by faint seams and a few shackle points, they looked like nothing special. That was intentional. To a quick glance, they could pass for fuel tanks or napalm canisters. Nothing worth a second thought. But each one was a plutonium fission bomb with a nominal yield of 60 kilotons, more than enough to gut a major city, wipe out thousands of troops in the field, or, with the addition of cobalt jackets, stored separately but easy to attach, render a landscape uninhabitable for years. That morning, Beersheba was in chaos. Reserve personnel were still pouring in, having spent the previous day at religious services and visiting families scattered across the tiny nation. Those already on duty had been working far too long for the precision required to arm aircraft with lethal payloads. Even the fresh arrivals were running on almost no sleep. One ordnance team, kept in the dark about the true nature of their task for security reasons, was loading nuclear weapons onto a flight of A-4 Skyhawk strike fighters under the watchful eyes of 2 officers, known as Watchers, whose sole job was to track every detail involving the nukes. The bombs were wheeled beneath the centerline hardpoint of each of the 4 aircraft, carefully hoisted into place and shackled down. The least exhausted crew member might have noticed that the arming devices and tail fins weren't attached yet. If they did, they probably figured the officer responsible was just running behind, as was nearly everything on that cold, fateful morning. The nose of each weapon housed the electronics, while the exploder mechanism and nuclear core, the so-called physics package, were already inside. Unlike American weapons, the Israeli bombs weren't designed for peacetime alert duty, and they lacked the elaborate safeguards that technicians at the Pantex plant in Amarillo, Texas, built into U.S. versions. The fusing systems came in two parts, one for the nose, one integrated with the tail fins, both stored separately from the bombs themselves. By American or Soviet standards, these weapons were crude, like comparing a pistol to a machine gun. But at close range, they were just as deadly. With the nose and fin packages installed and activated, the final step in the arming sequence was fitting a specialized control panel inside each fighter's cockpit and connecting the aircraft's power cable to the bomb itself. Once that was complete, the weapon would be handed over to local control, putting it in the hands of a young, daring pilot whose task was to execute a maneuver known as the Idiot's Loop, a high-arcing toss designed to send the bomb on a ballistic trajectory that might, with any luck, give him enough time to escape the blast radius. Depending on the situation and the approval of the watchers, Beersheba's senior ordnance officer had the authority to install the arming packages, though he wasn't exactly thrilled about the prospect of half-active nuclear devices sitting exposed on a flight line, just waiting for some lucky Arab to strike. A devout man, despite the threats pressing on his nation that chilly morning, he offered a quiet prayer of thanks when saner minds in Tel Aviv stepped in and ordered Joshua to stand down. The senior pilots who had been briefed for the strike returned to their squadron-ready rooms, letting the details of their mission fade from memory. The ordnance officer wasted no time in ordering the bombs removed and returned to their secure storage, while the exhausted ground crews began the laborious task of swapping out the weapons just as other teams arrived with their own carts to rearm the Skyhawks with Zuni rocket clusters. The strike order had come down, hit the Golan, target the Syrian armored columns advancing on the Barak sector of the Purple Line near Kafr Shams. The ordnancemen scrambled beneath the aircraft, two teams working in chaotic tandem, one trying to haul away bombs they didn't even recognize as bombs, the other hanging Zunis on the wings. There were, of course, more than 4 strike aircraft cycling through Beersheba that morning. The Dawn's first mission over the Suez was just limping back, or what was left of it. The RF-4C Phantom reconnaissance aircraft had been lost, and its F-4E escort struggled in, trailing fuel from punctured wing tanks and running on just one engine. The pilot had already transmitted his warning. A new kind of surface-to-air missile, possibly the SA-6, had evaded the Phantom's threat receivers entirely. Giving the wrecky bird no advance notice, only sheer luck had saved him from the 4 missiles locked onto his aircraft. That intel was relayed to IAF High Command before the Phantom even touched down gingerly on the runway. The plane was directed to taxi to the far end of the ramp near where the Skyhawks were parked. The Phantom's pilot followed the Jeep toward the waiting fire trucks, but as the aircraft came to a halt, the left main tire blew out, the strut collapsed, and 45,000 pounds of fighter slammed onto the pavement like a stack of dinner plates crashing from a shelf. Leaking fuel ignited instantly, and a small but fierce fire engulfed the plane. Within seconds, 20mm rounds from the gun pod began cooking off, and one of the 2 crewmen was screaming inside the blaze. Firefighters moved in with water fog, but the 2 watcher officers closest to the scene sprinted toward the flames to drag the pilot clear. All 3 were hit by fragments from the exploding ammunition, while a fireman coolly pushed through the fire to reach the second crewman, carrying him out, singed but alive. The others gathered up the watchers and the pilot, loading their bleeding bodies into an ambulance. The chaos of the fire distracted the ordnance teams under the Skyhawks, and in the confusion, one bomb, the one on aircraft number 3, dropped a moment too soon, crushing the team supervisor's legs with the hoist. Amid the screaming and shouting, the crew lost track of what they were doing entirely. The injured man was rushed to the base hospital while the 3 disarmed nuclear devices were hauled back to their storage bunker. In the pandemonium of an airbase on the first full day of a shooting war, the empty cradle on one of the carts slipped by unnoticed. Moments later, the line chiefs arrived to run through abbreviated pre-flight checks As a jeep pulled up from the ready shack, 4 pilots jumped off, helmets in hand and tactical maps in the other, each one burning with a fierce urgency to strike at the enemy. "What the hell is that?" snapped 18-year-old Lieutenant Mordecai Zadin, known as Mati to his friends. He had the lanky, awkward frame of his age. "Looks like a fuel tank," replied the line chief, a 50-year-old reservist who ran a garage in Haifa, a kind, capable man with a steady demeanor. "Damn it," the pilot shot back, practically vibrating with energy. "I don't need extra fuel for a quick hop to the Golan and back. I can take it off, but it'll cost me a few minutes." Mati paused, weighing his options. A Sabra from a northern kibbutz, barely 5 months into his pilot career, he watched his comrades strapping into their jets. The Syrians were pushing toward his parents' home, and a sudden dread gripped him, the terror of being left behind on his first combat mission. "Forget it. Strip it off when I get back." He scrambled up the ladder like a shot, with the chief following close behind, securing the straps and scanning the instruments over the young pilot's shoulder. "She's ready, Mati. Take care. Have some tea ready for me when I return." The youngster grinned with all the bravado a boy his age could muster. The line chief gave his helmet a firm pat. "Just bring my bird back in one piece, kid. Good luck." The chief dropped to the tarmac and pulled the ladder away. He gave the aircraft one final visual sweep for anything out of place as Mati fired up the engine. Zadin worked the flight controls, easing the throttle to full idle, checking fuel and engine temperature gauges. Everything looked right. He glanced over at the flight leader and signaled his readiness, then pulled down the manual canopy, took one last look at the line chief, and snapped off a sharp farewell salute. At 18, Zadin wasn't especially young by Israeli Air Force standards. Picked for his quick reflexes and aggressive spirit, he'd been flagged as a promising candidate 4 years earlier and had fought hard to earn his place in one of the world's most elite air forces. Mati had been hooked on flying ever since he was a toddler, when he saw a Bf-109 training plane, a strange twist of fate that had given Israel its start in aviation. And he loved his Skyhawk. It was a pilot's machine, not some electronicized monster like the Phantom. The A-4 was a small, nimble predator that responded to the slightest touch on the stick. Now, he was about to fly into combat. He felt no fear at all, convinced of his own invincibility like any teenager, and combat pilots are chosen precisely for their lack of human weakness. Still, he marked the moment. He'd never seen such a beautiful dawn. He felt hyper-aware of everything, the sharp taste of wake-up coffee, the dusty scent of the morning air at Beersheba, the reassuring smells of oil and leather in the cockpit, the faint static on the radio, the electric tingle of his hands on the controls. He'd never known a day like this. And it never crossed Mati Zadin's mind that fate might not grant him another. The 4-plane formation taxied in perfect order to the end of runway 01. It felt like a good sign, taking off due north toward an enemy just 15 minutes away. On the flight leader's command, a man barely 21 himself, all 4 pilots shoved their throttles to the max, released their brakes, and surged forward into the crisp, quiet morning sky. Within moments, the entire formation was airborne, climbing hard toward 5,000 feet while dodging the steady stream of civilian jets heading into Ben Gurion International Airport, a surreal reminder that life, even amid chaos, refuses to pause. The captain barked out his standard litany of crisp orders, the kind you'd hear on any routine drill: tighten formation, verify engines, check ordnance and electrical systems, stay alert for MiGs and friendlies, and confirm the IFF is signaling green. The brief 15-minute hop from Beersheba up to the Golan slipped by in a blur. Zadin squinted hard, searching for the jagged volcanic ridge that had cost his older brother his life 6 years earlier when they'd wrested it from Syrian control. There was no way they were getting it back. Mati vowed silently. Then the captain's voice cut through the intercom. "Flight, turn right to heading 043. Targets are tank columns 4 clicks east of the line. Stay sharp, watch for SAMs, and ground fire. Lead 4, "I've got tanks on the ground at 1, Zayden reported, his tone steady. "Looks like our Centurions." "Nice eyes. 4, the captain answered. "Those are friendlies." Suddenly, a frantic voice broke in. "I've got a beeper launch warning." Heads whipped around, scanning the sky for threats. "Damn!" another voice shouted. Sam's low at 12 coming straight up. "I see them flight! Split left and right! Break now!" the captain ordered. The 4 Skyhawks peeled apart in separate directions, a cluster of a dozen SA-2 missiles, looking like oversized telephone poles, was streaking toward them from several kilometers out at Mach 3. The missiles tried to split and follow, but their movements were clumsy, and 2 slammed into each other mid-air, erupting in a fiery collision. Mahdi banked hard right, yanking the stick into his gut as he dove for the deck, cursing the extra weight of the wing-mounted ordnance. Good, the missiles couldn't track him. He leveled off just 100 feet above the rocky terrain, still barreling toward the Syrian lines at 400 knots, the thunder of his engines rattling the ground as he roared over the exhausted but cheering troops of the Barak Brigade below. As a coordinated strike, the mission was already a bust. Mahdi knew. Didn't matter. He was going to bag some Syrian tanks. He didn't care whose they were, as long as they flew Syrian colors. He spotted another A-4 and tucked in beside it just as it started its dive. Up ahead, he caught the unmistakable dome-shaped turrets of Syrian T-62s. Without looking, Zayden flipped his arming switches. The reflector gun sight flickered to life before his eyes. Uh-oh, more SAMs coming in low." The captain's voice was still eerily calm. Mahdi's pulse spiked, a swarm of smaller missiles. Are these the SA-6s we were briefed on? Was skimming over the rocks, homing in on him. He glanced at his ESM gear. It hadn't registered a thing. No warning except what his eyes could see. Instinct took over, and Mahdi clawed for altitude, desperate for room to maneuver. 4 missiles followed him upward, 3 kilometers out. He snap-rolled right, then spiraled down and back left. That shook 3 of them, but the 4th stuck with him all the way down. A heartbeat later, it detonated barely 30 meters off his wingtip. The Skyhawk lurched as if a giant hand had swatted it sideways. Mahdi fought the controls, wrestling the jet back level just above the rocks. A quick glance sent a chill through him. Chunks of his port wing were shredded, and the cockpit was alive with warning beepers, hydraulics failing, radio dead, generator gone, but he still had manual flight controls, and the weapons could run on backup battery power. That's when he spotted them. A full battery of SA-6 launchers, 4 launch vehicles, a straight flush radar van, and a heavy truck loaded with reloads, all sitting 4 kilometers out. His sharp eyes could even make out the Syrian crew hustling to load another missile onto a rail. They saw him too, and what followed was a duel short in time but fierce in spirit. Mahdi pushed the nose down as far as he dared with the shaking controls, carefully lining up the target in his reflector sight. He had 48 Zuni rockets firing in 4-round salvos. At 2 kilometers, he opened up on the battery. Somehow, the Syrians managed to get 1 more SAM off before the first rockets hit. There should have been no escape, but the SA-6's radar proximity fuse was triggered by the passing Zunis, detonating the SAM harmlessly half a kilometer away. Mahdi let out a savage grin beneath his mask as he unleashed rockets and 20mm cannon fire into the mass of men and vehicles. The 3rd salvo struck home, followed by 4 more as Zayden kicked the rudder to scatter his rockets across the entire target area. The missile battery became an inferno of diesel fuel, missile propellant, and exploding warheads. A massive fireball loomed in his path, and Mahdi tore through it with a feral shout of glee, his enemies obliterated, his comrades avenged. Zayden had only a moment of triumph. Great sheets of aluminum from his aircraft's left wing were ripped away by the 400-knot slipstream. The A-4 began to shudder violently. When Mahdi turned left for home, the wing collapsed entirely. The Skyhawk disintegrated in midair. It took only a few seconds before the teenaged warrior was smashed onto the basaltic rocks of the Golan Heights. Neither the first nor the last to die there. None of his flight of 4 survived. Of the SAM battery, almost nothing remained. All 6 vehicles had been blasted to fragments. Of the 90 men who had manned them, the largest piece recovered was the headless torso of the battery commander. Both he and Zayden had served their countries well, but as is too often the case, conduct which in another time or place might have inspired the heroic verse of a Virgil or a Tennyson went unseen and unknown. 3 days later, Zayden's mother received the news by telegram, learning again that all Israel shared her grief, as if such a thing were possible for a woman who had lost 2 sons. But the lingering footnote to this bit of unreported history was that the unarmed bomb broke loose from the disintegrating fighter and proceeded yet farther eastward, falling far from the fighter-bomber's wreckage to bury itself 50 meters from the home of a Druze farmer. It was not until 3 days later that the Israelis discovered that their bomb was missing, and not until the day after the October War ended that they were able to reconstruct the details of its loss. This left the Israelis with a problem insoluble even to their imaginations. The bomb was somewhere behind Syrian lines, but where? Which of the 4 aircraft had carried it? Where had it gone down? They could hardly ask the Syrians to search for it. And could they tell the Americans, from whom this special nuclear material had been adroitly and deniably obtained? And so the bomb lay unknown, except to the Druze farmer, who simply covered it over with 2 meters of dirt and continued to farm his rocky patch. Once the longest journey. Arnold Van Dam sprawled back in his executive swivel chair with all the elegance of a rag doll tossed into a corner. Jack had never seen him wear a coat, except in the presence of the president, and not always then. At formal affairs that required black tie, Ryan wondered if Arnie needed a Secret Service agent standing by with a gun. The tie was loose in the unbuttoned collar, and he wondered if it had ever been tightly knotted. The sleeves on Arnie's LL Bean blue-striped shirt were rolled up and grimy at the elbows because he usually read documents with his forearms planted on the chronically cluttered desk. But not when speaking to someone. For important conversations, the man leaned back, resting his feet on a desk drawer. Barely 50, Van Dam had thinning gray hair and a face as lined and careworn as an old map, but his pale blue eyes were always alert, and his mind keenly aware of everything that went on within or beyond his sight. It was a quality that went along with being the president's chief of staff. He poured his Diet Coke into an oversized coffee mug that featured an emblem of the White House on one side and Arnie engraved on the other, and regarded the deputy director of Central Intelligence with a mixture of wariness and affection. "You thirsty?" "I wouldn't turn down a real Coke if you've got one stashed down there," Jack said with a smirk. Van Dam's hand dipped out of sight, and a red can sailed through the air in a perfect arc that would have landed square in Ryan's lap if he hadn't snagged it mid-flight. Popping the tab under the watchful eyes of the room's heavy hitters took a bit of finesse, but Jack made a show of pointing the opening straight at Van Dam before letting it hiss open. Whether he liked the guy or not, Ryan had to admit, the man had flair. He didn't put on airs unless the moment demanded it, and this wasn't one of those moments. Arnold Van Dam saved the theatrics for outsiders, for the inner circle. He kept it plain and simple. "The boss wants to know what the hell is really happening over there?" The chief of staff opened. "So do I." Charles Alden, the president's national security advisor, cut in as he walked through the door. "Sorry I'm late, Arnie." "So do we, gentlemen," Jack replied. "That's been the case for a couple of years now. You want the best intel we've got?" "Sure," Alden said. "Next time you're on a flight to Moscow, keep an eye out for a big white rabbit in a waistcoat holding a pocket watch. If he offers you a trip down a rabbit hole, take it and fill me in on what you find," Ryan said, keeping his face dead serious. "Look, I'm not one of those right-wing crazies who's pining for the Cold War to come back, but back then, at least the Russians were predictable. Now, the poor bastards are starting to act like us. They're chaotic as hell. The funny thing is, I finally get why we were such a headache for the KGB. The political scene over there shifts by the hour. Narmonov's the sharpest political fighter in the game, but every single day he walks into work, it's another fire to put out. What kind of cat is he really? Van Damme asked. You've actually met the man. Alden had been in the room with Narmonov, but Van Damme never had. Just once, Ryan cautioned. Alden settled into an armchair. Look, Jack, we've seen your file. So has the boss. Hell, I've practically gotten him to respect you. 2 intelligence stars, the submarine op, and, Jesus, the Gerasimov mess. I've heard of still waters running deep, fella, but never this deep. No wonder Al Trent thinks you're such a genius. The intelligence star was the CIA's top honor for field work. Jack actually held 3. But the citation for the 3rd one was buried in a vault so deep that even the new president didn't and never would know about it. So prove it, talk to us. He's one of those rare breeds. He feeds on chaos. I've seen it in certain doctors, the few who stick around in emergency rooms doing trauma work long after everyone else is burned out. Some people just thrive under pressure. Arnie, he's one of them. I don't think he loves it, but he's damn good at it. He's got the stamina of a workhorse. Most politicians do, Van Damme observed. Lucky them. Anyway, does Narmonov really know where he's going? I think the honest answer is yes and no. He's got a rough picture of where he wants to take his country, but the path to get there, and the exact spot he'll land when it's over, that he doesn't have a clue about. And that's the kind of nerve the man's got. So, you actually like him? It wasn't a question. He could have ended my life as easily as cracking open this Coke, and he didn't. Yeah, Ryan admitted with a grin. That does make me a little fond of him. You'd have to be a fool not to respect the man. Even if we were still enemies, he'd still earn that respect. So we're not enemies anymore? Alden asked with a wry smile. How could we be? Jack replied, feigning shock. The president says that's ancient history. The chief of staff let out a low grunt. Politicians talk a lot. That's what they're paid to do. Will Narmonov pull it off? Ryan stared out the window, frustrated mostly by his own inability to answer. Think of it this way. Andrei Ilyich has got to be the slickest political operator they've ever produced, but he's walking a tightrope. Sure, he's the best out there, but remember Karl Wallenda? He was the greatest high-wire man of his time, too. And look how that ended. He ended up as nothing more than a red smear on the pavement because he had one terrible day in a line of work where you only get a single mistake. Andrei Ilyich operates in the same kind of game. Will he survive it? People have been asking that question for 8 years now. We believe so. I believe so. But then again, this is uncharted territory, Arnie. We've never navigated these waters before. Neither has he. Even a damn weatherman has a track record to lean on. Our top 2 Russian experts, Jake Kantrowitz at Princeton and Derek Andrews at Berkeley, are completely at odds with each other right now. We brought both of them into Langley a couple weeks back. I tend to side with Jake's take, but our senior Russian analyst is convinced Andrews has it right. You pay your money and you take your chances. That's the best we've got. If you want bold predictions, go read the opinion pages. Van Damme grunted and pressed on. What's the next trouble spot? The nationalities issue is the real ticking time bomb, Jack said. You don't need me to spell that out. How does the Soviet Union fracture? Which republics walk away? When does it happen? And does it go down peaceful or bloody? Narmonov deals with that mess every single morning. That problem isn't going anywhere. That's exactly what I've been saying for the past year. How long do we give it to settle? Alden asked. Hey, I'm the guy who predicted East Germany would take at least a year to transition. I was the most hopeful person in the building back then, and I missed the mark by 11 months. Anything I or anybody else tells you is a shot in the dark. Any other flashpoints? Van Damme followed up. There's always the Middle East. Ryan caught the spark in the man's eyes. We want to make a move on that soon. Then I wish you all the luck in the world. We've been grinding on that since Nixon and Kissinger were running the show back in the '73 semifinals. It's cooled off considerably, but the core issues are still sitting there, and sooner or later they're going to resurface. I suppose the silver lining is that Narmanov wants no part of it. He might feel obligated to back his old allies, and selling them arms is a solid revenue stream for him. But if things go sideways, he won't push like the old guard did. We saw that with Iraq. He might keep the weapons flowing, I suspect he won't. But it's a coin flip, but he won't do anything more to support an Arab strike on Israel. He won't reposition his fleet, and he won't put his troops on alert. I doubt he'd even back them if they started rattling their sabers. Andrei Ilyich insists those weapons are purely defensive, and I think he means it, despite what the Israelis are telling us. You're confident about that? Alden pressed. State has a different read. State's got it wrong. Ryan shot back without hesitation. So does your boss? Van Dam added. Then, sir, I have to respectfully disagree with the DCI's position. Alden nodded slowly. Now I see why Trent likes you. You don't talk like a typical bureaucrat. How have you managed to survive this long, actually saying what you think? Maybe I'm just the token. Ryan laughed, then his face turned serious. Think it through. With all the ethnic chaos he's juggling, jumping into the fray carries as many risks as rewards. No, he sells weapons for hard cash and only when the path is clear. That's just business, and that's where it ends. So if we can figure out a way to calm things down, Alden mused, he might even lend a hand. At worst, he'll sit on the sidelines and complain about being left out. But tell me, how exactly do you plan to calm things down? Apply some pressure on Israel, Van Dam answered simply. That's a terrible idea for two reasons. It's wrong to lean on Israel before their security worries are addressed, and those worries won't be addressed until some of the foundational issues get resolved first. Like what this whole conflict is actually about, the piece everyone keeps ignoring. It's religious, but the idiots all believe in the same things, Van Dam growled. Hell, I picked up the Koran last month, and it lines up with what I learned in Sunday school. That's true, Ryan agreed, but so what? Catholics and Protestants both claim Christ as the Son of God, yet that shared belief hasn't stopped Northern Ireland from erupting in violence. It's actually the safest place on earth to be Jewish. The Christians are so busy slaughtering each other that they don't have time for anti-Semitism. Look, Arnie, no matter how trivial those religious differences seem to us, to them they're worth dying for. That's all the justification they need. I suppose that's true. The Chief of Staff conceded, though not without hesitation. He paused, mulling it over. So you're talking about Jerusalem? Exactly. Ryan drained his Coke, crushed the can with a satisfying crunch, and lobbed it into Van Dam's trash bin for 2 points. That city is holy to 3 faiths. Think of them as 3 rival tribes, but only one of them holds actual control. That one is locked in conflict with another. The region's instability practically demands an armed presence. But whose? Remember, Islamic extremists stormed Mecca not all that long ago. If you put an Arab security force in Jerusalem, you threaten Israel. If you leave it as is, with Israeli forces only, you alienate the Arabs and forget the UN entirely. Israel won't trust it because the Jews haven't fared well there. The Arabs reject it because it's too Christian-leaning. And we're not fans because the UN isn't exactly fond of us either. The only international body available is distrusted by everyone involved. Dead end. The president wants to push this forward. The Chief of Staff said, "We need to show some kind of initiative. Make it look like we're actively working on it." Well, maybe next time he meets the Pope, he can request some high-level divine intervention. Jack's smirk suddenly froze. Van Dam assumed Ryan was scolding himself for disrespecting the president, whom he openly disliked. But then Ryan's expression went completely blank. Arnie didn't know Jack well enough to recognize what that look meant. Hold on a second. The Chief of Staff let out a chuckle. A presidential visit with the Pope never hurt anyone. It played well with voters, and afterward, a well-publicized dinner with B'nai B'rith would show he embraced all faiths. In truth, as Van Damme knew, the president only attended church for appearances now that his kids were grown. That was the irony of the whole situation. The Soviet Union was rediscovering religion in its search for moral grounding, while the American political left had abandoned it decades ago and had zero interest in turning back, afraid they might stumble upon the same values the Russians were chasing. Van Damme had started as a left-wing idealist, but 25 years in government had stripped that away completely. Now he distrusted extremists from both sides equally. He was the kind of man who chased solutions simply because they might actually work. His political musings pulled him away from the conversation. "You've got something on your mind, Jack?" Alden asked. "You know, we're all people of the book, right?" Ryan said, a new idea taking shape in his mind. "So? And the Vatican is a legitimate country with full diplomatic standing, but no real military. They've got the Swiss Guard, and Switzerland stays neutral, not even in the UN. The Arabs do their banking and their partying there." I wonder if he'd go for it. Ryan's face went blank again, and Van Damme watched Jack's eyes sharpen as the idea clicked into place. Watching a thought come to life was always fascinating, but less so when you had no clue what it was. Go for what? Who goes for what? The chief of staff asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Alden stayed quiet, then Ryan laid it out. "Look, a huge chunk of this mess revolves around the holy sites, right? I could reach out to some people at Langley. We've got some solid." Van Damme leaned back in his chair. "What kind of contacts are we talking about?" "You mean approaching the nuncio?" Ryan shook his head. "The nuncio's a decent old guy, Cardinal Giancarlo, but he's basically just a figurehead. You've been around long enough to know the drill, Arnie. If you want to talk to people who actually know what's what, you go see Father Riley over at Georgetown. He was one of my professors when I was working on my doctorate there, and we've stayed close ever since. Plus, he's got a direct line to the general." "Who's that?" "The Father General of the Society of Jesus, the top Jesuit Spanish fellow by the name of Francisco Alcalde. He and Father Tim taught together back at St. Robert Bellarmine University in Rome. Both of them are historians, and Father Tim acts as his unofficial rep here in the States. You've never crossed paths with him." "No. Is he worth the time?" "Oh, absolutely. One of the best teachers I've ever had. Knows D.C. like the back of his hand and keeps solid connections back at the home office." Ryan cracked a grin, but the joke sailed right past Van Damme. "Can you arrange a quiet lunch?" Alden asked. "Not here, somewhere else. The Cosmos Club up in Georgetown. Father Tim's a member. The University Club's closer, but fine. Can he keep a secret?" "A Jesuit keep a secret?" Ryan laughed. "You're not Catholic, are you? How fast can you set it up?" "Tomorrow, or the day after work." "What about his loyalty?" Van Damme asked, out of nowhere. "Father Tim's an American citizen, and he's no security risk, but he's also a priest, and he's taken vows to what he naturally considers an authority higher than the Constitution. You can trust him to honor all his obligations. Just don't forget what all those obligations are," Ryan cautioned. "And you can't push him around either." "Set up the lunch. Sounds like I ought to meet the guy anyway." "Tell him it's a get-to-know-you thing," Alden said. "Make it soon. I'm free tomorrow and the next day." "Yes, sir." Ryan stood. The Cosmos Club in Washington sits at the corner of Massachusetts and Florida Avenues. The former manor house of Sumner Wells, Ryan always thought it looked a bit bare without a few hundred acres of rolling grounds, a stable of thoroughbreds, and maybe a fox for the owner to chase, though not too hard. These were trappings the place had never had, and he often wondered why it had been built here in this style, so out of step with the realities of D.C., yet constructed by a man who understood the city's inner workings so completely. Chartered as a club for the intelligentsia, membership based on achievement rather than wealth, it was known around town for sharp conversation and some of the worst food in a city not exactly famous for its restaurants. Ryan led Alden into a small private room upstairs. Father Timothy Riley, S.J., was already there, a briar pipe clamped between his teeth as he flipped through the morning's Post. A glass sat at his right hand, a thin film of sherry at the bottom. Father Tim wore a rumpled shirt and a jacket that could have used a good pressing, not the formal clerical attire he saved for important meetings. The one hand-tailored at a fancy shop on Wisconsin Avenue. But the white Roman collar was stiff and bright, and Jack had the sudden thought that despite all his years of Catholic schooling, he had no idea what those things were actually made of. Starched cotton, celluloid, like the detachable collars his grandfather used to wear. Either way, that rigid band must have been a constant reminder to its wearer of his place in this world and the next. "Hello, Jack?" "Hi, Father. This is Charles Alden." Father Tim Riley, handshakes went around, and everyone found a seat. A waiter slipped in, took drink orders, and closed the door behind him. "How's the new job treating you, Jack?" Riley asked. "The horizons keep expanding?" Ryan admitted, leaving it at that. The priest already knew the headaches Jack was dealing with over at Langley. "We've been kicking around an idea about the Middle East, and Jack thought you'd be a good person to bounce it off," Alden said, steering things back to business. He paused when the waiter returned with drinks and menus. His rundown of the concept took a few solid minutes. "That's interesting," Riley said, once it was all laid out. "What's your take on this whole approach?" The National Security Advisor pressed. "Curious." The priest paused, weighing his words carefully. Ryan held up a hand to silence Alden. He knew better than to rush a man like Riley. As a historian, Riley operated on his own timeline, far removed from the frantic pace of emergency room doctors. After a deliberate half-minute, Riley finally spoke. "It's undeniably clever, but the Greeks are going to be a headache." "The Greeks? Why them?" Ryan asked, caught off guard. "The Greek Orthodox are the ones stirring up the most friction right now. We're constantly locking horns with them over the pettiest administrative squabbles, who controls which holy site, things like that. Funny enough, the rabbis and imams are getting along better than the Christian clergy these days. That's the unpredictable nature of religious folks. You never know how they'll react. Take last year's dust-up over Bethlehem, for instance. There was a real fight over who'd lead the midnight mass at the Church of the Nativity. Pretty disheartening, isn't it? So you're telling me it'll fail because two Catholic factions can't? I said it could pose a challenge, Dr. Alden. I didn't say it was doomed. Riley fell silent once more, then continued, "You'll need to tweak the Troika arrangement, but given what this operation entails, I believe we can secure the cooperation we need. Bringing the Greek Orthodox on board is essential regardless. They have surprisingly strong ties with the Muslims, you know." "How's that?" Alden asked. When Muhammad was driven out of Mecca by the pre-Muslim pagans, he found refuge at the monastery of St. Catherine in the Sinai, a Greek Orthodox stronghold. They sheltered him when he was most vulnerable. Muhammad never forgot that kindness. That monastery has enjoyed Muslim protection for over 1,000 years. Through all the chaos in that region, it's never been touched. There's a lot to respect about Islam, honestly. We in the West tend to overlook that because of the extremists who hijack the faith. Just like we have our own fanatics in Christianity. There's real nobility there, a scholarly tradition that deserves recognition. Too bad, most people here know nothing about it. Riley wrapped up. "Any other roadblocks?" Jack asked. Father Tim let out a laugh. "The Congress of Vienna. How could you overlook that one, Jack?" "What?" Alden snapped, irritated. 1815. It's common knowledge. After the Napoleonic Wars wrapped up, the Swiss had to swear off exporting mercenaries. I'm confident we can navigate around that. Excuse me. Dr. Alden, the Pope's Guard unit is made up of Swiss mercenaries. The French king's was too, once they all perished defending King Louis and Marie Antoinette. The Pope's forces nearly met the same fate, but they held the line long enough to get the Holy Father to safety at Castel Gandolfo. Mercenaries were Switzerland's main export back then, and they struck fear wherever they went. The Vatican Swiss Guard is mostly ceremonial these days, but there was a time when they were genuinely essential. Their reputation was so fearsome that a clause in the Congress of Vienna, which ended the Napoleonic Wars, forced the Swiss to promise their fighters would only serve at home or at the Vatican. But as I mentioned, that's a minor hurdle. The Swiss would jump at the chance to be part of solving this. It'd boost their standing in a region brimming with wealth. Absolutely, Jack chimed in, especially if we supply the hardware, M1 tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, secure comms systems. Easy there, Jack, Riley cautioned. No, Father, the nature of this mission demands some heavy firepower, if only for the psychological impact it carries. You have to prove you mean business. Once that's established, the rest of the team can suit up in flashy gear and play to the cameras, but out there, you still need real firepower to beat a stacked deck. Riley nodded, conceding the point. I appreciate the beauty of this approach, gentlemen. It speaks to something nobler. Everyone involved claims to follow God under one name or another, so reaching out to them in His name. That's the crux, isn't it? The city of God. When do you need an answer? Alden shrugged. It's not exactly urgent. Riley caught the unspoken message loud and clear. This was a White House priority, sure, but not one that required a frantic sprint. It needed careful, quiet handling, a back-channel move to be executed with speed and discretion, not a memo to be shuffled under a pile of paperwork. Well, it has to go through the proper channels, Riley mused. The Vatican runs the oldest continuous bureaucracy on the planet after all. That's exactly why we came to you, Ryan cut in. The general can slice through all that red tape. Careful, Jack. That's no way to talk about the princes of the church. Riley nearly burst out laughing. I'm a Catholic, remember? I get it. He promised to send a message, his eyes signaling today. Quietly, Alden stressed. Quietly, Riley echoed. About 10 minutes later, Father Timothy Riley was back in his car heading to his office at Georgetown. His mind was already racing. Ryan had hit the nail on the head about Father Tim's connections and their significance. Riley was drafting his message in his head, composing it in Attic Greek, the language of philosophers, spoken by few but studied by him for years at Woodstock Seminary in Maryland. Back in his office, he told his secretary to hold all calls, shut the door, and powered up his personal computer. He popped in a disk with Greek characters, and being a rusty typist, having a secretary and a computer tends to erode that skill. He spent a full hour crafting the document. It came out as a 9-page, double-spaced letter. Next, he opened a desk drawer and punched in the code to a small, secure safe hidden in what looked like a file cabinet. Inside, as Ryan had long suspected, was a cipher book, painstakingly handwritten by a young priest on the Father General's staff. Riley chuckled to himself. It wasn't exactly the kind of thing you'd associate with the priesthood. Back in 1944, when Admiral Chester Nimitz suggested to Francis Cardinal Spellman that the Marianas Islands might need a new bishop, the cardinal had pulled out his cipher book and used the U.S. Navy's network to make it happen. The church, like any major organization, sometimes needed a secure line, and the Vatican's cipher service had been around for centuries. That day's key was a long passage from Aristotle's discourse on being qua being, with 7 words removed and 4 deliberately misspelled. A commercial encryption program handled the rest. He printed a fresh copy, set it aside, and shut down the computer, erasing all traces of the message. Then he faxed the letter to the Vatican and shredded every hard copy. The whole process took 3 painstaking hours, and when he finally told his secretary he was ready to get back to work, he knew he'd be burning the midnight oil. Unlike your average businessman, Riley didn't curse. He just got on with it. I don't like this, Leary muttered, staring through his binoculars. Me neither, Paulson agreed, his view through the 10-power scope tighter and more intense. Nothing about this felt right. The man they were tracking was someone the FBI had been hunting for over a decade, implicated in the deaths of 2 FBI special agents and a United States Marshal, John Russell. Also known as Matt Murphy, Richard Burton, or Red Bear, had slipped into the protective fold of something called the Warrior Society of the Sioux Nation. There wasn't much warrior about John Russell. Born in Minnesota, far from any Sioux reservation, he'd been a small-time crook whose one serious conviction had put him behind bars. It was in prison that he'd discovered his heritage and started thinking like his twisted version of a Native American, which in Paulson's view owed more to Mikhail Bakunin than to Cochise or Tuhol Zote. After joining another prison-born outfit called the American Indian Movement, Russell had taken part in a string of nihilistic acts that ended with 3 federal officers dead, and then he'd vanished. But they all slip up eventually, and today was John Russell's day. The Warrior Society, trying to raise cash by smuggling drugs into Canada, had made its blunder and let a federal informant overhear the plan. They were holed up in the decaying shell of a farming town 6 miles from the Canadian border. The FBI hostage rescue team, as usual with no actual hostages to rescue, was playing its part as the Bureau's top-tier SWAT unit. The 10 men deployed on the mission, led by Squad Supervisor Dennis Black, answered to the special agent in charge of the local field office. And that's where the Bureau's usual professionalism had ground to a halt. The local SAC had cooked up an elaborate ambush that went sideways from the start and nearly ended in catastrophe. With 3 agents already in the hospital from car wrecks and 2 more nursing serious gunshot wounds, in exchange, 1 suspect was confirmed dead and maybe another was hit, though nobody could say for sure at the moment. The rest, 3 or 4, they weren't certain about that either, had barricaded themselves in what used to be a motel. What they did know was that either the motel had a working phone or, more likely, the suspects had a cellular brick and had already called the media. What was unfolding now was such glorious chaos that it would have made Phineas T. Barnum proud. The local SAC was scrambling to save whatever was left of his reputation by working the media to his advantage. What he hadn't figured out yet was that managing network crews flown in from as far away as Denver. And Chicago wasn't quite the same as handling fresh-faced local reporters, just out of journalism school. The pros didn't take orders so easily. "Bill Shaw is going to have this guy's balls for brunch tomorrow," Leary muttered. "That does us a whole lot of good," Paulson shot back, a snort. "Besides, what balls? What you got?" Black asked over the secure radio. "Movement, but no ID," Leary replied. "Bad light. These guys may be dumb, but they're not crazy." The subjects have asked for a TV reporter to come in with a camera, and the SAC has agreed. "Dennis, have you—" Paulson nearly fell off the scope at that. "Yes, I have," Black answered. "He says he's in command. The Bureau's negotiator, a psychiatrist with hard-earned experience in these situations, was still 2 hours out, and the SAC wanted something for the evening news." Black wanted to strangle the man, but he couldn't, of course. "Can't arrest the guy for incompetence," Leary said, covering the mic. "Well, the only thing these bastards don't have is a hostage. So why not give 'em one? That'll give the negotiator something to chew on." "Talk to me, Dennis," Paulson said next. "Rules of engagement are in force on my authority," Supervisory Special Agent Black said. "The reporter is a female, 28, blonde and blue, about 5'6". Cameraman is a black guy, dark complexion, 6'3". I told him where to walk. He's got brains, and he's playing ball." "Roger that, Dennis. How long you been on the gun, Paulson?" Black asked next. The manual was clear. No sniper could maintain full focus on his scope beyond 30 minutes, and after that the observer and the shooter would switch roles. Dennis Black figured someone had to stick to protocol. 15 more minutes, Dennis. I'm holding steady." "All right. I've got the news crew in view." They were tight on the target, just 115 yards from the block building's entrance. The light was fading fast, with sunset barely 90 minutes out. The day had been rough, a hot southwesterly wind tearing across the flatlands, kicking up dust that stung the eyes. The breeze was pushing past 40 knots, cutting right across their line of fire, enough to throw a shot off by a good 4 inches. The team's set, Black reported. "We've just received compromise authority." Well, at least he's not a complete fool. Leary shot back over the radio, too irritated to care if the SAC overheard. More than likely, the guy had just hesitated again. Both men were draped in ghillie suits, having crawled for 2 hours to get this close, blending seamlessly into the scrub and dry grass. Leary watched the news crew move in. The female reporter was attractive, though the harsh wind was probably wreaking havoc on her hair and makeup. The cameraman, a big, sturdy guy, looked like he could have been a lineman for the Vikings. Maybe strong enough to pave the way for that flashy new running back, Tony Wills. Leary refocused. "Cameraman's got a vest on. The girl doesn't, you stupid woman," he thought. "Dennis told you what these guys were about." "Dennis said he was sharp," Paulson muttered, keeping the rifle trained on the building. "Movement at the door. Let's all try to be sharp," Leary whispered. "Subject 1 is visible," Paulson announced. "Russell's stepping out. Sniper 1 has him." "Got him?" 3 voices chimed in unison. John Russell was a massive figure, 6'5", pushing 250, a body that had once been athletic but had since gone soft from excess. He wore jeans, no shirt, with a headband holding back his long dark hair. His chest was a collage of tattoos, some professional, others crude, prison-made. He was the kind of man cops preferred to meet with a gun already drawn. He moved with a lazy swagger, a clear signal he didn't care for rules. Subject 1 is holding a large blue steel revolver. Leary relayed to the team. "Looks like an N-frame Smith. Dennis, there's something off about him." "What is it?" Black responded instantly. "Mike's right," Paulson added, studying the man's face through the scope. There was a frantic look in his eyes. "He's high, Dennis. He's on something. Pull the news crew back." But it was already too late. Paulson kept the crosshairs locked on Russell's head. Russell wasn't a person anymore. He was a subject, a target. The team was operating under compromise authority, a rule that gave the HRT leader full discretion if things went sideways. For once, the SAC had gotten something right. Paulson's own sniper rules were clear. If the subject made any move to threaten an agent or civilian with deadly force, his finger would apply just 4 pounds, 3 ounces of pressure to the set trigger. "Let's everyone stay calm, for God's sake," the sniper breathed. His unertl scope was dialed in, crosshairs and stadia lines steady. Paulson rechecked the range, then steadied himself, his mind working to compensate for the gusts. The reticle settled on Russell's ear, a perfect point of aim. It was a grim spectacle. The reporter smiling, waving her microphone, the hefty cameraman balancing his rig with a bright light powered by a battery pack strapped to his waist. Russell's voice was loud, but the wind swallowed every word before it reached Leary or Paulson. His face had been hard from the start, and it only got harder. His left hand clenched into a fist while his right stayed wrapped around the revolver, fingers twitching against the grip. The gusts pressed the thin silk blouse tight against the reporter's frame, and Leary couldn't shake the thought of Russell's reputation, rough, intense, the kind of man who left marks, yet there was something hollow in his stare, a strange emptiness that flickered between cold blankness and sudden fire, like chemicals were pulling the strings. The stress of being boxed in by the FBI was clearly getting to him. Then, just as quickly, he went quiet, but it wasn't a peaceful quiet. Leary cursed himself for following orders. "We should have hung back and let this play out," he thought. "They're stuck here, not going anywhere. A phone call could have handled this." Then he heard it. "Trouble." Russell's free hand shot out and grabbed the reporter by the upper arm. She pulled back, but she didn't have the strength to break free. The cameraman made his move, letting go of the Sony with one hand. He was built solid, could have maybe made it work, but it only set Russell off. The gun swung toward him. On target, on target, on target. Paulson's voice was sharp, urgent. Stop, you idiot! Stop now! He couldn't let that muzzle rise any higher. His mind was already calculating. A big-frame Smith & Wesson, maybe a .44, the kind that leaves nasty wounds. Russell might have just been emphasizing a point, but Paulson didn't care about the words. The barrel was drifting more toward the cameraman than the woman, but it was still climbing, and the rifle's crack froze everything in place. Paulson's finger had moved on its own, pure instinct from years of training. The stock kicked back hard, and his hand was already working the bolt for another round, but the wind picked that moment to gust, nudging his aim just a hair to the right. Instead of hitting dead center, the bullet caught Russell just ahead of the ear. It slammed into bone and shattered. His face came apart in a wet red burst, nose, eyes, forehead gone in an instant. Only his mouth was left open and screaming as blood poured from his head like a busted pipe. He was dying, but not dead yet, and he managed to squeeze off one wild shot at the cameraman before collapsing forward onto the reporter. The cameraman hit the ground, and the reporter just stood there, frozen, not even registering the blood and tissue splattered across her clothes and cheeks. Russell's hands clawed at what used to be his face, then went limp. Paulson's headset crackled with shouts of, "Go, go, go!" but he barely heard it. He chambered the next round and caught a face in a window across the way. He knew it from the files. A subject. One of the bad ones. There was a weapon in his hands, an old Winchester lever action, and it was starting to rise. Paulson's second shot was cleaner, right through the forehead of Subject 2, a guy named William Ames. Time snapped back into motion. The HRT crew stormed in, all black Nomex and body armor. Two of them yanked the reporter clear. Two more grabbed the cameraman, whose Sony was still pressed tight to his chest. Another tossed a flashbang through the broken window, while Dennis Black and the remaining three dove through the door. No more shots came. 15 seconds later, the radio buzzed, "Team leader here, building's clear, 2 subjects down, both dead. Subject 2 is William Ames. Subject 3 is Ernest Thorne. Looks like he's been gone a while. 2 rounds to the chest. All weapons secured. Site is safe. Repeat, site secure." The words had barely left his mouth when chaos erupted. Leary, a 10-year Bureau veteran, found himself in his first live-fire incident, his heart hammering against his ribs. Paulson, having cleared his weapon, rose to his knees, folded the rifle's bipod, and sprinted toward the building. The local special agent in charge beat him there, service pistol drawn, standing over the crumpled form of John Russell. It was a mercy that the front of Russell's head was obscured. The sidewalk was a canvas of crimson. Every last drop of his life now pooled on the cracked cement. "Nice job," the SAC declared to the assembled agents. "It was a colossal misstep in a day already riddled with them. You ignorant, shit-faced asshole." Paulson roared, shoving the senior agent against the painted block wall. "These people are dead because of you." Leary lunged between them, wrestling Paulson away from the stunned supervisor. Dennis Black materialized, his expression unreadable. "Clean up your mess," he ordered, leading his team away before the situation could deteriorate further. "How's that, Newsy?" Dennis asked, turning his attention to the crew. The cameraman lay flat on his back, the Sony still pressed to his eye. The reporter was on her knees, retching violently, her expensive blouse now a grotesque red stain that would haunt her sleep for months. An agent had tried to wipe her face, but the damage was done. "You okay?" Dennis pressed. "Turn that goddamned thing off." The cameraman set the camera down, killing the light, and gingerly touched a spot just below his ribs. "Thanks for the advice, brother. Gotta send a letter to the folks who make this vest. I really..." His voice faltered as the full weight of what had just happened crashed down on him. "Oh, God. Oh, sweet, merciful Jesus." Paulson walked to the Chevy carryall and locked his rifle in its rigid case, his movements mechanical. Leary and another agent flanked him, offering the standard reassurances that he had done the right thing, that he had no other choice. They'd keep at it until the stress passed. It wasn't his first kill, but they all blurred together, each one a memory to be buried. There's no commercial break in the aftermath of a real shooting. The reporter, meanwhile, was spiraling into full post-traumatic hysteria. She tore off her blood-soaked blouse, forgetting she wore nothing underneath. An agent wrapped a blanket around her, steadying her until the shaking subsided. More news vans were converging, most heading toward the building like sharks to chum. Dennis Black rallied his people to clear their weapons and assist the two civilians. The reporter recovered within minutes, asking if the shooting had truly been necessary. She learned that her cameraman had taken a round that was stopped by the second chance vest the Bureau had recommended to both of them, a suggestion she had dismissed. The irony wasn't lost on her. She shifted into the elation phase, giddy that she could still breathe, that her heart was still beating. The shock would return. But she was a sharp journalist, despite her youth, and she'd already absorbed a crucial lesson. Next time, she'd listen when someone offered good advice. The nightmares would only reinforce the point. Within 30 minutes, she was standing on her own, wearing a backup outfit, delivering a shaky but composed account of the ordeal. But it was the tape that would land the real punch at Black Rock CBS headquarters. The cameraman would receive a personal letter from the head of the news division. The footage had it all: drama, death, a courageous and attractive reporter. It would lead the evening broadcast on an otherwise slow news day and be replayed on every network morning show the next day. Each anchor would solemnly warn viewers that the footage might disturb the sensitive, a surefire way to guarantee everyone tuned in. Many set their VCRs to record the second airing. One of those viewers was the head of the Warrior Society. His name was Marvin Russell. It had all started innocently enough. Waking up, his stomach felt off-kilter, and the usual morning chores dragged on with an unusual weight. He wasn't himself, and he knew it. "You're past 30, he reminded himself, not some kid anymore. He'd always prided himself on his vigor, so he chalked it up to a passing bug, maybe a virus, contaminated water, something minor. He just pushed through it. He added extra weight to his pack and started carrying a loaded magazine in his rifle. He'd grown complacent, that was all, and that was fixable. He was a man of iron will, if nothing else. For a month, the strategy held. Sure, he was more exhausted, but that was the price of the extra 5 kilos he hauled around. He welcomed the fatigue as proof of his warrior's grit, switched to plainer meals, and forced himself into a stricter sleep schedule. It seemed to work. The muscle soreness felt no different from when he'd first embraced this rugged life, and he slept deeply, without dreams. What had been hard became harder as his disciplined mind barked orders at a stubborn body. Could he not conquer some invisible germ? Hadn't he taken down far bigger and tougher foes? The idea wasn't a real challenge, more a petty joke. Like most driven men, his real battle was internal, the flesh resisting the will. But the feeling never fully faded. Even as his frame grew leaner and harder, the aches and queasiness lingered. He grew irritated, and that irritation first came out as jokes. When his older colleagues noticed his discomfort, he laughed it off as morning sickness, earning rough chuckles all around. He endured another month, then realized he had to lighten his load just to keep pace with the frontrunners. For the first time, faint doubts crept in like thin clouds across the clear blue of his confidence. It wasn't funny anymore. He pushed on for yet another month, never skipping his routine except for an extra hour of sleep he granted himself. Despite that, his condition didn't improve. Well, it didn't get worse, but it stayed exactly the same. Maybe it's just the years catching up, he finally admitted. He was, after all, only human, no matter how hard he tried to perfect himself. There was no shame in that, even if he'd fought to avoid it. At last, he began to complain. His comrades were sympathetic, all of them younger, many having served their leader for 5 years or more. They looked up to him for his resilience, and if that toughness showed a few hairline cracks, it only meant he was human, and all the more respected for it. A few suggested home cures, but it was a close friend who finally told him he'd be a fool not to see a local doctor, his sister's husband, a solid physician trained at British schools. Reluctant as he was to surrender any control, he knew it was time to take good advice. The doctor lived up to his reputation. Seated behind his desk in a crisp white lab coat, he took a full medical history and ran a preliminary exam. Nothing was obviously wrong. He talked about stress, something his patient needed no lecture on, and noted how it exacted a heavy toll over the years. He discussed balanced eating, warned against over-exercising, and emphasized the value of rest. He concluded it was a mix of minor issues, possibly a small intestinal irritation, and prescribed a drug to ease it. He wrapped up with a speech about prideful patients who ignore good sense, and how foolish that was. The patient nodded, giving the doctor his due respect. He had delivered similar talks to his own team countless times and remained as committed as ever to executing every detail flawlessly. The medication held things together for a week or so, and his stomach nearly settled back to its old self. It did improve, sure, but he noticed with irritation that it wasn't quite the same as it used to be. Or maybe it was. He had to admit that remembering something as minor as how he felt when he woke up was tough. The mind, after all, focused on the big stuff, mission, purpose, and left the body to handle its own business without bothering anyone. The mind wasn't meant to be distracted. It gave orders and expected them obeyed. So why was this nagging him? How could a man stay focused when his own body kept yanking him back to the present? He'd locked in his life's mission years ago, but this discomfort refused to fade, and eventually he had no choice but to head back to the doctor. This time, the exam was far more thorough. He let himself be poked and prodded, watched as blood was drawn with a needle rather than the harsher tools he'd braced himself for. The physician suggested it might be something moderately serious, like a low-grade systemic infection, which had treatments available. Malaria, once rampant in this area, came with similar but more severe symptoms, as did plenty of other illnesses that had once been deadly but were now easily handled by modern medicine. The tests would reveal the culprit, and the doctor was set on sorting it out. He understood his patient's ultimate aim and supported it, albeit from a safer, more distant vantage point. 2 days later, he stepped back into the office and knew right away that something was off. He'd caught that same expression on his intelligence officer's face many times before, the look of an unexpected wrinkle threatening to derail the plan. The doctor started slow, groping for the right words, trying to cushion the blow, but the patient wasn't having any of it. He'd chosen a life of risk and wanted the truth delivered straight, just as he'd always given it. The physician nodded with respect and laid it out plainly. The man took the news without flinching. He was used to setbacks, had seen plenty of them, and knew exactly where every life ends. He'd helped send plenty of people to that finish line himself. So now it sat in his own path, maybe close, maybe far, but undeniably there. He asked about options, and the outlook wasn't as grim as he'd feared. The doctor didn't waste time with pity, but read his patient's demeanor and stuck to the facts. There were steps to take. They might work, they might not. Only time would tell. His physical conditioning would be a huge asset along with his stubborn willpower. A positive mindset, the physician stressed, mattered more than anything. The patient nearly smirked at that, but caught himself. Better to wear the mask of a stoic than the grin of a fool. And what was death, really? Hadn't he devoted his entire existence to justice, to the will of a higher power? Hadn't he already given up everything for a cause worth dying for? But that was the real problem. He wasn't a man who planned for failure. He'd picked a single goal long ago and vowed to hit it no matter what it cost him or anyone else. On that altar, he'd sacrificed every version of himself he could have been. The hopes of his late parents, the education they dreamed would lift him up, the quiet comfort of a home with a wife and sons, all of it traded away for a life of sweat, peril, and relentless focus on that one shining target. And now what was it all pointless? Would his story end without a payoff? Would he never see the day he'd fought for his whole life? Could God really be that merciless? These thoughts churned beneath the surface while his face stayed blank, his eyes locked tight. No, he wouldn't accept that. God hadn't abandoned him, not now. He would live to see that day, or at least watch it draw nearer on the horizon. His existence would finally carry weight. Nothing had been wasted, and whatever time remained would not be squandered either. On that point he was resolute. Ismail Kati would heed his physician's advice, take every necessary step to buy himself more time, and perhaps crush this hidden adversary, as treacherous and vile as any foe he had faced from without. Meanwhile, he would push harder, drive his body to its breaking point, seek divine direction, and watch for a signal of God's intent. The same way he had battled every enemy before, he would confront this one with bravery and relentless focus. He had never known compassion in his lifetime, and he saw no reason to begin now. If he had to stare down his own demise, the loss of others seemed even more trivial than usual. But he wouldn't strike out recklessly. He would do what needed doing. He would move forward as he always had, waiting for the opening his faith insisted must exist, hidden somewhere between him and the road's end. His resolve had always been steered by sharp reasoning. That was the secret to his success. Labyrinths. A fax from Georgetown landed in a Roman office moments after it was sent. There, as in any bureaucracy, the overnight watch officer simply tossed it onto the appropriate desk and returned to cramming for an exam on Aquinas's metaphysical arguments. The next morning, a young Jesuit named Hermann Schorner, private secretary to Francisco Alcalde, the Father General of the Society of Jesus, arrived promptly at 7 and started going through the overnight pile. The fax from America sat third from the top and made the cleric pause. Encrypted traffic was part of his routine, but it wasn't exactly a daily occurrence. The code prefix at the top flagged both the sender and the urgency. Schorner hurried through the rest of the mail and got straight to work. His process mirrored what Father Riley had done, except Schorner typed far better. He ran the text through an optical scanner into a personal computer and launched the decryption software. Imperfections in the fax caused a few glitches, but those were quickly patched, and the plain text, still in Attic Greek, naturally came out of the inkjet printer. It took him just 20 minutes compared to Riley's grueling 3 hours. The young priest brewed coffee for himself and his superior, then read the letter over his second cup. What a remarkable situation, Schorner thought. Francisco Alcalde was an older man, but unusually energetic. At 66, he still held his own on the tennis court and was known to ski alongside the Pope. Tall and lean at 6'4", his thick gray hair was cropped short above deep-set, owl-like eyes. Alcalde possessed a sharp, scholarly mind. Fluent in 11 languages, had he not taken holy orders, he might have become Europe's leading medieval historian. But above all, he was a priest, and his administrative burdens often clashed with his longing for teaching and pastoral work. In a few years, he'd stepped down as head of Catholicism's largest and most influential order, returning to the classroom to inspire young students and slipping away on weekends to say Mass in a modest working-class parish, tending to the everyday struggles of ordinary folks. That, he believed, would be the final reward of a life crowded with blessings. Not a flawless man, he often wrestled with the pride that came from his intellect, striving, and not always succeeding, to nurture the humility his calling demanded. Well, he mused, perfection was an unreachable goal, and he laughed at the irony. "Guten Morgen, Hermann," he said, sweeping through the doorway. "Buongiorno," the German priest answered, then switched to Greek. The message stirred the man behind the desk, his thick brows rising slightly as he gestured toward the inner office. Schorner followed, coffee in hand. "The tennis court is booked for 4, he said, pouring the cup. "So you can trounce me again?" There was a running joke that Schörner could go pro, donating his winnings to the society, where members took a vow of poverty. "Now, what's the message?" "From Timothy Riley in Washington." Schörner handed it over. Alcalde slipped on his reading glasses and went through it slowly, leaving his coffee untouched. He read it twice, as was his habit with anything significant. Scholarship defined him, and he never spoke without weighing his words. "Remarkable. I've come across this Ryan fellow before. Isn't he with intelligence? Deputy Director of the CIA? We helped shape him, Boston College, then Georgetown. Mostly a desk man, though he's seen some field work. We don't have all the details, but nothing seems out of line. There's a small file on him. Father Riley speaks highly of Dr. Ryan. So I see." Alcalde paused, thinking. He and Riley had been close for 30 years. "He believes this proposal could be real. And you, Herman?" "Potentially, it's a gift from God." The words were flat, sincere indeed. "But why the urgency? What about the American president?" "He's likely unaware, but that won't last, his character." Schörner shrugged. He could be better. "Couldn't we all?" Alcalde replied, eyes fixed on the wall. "Yes, Father. What's my schedule today?" Schörner recited it from memory. "Good. Call Cardinal D'Antonio. Tell him something important has come up. Adjust the calendar as needed. This demands attention now. Reach out to Timothy, thank him, and let him know I'm on it." Ryan stirred awake at 5:30, the sun casting a pale orange glow through the trees on Maryland's eastern shore. His first instinct was to pull the shades. Kathy didn't have to be at Hopkins today, though he only remembered why halfway to the bathroom. He grabbed 2 extra-strength Tylenol, his head pounding from too much wine the night before. 3 nights running now, he noted grimly. But what else could he do? Sleep was getting harder to come by, even with work piling up and exhaustion hanging over him like a fog. "Damn," he muttered, staring at his reflection. He looked rough. He shuffled to the kitchen for coffee, the one reliable comfort. His stomach clenched at the sight of the wine bottles on the counter. A bottle and a half, he reminded himself, not 2. One was already open. It wasn't that bad. He switched on the coffee maker and headed to the garage, climbing into the station wagon to drive to the gate for his paper. He used to walk, but he wasn't dressed. He told himself. That was the excuse. The radio was tuned to an all-news station, and the first thing he heard was the ball scores. The Orioles had lost again. He was supposed to take little Jack to a game he'd promised after missing the last Little League outing. When would that happen? Now, next April. He'd get to it eventually. Sure. He tossed the Morning Post onto the passenger seat and drove back, the coffee ready when he arrived. Finally, some good news. He poured a mug and skipped breakfast again. His stomach was already in rough shape, and 2 cups of black coffee wouldn't help, but he didn't care. He buried himself in the newspaper, desperate to drown out that nagging inner voice. It's a little-known truth just how heavily intelligence agencies lean on the press for their intel. Part of it was pure practicality. They were in the same line of work, after all, and the spooks didn't have a monopoly on brains. More importantly, Ryan mused, reporters didn't pay for information. Their sources were driven by conviction or fury, which made for the most reliable kind of intelligence. Any seasoned officer would tell you that. Nothing gets people talking like a righteous cause or a grudge, and while the media had its share of slackers, plenty of sharp minds were lured in by the decent paychecks that came with chasing stories. Ryan knew exactly which bylines deserved his full attention. He also kept an eye on the datelines. As the deputy director of the CIA, he had a clear picture of which department heads were on their game and which were floundering. The Post, for instance, gave him sharper insights than the German desk ever did. The Middle East was holding steady for now, and the Iraq situation was finally winding down. The new framework there was slowly taking shape. If only we could sort out the Israeli side of things, he thought, we might actually put that whole region to bed. And Ryan genuinely believed it was possible. The Cold War, a conflict that had started before he was even born, was now ancient history. Who could have predicted that? He topped off his mug without looking, a skill he'd mastered even with a hangover. All of it had happened in just a few short years, less time than he'd spent at the agency. Damn, it was so staggering that Ryan figured people would be writing books about it for generations. As it happened, a KGB representative was scheduled to visit Langley the following week to discuss parliamentary oversight. Ryan had advised against the visit, and the whole thing was being kept under wraps because the agency still had Russians working for it, and the mere hint of official contact between the KGB and CIA would send them into a panic. And Ryan admitted to himself the same likely held true for Americans still on the KGB's payroll. The visitor was an old acquaintance, Sergei Golovko, friend. Ryan scoffed, flipping to the sports section. The morning paper's one flaw was that it never had the final scores from last night's games. His second trip to the bathroom was far more composed. He was fully awake now, though his stomach was still staging a protest. 2 antacid tablets quieted it down, and the Tylenol was kicking in. He'd pop a couple more once he got to the office. By 6:15, he was washed, shaved, and dressed. He kissed his still sleeping wife goodbye, earning a sleepy murmur in response, and opened the front door just as the car pulled up the driveway. It nagged at Ryan that his driver had to get up even earlier than he did to make it on time. What bothered him more was who his driver was. "Morning, Doc," John Clark said with a rough smile. Ryan slid into the passenger seat. There was more legroom up front, and he figured sitting in back would be an insult. "Hey, John," Jack replied. Clark thought to himself, "Hit the bottle again last night, huh, Doc? For a guy with your brains, you sure can be clueless." He also noticed how snug Ryan's belt looked, a sure sign he'd been skipping his runs. Well, he'd learned soon enough, just like Clark had, that late nights and too much whiskey were for the young and foolish. John Clark had become a model of clean living well before he reached Ryan's age, and he was pretty sure it had saved his life at least once. "Quiet night," Clark said, pulling out of the driveway. "That's good." Ryan grabbed the dispatch box and punched in the code, waiting for the green light before opening it. Clark was right. There wasn't much inside. By the time they were halfway to Washington, he'd gone through everything and jotted down a few notes. "Stopping by to see Carol and the kids tonight?" Clark asked as they cruised past Maryland Route 3. "Yeah, that's tonight, right?" "Sure is. It was their standard weekly ritual." Carol Zimmer, the Laotian widow of Air Force Sergeant Buck Zimmer, had been left in Ryan's care after Buck's death, a promise he took seriously. Hardly anyone knew about it, and even fewer were aware of the secret mission that had cost Buck his life, but for Ryan, it was a quiet source of pride. Carol now ran a 7-Eleven nestled between Washington and Annapolis, giving her family a steady, respectable income on top of her husband's pension. With the education trust fund Ryan had set up, all 8 kids were guaranteed a shot at a college degree, and the eldest had already walked across that stage. It was going to be a long road, though. The youngest was still in diapers. "Those troublemakers ever come back?" Jack asked. Clark just turned and flashed a grin. For a while after Carol took over the store, a few local punks had loitered around, unhappy about a Laotian woman and her mixed-race kids running a business in their semi-rural backyard. She'd finally mentioned it to Clark, and John had given them one warning, which they'd been too stubborn to take seriously. Maybe they figured he was just some off-duty cop, no big deal. But John and his Spanish-speaking buddy had straightened things out, and after the gang leader spent some time in the hospital, the punks never showed their faces again. The local cops didn't ask too many questions, and business jumped a solid 20% right after. Clark wondered, with a wistful smirk, if that guy's knee ever fully healed. Maybe he'd picked up an honest job by now. "So, how are the kids doing? You know, Doc, it's tough wrapping my head around having one in college." "Sandy feels it too, Doc." "Yeah, John? Don't take this wrong, but you look a bit rough around the edges." Maybe ease off the throttle a little. That's what Kathy keeps telling me. Jack thought about telling Clark to back off, but you don't talk that way to a man like him, and besides, he was a friend, and honestly, he was right. Docs usually know what they're talking about, John added. I get it. It's just there's a lot of pressure at the office. Some stuff brewing, and exercise beats the hell out of drinking, man. You're one of the sharpest guys I've ever met. Act like it, that's all I'm saying. Clark shrugged and turned his focus back to the morning traffic. You know, John, if you'd gone into medicine, you'd have been a force to reckon with, Jack said with a chuckle. How's that? With a bedside manner like yours, folks would be scared not to follow your advice. I'm the most even-keeled person I know. Clark shot back. Right. Nobody's stuck around long enough to see you truly angry. They're gone by the time you're just mildly irritated. That was exactly why Clark was Ryan's driver. Jack had pulled strings to move him out of the Directorate of Operations and into the security and protective officer role. When DCI Cabot trimmed 20% of the field force, those with paramilitary backgrounds were the first to go, but Clark's skills were too essential to lose. Ryan had bent a couple of rules and flat-out dodged a third to make it happen, with a little help from Nancy Cummings and a buddy in admin. On top of that, Jack felt completely safe with this man, and he had a knack for training the new recruits in the SPO unit. Clark was also a hell of a driver, and as always, he pulled the agency Buick into the basement garage right on schedule. Ryan stepped out, fumbling with his keys, and found the one for the executive elevator. 2 minutes later, he was on the 7th floor, strolling from the corridor into his office. The DDCI space sits right next to the long, narrow suite reserved for the DCI, who hadn't made it in yet. The office was surprisingly modest for the second-in-command of the nation's premier intelligence agency. It overlooked the visitor parking lot, with a dense grove of pines beyond that separated the compound from the parkway and the river valley below. Ryan had kept Nancy Cummings on staff from his earlier brief tenure as Deputy Director for Intelligence. Clark settled into that same office, reviewing dispatches tied to his responsibilities ahead of the morning SPO briefing, reports on which terrorist faction was currently making the most noise. No one had ever seriously tried to assassinate a senior agency executive, but history wasn't the concern here. The future was, and even the CIA had a spotty record when it came to predicting that. Ryan found his desk stacked with material too classified for the car's dispatch case, and readied himself for the department head meeting he co-chaired with the DCI. A drip coffee maker sat in the corner. Beside it rested a clean but untouched mug that had belonged to Vice Admiral James Greer, the man who'd first brought Ryan into the agency. Nancy made sure it stayed there, and Ryan never started a day at Langley without remembering his late mentor. He rubbed his face, blinked hard, and got to work. What fresh surprises did the world have in store today? The logger was built like most in his line of work, huge and powerful. 6'4", 220 pounds, a former all-state defensive end who'd chosen the Marines over a college scholarship. He could have taken the offer from Oklahoma or Pitt, he figured, but he'd turned it down, and he knew he never could have left Oregon for good. A degree would have meant that. Maybe a shot at pro ball. And then what? Some desk job in a suit? No. He'd loved the outdoors since he was a kid. He earned a solid living, raised his family in a quiet small town, lived a rugged and healthy life, and was the best man in the company when it came to dropping a tree straight and clean. He handled the tricky ones. He yanked the cord on the big two-man chainsaw. On a silent signal, his helper lifted his end off the ground as the logger did the same. The tree had already been notched with a double-headed axe. They eased the saw in slowly, carefully. The logger kept one eye on the blade while the other watched the trunk. There was a real art to getting it exactly right. For him, it was a matter of pride not to waste a single inch of wood he didn't have to. Not like the guys at the mill, though they'd told him the mill wouldn't touch this one anyway. They pulled the saw out after the first cut and started the second without missing a beat. This time it took 4 minutes. The logger was tense now, fully alert. He felt a puff of wind on his face and paused to make sure it was blowing in his favor. A tree, no matter how massive, was a toy for a stiff breeze, especially when it was nearly sliced in half. The top was swaying now. Almost time, he backed the saw off and signaled his helper. "Watch my eyes. Watch my hands." The kid nodded seriously. About another foot would do it. The logger knew. They finished it very slowly. It wore on the chain, but this was the dangerous stretch. Safety guys were tracking the wind, and then, now. The logger pulled the saw free and dropped it. The helper caught the cue and backed off 10 yards, his boss doing the same. Both watched the base of the tree. If it kicked, that would signal the danger. But it didn't. As always, it seemed painfully slow. This was the part the environmental groups loved to film, and the logger understood why. So slow, so agonizing, like the tree knew it was dying and didn't want to, and was losing, and the groan of the wood was a sound of despair. Well, sure, he thought. It did look that way, but it was just a damn tree. The cut widened as he watched, and the tree came down. The trunk was spinning faster now, but the real threat sat at the base, and that's where his eyes stayed locked. As it tilted past the 45-degree mark, the wood split clean through. The tree gave a sudden kick, sliding a few feet off the stump like a final shuddering breath. Then came the sound, the massive whoosh of branches slicing through the air. He briefly wondered how fast the top was traveling. Speed of sound, maybe? No, not that quick. And then, whoomp! The tree hit the damp earth with a soft bounce, then settled. It was lumber now, and that always stung a little. It had been a beautiful tree. To the logger's surprise, the Japanese official walked over next. He placed a hand on the bark and whispered something that sounded like a prayer that caught him off guard. It felt like something a Native American might do. He thought, curious. He had no idea that Shinto, with its animistic roots, shared more than a little in common with those traditions. Talking to the spirit of a tree? Then the man turned to him, offering a graceful bow. "You have great skill," the small Japanese gentleman said politely. "Thank you, sir," the logger replied with a nod. It was the first Japanese person he'd ever met, and he seemed like a decent fellow. And that prayer to the tree that showed real class, the logger decided. "It's a shame to cut down something so grand," the official added. "Yeah, I suppose it is," the logger said. "So you're really going to use this in a temple?" "Oh, yes. We don't have trees like this anymore, and we need 4 massive beams, 20 meters each." "I hope this single tree can provide them all," the man said, glancing back at the fallen giant. "They must all come from one tree. It's the temple's tradition, you understand." "Should work out," the logger said. "How old is the temple?" 1,200 years. The old beams were damaged in the earthquake 2 years ago and need replacing soon. With any luck, these will last just as long." "I hope so. It's a fine tree." Under the official's watchful eye, the fallen timber was sliced into sections, though manageable was a stretch. A lot of specialized gear had to be brought in to haul this giant out, and Georgia Pacific charged a hefty sum for the work, but that didn't faze the Japanese. They'd picked their tree and paid without hesitation. The representative even apologized for not wanting the GP mill to process it. It was a religious matter, he explained carefully, and no disrespect to the American crew was meant. The senior GP exec nodded, fine by him. It was their tree now. They'd let it cure for a bit before loading it onto an American-flagged timber carrier for the trip across the Pacific, where it would be shaped by hand, something that astonished the GP manager with proper ceremony for its sacred purpose. That it would never actually reach Japan was something none of them could have imagined. Murray found the term troubleshooter a little awkward for a law enforcement guy. Still, leaning back in the leather chair, he could feel the 10mm Smith & Wesson clipped to his belt. He probably should have left it in his desk drawer, but he liked the weight of the thing. He'd spent most of his career with a revolver, but he'd quickly grown fond of the compact punch of the Smith, and Bill got it. For the first time in a while, the FBI director was a true street cop who'd started out chasing down criminals. Murray and Shaw had actually begun in the same field office. Bill was a bit sharper on the administrative side, but no one ever called him a desk jockey. Shaw had made his name by staring down two armed bank robbers before backup even arrived, never firing a shot. Only a small fraction of agents ever do, but he'd made those two think twice about testing him. Underneath that polished, gentlemanly exterior lay a core of pure steel and a razor-sharp intellect. That's precisely why Dan Murray, a deputy assistant director, had no qualms about serving as Shaw's go-to fixer. "So what the hell are we supposed to do with this guy?" Shaw muttered, his voice dripping with quiet frustration. Murray, having just wrapped up his analysis of the Warrior case, took a slow sip of his coffee and gave a casual shrug. "Bill, this man is a master when it comes to corruption cases, the absolute best we've ever had. The problem is, he hasn't got a clue about the physical high-stakes side of the job. He got in over his head on this one, but thankfully no real harm was done. And Murray wasn't wrong. The press had been surprisingly kind to the Bureau, mostly because they were grateful the agents had saved their reporter's life. What they never quite pieced together was that the reporter had no business being anywhere near that volatile situation in the first place. Instead, they were thankful to the local special agent in charge for letting their news crew get so close, and even more grateful to the hostage rescue team for pulling everyone out when the whole thing went sideways. It wasn't the first time the FBI had stumbled into a PR win from a near disaster. No agency on Earth was more protective of its image than the Bureau, and Shaw knew that firing Walt Hoskins would be a public relations nightmare. Murray pushed his point. "He's learned his lesson, Bill. Walt isn't an idiot, and let's not forget he bagged the governor last year. That was a hell of a coup," Shaw grumbled. Hoskins had an uncanny talent for sniffing out political corruption, which was exactly how he'd nailed a state governor who was now staring at a long stretch in a federal penitentiary. That success had earned Hoskins his current title as special agent in charge in the first place. "So, Dan, what are you thinking?" "ASAC Denver," Murray said, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. "It's a clean move. He leaves the small field office and takes over corruption cases in a major division. It looks like a promotion, but it pulls him out of the command chair and puts him right back in his wheelhouse. And if the whispers coming out of Denver are accurate, he's going to have a mountain of work. We're talking about a senator and a congressman and possibly more. The early intel on that water project suggests something massive. I mean, we're looking at close to $20 million changing hands." Shaw let out a low, respectful whistle. "All that for just one senator and one congressman? Like I said, maybe more. There's also chatter about environmental groups getting paid off, both inside and outside the government. Who else do we have that can untangle a knot that big? Walt has a nose for this kind of mess. The guy can't even unholster his weapon without tripping over his own feet. But he's one hell of a bird dog." Murray closed the file in his hands. "Anyway, you asked me to look into it and give you a recommendation. Send him to Denver or let him retire. Mike Delaney's willing to rotate back this way. His kid is starting at GW this fall, and Mike wants to teach at the academy. That frees up the slot. It's all very clean, but the call is yours, Director." "Thank you, Mr. Murray," Shaw said, his tone grave. Then a wide grin split his face. "You remember when our biggest headache was chasing down bank robbers? I absolutely hate this administrative nonsense." "Maybe we should have let a few more of them get away," Dan agreed. "We'd still be working the riverfront in Philly, grabbing beers with the guys at the end of the day. Why does anyone toast success? It just complicates your life. We're both starting to sound like a couple of old-timers." "We are a couple of old-timers, Bill," Murray pointed out with a smirk. "But at least I don't have to drag a security detail around with me everywhere I go." "You son of a bitch." Shaw laughed so hard he choked, sputtering coffee all down his tie. "Oh, Christ, Dan," he gasped between laughs. "Look what you made me do. Not a great look when a guy can't even handle his own coffee, Director. Get out! Get those orders cut before I demote you back to street duty." "Oh, no, please. Not that. Anything but that." Murray's laughter faded into a more serious expression for a beat. "So what's Kenny up to these days?" "Just got his orders for his submarine, the USS Maine." "Bonnie's doing well with the pregnancy. She's due in December." "Hey, Dan." "Yeah, Bill. Good call on Hoskins. I really needed an easy way out of that one." "Thanks." "No problem, Bill." Walt will jump at the chance. "I wish every case were this straightforward. Are you still chasing down the Warrior Society?" "Freddie Warder is on it. We might be able to shut those guys down within a few months." Both men understood how satisfying that would be. Domestic terrorist groups were a dwindling breed, and wiping out one more before year's end would be a huge win. Dawn broke over the rugged badlands of the Dakotas. Marvin Russell, kneeling on a bison hide, faced the rising sun. He was shirtless and barefoot, wearing only a pair of jeans. He wasn't tall, but his raw power was undeniable during his one and only prison stint. A burglary charge, he had discovered weightlifting. What started as a way to burn off excess energy evolved into a survival tactic, since physical might was the only reliable defense behind bars. Over time, it became the defining trait he linked to being a Sioux warrior. Standing just 5'8", he packed a solid 200 pounds of dense, hard muscle. His biceps rivaled the size of most men's thighs, and he boasted the waist of a dancer with the shoulders of a pro linebacker. He was also a little unhinged, though Marvin never realized it. Life had dealt him and his brother a rough hand from the start. Their father, an alcoholic, worked sporadically as an auto mechanic, funneling whatever cash he made straight into the nearest liquor store. Marvin's childhood was a blur of bitter memories, the humiliation of his dad's constant drunkenness, and an even deeper shame over what his mother did while her husband lay passed out in the living room. After the family moved back to the reservation from Minnesota, they survived on government handouts. Schooling came from teachers who had long given up on making a difference. Their neighborhood was a cluster of plain, government-built blockhouses, looming like ghosts amid swirling prairie dust. Neither of the Russell boys ever owned a baseball glove, and Christmas meant little more than a couple of weeks off from school. They grew up in a void of neglect, learning to fend for themselves early on. At first, that self-reliance seemed like a virtue, a nod to their people's traditions. But every kid needs guidance, and the Russell parents just couldn't provide it. The boys knew how to shoot and hunt before they could read, and dinner often had bullet holes in it from a .22. More often than not, they cooked those meals themselves. They weren't the only poor, overlooked kids in their settlement, but they were definitely at the bottom. Some local kids managed to rise above their circumstances, but for the Russell brothers, the gap between poverty and a decent life was just too vast. As soon as they were old enough to drive, way before the legal age, they'd take their father's beat-up pickup on clear, cool nights, driving over 100 miles to distant towns to snag things their parents couldn't provide. Oddly enough, the first time they got caught by another Sioux wielding a shotgun, they took their punishment like men, heading home with bruises and a stern lecture. That lesson stuck. From then on, they only robbed white folks. Eventually, they got caught again, busted red-handed inside a country store by a tribal cop. Their bad luck was that any crime on federal land becomes a federal case, and the newly appointed district judge had more sympathy than sense. A harsh lesson back then might have straightened them out, or maybe not, but instead they got off with a slap on the wrist and some counseling. A very serious young woman, holding a degree from the University of Wisconsin, spent months drilling into them the idea that a life of stealing could never lead to a healthy sense of self-worth. She insisted they would find real pride in doing something meaningful. Walking out of that session, they couldn't help but wonder how the Sioux Nation had ever been outsmarted by such white fools, and they resolved to plan their next heists with more precision, But their cunning was no match for what the Russell boys might have learned in a real prison had they been given the chance. So, a year later, they were caught again, this time off the reservation, and this time it was serious. Burglarizing a gun shop landed them a sentence of 18 months of hard time. Prison turned out to be the most terrifying ordeal of their lives. These were boys used to the wide-open spaces of the western sky, and they found themselves locked in a cell smaller than what the federal government would consider suitable for a zoo badger, surrounded by men far more dangerous than their own inflated sense of toughness. On their very first night, the screams echoing through the block taught them a brutal lesson. Rape wasn't a crime that only happened to women. Desperate for protection, they were quickly taken under the wing of the American Indian Movement's prisoners. They had never really given their heritage a second thought before. They had grown up with a vague, unspoken shame about being different, a feeling that their own family didn't quite measure up to the images on the television when it even worked. They had learned to laugh at Western movies, where Indians were usually played by white or Mexican actors, spouting lines written by Hollywood hacks who knew about as much of the frontier as they did of the Antarctic. Even then, the message was clear. They were the bad guys. The American Indian Movement flipped that script completely. Suddenly, everything was the white man's fault. Their new ideology was a strange cocktail of trendy East Coast anthropology, a pinch of Rousseau, a heavy dose of John Ford's cinematic myths, and a whole lot of misremembered history. The Russell brothers came to believe their ancestors were noble savages, perfect hunter-warriors living in harmony with nature and the gods. The inconvenient details that Native Americans were just as warlike as Europeans, the very name Sioux means snake in their own language, hardly a term of endearment, and that they had only migrated to the Great Plains in the late 1700s were conveniently ignored, along with the brutal intertribal conflicts. They were fed a fantasy of a lost golden age, where their people were masters of the land following the buffalo, living a pure and fulfilling life under the stars, and engaging in heroic medieval-style contests. Even the torture of captives was recast as a noble display of stoic courage. Every man wants to feel a sense of nobility, and it wasn't Marvin Russell's fault that the first people to offer him that feeling were convicted felons. He and his brother learned about the gods of sky and earth beliefs they were told had been brutally crushed by the false white religion. They learned about the Brotherhood of the Plains, how the whites had stolen their rightful land, slaughtered the buffalo, and divided, compressed, and massacred their people, until all that was left was alcoholism and despair. Like all the most successful lies, this one was wrapped in a large measure of truth. Marvin Russell stood motionless as the first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, muttering a chant whose authenticity even he couldn't verify anymore. The years behind bars hadn't been a total loss, though. He'd walked in barely able to read and walked out with a high school equivalency diploma. Marvin had never been stupid, and it wasn't his fault that the system had written him off before he even had a chance. He devoured books, especially anything about the history of his people, though he was picky about the sources. Anything that painted them in a negative light was clearly the work of biased white historians. The Sioux hadn't struggled with alcohol before the white man showed up, hadn't lived in poverty, and certainly hadn't mistreated their children. That was all propaganda, but how did you change any of it? He directed the question to the sun, which hung low and red, obscured by the dust of another scorching summer. The image that surfaced in his mind was his brother's face, frozen in a news broadcast he'd replayed so many times the frames were burned into his memory. The local station had dissected every second of that footage, frame by frame. The bullet hitting John's face, the sickening split second of impact, the aftermath that looked like something out of a low-budget horror film. He'd watched it 5 times, and every pixel was seared into his consciousness forever. Just another dead Indian, he thought bitterly. He remembered a quote from General Sherman, a man who ironically carried a Native American name about seeing good Indians only after they were dead. John had been gunned down without any chance to fight back, killed like so many before him, but with a cruelty that felt deliberate. Marvin was convinced the whole thing had been staged for the cameras. That reporter in her designer clothes had needed a lesson, and the FBI had decided to teach her one, just like the cavalry had done at Sand Creek and Wounded Knee. So Marvin faced the sun, seeking guidance from one of the old gods. The answer, he felt, wasn't in the past. His so-called comrades were a disappointment. John had learned that the hard way, trying to fund their cause with drugs, as if the whiskey that had devastated their people wasn't enough. The other warriors were products of the white world they claimed to fight against, and they didn't even realize they'd already been broken by it. They called themselves Sioux warriors, but they were just drunks and small-time criminals who couldn't even succeed at that. In a rare moment of brutal honesty, Marvin admitted they were beneath him, just like his brother had been. Joining their scheme had been foolish, and what had it accomplished? They'd killed an FBI agent and a marshal years ago, but since then, they'd done nothing but talk about that one moment of glory. The reservation was still there. The liquor was still flowing. The hopelessness remained. Nobody even knew who they were. All they'd done was anger, the very forces that kept them down. Now the warrior society was being hunted, even on their own land, living not like warriors, but like scared animals. But the sun seemed to whisper that they were meant to be the hunters, not the hunted. That thought stirred something in Marvin. He was supposed to be the one people feared. It had been that way once, but those days were long gone. He was meant to be the predator among the flock. Yet the sheep had grown so confident they'd forgotten wolves even existed. They cowered behind powerful guard dogs, animals that refused to simply watch over the herd, instead tracking down the wolves themselves until those very guardians became the terrified cornered ones, prisoners in their own territory. So he had no choice but to abandon that land. He needed to track down his fellow wolves, those for whom the hunt still meant something real. A single sit. This was the moment. His moment. Captain Benjamin Zayden had climbed the ranks of the Israeli National Police at an extraordinary pace. The youngest captain on the force, he was the last of 3 brothers, the father of 2 boys, David and Mordecai, and until recently he'd been standing at the edge of ending everything. The loss of his cherished mother and the exit of his stunning but unfaithful wife had struck within the span of 1 week, and that was only 2 months ago. Despite checking off every goal he'd ever set for himself, he'd suddenly found himself staring into a life that felt hollow and meaningless. His title, his salary, the admiration of his team, his sharp mind and steady nerves during emergencies, his decorated history on dangerous border assignments. None of it mattered when he came home to an empty house haunted by twisted memories. People often call Israel the Jewish state, but that label hides the truth that only a small portion of the population actually practices the faith. Benny Zayden never had, despite his mother's constant pleas. He'd preferred the fast-paced, pleasure-seeking lifestyle of a modern man and hadn't stepped foot in a synagogue since his bar mitzvah. He spoke and read Hebrew because it was required. It was the country's language, but the traditions of his ancestors seemed like a strange relic to him, a backward element in what was otherwise the most advanced of nations. His wife only reinforced that view. He'd often joked that you could gauge Israel's religious devotion by the size of the swimsuits on its beaches. His wife came from Norwegian roots. A tall, lean blonde, Elin Zadin looked about as typically Jewish as Eva Braun. That was their inside joke, and she loved flaunting her body in the tiniest bikinis, sometimes even less. Their marriage had been intense and passionate. He'd always known she had a roving eye, and he'd strayed a few times himself. But her sudden departure for another man had caught him off guard, and worse, the way she left had left him too numb to cry or plead. It simply left him alone in a house that held several loaded firearms, tools he knew could easily erase his suffering. Only his sons had stopped him from using them. He couldn't abandon them the way he'd been abandoned. He had too much pride for that. but the agony was, and still is, unmistakable. Israel is far too small to keep secrets. Word spread quickly that Elin had moved on with someone else, and the gossip reached Benny's precinct, where his men could see the emptiness in his eyes that showed their commander's spirit had been broken. Some speculated about when he'd recover, but after a week, the question shifted to whether he ever would. That was when one of Zayden's squad sergeants stepped in. He showed up at his captain's door one Thursday evening, bringing along Rabbi Israel Cohn. That night, Benjamin Zayden found his way back to God. More than that, he reminded himself, looking out over the street of the chain in Old Jerusalem. He remembered what it meant to be a Jew. What had happened to him was divine punishment, plain and simple. Punishment for ignoring his mother's wisdom, for his own infidelity, for the wild gatherings with his wife and their crowd, for 2 decades of misguided choices while pretending to be a brave, honorable officer of the law. But today, all of that would change. This morning, he was prepared to defy man-made statutes in order to atone for his transgressions against the divine. The sun had barely risen over a landscape destined for a scorching day, with a parched breeze sweeping in from the eastern desert. Behind him stood a force of 40 officers, outfitted with a diverse arsenal of automatic weapons, launchers for tear gas and firearms discharging projectiles of pliable plastic, often mislabeled as rubber bullets, capable of flooring a full-grown man, and, if the shooter had a steady hand and a precise aim, even stopping a heart from the sheer force of the blow. His officers were there to facilitate the breaking of a law, a concept that was certainly not part of the plan Captain Zayden's superiors had envisioned, and to hold back any individuals who might be willing to breach a higher law to interfere with his mission. That was the logic Rabbi Cohn had presented, after all. The question of whose law held ultimate authority was a matter of deep philosophical debate, far too intricate for a mere policeman. What was much more straightforward, as the rabbi had laid out, was the belief that the location of Solomon's temple represented the spiritual heart of Judaism. This site on the Temple Mount was divinely selected, and any human disagreement on that point was irrelevant. The time had arrived for the Jewish people to take back what God had granted them. A delegation of 10 rabbis, from both conservative and Hasidic traditions, was set to mark the ground where the new temple would rise, following the scriptures to the letter. Captain Zayden had been instructed to block their passage through the chain gate and halt their efforts. But he had every intention of disregarding those orders, and his men would follow his lead, providing a shield against the Arab protesters who might be gathering with intentions mirroring the ones he was supposed to have. He was taken aback to see the Arabs had arrived so early. He considered them no better than animals, especially those who had been responsible for the deaths of David and Maudie. His parents had recounted to all their sons the grim reality of being Jewish in Palestine during the 1930s, the constant assaults, the pervasive terror, the open hostility, and the way the British had turned their backs on those who had fought beside them in North Africa, all while their enemies had sided with the Nazis. The Jewish people could only rely on themselves and their faith, and honoring that faith meant rebuilding his temple on the very rock where Abraham had forged his covenant. The government either failed to grasp this truth or was willing to treat the fate of the one safe haven for Jews as a political bargaining chip. His duty to his people and his God took precedence, even if he hadn't fully realized it until recently. Rabbi Cohn arrived right on schedule, accompanied by Rabbi Eleazar Goldmark, a survivor of Auschwitz whose tattoo was a permanent reminder of the horrors he had witnessed, and where he had discovered the true meaning of faith in the shadow of death. Both men carried bundles of wooden stakes and rolls of surveyor's string. They would take their measurements, and from this moment forward, a continuous guard would watch over the site, ultimately compelling the Israeli government to remove the Muslim structures they considered an affront. A surge of national support and a wave of financial backing from Europe and America would see the project completed within 5 years, and then no one would dare speak of taking this land from those to whom God himself had bequeathed it. Shit, a voice from the ranks muttered, But a sharp glance from the captain silenced the man who had dared to break the solemnity of the occasion. Benny gave a nod to the two leading rabbis, who began their march. The police contingent followed their captain, maintaining a distance of 50 meters. Zayden offered a silent prayer for the safety of Cohn and Goldmark, fully aware that the peril they faced was a conscious choice, just as Abraham had accepted the potential sacrifice of his son as a test of his devotion. The conviction that had carried Zayden to this moment had clouded his vision, obscuring what should have been glaringly obvious. Israel was simply too small a place for secrets. Fellow Jews who regarded Cohn and Goldmark as nothing more than a homegrown version of Iran's fanatical clerics knew exactly what was unfolding, and word had inevitably leaked. Television crews had already assembled in the plaza below the Western Wall, some of them donning construction hard hats in anticipation of the inevitable hail of stones. Perhaps that was for the best, Zayden mused as he trailed the rabbis toward the summit of Temple Mount. Let the whole world witness this. He quickened his stride, unconsciously closing the gap between himself and the two holy men. While they might embrace the notion of martyrdom, his duty was to shield them. His right hand drifted to the holster at his hip, checking that the flap would give way easily. That pistol might see action shortly. The Arabs were there, clustered in numbers that disappointed him, swarming like insects in a place they had no business occupying. As long as they stayed out of the way, everything would be fine. But he knew they wouldn't, and he knew why they stood opposed to the divine plan. And that was their own tragic error. Zayden's radio crackled with static, but he waved it off. It would only be his superior demanding to know what madness he was engaged in, ordering him to stand down. Not today. Cohn and Goldmark advanced fearlessly toward the Arabs, blocking their path, and Zayden felt tears prick at his eyes, witnessing their bravery and devotion, silently praying for the Lord to reveal his favor, hoping against hope they might be spared. Behind him, roughly half his men stood truly committed to the cause, a reality made possible by Benny's careful manipulation of the duty roster. Zayden knew without glancing back that their Lexan shields had been set aside, and the safety catches on their shoulder-mounted weapons had been flicked to the fire position. The waiting was unbearable, the anticipation of that first volley of stones agonizing. Dear God, let them survive. Protect them, spare them as you spared Isaac. Zayden now stood less than 50 meters behind the two courageous rabbis, one born in Poland, a survivor of the death camps where his wife and child had perished, where he had somehow held onto his spirit and discovered the power of belief. The other American-born, a man who had fought in Israel's wars and only then turned to faith, much as Benny himself had done only days earlier. The pair were barely 10 meters from the surly, unwashed Arabs when it happened. Only the Arabs could see that their faces were peaceful, that they genuinely welcomed whatever the morning might bring, and only the Arabs witnessed the shock and bewilderment that crossed the Pole's face, and the stunned agony on the Americans as the truth of their fate sank in. At a signal, the front line of Arabs, all of them teenagers with long histories of confrontation, sat down. The 100 young men behind them followed suit. Then the front row began to clap and to sing. Benny needed a moment to process it, though he spoke Arabic as fluently as any Palestinian. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. The TV crews had moved in directly behind the police line. Several of them laughed outright at the savage irony of it all. One of them was CNN correspondent Pete Franks, who captured the moment for everyone. Son of a bitch. And in that instant, Franks understood that the world had shifted once more. He'd been in Moscow for the first democratic session of the Supreme Soviet, in Managua, the night the Sandinistas lost their sure-thing election, and in Beijing when the goddess of liberty was torn down, and now this? The Arabs had finally wised up. Holy shit. I hope you've got that tape rolling, Mickey. Are they singing what I think they're singing? Sure as hell sounds like it. Let's move in closer. The leader of the Arabs was a 20-year-old sociology student named Hashimi Musa. His arm bore the permanent mark of an Israeli club, and most of his teeth had been shattered by a rubber bullet fired by a particularly enraged soldier on a single violent afternoon. His bravery was beyond dispute. He'd been forced to prove it time and again, facing death on at least a dozen occasions before earning the respect that now secured his leadership. But he had it, and when he spoke, people listened, allowing him to finally breathe life into an ambition he'd nurtured through 5 long, agonizing years. Winning over his followers had taken 3 days of persuasion until a stroke of improbable fortune arrived in the form of a Jewish acquaintance. Disgusted with his country's religious hardliners who had carelessly revealed the day's plans, Hashimi chalked it up to fate, or perhaps the will of Allah, or just plain luck. Whatever the cause, this was the moment he'd been waiting for since he was 15, when he'd first read about Gandhi and King and how they'd crushed brute force with the sheer power of passive resistance. Convincing his own people had meant challenging a warrior instinct woven into their very being, yet he'd succeeded. Now, his convictions were about to face their ultimate trial. All Beni Zayden saw was a blocked path. Rabbi Cohn murmured something to Rabbi Goldmark, but neither glanced back at the halted police line, since looking away would signal surrender. Whether they were frozen by shock or seething with rage, he'd never know. Captain Zayden spun to his squad. Gas! He'd rehearsed this moment. The 4 men holding gas launchers were devout, and they fired in unison into the seated crowd. The projectiles were hazardous, and it was a stroke of luck that nobody got hurt. Within moments, gray clouds of tear gas mushroomed among the sitting protesters. Yet on his signal, each of them slipped on a mask, muffling their songs, but not their clapping or their stubborn resolve. The wind, however, turned traitorous, blowing the gas straight back into Zayden's own ranks, which only stoked his fury. Then, men in insulated gloves scooped up the hot canisters and hurled them back at the police. Within a minute, the masks came off, and there was a mocking lilt to their singing now. Fuming, Zayden ordered rubber bullets next. 6 of his men aimed from 50 meters, a range that would scatter any ordinary mob. The first volley struck 6 Arabs in the front row. 2 cried out. 1 crumpled, but not a single soul fled. Only moved to aid the fallen. The next volley targeted heads instead of chests, and Zayden felt a grim thrill as a face burst in a red spray. The leader, a face Zayden recognized from earlier clashes, rose and barked an order the captain couldn't hear. Its effect was instant. The singing swelled louder. Another barrage followed. One of his marksmen, clearly seething, landed a second hit on the same Arab who'd already taken a round to the face, this time to the crown of his skull, and the man's body slumped, lifeless. That should have told Benny he'd lost command of his troops, but the deeper truth was that he was losing command of himself. Hashimi never saw his comrade fall. The intensity of the moment had swept him into a feverish haze. The 2 rabbis' faces were a picture of helpless confusion, while the police, hidden behind their masks, betrayed their agitation through every twitch and step. In a flash of clarity, he realized he was gaining the upper hand, and he hollered for his people to push harder. They obeyed, even as fire and death rained down. Captain Benjamin Zayden tore off his helmet and marched straight toward the Arabs, brushing past the rabbis, who seemed struck by a sudden, inexplicable paralysis. Could the Almighty's design be rattled by the off-key chanting of a few ragged protesters? "Uh-oh," Pete Franks muttered, wiping tears from his eyes as the lingering gas stung his face. "I've got it," the cameraman said without being asked, tightening his focus on the advancing Israeli police commander. "Something's about to go down. This guy looks furious, Pete." Oh God, Franks thought. A Jew himself, oddly at ease in this stark yet cherished land, he sensed that history was unfolding before his eyes once more. Already drafting the 2 or 3 minutes of commentary that would sit atop the footage, his cameraman was preserving for the ages, and wondering whether another Peabody might come his way for executing his gritty, high-stakes job with such skill. It happened fast, far too fast, as the captain marched straight toward the Arab leader. Hashimi now understood that a comrade had fallen, his skull crushed by what was meant to be a non-lethal tool. He offered a silent prayer for his friend's soul and trusted that Allah would grasp the bravery needed to meet death like this. He would. Hashimi was certain of that. The Israeli closing in on him was a familiar face. Zadin, that was the name, a man who had appeared on this scene many times, just another Israeli visage, usually hidden behind a Lexan shield and a drawn weapon, another man unable to see Arabs as people, viewing a Muslim merely as the source of a rock or a firebomb. Well, today he'd learn otherwise, Hashimi told himself. Today he'd witness a man of strength and principle. Beni Zadin saw an animal, a stubborn mule, like what? He couldn't pin down what he saw, but it wasn't a man, wasn't an Israeli. They'd shifted their approach, that was all, and the approach felt weak, almost feminine. They thought this would block his mission. Just like when his wife had announced she was leaving for another man, that he could have the kids, that his warnings about hitting her were hollow, that he couldn't follow through, wasn't man enough to run his own home. He recalled that beautiful, vacant face and wondered why he hadn't made her pay. She'd just stood there, not a foot away, staring, smirking, finally laughing at his failure to act on what his pride demanded. And so, passive weakness had triumphed over force, but not this time. "Move?" Zadin barked in Arabic. "No, I'll kill you. You won't get through," Beni, a steady-voiced officer, shouted. But it was already too late for that. For Benjamin Zadin, the loss of his brothers at Arab hands, the way his wife had walked out, and the way these people just planted themselves in his path was the breaking point. In a single fluid move, he drew his service pistol and fired into Hashimi's forehead. The young Arab pitched forward, and the chanting and applause fell silent. One of the other protesters began to stir, but two companions seized him and held him back. Others started murmuring prayers for their two fallen brothers. Zadin swung his weapon toward one of them, and though his finger pressed the trigger, something held him just shy of the firing point. It was the look in those eyes, the nerve there, something beyond defiance, resolve, perhaps, and sorrow, because the anguish on Zadin's face was a torment deeper than pain, and the weight of what he'd just done slammed into his mind. He had betrayed himself. He had killed in cold blood. He had ended the life of someone who had posed no threat to anyone. He had committed murder. Zadin turned to the rabbis, searching for something. He didn't know what, and whatever he hoped to find simply wasn't there. As he turned away, the singing resumed. Sergeant Moshe Levin stepped forward and took the captain's weapon. "Come on, Benny, let's get you out of here. What have I done?" "It's done, Benny. Come with me." Levin started to lead his commander away, but he had to glance back at the morning's work. Hashimi's body was slumped over, a stream of blood weaving down between the stones. The sergeant knew he had to act or speak. It wasn't supposed to end like this. His mouth hung open, and his head shook from side to side. In that moment, Hashimi's followers knew their leader had prevailed. Ryan's phone buzzed at 2:03 in the morning, Eastern Daylight Time. He snatched it up before the second ring could even start. "Yeah? It's Saunders at the Ops Center. Turn on your TV. CNN's about to run something big in 4 minutes. Give me the rundown." Ryan's hand scrambled for the remote. Flipping the bedroom set on. "You won't believe this, sir. We pulled it straight off the CNN satellite feed, and Atlanta's pushing it out live. I have no clue how it slipped past the Israeli censors anyway. All right, here it comes." Ryan blinked hard, rubbing his eyes just in time. The volume was off so he wouldn't wake his wife, and the commentary on screen was pointless anyway. "Dear God in heaven." That sums it up, sir. The senior watch officer agreed. "Get my driver out front now. Call the director, tell him to move fast. Reach the duty officer at the White House Signals Office. He'll notify his side. We need the DDI and the desks for Israel, Jordan, Hell, the whole region, every single desk. Make sure State's in the loop. They've got their own. I know that. Call them anyway. Never assume a thing in this line of work. Got it? Yes, sir. Anything else? Yeah. Send me about 4 more hours of sleep. Ryan set the phone down. Jack was that Kathy was sitting up now, catching the replay. It sure was, babe. What does it mean? It means the Arabs just figured out how to wipe Israel off the map, unless we can save the place. 90 minutes later, Ryan switched on the West Bend drip coffee maker behind his desk before skimming the overnight notes from the night duty crew. This was going to be a coffee-fueled kind of day. He'd tried shaving in the car on the way in, and a quick glance at the mirror showed he'd botched it pretty badly. Jack waited until he had a full mug before heading into the director's office. Charles Alden was already there with Cabot. "Good morning," the National Security Advisor said. "Yeah," the deputy director replied, voice rough. "What's so good about it? Does the president know yet?" "No. I didn't want to wake him until we've got something solid. I'll brief him when he's up around 6. Marcus, what do you make of your Israeli friends now?" "Have we turned up anything else, Jack?" Director Cabot asked his subordinate. "The shooter's a police captain, based on the insignia. No name yet, no background. The Israelis have him locked up somewhere and they're keeping quiet. From the tape, looks like 2 confirmed dead, likely a few more with minor injuries. The chief of station has nothing to pass along except that it actually went down, and we've got that on video. Nobody seems to know where the TV crew ended up. We had no assets on the ground when it happened, so we're working off the news coverage alone." Again, Ryan didn't add. The morning was already grim enough. Temple Mount is sealed off, their armies guarding it now. Nobody in or out, and they've shut down access to the Wailing Wall, too. That might be a first. Our embassy over there hasn't said a word. They're waiting for direction from us. Same for the others. Europe hasn't officially reacted yet, but I expect that to shift within the hour. They're already at their desks, and they got the same footage from Sky News. "It's almost 4, Alden said, checking his watch with a tired sigh. "In 3 hours, folks are going to have their breakfasts ruined. What a horrible thing to wake up to. Gentlemen, I've got a feeling this one's massive. Ryan, you called it. I remember what you said last month. Sooner or later, the Arabs had to get smart," Jack said. Alden nodded in agreement. It was generous of him. Ryan thought he'd written the same idea in one of his books years back. "I think Israel can ride this out. They always have." Jack cut his director off. "No way, boss," Ryan said. Someone had to set Cabot straight. "It's what Napoleon said about the moral versus the physical. Israel depends entirely on holding the moral high ground. Their entire identity rests on being the region's lone democracy, the good guys in the white hats. That image went up in smoke about 3 hours ago. Now they look like Bull Connor in Selma, Alabama, except he had water hoses. The civil rights crowd is going to lose their minds." Jack paused, taking a sip of his coffee. "It comes down to a simple matter of justice. When the Arabs were hurling rocks and firebombs, the police could argue they were meeting force with force. Not this time. Both victims were seated, posing no threat to anyone. It's the isolated act of one deranged man." Cabot shot back, his voice heated. "That's not quite accurate, sir. The pistol shot fits that description, but the first casualty was hit by 2 rubber bullets from more than 20 yards out, 2 deliberate shots from a single-shot weapon. That's cold-blooded, and it was no accident." "Are we certain he's dead?" Alden asked. "My wife's a physician, and she saw it clearly. The body convulsed and went limp, likely from massive head trauma. They can't spin this as a guy tripping on the curb. This changes everything. If the Palestinians play their cards right, they'll press this advantage, stick with this approach, and let the world react. If they do, they can't lose," Jack concluded. "Ryan's right," Alden agreed. "There'll be a UN resolution before dinner." We'll have to support it, and that might show the Arabs that nonviolence beats rocks any day. What will the Israelis do? How will they respond? Alden already knew the answer, but this was meant for the DCI's benefit. So Ryan fielded it. First, they'll stonewall. They're probably kicking themselves for not intercepting the footage, but it's too late for that. This was almost certainly unplanned. The Israeli government is just as stunned as we are. Otherwise, they'd have grabbed the TV crew. That police captain is getting his brain picked apart right now. By lunchtime, they'll claim he's unhinged. Hell, he probably is, and call it a one-off. Their damage control is predictable, but it won't fly. Alden cut in. The president needs a statement out by 9. We can't frame this as a tragic incident. It's cold-blooded murder of an unarmed protester by a state official. Look, Charlie, this is just a single incident, Director Cabot repeated, trying to steer the conversation back. Maybe so, but I've seen this coming for 5 years. The National Security Advisor rose and moved to the window, staring out. Marcus, the only thing that's kept Israel together for the past 3 decades is Arab missteps. They either never grasped that Israeli legitimacy hinges entirely on their moral high ground, or they simply didn't care enough to exploit it. Now Israel faces an impossible ethical bind. If they truly are a democracy that honors its citizens' rights, they must grant the Arabs broader freedoms. But that throws their political cohesion into chaos, since it depends on appeasing their own extreme religious factions, and those folks couldn't give a damn about Arab rights, right? But if they bow to the zealots and bury this gloss over the whole mess, then they're not a democracy, and that erodes American support they can't survive without economically or militarily. The same dilemma hits us. Our backing for Israel rests on their legitimacy as a functioning liberal democracy, but that legitimacy just vanished. A country whose police gunned down unarmed civilians has no legitimacy, Marcus. We can no more stand behind an Israel that does this than we could have backed Somoza, Marcos, or any other petty tyrant. Damn it, Charlie. Israel isn't. I know that, Marcus. They're not. They really aren't. But the only way they can prove it is to change, to live up to what they've always claimed to be. If they stonewall on this, Marcus, they're finished. They'll run to their political lobby and discover it's not there anymore. If it reaches that point, they'll embarrass our government even more than it already is, and we'll be forced to consider openly cutting them off. But we can't do that either. We have to find another way. Alden turned away from the window. Ryan, that idea of yours just moved to the top of the list. I'll take care of the president and state. The only way to pull Israel out of this mess is to find a peace plan that actually works. Call your contact at Georgetown and tell him this is no longer just a study. Call it Project Pilgrimage. By tomorrow morning, I need a solid outline of what we're planning and how we're going to execute it. That's incredibly fast, sir, Ryan observed. Then don't let me hold you back, Jack. If we don't move quickly, God only knows what could happen. You know Scott Adler at State? We've spoken a few times. He's Brent Talbot's right-hand man. I suggest you meet with him after you talk to your contacts. He can watch your back on the State Department side. We can't trust that bureaucracy to move quickly on anything. Better pack some bags, son. You're going to be busy. I want facts, positions, and a rock-solid assessment as fast as you can produce it, and I want it done as quiet as a tomb. That last comment was directed at Cabot. If this is going to work, we can't afford a single leak. Yes, sir, Ryan said. Cabot simply nodded. Jack had never set foot in the faculty residence at Georgetown. It felt strange to him, but he pushed that thought away as breakfast was served. Their table overlooked a parking lot. You were right, Jack, Riley observed. That was nothing to wake up to. What's the word from Rome? They like it, the president of Georgetown University replied simply. How much? Ryan asked. You're serious? Alden told me 2 hours ago that this is now at the top of the priority list. Riley accepted this news with a nod. Trying to save Israel, Jack? Ryan wasn't sure how much humor was in the question. and his current state didn't allow for jokes. "Father, all I'm doing is following up on something, orders. I'm familiar with the term. Your timing was pretty good on floating this idea." "Maybe so, but let's save the Nobel Prize for another time, all right? Finish your breakfast. We can still catch everyone over there before lunch, and you look terrible." "I feel terrible," Ryan admitted. "Everybody should stop drinking around 40, Riley observed. "After 40, you really can't handle it anymore." "You didn't," Jack noted. "I'm a priest. I have to drink. What exactly are you looking for?" "If we can get preliminary agreement from the major players, we want to get negotiations going ASAP, but this side of the equation has to be done very quietly. The president needs a quick evaluation of his options. That's what I'm doing. Will Israel play? If they don't, they're screwed. Excuse me. But that's exactly where things stand. You're right, of course, but will they have the sense to recognize their position? Father, all I do is gather and evaluate information. People keep asking me to predict the future, but I don't know how. What I do know is that what we saw on TV is going to spark the biggest firestorm since Hiroshima, and we sure as hell have to try to do something before it burns up an entire region. Eat. I need to think for a few minutes, and I do that best when I'm chewing on something." It was good advice, Ryan knew a few minutes later. The food absorbed the coffee acid in his stomach, and the energy from the meal would help him get through the day. Within an hour, he was on the move again, this time to the State Department. By lunch, he was on his way home to pack, managing to nap for 3 hours along the way. He stopped back at Alden's White House office for a session that stretched far into the night. Alden had really taken charge there, and the skull session in his office covered a tremendous amount of ground. Before the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, Jack was already wheels up, heading for Andrews Air Force Base. He grabbed a few precious minutes in the VIP lounge to call his wife, his voice carrying the weight of a promise he knew he couldn't keep. He'd been hoping to take his son to a ball game that weekend. But the universe had other plans. A final courier from CIA State and the White House showed up with a stack of briefing papers, 200 pages of dense intel he'd have to chew through somewhere over the Atlantic. Promised land. Touching down at Ramstein Air Base, Jack couldn't shake the odd sensation of being in a valley. For a guy who thought an airport should sit on land as flat as a pancake, the surrounding hills felt like a personal affront. He knew it was irrational, but air travel had spoiled him with certain comforts. The base was a fortress of greenery with a full wing of F-16s tucked into bomb-proof shelters, each one practically invisible beneath a canopy of trees. The Germans' obsession with all things green would put the most zealous American environmentalists to shame, and here their passion served a dual purpose. The foliage made spotting the shelters from the air nearly impossible, and some of the French-built bunkers even had trees planted right on top, blending aesthetics with military necessity in a way that was almost poetic. The base also played host to a few executive jets, including a converted 707 emblazoned with the United States of America, a smaller clone of Air Force One that the locals affectionately called Miss Piggy. Ryan couldn't help but smirk at the irony. Over 70 fighter jets, designed to take out Soviet forces that were now pulling back from Germany, sat on an eco-friendly installation named after a Muppet. The world had officially lost its mind. But hey, flying Air Force came with its perks. The base commander, a full-bird colonel, rolled out the red carpet, whisking Jack to the Cannon Hotel, a swanky distinguished visitor's quarters with a slide-out drawer stocked with enough liquor to drown jet lag in a 9-hour haze of booze-induced sleep. That was a blessing, considering the TV options were a single depressing channel. By the time he stirred at 6 in the morning, local time, he was almost back in sync with the clock. Stiff and ravenous, having narrowly dodged another round of travel shock. He hoped. Jack told himself he wasn't in the mood for a jog, but deep down, he knew he couldn't have run half a mile even if his life depended on it. So he settled for a brisk walk, watching the early morning exercise buffs blow past him, likely fighter pilots, given how young and lean they were. The morning mist clung to the trees that edged the black-topped roads, and the air, cooler than back home, was pierced every few minutes by the jarring roar of jet engines. The sound of freedom, they called it, the audible signature of the military might that had kept Europe peaceful for over 4 decades, and now, of course, the Germans resented it. Attitudes shift faster than the times. The inner German border had vanished. The fences, guard towers, and mines were all gone. The plowed strip of dirt that had stood as a silent sentinel for 2 generations, ready to catch the footprints of defectors, was now covered in grass and wildflowers, a peaceful end to a tense chapter. Jack shook his head, marveling at how quickly the world could turn a page. Locations in the East that had once been scrutinized through satellite imagery or had cost Western intelligence agencies both money and lives to investigate were now casually strolled across by tourists snapping photos, some of whom were intelligence officers more stunned than amused by the rapid transformations that had swept through like a spring tide. I was right about this place, some thought. Or how did we ever misjudge that so badly? Ryan shook his head. It was beyond belief. The division of the 2 Germanys had stood as the cornerstone of East-West tension since before his birth, seemingly the one constant in a changing world, the subject of enough white papers, special national intelligence estimates, and news reports to bury the Pentagon in paperwork. All that effort, all the scrutiny of trivial details, the petty arguments vanished, soon to be forgotten. Even dedicated historians would never have the stamina to sift through all the data once deemed critical, vital, worth men's lives, and now reduced to little more than a sprawling footnote to the close of World War II. This base had been one of those items. Built to host the aircraft tasked with clearing the skies of Russian planes and repelling a Soviet onslaught, it was now a costly relic whose residential quarters would soon be home to German families. Ryan wondered what they'd do with the aircraft shelters, like the one right over there. Wine cellars, perhaps? The wine wasn't bad. Halt! Ryan froze mid-step and spun around to locate the source of the command. It was an Air Force security policeman, a woman, a girl, really, Ryan noted, though her M16 rifle didn't care about such distinctions. Did I do something wrong? ID, please. The young lady was quite attractive and thoroughly professional. She also had a backup hidden in the trees. Ryan handed over his CIA credentials. I've never seen one of these before, sir. I flew in last night on the VC-20. I'm staying at the Inn Room 109. You can verify that with Colonel Parker's office. We're on security alert, sir, she said, reaching for her radio. Just do your job, miss. Excuse me, Sergeant Wilson. My plane doesn't leave until 10. Jack leaned against a tree to stretch. It was too pleasant a morning to get worked up about anything, even with 2 armed individuals who had no clue who he was. Roger. Sergeant Becky Wilson switched off her radio. The colonel's looking for you, sir. On my way back, I turned left at the Burger King. That's correct, sir. She returned his ID with a smile. Thanks, Sarge. Sorry for the trouble. Would you like a ride back, sir? The colonel's waiting. I'd rather walk. He can wait. He's early. Ryan strolled away from a buck sergeant, who now had to reckon with the significance of a man who kept her base commander waiting on the front steps of the cannon. It took 10 brisk minutes, but Ryan's sense of direction hadn't failed him, despite the strange surroundings and a 6-hour time shift. Morning, sir. Ryan called out as he hopped over the wall into the parking lot. I set up a small breakfast with Komusafi's staff. We'd like your take on what's unfolding in Europe. Jack laughed. Great. I'm curious to hear yours. Ryan headed off to his room to get dressed. What makes them think I know more than they do? By the time his plane departed, he'd picked up 4 things he hadn't known before. Soviet forces pulling out of what had once been called East Germany were deeply unhappy about having nowhere to go. Members of the former East German army were even more disgruntled about their forced retirement than Washington realized. They likely had connections with ex-agents of the already dismantled Stasi. And although a dozen Red Army faction members had been caught in Eastern Germany, at least that many others had caught wind of the operation and disappeared before they could be rounded up by the Bundeskriminalamt, the German federal police. The security alert at Ramstein finally made sense. Ryan was told the VC-20B had rolled down the runway just past 10 that morning. Banking south, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for those terrorists, pouring their hearts and minds into a cause that was dissolving faster than the German farmland scrolling beneath his window. They were like kids who'd lost their mother clinging to a ghost. With no allies left, they'd been hiding out in Czechoslovakia and East Germany, completely blind to the fact that both communist regimes were on their last legs. Where could they possibly run now? Russia? Not a chance? Poland? That was almost funny. The ground had shifted under their feet, and Ryan figured it was about to shift again, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Some of their comrades were in for a rude awakening soon. Maybe, he thought, just maybe. A week earlier, Ryan had greeted his visitor with a casual, "Hello, Sergei Nikolaevich," as the man stepped into his office. "Ivan Emitovich," the Russian replied, extending a hand. Ryan flashed back to their last close encounter on the tarmac at Moscow's Sheremetyevo airport when Golovko had been gripping a pistol that day hadn't been kind to either of them. But as usual, fate had a twisted sense of humor. Golovko, who'd come within an inch of stopping the biggest defection in Soviet history, had still caught the president's eye for his near success, and now he sat as first deputy chairman of the Committee for State Security. Funny how almost pulling it off had launched his career skyward. His security detail had camped out in Nancy's office with John Clark while Ryan led Golovko into his own. "I'm not impressed," Golovko said, glancing around at the plain-painted drywall. Ryan had one decent painting borrowed from a government warehouse, and, of course, that obligatory photo of President Fowler hanging by the coat tree. "I've got a better view, Sergei Nikolaevich. Say, is that statue of Iron Felix still standing in the square?" "For now," Golovko said with a slight grin. "Your director's out of town, I take it." "Yeah." The president figured he needed some advice. "On what?" Golovko asked, a crooked smile playing on his lips. "Beats me," Ryan laughed, keeping the rest to himself. Tough spot, isn't it? For both of us. The new KGB chief wasn't a career spy either. That was actually pretty standard. The agency had always been run by party loyalists, but the party itself was fading into history, and President Narmanov had picked a computer expert to drag the spy agency into the modern age. More efficiency, supposedly. Ryan knew Golovko even had an IBM PC sitting behind his desk in Moscow now. "Sergei, I've always said that if the world made sense, I'd be out of a job. So look at what's happening. Want some coffee?" "I'd like that, Jack." A sip later, he nodded approvingly. "Nancy sets it up for me every morning. So what can I do for you?" I've heard that question a lot, but never in a setting like this. A deep laugh rumbled out of his guest. "My God, Jack, do you ever wonder if all this is some kind of drug-induced dream? Can't be. I nicked myself shaving the other day and didn't wake up." Golovko muttered something in Russian that went over Ryan's head, though his translators would catch it later. "I'm the one who reports to our parliament on our activities. Your director was kind enough to agree to our request for advice." Ryan couldn't let that one slide. "No problem, Sergei Nikolaevich. You can run all your information through me. I'd be happy to show you how to present it." Golovko took it in stride. "Thanks, but the chairman might not appreciate that." With the jokes out of the way, it was time to get down to brass tacks. "We want a quid pro quo," the negotiation had begun, "and that is, the intel on the terrorists your side used to back? That's off the table." Golovko said without hesitation. "No, it's not." Golovko played his card. "An intelligence agency can't leak secrets and still expect to operate." "Really? Bring that up with Castro next time you're in Havana?" Ryan shot back. "You're sharpening up, Jack." "Thanks, Sergei." My administration is truly thankful for your president's recent remarks on terrorism. Honestly, I like the guy on a personal level. You know that. We're reshaping the globe, my friend. Let's tidy up a few more loose ends. You never backed your government's dealings with those scumbags. What gives you that idea? The first deputy chairman asked. Sergey, you're a seasoned spy. There's no way you can genuinely endorse the behavior of reckless thugs. I share that view naturally, but for me it's personal. Ryan leaned back, his expression hardening. He could still picture Sean Miller and the rest of the Ulster Liberation Army, the men who had twice tried to kill Jack Ryan and his family, just 3 weeks prior, after years of exhausting every legal avenue, after 3 petitions to the Supreme Court, after rallies and pleas to the governor of Maryland and the U.S. President for mercy, Miller and his crew had stepped one by one into the gas chamber in Baltimore and were wheeled out 30 minutes later, lifeless. And may God show them compassion, Ryan thought, if he has the stomach for it. That chapter was finally over, and the recent situation. The Indians, that proves my exact point, those so-called revolutionaries were peddling narcotics to fund themselves. They'll betray you, the very people you once financed. In a few years, they'll be a bigger headache for you than they ever were for us. That was undeniably accurate, and both men knew it. The link between terrorism and drugs was becoming a real worry for the Soviets. Free enterprise was booming fastest in Russia's underworld, a fact that unsettled Ryan as much as it did Golovko. So what's your answer? Golovko tilted his head. I'll run it by the chairman. He'll sign off. Remember what I told you in Moscow a couple of years ago? Who needs diplomats for negotiations when you've got real men to sort things out? I was half expecting a line from Kipling or something poetic, the Russian said with a dry smirk. So how do you manage your Congress? Jack laughed. Short answer. You just tell them the truth. I flew 11,000 kilometers for that. You pick a few people in your parliament you can trust to stay silent, and who the rest of the parliament views as straight shooters. That's the tricky part, and you fill them in on whatever they need to know. You've got to establish ground rules.
Ground rules?
It's a baseball term, Sergey. It means the special guidelines for a particular field. Golovko's face brightened. Ah, right. That's a handy phrase. Everyone has to agree on those rules, and you can never, under any circumstances, break them. Ryan paused. He was slipping back into professor mode, and that wasn't fair to a fellow professional. Golovko furrowed his brow. That was the real challenge, of course, never bending the rules. The spy game wasn't often so black and white, and secrecy ran deep in the Russian character. It's worked for us, Ryan added. Or has it? He wondered. Sergey knows the truth. He's aware of things I'm not. He could tell me whether we've had serious leaks on the Hill since Peter Henderson, but he also knows we've infiltrated their operations despite their obsession with total secrecy. Even the Soviets had admitted it openly. The flood of KGB defectors over the years had dismantled countless carefully planned missions against America and the West. In the Soviet Union, just as in America, secrecy served a dual purpose. It hid failures while also protecting successes. After a pause, Ryan spoke again. It really comes down to trust. The people in your parliament are genuine patriots. If they didn't care deeply about their country, why would they endure all the nonsense that comes with public life? It's the same for us here. Golovko responded without hesitation. Power? No, not the smart ones, not the ones you'll actually deal with. Sure, there will be a few fools. We have our share here. They're certainly not an endangered species. But there are always those who are sharp enough to realize that the power tied to government service is mostly an illusion. The responsibility that comes with it is always far greater. No, Sergey, for the most part, you'll be dealing with people who are just as smart and honest as you are. Golovko's head snapped up at the unexpected compliment, a sign of mutual professional respect. He had guessed correctly moments earlier. Ryan was getting quite good at this. Golovko began to sense that he and Ryan were no longer true adversaries. Rivals, perhaps, but not enemies. There was something more than professional respect growing between them now. Ryan looked at his visitor with a calm, almost paternal expression, secretly pleased that he had managed to surprise him. He was also hoping that one of the people Golovko would choose for oversight would be Oleg Kirillovich Kadyshev, code name Spinnaker. Known in the media as one of the most brilliant Soviet parliamentarians in a rambunctious legislative body trying to build a new nation. His reputation for intelligence and integrity masked the fact that he had been on the CIA payroll for years, the finest agent Mary Pat Foley had ever recruited. The game continues, Ryan thought. The rules had changed, the world had changed, but the game went on. It probably always would, Jack mused, feeling a vague sense of regret about that truth. But hell, America even spied on Israel. It was called keeping an eye on things, never running an operation. The oversight folks in Congress would have leaked that in a heartbeat. "Oh, Sergey, you have so many new things to learn." Lunch followed. Ryan took his guest to the executive dining room where Golovko found the food noticeably better than what he was used to at KGB headquarters. Something Ryan would never have believed possible. He also discovered that the top CIA executives were eager to meet him. The directorate chiefs and their principal deputies all lined up to shake his hand and pose for photos. Finally, there was a group picture before Golovko took the executive elevator back to his car. Then the people from science and technology and security swept every inch of every corridor and room Golovko and his bodyguard had visited. Finding nothing, they swept again and again. And once more until it was determined that he hadn't taken the opportunity to play his own games. One of the S&T people had lamented that things just weren't the same anymore. Ryan smiled, recalling that remark. Everything was moving so incredibly fast. He settled back into his seat and tightened his seatbelt. The VC-20 was approaching the Alps, and the air might get rough there. "Want a paper, sir?" the attendant asked. It was a woman for a change, and a pretty one. Also married and pregnant, a pregnant staff sergeant. It made Ryan uneasy to be served by someone like that. "What do you have?" "The International Tribune." "Great." Ryan took the paper and nearly gasped. There it was, right on the front page. Some idiot had leaked one of the photos. Golovko, Ryan, the directors of S&T Ops, Admin, Records, and Intelligence, all caught mid-meal. None of the American identities were secret, of course, but even so, "Not a great picture, sir," the sergeant noted with a grin. Ryan couldn't bring himself to be upset. "When are you due, Sarge?" 5 more months, sir." "Well, you'll be bringing your child into a much better world than the one either of us got stuck with. Why don't you sit down and take a break? I'm not liberated enough to have a pregnant woman waiting on me." The International Herald Tribune, a partnership between the New York Times and the Washington Post, had become the essential lifeline for Americans roaming through Europe, keeping them in the loop on baseball scores and their favorite comic strips. Its reach had stretched deep into the former Eastern Bloc, catering to the wave of U.S. businesspeople and tourists pouring into the freshly liberated nations. The locals, too, snapped it up. Some to sharpen their English, others to track the goings-on in a country they'd been taught to despise, but now couldn't stop admiring. It was easily the finest source of information those countries had ever seen, and soon the paper's American executives were scrambling to expand distribution even further. One regular reader was Gunther Bach, a man who'd landed in Sofia, Bulgaria, after slipping out of East Germany in a hurry, tipped off by an old Stasi contact. Alongside his wife, Petra Bach had once led a cell in the Baader-Meinhof gang, and later the Red Army faction after that group was dismantled by West German authorities. A couple of close calls with the Bundeskriminalamt had sent him scrambling across the Czech border into the DDR, where he'd settled into a quiet, low-key existence. With forged documents, a fresh identity, and a job he never actually showed up for, though the paperwork was flawless, he figured he was untouchable. Neither he nor Petra had anticipated the popular uprising that toppled the East German government, but they were confident they could ride out the chaos in anonymity. What they hadn't counted on was the mob storming Stasi headquarters, shredding millions of files. But not all of them were destroyed. Many of the so-called rioters were actually operatives from the Bundesnachrichtendienst, West Germany's intelligence arm, who'd led the charge and knew precisely which rooms to hit. Within weeks, RAF members started vanishing. At first, it was hard to notice. The DDR's phone system was a joke, and for security reasons, ex-comrades never lived close together. But when another couple failed to show for dinner, Gunther and Petra knew something was wrong. Too late. As Gunther scrambled to plan an escape, 5 GSG-9 commandos smashed through the flimsy door of their East Berlin flat. They found Petra cradling one of their twin daughters. But any sympathy they might have felt evaporated when they remembered she'd killed 3 West German citizens, one in particularly gruesome fashion. Now Petra sat in a maximum security prison serving a life sentence. And in this country, life meant you left feet first or not at all. The twins had been adopted by a Munich police captain and his wife, who'd been unable to have children of their own. It struck Gunther as profoundly strange how much that burned him. He was a revolutionary, after all. He'd plotted, killed, and sacrificed everything for the cause. It was laughable, really, that he'd let himself seethe over his wife's imprisonment and the loss of his kids. But there it was. They had Petra's eyes, her nose, and they'd smiled at him. They'd never be taught to hate him, he realized. They'd never even learn who he and Petra had been. He'd given himself to something bigger than family, something grander than the petty bonds of flesh and blood. And yet, as he sat in Sofia staring at the newspaper, he couldn't shake the ache that gnawed at his gut, a quiet, stubborn reminder that ideology was a cold bedfellow when you were alone. He and his colleagues had made a thoughtful, deliberate choice to forge a fairer world for everyday people, and yet he and Petra had likewise decided, with the same careful reasoning, to raise children in it who would carry on the Bach name and enjoy the rewards of their parents' tireless efforts. Gunther was furious that this future might slip away. What truly gnawed at him, though, was his confusion. What had happened defied all logic. Impossible. Unbelievable. The everyday citizens of the DDR had risen up like rebels themselves, turning their backs on their near-perfect socialist state and choosing instead to merge with the greedy, imperialist machine they'd been taught to despise. They'd been lured by shiny gadgets and fancy cars. And then what? Gunther Bach simply couldn't wrap his mind around it. For all his natural sharpness, the pieces refused to fit into any sensible picture. That his countrymen might have studied scientific socialism and concluded it was a dead end, that it could never truly work. That was a stretch his imagination couldn't make. He'd poured too many years into Marxism to ever renounce it now. Without it, after all, he was nothing but a criminal, a common killer. Only his grand revolutionary purpose lifted his deeds above the level of a street thug. But that very purpose had been flat-out rejected by the very people he'd fought for. That just couldn't be. Impossible. It hardly seemed fair that so many impossible things kept stacking up on him. As he unfolded the newspaper he'd grabbed 20 minutes earlier from a stand several blocks away, the front-page photo grabbed his attention, just as the editor had planned. CIA Feats KGB, the headline read. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Gunther muttered under his breath. In yet another surprising twist in an already surprising era, the Central Intelligence Agency hosted the first deputy chairman of the KGB for talks on matters of shared interest between the world's 2 biggest intelligence agencies. The article continued. Sources say the latest frontier in East-West collaboration will involve trading information on the growing link between international terrorism and the global drug trade. The CIA and KGB will join forces too. Bach put the paper down and looked out the window. He understood what it meant to be prey. Every revolutionary did. It was the road he'd chosen, together with Petra and their circle of comrades. The mission was straightforward: pit their wits and nerve against the opposition, the forces of good versus the forces of evil. Sure, it was the good guys who had to stay hidden, but that was just a minor detail. Eventually, the tables would turn once the masses woke up to the truth and rallied behind the cause. Except for one nagging hitch, the masses had picked a different path, and the world of terrorism was quickly running out of shadows where the forces of good could take cover. He'd come to Bulgaria for a couple of reasons. Of all the former Eastern Bloc nations, Bulgaria was the most outdated, which ironically made its shift away from communism the smoothest. In fact, the old guard still ran the show just under new labels, and the country remained politically safe, or at least neutral. The Bulgarian intelligence network, once the go-to source for KGB assassins when Moscow's hands got too clean for the dirty work, still had plenty of reliable allies. Reliable allies, Gunter mused, but the Bulgarians were still tied to their Russian overseers partners now, and if the KGB was truly teaming up with the CIA. That was one more safe haven crossed off the list. Gunther Bock should have felt a shiver of fear at the growing threat. Instead, his face burned with a hot, pulsing anger. As a revolutionary, he had often boasted that the entire world had turned against him, but deep down he'd always known that was just talk. Now, that boast was becoming a grim reality. There were still places to hide, still people he could rely on. But for how long? How soon before even his most loyal allies would cave to the shifting tides of history? The Soviets had already sold out their own ideals, and the Germans, Poles, Czechs, Hungarians, and Romanians had followed suit. Who would be next? Couldn't they see the truth? It was all a grand deception, a conspiracy orchestrated by counter-revolutionary forces. A monstrous lie. They were throwing away what could have been, should have been, the perfect social order, a world free from want, built on efficiency, fairness, and equality. But what if it was all a lie? What if it had all been a terrible mistake? Had he and Petra truly killed those trembling exploiters for nothing? Yet none of that mattered now. Did it? Not to Gunther Bock, not at this moment. He was about to become prey again. Another safe haven was on the verge of turning into a hunting ground. If the Bulgarians shared their documents with the Russians, and if the Russians had the right people in the right offices, his new identity could already be on its way to Washington, then to BND headquarters. In a week, he might be sharing a cell not far from Petra's. Petra, with her soft brown hair and sparkling blue eyes, as courageous a partner as any man could dream of. Cold toward her targets, yet wonderfully warm to her comrades. She'd been such a devoted mother to Erica and Ursel, excelling at that role just as she had at everything else she ever tried. Betrayed by those she trusted, locked away like an animal, stripped of her children. His beloved Petra, comrade, lover, wife, believer, robbed of her very life, and now he was being pushed further and further away from her. There had to be a way to turn things around. But first, he had to escape. Bock set down the paper and straightened up the kitchen. Once everything was in order, he packed a single bag and left the apartment. The elevator was broken yet again, so he trudged down 4 flights of stairs to the street. He caught a tram and 90 minutes later arrived at the airport. His passport was diplomatic. In fact, he had 6 of them hidden in the lining of his Russian-made suitcase. Ever cautious, 3 were exact duplicates of passports held by real Bulgarian diplomats, unknown to the ministry that kept the record. That gave him unrestricted access to the international terrorists' greatest ally, air travel. Before noon, his flight lifted off, heading south. Ryan's plane touched down at a military airfield just outside Rome shortly before midday. By pure chance, they rolled in right behind another VC-20B from the 89th Military Airlift Wing that had landed moments earlier from Moscow. A black limousine waited on the tarmac for both aircraft. Deputy Secretary of State Scott Adler greeted Ryan with a quiet smile as he descended the steps. "Well?" Ryan asked over the roar of engines. "It's a go. Damn, Ryan replied, shaking Adler's hand. How many more miracles can we expect this year? How many do you want, Adler, a career diplomat who had climbed the ranks on the Soviet desk, spoke fluent Russian, and knew the country's politics better than most, including many Russians themselves? You know what the hardest part is? Getting used to hearing da instead of niet, right? Takes all the fun out of negotiations. Diplomacy's a real pain when both sides actually agree. Adler laughed as the car pulled away. Well, this should be a first for both of us, Jack said soberly, glancing back at his aircraft as it prepared for an immediate departure. He and Adler would be on the road together for the remainder of the journey, tearing through the heart of Rome with the standard, overwhelming security detail. The Red Brigade, nearly wiped out years ago, had made a comeback, and even if they hadn't, the Italians never skimped on protecting foreign dignitaries. In the front passenger seat sat a stone-faced guy clutching a tiny Beretta, 2 lead cars, 2 chase cars, and enough motorcycles to stage a motocross event surrounded them. The frantic dash down Rome's ancient streets made Ryan long for the skies. Every Italian behind the wheel, it seemed, fancied himself a Formula One hopeful. Jack would have felt far more at ease in a low-key ride with Clark, taking a meandering route, but here the security was as much about pageantry as protection. There was, of course, another angle to consider. Nothing like keeping a low profile, Jack murmured to Adler. Don't stress it. Every time I've hit this city, it's the same circus. Your first trip? Yeah, first time in Rome. Hard to believe I've never made it here. Always dreamed of it. The history, the whole vibe. Plenty of that, Adler said. Think we could stir up a bit more? Ryan glanced over at his companion. The notion of making history hadn't crossed his mind, and it wasn't a comforting thought. That's not my gig, Scott. If this pans out, you know what's coming. Honestly, I haven't given it a second thought. You should. No good deed goes unpunished. You mean Secretary Talbot? No, not him. Definitely not my boss. Ryan's gaze drifted forward as a truck hastily veered out of the motorcade's path. The Italian cop on the far right of the bike escort didn't budge an inch. I'm not chasing glory. I just had a hunch, that's all. Now I'm just the guy setting things up. Adler gave a slight shake of his head and stayed quiet. Man, how have you survived this long in government? The Swiss Guards' striped jumpsuits, supposedly designed by Michelangelo, were relics of an era when bright uniforms made sense on battlefields. Like the British Guards' red tunics, they lingered more for tourist appeal than practicality. The guards and their gear looked almost charming. They carried halberds, those nasty long-handled axes meant to drag armored knights off their horses, often by maiming the steed, since horses couldn't fight back well, and war's a brutally practical affair. Once unhorsed, a knight was finished with about as much effort as cracking open a lobster, and just as little guilt. People romanticized medieval weapons, Ryan mused, but there was nothing romantic about their purpose. A modern rifle might leave a clean hole. These were built to tear apart. Both took a life, sure, but at least rifles made burials tidier. The Swiss Guards also carried rifles, SIG models, and not all of them wore Renaissance get-ups. After the attempt on John Paul II, many had undergone extra training, kept quiet and low-key, since it didn't quite fit the Vatican's image. Ryan wondered what the Vatican's stance on lethal force was, and whether the Guard chief chafed at rules handed down by folks who didn't grasp the real threat or the need for swift action. Still, they'd do their job within those limits, grumbling and speaking up when they could, like everyone in that line of work. A bishop greeted them, an Irishman named Seamus O'Toole, whose fiery red hair clashed painfully with his vestments. Ryan was the first out of the car. His initial thought, a nagging question, was he supposed to kiss O'Toole's ring or not? He had no real answer for that. His last encounter with an actual bishop had been at his confirmation, and that was a lifetime ago, back in 6th grade in Baltimore. O'Toole, however, handled the awkwardness with ease, grabbing Ryan's hand in a firm, almost crushing shake. So many Irishmen in the world, he boomed, flashing a broad smile. Someone's got to keep things in order. Excellency. Indeed, indeed. O'Toole then turned his attention to Adler. Scott, being Jewish, had no intention of kissing any rings. Shall we head inside, gentlemen? Bishop O'Toole guided them into a building so steeped in history it could easily fill 3 academic books, not to mention a glossy coffee table tome on its art and architecture. Jack barely registered the 2 metal detectors they passed on the 3rd floor. So seamlessly were they hidden within the door frames. Leonardo da Vinci himself might have designed them. It felt just like the White House. Not all the Swiss guards were in uniform. Some of the men roaming the corridors in plain clothes were far too young and fit to be simple bureaucrats. Yet the overall vibe was a strange mix of an old art museum and a monastery. The clergy wore traditional cassocks, and the nuns who were everywhere hadn't adopted the more casual modern attire of their American counterparts. Ryan and Adler were briefly parked in a waiting room, a move that felt more like an opportunity to admire the surroundings than an inconvenience. A stunning Titian Madonna hung on the opposite wall, and Ryan was lost in admiration when O'Toole went to announce their arrival. God, I wonder if he ever did a small painting, Ryan muttered under his breath. Adler chuckled softly. He certainly knew how to capture a face, a look, a moment, didn't he? You ready? Yeah, Ryan replied, surprised by his own confidence. Gentlemen, O'Toole called from the now open door. This way, please. They walked through yet another antechamber, this one with 2 empty secretarial desks and a set of doors that looked a good 14 feet tall. The office of Giovanni Cardinal d'Antonio was the kind of space that in America would be used for state balls or formal receptions. The ceiling was frescoed, the walls draped in blue silk, and the ancient hardwood floor was covered with rugs large enough to fit a typical living room. The furniture was the newest in the room, and it still looked at least 200 years old, with taut brocade fabric and gold leaf on the curved wooden legs. A silver coffee service indicated where they were to sit. The cardinal approached them from his desk, smiling with the kind of grace a king might have shown a favored minister centuries ago. D'Antonio was a short man, clearly fond of good food, carrying a good 40 extra pounds. The faint smell of smoke in the room suggested a habit he really should have kicked, especially at nearly 70 years old. His pudgy, aging face had an earthy dignity, the son of a Sicilian fisherman with mischievous brown eyes that hinted at a rough-hewn character 50 years of church service hadn't fully polished. Ryan knew his story and could easily picture him as a boy, hauling in nets beside his father. That earthiness, though, was a clever disguise for a seasoned diplomat, which was his true profession, whatever his vocation. Like many Vatican officials, he was a linguist who had spent 30 years honing his trade. The lack of military might which had hampered his efforts to change the world had only made him more cunning. In the intelligence world, he was an agent of influence, welcome everywhere, always ready to listen or offer a word of advice. Of course, he greeted Adler first. So good to see you again, Scott. Eminence, it's always a pleasure. Adler took the offered hand and flashed his polished diplomat smile. And you must be Dr. Ryan. We have heard so many things about you. Thank you, Your Eminence. Please, please. D'Antonio gestured them toward a sofa so exquisite that Ryan hesitated, almost flinching at the thought of putting his weight on it. Coffee? The host offered, a simple question that carried the weight of diplomacy. Yes, thank you, Adler replied on behalf of both of them. Bishop O'Toole handled the pouring, then settled in with a notepad to capture the conversation. We truly appreciate you accommodating us on such short notice. Nonsense, the cardinal brushed it off. Ryan watched, genuinely fascinated, as D'Antonio reached into his cassock and produced a cigar holder. A sleek tool, silver, or perhaps stainless steel, made quick work of the thick brown cigar, and a gold lighter brought it to life. There was no apology, no nod to the sins of the flesh. It was as if the cardinal had casually switched off the dignity setting to make his guests comfortable. More likely, Ryan figured, the man simply thought better with a cigar in hand. Bismarck would have understood. "You're familiar with the broad strokes of our proposal," Adler opened. "See, I find it quite compelling. You're aware, of course, that the Holy Father floated something similar a while back." Ryan's head shot up. He hadn't known that. "When that initiative first surfaced, I wrote a paper assessing its viability," Adler said. "The main flaw was the lack of a framework for security concerns. But after the Iraq situation, the door has cracked open. Also, you understand, our concept doesn't exactly." "Your concept is acceptable to us," D'Antonio cut in, waving the cigar with a regal flourish. "How could it not be?" "That, Eminence, is exactly what we hoped to hear." Adler raised his coffee cup. "No reservations? You'll find us highly flexible provided there's genuine goodwill among all parties. If there's complete equality among the participants, we can commit without condition." Those old eyes twinkled with mischief. "But can you guarantee equal treatment?" "I believe so," Adler said, his tone turning serious. "If not, we're all just charlatans. And what about the Soviets? They won't interfere. In fact, we anticipate open support." "With all the distractions they're juggling already." "Exactly. They stand to benefit from reduced regional tension, stable markets, and a boost in international goodwill." Ryan sat there quietly marveling. It was stunning how matter-of-factly people had absorbed the seismic shifts in global politics, as if they'd been expected all along. They hadn't, not by anyone. 10 years earlier, suggesting such a scenario would have gotten you committed. "Quite so," the Deputy Secretary of State said, setting down his cup. "Now about the announcement." Another wave of the cigar. "Naturally, you'll want the Holy Father to deliver it." "Very perceptive," Adler noted. "I'm not entirely senile yet." The Cardinal shot back with a grin. "And press leaks. We'd prefer none. That's easy enough here in this city, but in yours, who knows about this initiative?" "Very few," Ryan said, speaking for the first time since sitting down. "So far, so good. But your next stop—" D'Antonio hadn't been briefed on their itinerary, but the next destination was obvious. "That could be tricky," Ryan admitted cautiously. "We'll see how it plays out. The Holy Father and I will both be praying for your success. Perhaps this time those prayers will be answered," Adler replied. 50 minutes later, the VC-20B was airborne again, climbing over the Italian coastline before banking southwest to cross the country once more. "Jesus, that was fast," Jack muttered as the seatbelt light flicked off. He kept his buckled anyway. Old habits, Adler lit a cigarette, blowing smoke toward the window. "Jack, this is one of those rare situations where you move quickly or you don't move at all." He turned with a knowing smile. "They don't come around often, but when they do, the cabin attendant, male this time, made his way aft, handing both men copies of a printout that had just buzzed through the aircraft's fax machine." Ryan glanced at it, his brow furrowing. "What now?" "In Washington, people don't always have time to read the papers, at least not all of them, to help government employees track media coverage. A daily internal digest known as the Early Bird is assembled. Early editions of major American newspapers are flown into Washington on commercial flights, where they are reviewed before sunrise for stories touching on federal operations. Relevant articles are clipped, copied, and distributed in bulk to various offices, where staffers further filter the information for their higher-ups. This task is especially challenging at the White House, where the staff is, by nature, interested in everything. Dr. Elizabeth Elliott served as Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, working directly under Dr. Charles Alden, whose title was identical but lacked the Special Liz, or EE. As she was known, wore a chic linen suit that day. The prevailing fashion for women in power favored a feminine look over a mannish one. The logic being that since most men could easily tell the difference between themselves and women, There was no point in hiding it. The truth was that Dr. Elliot was not hard to look at and liked dressing to emphasize that fact. Standing 5 feet 8 inches tall with a slim build maintained by long hours and poor cafeteria food, she chafed at playing second fiddle to Charlie Alden. Worse, Alden was a Yali. She had recently been a political science professor at Bennington and resented that Yale was held in higher regard by whoever made such judgments. The White House's current schedule was more relaxed than in previous years, at least within the national security team. President Fowler didn't require a dawn intelligence briefing. The global landscape was calmer than any of his predecessors had faced, and his primary headaches were domestic and political. He could get his fill of commentary by watching morning news shows, often juggling 2 or more televisions at once, a habit that used to drive his wife crazy and still amused his staff. This meant Dr. Alden didn't need to show up until around 8 for his morning briefing, after which he would update the president at 9:30. Fowler preferred not to deal directly with CIA briefing officers, leaving EE to arrive just after 6. Her mornings were spent screening dispatches, conferring with CIA watch officers, whom she also disliked, and their counterparts from state and defense. She also got to sift through the early bird, highlighting what mattered for her boss, the esteemed Dr. Charles Alden. Like I'm some kind of brainless secretary. She fumed silently. To her, Alden was a walking contradiction, a liberal with a tough talk, a womanizer championing women's rights, a kind and thoughtful man who seemed to relish using her as a glorified clerk. That he was also a sharp observer and an uncannily accurate forecaster, with a dozen insightful books to his name, was beside the point. He was in her job. The position had been promised to her while Fowler was still a long-shot candidate. The backroom deal that put Alden in the West Wing corner office and her in the basement was just another example of how political figures break their word with a shrug. The vice president had demanded and won that concession at the convention. He also got what should have been her main-level office for one of his own aides, banishing her to this prestigious basement. In exchange, the Veep played team ball, and his relentless campaigning was credited with making the difference. The vice president had single-handedly secured California, and without that state's electoral votes, J. Robert Fowler would have remained just another governor back in Ohio. That was why she now occupied a cramped basement office, a mere 12 by 15 feet, serving as glorified secretary to a Yale-educated pretty boy who popped up on the Sunday shows once a month while she played waiting lady-in-waiting. Dr. Elizabeth Elliot's morning mood was, as usual, poisonous. Any White House veteran could confirm that. She stepped out of her space and headed to the mess for more coffee. But the bitter drip only soured her disposition further. A realization that halted her mid-stride and coaxed out a tight, private smile she never wasted on the security guards who checked her badge at the west entrance. They were just cops, after all, unworthy of her attention. Navy stewards handled the food, and the only silver lining was that many were minorities, mostly Filipinos, which she viewed as a shameful remnant of America's colonial past. The longtime secretaries were non-political, just faceless bureaucrats, while the real power players here were political, and whatever scrap of charm EE possessed was hoarded for them. The Secret Service watched her with the same enthusiasm they'd give a presidential pet if Fowler had one, which he didn't. The career staff, who had weathered countless administrations and their inflated egos, saw her as just another transient political appointee who would eventually vanish while they stayed on, faithfully honoring their oaths. The White House's unspoken hierarchy was ancient, each group looking down on the next. Back at her desk, she set down the mug and stretched, noting that the swivel chair was genuinely comfortable, far superior to what Bennington had offered, but the relentless grind of early starts and late finishes had worn her down, both physically and mentally. She reminded herself she should exercise again, maybe just walk. Plenty of staffers used lunch breaks to pace the National Mall. and the more ambitious ones jogged, with some female employees even pairing up with the military officers assigned to the building, probably drawn to the buzz cuts and simple minds. But EE had no time for that, so she settled for a stretch and a muttered curse, sitting back down, head of a department at the nation's top women's college, and here she was, a glorified clerk for that Yale snob. Yet complaining changed nothing, so she dove back into the briefing book, flipping to a new page with her yellow highlighter in hand. The redacted pages were annoyingly crooked, a detail that gnawed at her given her obsessive neatness. At the top of page 11, a small clipping from the Hartford Courant caught her eye. Alden paternity case, the headline screamed. Her coffee mug froze mid-lift. What? Suit papers were set to be filed in New Haven by a woman named Marcia Bloom, alleging that her newborn daughter was the child of Professor Charles W. Alden, the former Yale history chair, now serving as the president's national security advisor. Blum, a doctoral candidate in Russian history, claimed a 2-year affair with Alden and was suing for child support. That randy old goat, Elliot breathed, a sudden blazing certainty hitting her. It was true. It had to be. Alden's romantic exploits were already a running joke in the Post's humor columns. Charlie had a wandering eye and an even more restless libido, chasing after anything in a skirt or slacks, for that matter. Marcia Bloom, the name rang a bell. Jewish, probably. The fool had gotten himself tangled up with one of his own doctoral students, and now she was pregnant. Why she hadn't just taken care of it quietly was beyond me. Maybe he'd dumped her, and she was furious enough to blow the lid off everything. And of course he was set to fly to Saudi Arabia later today. That couldn't happen. Not on our watch. The idiot hadn't given anyone a heads up. Not a single word to anybody. He couldn't have, really. I would have caught wind of it. Secrets like that spread faster than a rumor in the faculty bathroom. But what if he hadn't even known himself? Could this Blum girl really be that bitter toward Charlie? That thought earned a smirk. Oh, she sure could be. Elliot reached for her phone, then paused, fingers hovering. You don't just ring up the president in his bedroom over a hunch, especially not when you might stand to gain from the fallout. But then again, what about the vice president? Alden was his guy, through and through. Yet Alden was a stickler for decorum. Hadn't he warned Charlie just 3 months ago to keep his womanizing under wraps? And here we were, the ultimate political sin, getting caught, and not with his hand in the cookie jar either. That thought prompted a short, sharp bark of laughter, stooping one of his seminar girls. What a complete moron. This was the man advising the president on affairs of state. Almost enough to make her giggle damage control, then the feminists would lose their minds. They'd conveniently overlook the Blum girl's own choices. She could have handled her so-called unwanted pregnancy in the proper way, whatever that meant. Wasn't pro-choice all about making a decision and owning it to them? This was just another case of a male scumbag exploiting a sister. And now he worked for a supposedly pro-feminist president. The anti-abortion crowd would be even more incensed if that was possible. They'd recently done something almost intelligent, which Elliot found nothing short of a miracle. 2 staunchly conservative senators were pushing legislation to force deadbeat dads to support their illegitimate kids. If abortion was to be banned, it had finally dawned on those dinosaurs that somebody had to step up for the unwanted children, and that crowd was already on a morality crusade, hammering the Fowler administration for a host of other sins. To the right-wing zealots, Alden would just be another irresponsible lecher, a white one, even better, in an administration they despised. Elliot weighed every angle for several minutes, forcing herself to stay clinical, to think it through from Alden's perspective. What were his options? Deny the baby was his? A simple genetic test would blow that up, and that took guts Alden probably didn't have. If he admitted it, well, he sure as hell couldn't marry the girl. She was only 24, for crying out loud. Supporting the child would be an admission of paternity, a blatant violation of academic ethics. Professors weren't supposed to sleep with their students. That it happened all the time, as Eliot well knew, was beside the point. In academia, just like in politics, the unwritten rule was simple. Don't get caught. What might be a hilarious anecdote at a faculty lunch turned into public disgrace in the papers. Charlie's done for. And what timing. Eliot punched in the number for the upstairs bedroom. "The president, please? This is Dr. Eliot calling." A pause while the Secret Service agent checked if the president would take the call. God, I hope I didn't catch him on the toilet, but it was too late to worry about that now. The hand came off the mouthpiece, and she heard the whir of the president's shaver, followed by a gruff voice. "What is it, Elizabeth?" "Mr. President, we've got a little problem you need to see right away." "Right away?" "Now, sir, it's potentially damaging. You'll want Arnie there, too. It's not the proposal that we're—" "No, Mr. President, something else. I'm not kidding. This could be quite serious." "All right, come up in 5 minutes. I assume you can give me a moment to brush my teeth." A touch of presidential charm. "5 minutes, sir." The line went dead. Eliot set the phone down slowly. 5 minutes. She'd hoped for more breathing room than that. She grabbed her makeup kit from the desk drawer and rushed to the restroom. A glance in the mirror. No. First things first. She needed her morning coffee. Her stomach was already staging a protest, so she popped an antacid to be safe. After that, she gave her hair and face a quick once-over. Good enough, she decided. A few touch-ups on her cheekbones would do the trick. Elizabeth Elliot, Ph.D., walked with a measured stride back to her office, taking an extra 30 seconds to steady herself before grabbing the early bird and heading for the elevator. The car was already waiting at the basement level, doors open, manned by a Secret Service agent who greeted the formidable woman with a polite smile, not because he liked her, but because he was relentlessly courteous, even to someone like E.E. Ware too. He asked. Dr. Elliot flashed a winning smile. Going up, she said, catching the agent off guard. The scene shifted to Ryan, holed up in the VIP quarters at the U.S. Embassy, watching the clock crawl. He was stepping in for Dr. Alden in Riyadh, but since he was scheduled to meet a prince, and princes, as everyone knows, hate having their calendars disturbed, he had to cool his heels while the clock pretended he was still in transit. After 3 hours of satellite TV, he'd had enough and decided to stretch his legs, with a quiet security detail trailing him. Normally, Ryan would have used the guard as an impromptu tour guide, but not today. He wanted his mind to go blank. This was his first trip to Israel, and he wanted to take it all in fresh, letting his thoughts drift over what he'd seen on the news. The Tel Aviv streets were sweltering, and the heat he was heading toward would only be worse. Vendors hawked their goods, and pedestrians hustled past, absorbed in their errands. Police were visible as expected, but the real surprise was the occasional civilian toting an Uzi, likely heading to or from a reserve duty. It was the kind of sight that would send an American anti-gun advocate into a spiral or make a pro-gun enthusiast's day. Ryan figured the open display of firepower probably did wonders for deterring street crime and petty theft. Civilian crime, he knew, was surprisingly rare here. But terrorist attacks and other grim incidents were a different story, and the situation was deteriorating, not improving. That, too, was nothing new. The Holy Land, sacred to Christians, Muslims, and Jews alike, had the historical misfortune of sitting at the crossroads between Europe and Africa on one side, the domain of the Roman, Greek, and Egyptian empires, and Asia on the other, home to the Babylonians, Assyrians, and Persians. And as any student of military history knows, a crossroads is always a prize someone's willing to fight for. The arrival of Christianity and 7 centuries later, Islam didn't change the fundamental equation. It just redrew the battle lines and gave the ancient turf war a heavier spiritual weight that only made the conflicts more savage. It was tempting to look at it all with a cynical eye. The First Crusade back in 1096, Ryan mused, was less about faith and more about surplus population. Knights and nobles were a passionate bunch, producing more heirs than their castles and cathedrals could accommodate. A noble's younger son wasn't about to take up plowing, and those who survived childhood diseases needed an outlet. So when Pope Urban II called for a holy war to reclaim the land of Christ from the infidels, it handed ambitious men a perfect excuse to launch an aggressive campaign, not just to seize religiously significant territory, but to carve out their own fiefdoms, lord over peasants, and plant themselves along the trade routes to the Orient, collecting tolls all the way, whatever drove them. Faith, ambition, or simple greed probably shifted with each individual, yet everyone understood both pulls. Jack found himself wondering about the countless feet that had worn down these ancient stones, and how those travelers had squared their personal, political, and commercial motives with the sacred mission they claimed to follow. The same had surely applied to Muslims, given that 3 centuries after Muhammad, opportunists had undoubtedly padded the ranks of the devout, just as they had within Christianity. Caught in the crossfire were the Jews, those who hadn't been scattered by the Romans, or who'd managed to drift back home. Back in the early second millennium, Christians had likely treated them with even greater cruelty, a dynamic that had shifted probably more than once over the centuries. The land itself was like a bone, an immortal bone fought over by endless packs of hungry dogs. But what kept the bone intact, what kept the dogs returning century after century, was what that ground represented. So much history packed into one spot. Countless legendary figures had walked here, including the Son of God, at least as Ryan's Catholic upbringing insisted. Beyond the mere geography, this narrow bridge between continents and cultures held ideas, ideals, and hopes that lived in the minds of men, somehow embedded in the sand and rock of a place so uninviting that only a scorpion could truly adore it. Jack figured there were 5 great religions on the planet, but only 3 had genuinely expanded past their origins, and all 3 had been born within a few miles of where he stood. So, naturally, this is where they wage war. The sheer irony was staggering. Monotheism had started here, hadn't it? Beginning with the Jews, then built upon by Christians and Muslims. This was the birthplace of the concept. The Jewish people calling them Israelites felt too archaic, had clung to their beliefs with fierce stubbornness for millennia, enduring every assault from animists and pagans, only to face their toughest trials at the hands of faiths born from the very ideas they'd protected. It wasn't just at all, but religious conflicts were always the most savage. If you were fighting for God himself, then anything became permissible. Your adversaries in such a fight were also fighting against God, a loathsome and unforgivable offense. To challenge the authority of authority itself, well, every soldier could cast himself as God's own avenging blade. There could be no limits. Acts meant to punish the enemy sinner were blessed as completely as anything could be. Pillage, plunder, massacre, every vile crime humanity could conjure became more than a right, transformed into a duty, a holy cause, no longer sins at all. Not just being hired to commit atrocities, not merely sinning because it felt good, but being convinced you could get away with absolutely anything because God was genuinely on your side. They even carried it to the grave. Back in England, knights who'd fought in the Crusades were laid to rest beneath stone effigies with crossed legs instead of lying straight, the emblem of a holy crusader, so that eternity itself would remember they'd spent their time in God's name, drenching their blades in children's blood, ravaging whatever caught their wandering eyes, and looting anything that wasn't bolted down. Every side played the game. The Jews were mostly victims, but they'd grab the sword's hilt themselves when opportunity arose, because all men share the same mix of virtue and vice. The bastards must have relished it, Jack thought grimly, watching a traffic officer sort out a fender bender at a crowded intersection. Surely some genuinely decent souls existed back then. What did they do? What crossed their minds? I wonder what God made of it all. But Ryan wasn't a priest or a rabbi or an imam. Ryan was a senior intelligence officer, a servant of his nation, An observer and relay of facts, he kept scanning his surroundings, momentarily setting aside the weight of history. The locals were dressed for the blistering heat, and the chaotic rhythm of the streets reminded him of Manhattan. Portable radios seemed to be everywhere, and when he passed an outdoor cafe, he counted at least 10 people huddled around an hourly news update. Jack couldn't help but grin, his kind of crowd. Back home, his car radio was always locked onto an all-news station out of D.C. Those eyes, he noticed, darted around, scanning, assessing. The vigilance was so thick in the air that it took him a beat to register it, like the gaze of his own security detail, always hunting for the next threat. That made sense, though. The incident on Temple Mount hadn't erupted into open conflict, but the tension was palpable, and it didn't surprise Ryan that the folks around him missed the real danger lurking in that eerie quiet. Israel had a kind of tunnel vision that was easy to understand, surrounded by nations with every reason to see the Jewish state wiped off the map. They had turned paranoia into a refined skill and national security into an all-consuming passion. 19 centuries after Masada and the diaspora, they'd come back to a land they'd blessed, fleeing persecution and near annihilation, only to walk straight into more of the same. The difference now was that they held the blade and they'd mastered its use, but even that was a dead end. Wars were meant to end in peace, yet none of theirs ever truly did. They just paused, got interrupted, nothing more. For Israel, peace was merely a breather, a chance to bury the fallen and ready the next wave of soldiers. The Jews had escaped Christian-led extermination, betting everything on their capacity to outfight Muslim foes who had openly vowed to finish what Hitler started, and God, Ryan figured, was probably thinking the same thing he had during the Crusades. Too bad parting seas and freezing the sun in place were Old Testament tricks. People were supposed to handle things themselves now. But people didn't always do what they were supposed to. When Thomas More penned Utopia, that ideal state where everyone acts morally, he gave both the place and the book the same name. Utopia literally means no place. Jack let out a soft sigh and rounded a corner onto another lane lined with whitewashed buildings. "Hello, Dr. Ryan." The man standing there was in his mid-50s, shorter and stouter than Jack, with a full, neatly trimmed beard that was starting to gray. He looked less like a typical academic and more like a field commander from Sennacherib's Assyrian legions. A broadsword wouldn't have seemed out of place in his grip. If he hadn't been smiling, Ryan would have wished for John Clark to be by his side. "Hello, Avi. Fancy meeting you here." General Abraham Ben Jacob was Ryan's Mossad counterpart, the deputy director of Israel's Foreign Intelligence Agency. A heavyweight in the spy game, Avi had been a professional soldier until 1968, a paratrooper with serious special ops chops who'd been recruited by Rafi Eitan and pulled into the fold. Their paths had crossed a half-dozen times over the years, but always in Washington. Jack held Ben Jacob in the highest regard as a professional. What Avi thought of him, though, was anyone's guess. The general was a master at keeping his cards close. "So, what's the word from Washington, Jack?" "Only what I caught on CNN at the embassy. Nothing official yet, and even if there were, you know the protocol better than I do, Avi. So any decent spots to grab a bite around here." That had been arranged well in advance, of course. Within 2 minutes and 100 yards, they were tucked into the back room of a quiet family-run joint where both their security teams could keep watch. Ben Jacob ordered 2 Heinekens. "Where you're headed, they don't serve beer." "Cheap shot, Avi." "Very cheap," Ryan shot back after taking a long sip. "So you're the one stepping into Alden's shoes over in Riyadh, I hear." "Me? Taking over for Dr. Alden? That's a stretch even for you. Your talk is scheduled around the same time as Adler's. We're curious to hear what you've got. Then I guess you'll have to wait like everyone else." "No early peek, not even between colleagues?" "Especially not between colleagues." Jack tipped his beer straight from the bottle. The menu was in Hebrew, which he couldn't read. "Looks like you'll be ordering for me, that idiot." I've been handed tough situations before, but this one takes the cake. Alden, he didn't need to ask. He's my age. Honestly, a man his age should know that experienced women are steadier and far more sensible. Even in personal matters, his mind ran on professional lines, and maybe he ought to pay more attention to his own wife. Ben Jacob chuckled. I keep forgetting how old school you are. It's not that, Avi. Who in their right mind wants more than one woman to deal with? Ryan's face stayed deadpan. He's gone for good. That's what our embassy says. But what's really behind it? Maybe so. No one asked me for my take. I genuinely admire the guy. He advises the president well. He actually listens to us, and when he pushes back on the agency, he's usually got a solid reason. He caught me off guard once about 6 months back. The man's sharp. But running around like that, well, nobody's perfect. What a ridiculous way to throw away a position like that. Can't keep it in his pants. And the timing couldn't be worse. Jack fumed silently. People like that don't belong in government. They're too easy to exploit. The Russians are moving away from honey traps, and the woman was Jewish, wasn't she? One of yours, Avi. Dr. Ryan, would I pull something like that? Avi Ben Jacob's laugh was like a bear's growl. Can't be your doing. There wasn't any attempt at blackmail. Jack nearly crossed a line with that remark. The general's gaze sharpened. It wasn't our operation. Do you think we're reckless? Dr. Elliot will be taking Alden's spot. Ryan looked up from his beer, caught off guard. He hadn't considered that. Oh, no. A friend to both of us, Avi pointed out. How many government ministers have you clashed with over the past 2 decades, Avi? None, naturally. Ryan snorted and set the empty bottle down. Remember what you said earlier? The bit about one professional to another? We're in the same line of work. And sometimes, when we're fortunate, they actually pay attention. And when they do listen, sometimes we're the ones who got it wrong. General Ben Jacob didn't flinch, his steady, easy gaze fixed on Ryan's face. That remark was another sign of Ryan's growing depth. He liked Jack, personally and professionally, but in the intelligence game, personal feelings don't carry much weight. Something bigger was in motion. Scott Adler had made a trip to Moscow. Both Ryan and Adler had met with Cardinal D'Antonio at the Vatican. The original plan had Ryan backing up Adler here with the Israeli Foreign Ministry, but Alden's jaw-dropping slip-up had thrown that out the window. Even by intelligence standards, Avi Ben Jacob was remarkably plugged in. Ryan had his doubts about whether Israel was truly America's most reliable partner in the Middle East, which made sense coming from an historian, Avi figured, but most Americans saw it that way. So Israelis got more inside access to U.S. government chatter than anyone else, even the British, who had a formal pact with American intelligence. Those channels had tipped Ben Jacob's people off that Ryan was pulling the strings. That seemed highly unlikely. Jack was sharp, nearly as sharp as Alden, but Ryan had always seen himself as a servant, not a master. Someone who carried out policy, not someone who crafted it. Besides, the American president had no fondness for Ryan, and he hadn't bothered to hide it from his closest advisors. Elizabeth Elliot was said to despise him. Avi had heard something from before the election, a perceived slight, a sharp comment. Well, government ministers were famously thin-skinned. Not like Ryan and me, General Ben Jacob thought. Both he and Ryan had stared down death more than once, and maybe that was what connected them. They didn't need to see eye to eye on everything. There was a mutual respect between them. Moscow, Rome, Tel Aviv, Riyadh. What could he piece together from that? Scott Adler was Secretary of State Talbot's chosen man, a polished career diplomat. Talbot himself was no slouch either. President Fowler might not have been the most commanding figure, but he'd picked top-tier cabinet members and advisors, except for Elliot. Avi corrected himself. Talbot leaned on Deputy Secretary Adler to handle the heavy lifting, and when Talbot stepped into formal talks, Adler was right there with him. The strangest part, of course, was that none of the Mossad's sources had a clue what was unfolding. Something significant in the Middle East, they said. Not sure what. I heard Jack Ryan at the agency was mixed up in it. That was it. It should have been maddening, but Avi had grown used to it. Intelligence was a game where you never got to see the full hand. Ben Jacob's brother, a pediatrician, dealt with the same kind of frustration. A sick child rarely explained what was wrong. Of course, his brother could ask or point or poke around. "Jack, I have to give my superiors something." General Ben Jacob said, almost pleading. "Come on, General." Jack turned and signaled for another beer. "Tell me what exactly happened on the Mount." The man is unhinged. They've got him on suicide watch at the hospital. His wife walked out on him. He fell under the sway of a religious zealot, and Ben Jacob shrugged. It was awful to witness. "That's true, Avi. Do you have any idea the political mess you're in now?" "Jack, we've been wrestling with this issue for—" "I figured as much." "Avi, you're a sharp operator, but you don't have a clue what's going on this time. You really don't. Then tell me, I didn't mean that. What went down a few days ago has shifted everything, General." "You must see that." "Shifted to what? You'll have to be patient. I've got my orders, too." "Is your country threatening us? Threatening? That's never going to happen, Avi. How could it?" Ryan caught himself, realizing he was saying too much. "This guy's good," Jack reminded himself. "But you can't dictate policy to us." Jack held back his retort. "You're clever, General, but I still have my orders. You'll have to wait. I'm sorry your people in D.C. can't help you, but neither can I." Ben Jacob switched tactics again. "I'm even buying you dinner, and my country isn't as wealthy as yours." Jack laughed at his tone. "Good beer, too, and like you said, I can't do this where you think I'm headed, if that's even where I'm headed." "Your aircrew already filed the flight plan." I checked. So much for secrecy. Jack took the fresh bottle with a nod to the waiter. "Avi, let it rest for now. Do you honestly think we'd do anything to put your country's security at risk?" Yes. The general thought, though, he couldn't voice that. Instead, he stayed quiet. But Ryan wasn't fooled, and he used the silence to steer the conversation elsewhere. "I hear you're a grandfather now." "Yes." My daughter added more gray to my beard. She had a girl of her own. "Leah." "You have my word, Leah. We'll grow up in a secure country, Avi." "And who's going to make sure of that?" Ben Jacob asked. "The same people who always have." Ryan felt good about that answer. The poor guy was clearly desperate for any scrap of intel, and it was a little sad how obvious it was. Well, even the best can get backed into a corner. Ben Jacob made a mental note to have Ryan's file updated before their next meeting, so he'd come better prepared. The general wasn't the type to accept losing at anything. Dr. Charles Alden studied his office. He wasn't walking away just yet, obviously. That would have been a political nightmare for the Fowler administration. His resignation letter, already signed and resting on the green desk blotter, was dated for the end of the month. But that was pure theater. As of today, his real responsibilities were done. He'd still stroll in, skim the intelligence reports, jot down a few notes, but Elizabeth Elliot would be running the briefings now. The president had let him go with a touch of regret, though he stayed as composed as ever. "Sorry to lose you, Charlie, truly sorry, especially at a time like this, but I don't see any other option." He'd managed to hold his head high in the Oval Office, even with the fury simmering inside him. Arnie Van Dam, to his credit, had at least shown a sliver of decency, muttering, "Oh shit, Charlie." The man was livid about the political fallout for his boss, sure, but he'd mixed in a bit of locker room sympathy with the anger. But not Bob Fowler, the self-proclaimed champion of the downtrodden, and Liz made it worse. That arrogant woman, with her calculated silence and those knowing, piercing eyes, she'd take all the credit for what he'd built, and she knew it. She was already savoring the win. The official announcement was slated for the morning, but the press had their hands on it hours ago. Who leaked it? Hard to say. Elliot, flashing her smug satisfaction, Van Dam, scrambling to contain the damage, or one of a dozen other schemers in the building. In Washington, the slide from power to irrelevance happens at breakneck speed. You see it in the uneasy glance of your secretary, the stiff, forced smiles from the West Wing staff. But obscurity doesn't arrive quietly. It's announced with a blinding burst of attention, like the final flare of a dying star, a public downfall preceded by a dazzling spectacle. That was the media's job, and they were loving it. His phone wouldn't stop ringing that morning. 20 reporters had been camped outside his house, cameras rolling, lights blazing into his face, and he'd known the first question before they even asked it. That foolish little woman, with her wide, cow-like eyes and those broad hips. How could he have been so reckless? Professor Charles Winston Alden sat in his pricey chair, staring at his pricey desk. His head throbbed with a pain he chalked up to stress and pure anger, and he wasn't wrong, but he overlooked the fact that his blood pressure had nearly doubled, pushed to dangerous extremes by the day's chaos. He also forgot that he hadn't touched his blood pressure medication in over a week. Classic professor behavior, always losing track of the small stuff while his meticulous brain dissected the most complex problems. So when it hit, it caught him completely off guard. It began at a weak spot in the circle of Willis, that cerebral highway designed to reroute blood around clogged vessels as we age. The vessel was carrying a heavy load. 20 years of hypertension, 20 years of popping pills only when a doctor's visit loomed, and the crushing weight of watching his career implode in public disgrace all came together in a sudden rupture on the right side of his brain. What had started as a searing migraine turned into something far worse. Alden's eyes snapped open, and his hands flew to his skull as if he could hold it together. Too late for that. The tear widened and blood poured out, starving key parts of his brain of oxygen, while pressure built up inside his skull, squeezing other cells into oblivion. Though his body was frozen, he stayed conscious for a long, agonizing stretch, and his sharp mind logged every second with eerie precision. He couldn't move, but he knew death was closing in. So close, he thought, his thoughts racing to stay ahead of the end. 35 years to reach this moment. All those books, all those conferences, the eager young minds, the lecture tours, the TV appearances, the causes he championed, all of it leading here. I was on the verge of something monumental. God, not now, not like this, but deep down, he understood death had arrived and there was no bargaining. He clung to a fragile hope that someone might forgive him. He hadn't been a wicked man, had he? He'd poured everything into creating change, into leaving the world better than he found it. And just as he stood at the threshold of a breakthrough, it might have been easier for everyone if this had struck while he was perched on that ridiculous little cow. And in a flash of clarity, he realized his books and his brilliant mind had been his only real companions all along. Alden's fall from grace and his quiet dismissal meant his passing wouldn't be noticed for a while. His secretary, busy screening every call and blocking all incoming messages, didn't check on him for nearly an hour. The irony stung. Even if she had, it wouldn't have changed a thing, but the guilt would haunt her for weeks. Finally, as she packed up for the day, she decided she couldn't leave without saying goodbye. She buzzed him on the intercom. Silence. She tried again, frowning. Still nothing. Rising, she walked to his door and knocked, then pushed it open and let out a scream so piercing that Secret Service agents stationed outside the Oval Office, clear across the building, heard it. Helen D'Agostino, one of the president's personal bodyguards, was the first to burst in. She'd been strolling the hallways to stretch her legs after hours of desk duty. Damn, in an instant, her service revolver was in her hand. She'd never witnessed carnage like this, blood pouring from Alden's right ear, pooling across his desk in a dark, glossy flood. She radioed an alert. her eyes scanning the room with military precision over the sights of her Smith & Wesson Model 19 windows, intact. She swept across the space, no one lurking. So what had happened? She pressed 2 fingers to his carotid artery, checking for a pulse, just protocol, because she already knew. Meanwhile, every exit from the White House slammed shut. Weapons drawn, visitors frozen mid-step as agents tore through the building. "What the hell?" Pete Connor muttered, stepping inside. "Sweep complete!" a voice crackled through their earpieces. "Building clear! Hawk is secure!" Hawk, the president's code name, was a sly wink from the Secret Service, a nod to his name and a jab at his politics. "Ambulance is 2 minutes out," the comm center added. "Faster than a chopper." "Take it easy, Daga," Connor said. "Looks like the guy had a stroke." "Move," a Navy chief medical corpsman shoved past them, duffel bag in hand, ready for anything, except this. He didn't even bother unzipping it. The blood on the desk was already congealing at the edges, and he knew better than to disturb the body. This was a potential crime scene, and the agents had drilled him on the rules. Most of the bleeding had come from the right ear, with a thin trickle on the left, and lividity was already setting into the visible parts of his face. The diagnosis was almost too easy. "He's gone. Probably close to an hour now. Cerebral hemorrhage, stroke. Wasn't this guy on blood pressure meds?" "Yeah, I believe so," D'Agostino replied, holstering her weapon. "You'll need an autopsy to confirm, but that's what killed him, a blowout." A Navy captain, the physician on duty, arrived and nodded in agreement with his chief's assessment. "Connor here," the agent said into his radio. "Tell the ambulance to slow down. Pilgrim is dead. Looks like natural causes." "Repeat, Pilgrim is dead," the lead agent crackled over his radio. The autopsy would run the usual gauntlet of tests, of course poisons, tampering with his food or water. But the White House was swept and monitored around the clock. D'Agostino and Connor exchanged a glance. Sure, the guy had high blood pressure, and yeah, he'd had a day from hell. About as bad as they come. "How is he?" Head snapped. It was Hawk, the president himself, flanked by a tight ring of agents as he pushed through the doorway, Dr. Elliot trailing behind him. D'Agostino filed away a mental note they'd need a new code name for her. She wondered if Harpy would stick. Daga couldn't stand the woman, neither could anyone else on the presidential security detail. But they weren't paid to like her, or, for that matter, to like the president either. "He's gone, Mr. President," the doctor said. "Looks like a massive stroke." The president absorbed the news with a stone face. The agents reminded themselves he'd watched his wife waste away over years of fighting multiple sclerosis, losing her while he was still governor of Ohio. That had to hollow a man out. They figured, hoping it was true. It must have wrung every last drop of emotion from him. There was barely anything left. He let out a clucking sound, grimaced, shook his head, then turned away. Liz Elliott stepped into his place, peering over an agent's shoulder. D'Agostino studied her face as Elliott pressed forward for a look. Elliott loved her makeup. Daga knew, and she watched the new national security advisor go pale beneath it. It was a grisly sight, D'Agostino admitted, like someone had splashed a bucket of red paint across the desk. "Oh, God," Dr. Elliott whispered. "Move it, please." A new voice cut through, an agent hauling a stretcher. He shoved Liz Elliott aside without ceremony. Daga noticed she was too stunned to even get mad, her face still bleached white, her eyes unfocused. She might think she's a tough bitch, Special Agent D'Agostino thought, but she's not as tough as she believes. That thought gave her a quiet thrill. Little weak at the knees, huh, Liz? Helen D'Agostino, just a month out of the Secret Service Academy, had been on a routine surveillance when the mark, a counterfeiter, had spotted her, and for reasons she never figured out, pulled a big automatic pistol. He'd even squeezed off around her way. That was it, though. She'd earned her nickname Daga. by drawing her S&W and planting 3 shots dead center in the guy's chest at 37 feet, as easy as punching holes in a paper target at the range. Just that simple. She never even lost sleep over it. That's how Daga became one of the guys, a fixture on the service pistol team when they outshot the Army's elite Delta Force commandos. Daga was tough. Liz Elliott clearly was not. No matter how much arrogance she wore like perfume. No guts, lady. It didn't cross Special Agent Helen D'Agostino's mind in that moment that Liz Elliott was Hake's top advisor for national security. It had been a quiet meeting, the first one Gunther Bach could recall like it. None of the loud, chest-thumping rhetoric that revolutionary soldiers loved so much. His old comrade, Ismail Koti, was usually a firebrand, fluent and fiery in 5 languages. But today Koti was muted in every way. Bach noticed that fierce smile was missing. The wide, sweeping gestures that always underlined his words were toned down, and Bach wondered if the man might be coming down with something. "I was saddened to hear about your wife," Koti said, pausing on a personal note. "Thank you, my friend." Bach put on his best face. "It's a small thing next to what your people have gone through. There are always setbacks. There were more than a few of those in this case, and both men knew it. Their strongest weapon had always been reliable intelligence, but Bach's sources had gone silent. For years, the Red Army faction had operated on a steady stream of intelligence, insiders planted within the West German government. Valuable scraps from East German spies, along with all the other Soviet satellite agencies that answered to their KGB overlords. Much of that intel likely originated in Moscow, cleverly routed through smaller nations for political cover, a detail Bach never bothered to question. After all, the worldwide socialist movement was itself a chessboard of tactical maneuvers. He reminded himself, that era had collapsed. The support network he once relied on had evaporated. The Eastern Bloc's intelligence services had turned on their revolutionary allies like rabid strays. The Czechs and Hungarians had literally peddled secrets about them to the West. The East Germans had handed over everything in the name of pan-German unity and brotherhood. East Germany, the proud German Democratic Republic, was now just a footnote absorbed into capitalist Germany, and the Russians, whatever quiet backing they'd once offered, was gone, likely for good. With socialism's collapse across Europe, their moles inside government agencies had been exposed, flipped as double agents, or simply stopped reporting, their faith in a communist future shattered. In one stroke, the most potent weapon of Europe's revolutionary underground had been stripped away. But here, things were different. Here, Kati had an edge. The Israelis, for all their brutality, were just as foolish. Both Bach and Kati understood one eternal truth. The Jews could never make a meaningful political move. As fierce as they were in warfare, they were hopelessly clumsy when it came to peace. Worse, they seemed to dictate policy to their own leaders as if peace was the last thing they wanted. Bach wasn't a historian, but he doubted history had ever seen such self-defeating behavior. The relentless uprising of both Israeli Arabs and Palestinian prisoners in the occupied territories had become an open wound on Israel's soul. Once able to slip agents into Arab networks at will, Israeli police and domestic security were now being locked out as popular backing for the rebellion hardened in the minds of their adversaries. At least Kati had an active mission to run. Bach envied him that no matter how grim the tactical picture looked. Another twisted advantage for Kati was the sheer competence of his enemy. Israeli intelligence had waged its shadow war against Arab fighters for 2 generations. Over the decades, the careless ones had been picked off by Mossad's guns. Those who remained, men like Kati, were the survivors, the tough, clever, devoted products of a brutal Darwinian filter. "How do you handle informants?" Bach asked. "We caught one last week," Kati replied with a cold grin. "He gave up his case officer before he died. Now we've got that officer under watch." Bach nodded. In the old days, the Israeli would have been killed outright, but Kati had learned by tailing him. Carefully, intermittently, they could flush out other infiltrators. And the Russians? That question sparked a reaction. Pigs. They offer us nothing. We're alone. Always have been. Kati's face flickered with rare emotion, then sank back into deep exhaustion. You look tired, my friend. It's been a long day for you too, I suspect. Bach stretched and yawned. Tomorrow, then? Kati rose and nodded, escorting his guest to the door. Bach shook his hand before leaving. They'd known each other for nearly 2 decades. Kati stepped back into the living room and slipped outside. His security team was posted and sharp. He spoke with them briefly, as always, knowing loyalty came from tending to his people's needs. Then he headed to bed, pausing for evening prayers, as he always did. The thought of Gunther living without belief gnawed at Kati in a way he couldn't quite articulate. Courageous, sharp, and utterly devoted. Bach was still a man stripped of faith, and that was something Kati simply couldn't wrap his mind around. How could anyone keep moving forward without that anchor? But as he stretched out on his cot, his exhausted limbs finally finding a moment of stillness, a darker question surfaced. Was Bach even moving forward at all? The ache in his legs didn't vanish, but it shifted, becoming a dull, familiar companion rather than a sharp intruder. Bach was finished, wasn't he? It would have been a mercy if Petra had been gunned down by GSG-9, those German commandos who surely meant to kill her. But the story went that they found her cradling twins, one at each breast, and no man with a shred of decency could pull the trigger on that image. Even Kati, who harbored a burning hatred for the Israelis, knew he couldn't have done it. It would have been an insult to God himself. A faint smile crossed his face in the darkness as he thought of her. He had taken her once years ago while Gunther was away. She had been lonely, and he had been riding high off a successful hit in Lebanon, the assassination of an Israeli advisor to the Christian militia, and so they had shared their revolutionary passion for 2 intense hours. Did Gunther know? Had Petra confessed? Maybe she had. It wouldn't have mattered. Bach wasn't the type to hold a grudge, not like an Arab who would have seen it as a blood insult. Europeans were so breezy about these things, a peculiarity Kati found curious but not worth dwelling on. Bach was a true friend of that, he was certain. The same fire that burned in Kati's own chest blazed just as fiercely in Gunther's. It was heartbreaking how the currents of European politics had turned so harshly against his friend. His woman locked away, his children taken. The thought sent a chill down Kati's spine. They had been fools to bring kids into this world. Kati had never married, and his encounters with women were few and far between. Back in Lebanon a decade ago, those European girls, some barely out of their teens, had been so eager, so desperate to prove their dedication. He remembered with a quiet, knowing grin. They did things no Arab girl would ever dream of, so fervent in their revolutionary zeal. He knew they had used him as much as he'd used them, but he had been younger then. Driven by a young man's hunger, those passions had faded, and he wondered if they'd ever come roaring back. He hoped they would. More than anything, he hoped he'd recover enough to have the strength for more than just surviving. The treatment was progressing well. The doctor kept saying. He was handling it better than most, and while the fatigue clung to him and waves of nausea occasionally knocked him sideways, he couldn't let it get him down. That was all part of the process, and honestly, his case was going better than the norm. There was genuine hope. The doctor reassured him at every visit, not just the hollow platitudes doctors toss out to keep patients optimistic. Last week, he had been blunt. Kati was truly thriving, with a real shot at pulling through. The key, Kati knew, was having a reason to live. He had purpose, and that was the lifeline keeping him tethered to this world. What's the score? Just keep going. Dr. Cabot said over the encrypted satellite link. Charlie had a massive stroke at his desk. A beat. Maybe that's the best thing that could have happened to the poor bastard. Is Liz Elliott stepping in? That's right. Ryan pressed his lips into a tight line, like he'd just swallowed something bitter. He glanced at his watch. Cabot had gotten up early to make the call and lay out the game plan. The two of them weren't exactly buddies, but the stakes of this operation had smoothed over any friction. Maybe that would be the case with EE2, Ryan thought. All right, boss, I'm wheels up in 90 minutes and we hit our pitches at the same time, just like we planned. Good luck, Jack. Thanks, Director. Ryan tapped the off button on the secure phone console and headed out of the comms room, back to his own quarters. His bag was already packed. All that was left was to knot his tie, with the coat draped over his shoulder. It was sweltering here and even hotter at his destination, but he'd have to put it on anyway. It was one of those peculiar rules of formal conduct, the kind that seemed to demand maximum discomfort to achieve the proper level of decorum. Ryan hoisted his bag and stepped out. So, we syncing our watches? Adler, waiting in the hallway, let out a low chuckle. Hey, Scott, don't look at me for that one. Still, it sort of makes sense in a way. Suppose it does, anyway. I've got a plane to catch. Can't leave without you, Adler noted. One perk of government work, right? Ryan scanned the corridor. It was deserted, though he couldn't shake the thought that the Israelis might have planted listening devices. If they had the tinny music drifting from the ceiling speakers, might just scramble their feed. What's your read? 50-50? That good? Yeah, Adler said, flashing a grin. This is the real deal, Jack. That idea of yours was solid. Wasn't just mine, and I won't get any credit anyway. No one will ever know. We'll know time to get moving. Keep me posted on their reaction. Good luck, man. I believe Mazel Tov is the right phrase. Adler shook Ryan's hand. Safe flight? The embassy limo whisked Ryan straight to the aircraft, its engines already humming. With priority clearance, it rolled onto the runway and was airborne within 5 minutes of his boarding. The VC-20B sliced south, tracing the narrow blade of Israel, then veered east over the Gulf of Aqaba and into Saudi airspace. As always, Ryan gazed out the window, his mind drifting over the plan, though it had been drilled into him for over a week, so his thoughts could wander freely while his brain ran on autopilot. The sky was a crisp, cloudless blue, and below lay what looked like an endless stretch of barren rock and sand. The only hint of color came from scraggly bushes too sparse to pick out individually, giving the terrain the rough texture of an unshaven jaw. Ryan knew much of Israel wore the same face, as did the Sinai, the graveyard of so many tank battles, and he couldn't help but wonder why men had fought so bitterly over such unforgiving ground. Yet they had, for nearly as long as humanity had walked the earth. The first organized conflicts in history had erupted here, and the cycle hadn't broken. Not yet, anyway. Riyadh, the Saudi capital, sits roughly in the nation's heart, a country sprawling as large as everything east of the Mississippi. The executive jet descended quickly, thanks to the sparse air traffic, and the ride was smooth as the pilot guided the Gulf Stream down toward Riyadh International. After a short taxi to the cargo terminal, the attendant swung open the forward door, and Ryan felt like he'd walked into a blast furnace. The shade temperature hovered above 110, and there wasn't a whisper of shade to be found. The sun bounced off the tarmac like a mirror, stinging his face within seconds. Waiting for him was the embassy's deputy chief of mission, flanked by the usual security detail. Before long, he was sweating inside yet another embassy limo. Good flight? The DCM asked. Not bad. Everything set on your end? Yes, sir. Jack had to admit being called sir never got old. All right, let's get this over with. My orders are to escort you up to the door. That's correct. You might be glad to hear there haven't been any press calls. DC has kept this one under wraps. That'll change in about 5 hours. Riyadh was a clean city, though, worlds apart from Western hubs. The contrast with Israel's towns was striking. Nearly everything here looked brand new, just 2 hours away by air. Yet this place had never been the crossroads that Palestine once was. The ancient trade routes had steered clear of Arabia's brutal heat, and while coastal towns had prospered for ages, The nomads of the interior had lived a harsh, bare existence, bound together only by their Islamic faith, anchored by the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. Two forces had finally shattered that old order. During the First World War, the British had used this region as a strategic sideshow against the Ottoman Empire, pulling enemy forces away from positions that might have better served their German and Austro-Hungarian allies. But everything shifted in the 1930s when oil was struck here, reserves so immense they made Texas look like a footnote. That single discovery transformed the Arab world first and then the entire globe in quick succession. From the very beginning, the bond between the Saudis and the West was a fragile one. The kingdom was a strange blend of the ancient and the modern, where some inhabitants were barely a generation removed from a nomadic existence that echoed the wanderers of the Bronze Age. At the same time, there was a deep-rooted tradition of Quranic scholarship, a strict yet just code that bore a striking resemblance to the Talmudic customs of Judaism. In an astonishingly short period, these people had grown accustomed to wealth beyond any real comprehension. The so-called sophisticated West dismissed them as frivolous spendthrifts, but they were simply the latest in a long line of nouveau riche nations, a club America itself had recently joined. Being nouveau riche himself, Ryan couldn't help but smirk at some of the architecture in solidarity. Those with old money, amassed by brash ancestors whose rough edges had long been conveniently whitewashed, always felt uneasy around folks who had earned their luxuries rather than inherited them. What held true for individuals applied equally to nations. The Saudis and their Arab kin were still figuring out what it meant to be a country, let alone a wealthy and powerful one, though the journey was an exhilarating one for them and their allies. They'd faced some gentle lessons and some brutal ones, especially recently from their northern neighbors. For the most part, they'd proven apt pupils, and Ryan hoped the next chapter would come just as smoothly. A nation truly earns its greatness by fostering peace among others, not by flaunting military might or economic muscle. America needed from George Washington's era to Theodore Roosevelt's to grasp that lesson. Roosevelt's Nobel Peace Prize still hung in the White House room bearing his name. It took us nearly 120 years, Jack mused as the car decelerated and turned. Teddy snagged that prize for settling some trivial border squabble, and here we are asking these people to help us untangle the most dangerous hotspot on the planet after barely 5 decades of real statehood. So who are we to look down on them? There's a choreography to state occasions as rigid and precise as any ballet. The car, once a carriage, pulls up. A functionary, the modern-day footman, opens the door. The official waits with composed dignity while the visitor steps out. The visitor offers a nod to the footman if he's courteous, and Ryan was a more senior aide greets the visitor first, then escorts him to the official. Flanking the entrance were the official guards, in this case uniformed armed soldiers. Photographers were conspicuously absent for obvious reasons. These affairs would have been far more pleasant in temperatures south of 100 degrees, but at least a canopy offered some shade as Ryan was led to his official. "Welcome to my country, Dr. Ryan." Prince Ali bin Sheikh extended a firm hand to Jack. "Thank you, Your Highness. Would you follow me?" "Gladly, sir, before I turn into a puddle." Ali guided Jack and the DCM inside, where they split off. The building was a palace. Riyadh boasted countless palaces, given the sheer number of royal princes, but Ryan figured working palace was the more fitting label. It was smaller than the British counterparts he'd visited, and cleaner, which caught him off guard. Likely thanks to the region's drier, purer air, a stark contrast to the damp, sooty atmosphere of London. It was also air-conditioned. The interior heat hovered just below 85 degrees, which, oddly enough, felt almost pleasant to Ryan. The prince wore flowing robes with a headdress held in place by a pair of circular. What exactly, Ryan wondered. He should have gotten a proper briefing on this. Jack realized a moment too late. Alden was supposed to have handled it. Charlie knew this region far better than he ever could, But Charlie Alden was gone, and the weight of the mission now rested squarely on Jack's shoulders. At State and the CIA, Ali bin Sheikh was known as a prince without portfolio. Taller, leaner, and younger than Ryan. He served as the King of Saudi Arabia's key advisor on foreign affairs and intelligence. Likely the Saudi intelligence service, trained by the British, reported directly to him, though that detail was murkier than it should have been, probably another lingering quirk of the Brits who guarded their secrets with far more zeal than Americans ever did. Though the file on Ali was substantial, it focused mostly on his biography. Educated at Cambridge, he had become an Army officer, then refined his expertise at Leavenworth and Carlisle Barracks in the States. At Carlisle, he was the youngest in his class, a colonel at just 27. Being a royal prince certainly helped the climb, and he finished third in a cohort whose top 10 graduates all went on to lead divisions or their equivalent. The Army general who briefed Ryan remembered Ali fondly, describing him as a sharp intellect with tremendous command potential. Ali had been instrumental in convincing the king to accept American support during the Iraqi conflict. He was seen as a serious operator, quick to decide and even quicker to show irritation when his time was squandered, despite his polished courtesies. The prince's office was easy to spot, thanks to the 2 officers standing at the double doors. A third man opened them, bowing slightly to both as they stepped inside. "I've heard much about you," Ali said casually. "All good, I hope," Ryan replied, attempting to seem relaxed. Ali turned with a mischievous grin. "We share some acquaintances in Britain, Sir John. Do you still keep up with your marksmanship?" "I rarely find the time, sir." Ali motioned Jack to a chair. "For certain things one ought to make time." They both sat, and the tone shifted to formality. A servant entered with a silver tray, pouring coffee for each, before quietly slipping away. "I truly regret the news about Dr. Alden, for such a fine man to be brought down so senselessly. May God have mercy on his soul. At the same time, I've been eager to meet you for a while now, Dr. Ryan." Jack took a sip of his coffee. It was thick, bitter, and brutally strong. "Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you for seeing me in place of a more senior official. The most effective diplomacy often starts informally." "So how can I help?" Ali smiled, leaning back in his chair, his left hand idly toying with his beard. His eyes were dark as flint, and though they seemed to drift lazily over his guest, the air in the room had turned unmistakably businesslike, and that, Ryan realized, was fast enough. My country wants to explore a way that is a rough framework for easing tensions in this region. With Israel, naturally. Adler, I assume, is delivering the same pitch to the Israelis at this very moment. "That's correct, Your Highness." "That's quite bold," the prince observed with an amused smirk. "Please, continue." Jack launched into his proposal. "Sir, our top priority here must be the physical security of the State of Israel. Before either of us was born, America and other nations stood by while 6 million Jews were exterminated, doing far too little to stop it. The shame of that failure still weighs heavily on my country." Ali nodded solemnly before responding. "I've never quite understood that guilt. Perhaps you could have acted differently, but the strategic choices Roosevelt and Churchill made during the war were made in good faith. The matter of that ship carrying Jewish refugees that no nation would accept before the war is a completely separate issue. And frankly, it's baffling that your country turned those people away. But back then, nobody, Jew or Gentile, truly foresaw the horror that was coming. By the time the reality of Hitler's intentions became undeniable, he had already seized control of Europe, leaving no room for direct intervention on your part. At that point, your leaders concluded that the quickest way to end the bloodshed was to win the war as fast as possible. That made sense on paper. They could have made a loud political spectacle out of what the Germans called the final solution, but they judged it would be useless in practical terms. Looking back, that call was likely a mistake, but it wasn't born of cruelty. Ali paused to let his words settle in the room. Regardless, we grasp and, to a degree, accept the reasoning behind your commitment to preserving the State of Israel, but our acceptance, as you might expect, hinges on your acknowledgement of other people's rights. This region isn't just a mix of Jews and savages, and that, sir, is exactly where our proposal comes in, Ryan replied. If we can craft a framework that honors those other rights, would you be open to a plan where America stands as the guarantor of Israeli security? Jack barely had a moment to brace himself for the answer. Naturally. Haven't we made that clear? Who else could possibly ensure the peace? If you need to station troops in Israel to ease their fears or formalize your pledge with a treaty, we can live with that. But what about Arab rights? How do you think we should tackle those rights? Jack asked. The question caught Prince Ali off guard. Wasn't Ryan's job to lay out the American plan? He nearly bristled with irritation, but Ali was far too sharp for that. This wasn't a trick. It was a genuine shift in American policy. Dr. Ryan, you asked that deliberately, though it was more of a rhetorical flourish. I suspect the answer is yours to provide. The response took 3 minutes. Ali shook his head with a hint of sadness. That, Dr. Ryan, is something we might find workable, but the Israelis will never go for it, even though we might. Actually, they'd reject it precisely because we'd accept it. They ought to agree, but they won't. Would your government find it acceptable, sir? I'd have to run it by the others, but I believe our response would be positive. Any objections at all? The prince took a moment to finish his coffee, his gaze drifting past Ryan to a spot on the far wall. We could propose a few tweaks, though none would really alter the core of your idea. Honestly, those minor details could be ironed out quickly, since they don't matter much to the other parties involved. And who would you pick to represent the Muslim side? Ali leaned in. That's easy. Anyone could tell you. The Imam of the Al-Aqsa Mosque is a brilliant scholar and linguist. His name is Ahmed bin Yusuf. Scholars across the Islamic world consult him on theological questions, Sunni, Shia. They all defer to him on key matters. He's even Palestinian by birth. That's simple. Ryan shut his eyes and exhaled slowly. He'd nailed that guess. Yusuf wasn't exactly a moderate, having called for Israel's removal from the West Bank. But he'd also condemned terrorism outright on religious grounds. He wasn't flawless, but if the Muslims could accept him, that was good enough. You're quite sure of yourself, Dr. Ryan. Ali shook his head. Too sure. I'll admit your plan is fairer than anything I or my government anticipated, but it's still a pipe dream. Ali paused once more, locking his eyes on Ryan. I had to ask myself whether this was ever a genuine offer or just a theatrical gesture designed to look fair. The prince's expression remained unreadable as I laid out the next step. President Fowler would address the United Nations General Assembly the following Thursday, presenting the entire plan live for the world to see. I added that I was fully authorized to extend an invitation to the Vatican for formal treaty negotiations. That caught him off guard, and he slipped into a very American phrase. Do you really think you can pull this off? I didn't blink. Your Highness, we're going to give it one hell of a shot. Ali rose and moved to his desk, lifting a phone and speaking rapidly in a language that sounded like music to me, utterly incomprehensible. I felt a sudden, absurd wave of whimsy as I watched him. Arabic, like Hebrew, runs from right to left, and I found myself wondering how the human brain even manages that trick. Son of a bitch, I thought. This might actually work. He set the phone down and turned back to me. It's time for us to see His Majesty. I was stunned. That fast? He shrugged with a slight smile. One advantage of our system is that when a minister wants access to another, we just call a cousin or an uncle. We're a family business. I trust your president is a man of his word. I assured him the UN speech was already written, and that Fowler was bracing for backlash from the Israeli lobby back home. He was ready for it. Allie's eyes narrowed. "I've seen them in action, Dr. Ryan. Even when we were fighting for our lives alongside American soldiers, they denied us weapons we needed for our own security. Do you think that will change?" I took a breath, leaning into the moment. Soviet communism is finished. The Warsaw Pact is finished. So many things that shaped the world I grew up in are gone, and gone forever. It's time to clear away the rest of the chaos. You ask if we can do it. Why not, sir? The only constant in human existence is change. I knew I was being outrageously confident, and I couldn't help wondering how Scott Adler was handling things in Jerusalem. Adler wasn't a screamer, but he knew how to lay down the law that hadn't been done with the Israelis in so long that I couldn't remember if it had ever been tried. But the president was committed. If the Israelis tried to block this, they might discover just how lonely the world could be. "You forgot God, Dr. Ryan," Ali said quietly. I smiled. "No, Your Highness, that's the point, isn't it?" Prince Ali wanted to smile, but he held it back. It wasn't time yet. He gestured toward the door. "Our car is waiting." Across the country at the New Cumberland Army Depot in Pennsylvania, a quiet warehouse of standards and flags, stretching back to Revolutionary times, a brigadier general and a professional antiquarian carefully laid a dusty regimental banner flat on a table. It was the colors once carried by the 10th United States Cavalry. The general wondered if some of the grit on the fabric was left over from Colonel Benjamin Henry Grierson's campaign against the Apaches. This standard would be sent to the regiment, though it wouldn't see much action. Maybe once a year it would be unfurled, but from this pattern, a brand new one would be created. The whole thing was a curiosity in an age of cutbacks. A new unit was forming. Not that the general minded, the 10th had a distinguished history, but Hollywood had never given it a fair shake, having produced only a single film about the black regiments. The 10th was one of 4 black units. The 9th and 10th Cavalry, the 24th and 25th Infantry, each of which had played its part in settling the West. The standard itself dated back to 1866, its centerpiece a buffalo, because the Indians who fought the troopers thought their hair resembled the rough coat of an American bison. Black soldiers had been there at the defeat of Geronimo and had saved Teddy Roosevelt's hide on the charge up San Juan Hill. The general knew it was about time they received a little official recognition, and if the president had ordered it for political reasons, so what? Sometimes the right thing happened for the wrong reasons, and that was still the right thing. The 10th Cavalry carried a storied legacy, one that politics couldn't tarnish. "Give yourself a week," the civilian advisor suggested. "I'll take this one on personally." Lord, I can only imagine what Grierson would say if he saw the modern table of organization for the Buffaloes. The general nodded thoughtfully. He'd led the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment not long ago, and the Black Horse Cav was still stationed in Germany, though he had his doubts about how long that deployment would hold. Still, the historian had a point. With 129 tanks, 228 armored personnel carriers, 24 self-propelled guns, 83 helicopters, and 5,000 soldiers, today's Armored Cavalry Regiment packed the punch of a reinforced brigade, swift and devastating. "So where will they be stationed?" he asked. "The regiment will assemble at Fort Stewart. After that, your guess is as good as mine. Maybe they'll serve as the rapid response unit for the 18th Airborne Corps." "So they'll be painting them desert tan, then?" "Probably. These troops know their way around a desert, don't they?" The general ran his fingers over the regimental standard, feeling the coarse grit still embedded in the fabric, dust from Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. He wondered if the soldiers who would carry this banner into the future realized their unit was being reborn from the ashes of history. Perhaps they did. Maneuvers. The Navy's change of command ceremony, a ritual virtually unchanged since the days of John Paul Jones, wrapped up right on schedule at 11:24. It had been moved up 2 weeks early, so the outgoing commander could hurry off to a Pentagon assignment he would have gladly dodged. Captain Jim Rosselli had guided the USS Maine through her final 18 months of construction at General Dynamics' Electric Boat Division in Groton, Connecticut, through the launch and fitting out, through builders and acceptance trials, through commissioning, through shakedown, and all the post-shakedown tweaks, through a day of practice missile launches off Port Canaveral, and through the Panama Canal on her way to the submarine base at Bangor, Washington. His final task was taking the boat. Maine was enormous, but in Navy parlance, she was still a boat on her maiden deterrence patrol into the Gulf of Alaska. That mission was complete, and 4 days after bringing her back to port, he handed her over to his successor, Captain Harry Ricks. Of course, it was never quite that straightforward. Missile submarines ever since the very first USS George Washington, long ago scrapped and turned into razor blades and other household items, had carried 2 full crews, known as Blue and Gold. The logic was simple. The boats could spend far more time at sea if the crews rotated shifts. It was pricey, but it worked brilliantly. The Ohio-class ballistic missile submarines were logging over 2/3 of their time underwater, with 70-day patrols broken up by 25-day refit windows. So Rosselli had essentially handed Ricks half the command of the massive vessel, plus full authority over the Gold crew, which was now clearing out to make way for the Blue crew that would take her out next. As the ceremony wrapped, Rosselli made one final trip to his stateroom. As the plank owner commanding officer, the man who'd been there from day one, he was entitled to certain keepsakes. A chunk of teak decking drilled out to hold cribbage pegs was part of the tradition that the skipper had never managed to win a single game of cribbage in his life, after one disastrous attempt, was entirely beside the point. These customs weren't quite as ancient as those from John Paul Jones's era, but they held just as firm his ball cap with C.O. and plank owner stitched in gold across the back would join his permanent collection, along with a ship's plaque, a crew photo signed by every hand on board, and a stack of mementos from Electric Boat. "Man, I've been waiting to get my hands on one of these," Rick said, grinning. "There's something else, Captain," Rosselli replied with a wistful smile. It was an unfair business, really. Only the finest officers ever got the chance to do what he'd just done, and even they had to say goodbye. He'd commanded the fast attack USS Honolulu, a boat with a reputation for being both fiery and fortunate, a streak he'd kept alive throughout his 2.5 years as her commanding officer. After that, he'd taken the reins of the Gold crew aboard USS Tecumseh, where he'd once again proven his mettle. This third assignment, though, was the oddest of them all, and it had been cut short by necessity. His mission had been to supervise the shipwrights up at Groton, then fine-tune the vessel for the team of captains who would follow him. He'd only had her underway for about 100 days, give or take, just enough time to get a feel for the lady. "You're not doing yourself any favors, Rosie," remarked the squadron commander, Captain Bart Mancuso, who was now a rear admiral selectee. Rosselli tried to lighten the mood. "Hey, Bart," one whopped to another, "show a little pity, eh?" "I hear you, Paisan. It's not supposed to be a cakewalk." Rosselli turned to Ricks. "Best crew I've ever had. The XO's going to be a hell of a skipper when his time comes. The boat is absolutely flawless. Everything runs like clockwork. This refit is a complete waste of time. The only real gripe on the list is the wiring in the wardroom pantry. Some yard electrician crossed a few cables, and the breakers aren't labeled correctly. Regulations say we have to rewire the whole thing instead of just slapping on new labels. And that's it. Nothing else. Power plant? 4.0, both people and equipment. You've seen the Orsi results, right?" Ricks nodded. The ship had aced the operational reactor safeguards examination, the ultimate benchmark in the nuclear community. "Sonar? We've got the best gear in the fleet, snagged the new upgrade before it was even standard issue. I swung a deal with the guys at Subgru 2 right before we commissioned. One of your old people, Bart, Dr. Ron Jones. He's with Sonosystems now, even rode along with us for a week. That ray path analyzer is like sorcery. The torpedo division needs a bit of polish, but not much. I figure they can shave another 30 seconds off their average. A young chief runs it, actually. That whole department is pretty green across the board. They haven't fully clicked yet, but they're not far off the pace from what I had on Tecumseh. And with a little more time, I could have whipped them into shape completely. No worries, Rick said comfortably. Hell, Jim, I need something to keep me busy. How many contacts did you track on the patrol? One, Akula class, the Admiral Lunan. Picked her up 3 times, never got closer than 60,000 yards. If she caught a whiff of us. Well, she didn't. Never even turned our way. We held her for 16 hours straight once. The water conditions were perfect, and, well, Rosselli smiled. I decided to shadow her for a while, keeping a safe distance, of course. Once a fast attack, always a fast attack, Rick said with a chuckle. He'd spent his whole career on boomers, and the idea didn't thrill him, but it wasn't the moment to nitpick. Nice profile you put together on her, Mancuso added, making it clear he wasn't the least bit bothered by Rosselli's boldness. Pretty solid boat, isn't she? The Akula too good, but not good enough, Rosselli replied. I wouldn't lose sleep until we figure out how to track those bastards reliably. I tried back when I had Honolulu going up against Richie's sights on the Alabama. He handed me my ass. Only time that's ever happened. I figure God could find an Ohio, but he'd need to be having a really good day. Rosselli wasn't joking around. The Ohio-class missile submarines were more than just quiet. They were practically ghosts. Their radiated noise level dipped below the ocean's own ambient hum, like a whisper at a rock concert. To hear one, you'd have to get dangerously close, but the Ohios made that nearly impossible with the finest sonar systems ever devised. The Navy had nailed every detail with this class. The original specs had called for a top speed of 26 to 27 knots, but the first Ohio had pushed 28.5. And during builders' trials, the Maine had hit 29.1 thanks to a slick new superpolymer hull paint that cut through the water like butter. The 7-bladed propeller drove the boat to nearly 20 knots without a whisper of cavitation, while the reactor plant hummed along on natural convection in almost every mode, sparing the crew the racket of feed pumps. The Navy's obsession with silencing every sound had hit its peak in this class of boat. Even the galley mixer's blades got a vinyl coating to keep metal from clanging. If Rolls-Royce was the gold standard for cars, Ohio was the benchmark for submarines. Rosselli turned. Well, she's all yours now, Harry. You couldn't have handed her over any better, Jim. Come on, the O Club's open. I'm buying the first round. Yeah, the outgoing commander said, his voice thick. As they headed out, the crew lined up to grip his hand one final time. By the time Rosselli reached the ladder, tears were welling up. By the time he hit the brow, they were streaming down his face. Mancuso got it completely. He'd lived that same ache. A solid CO pours his soul into his boat and his people, and for Rosselli it cut deeper. He'd gotten extra chances at command more than most, which made leaving this one sting even worse. Like Mancuso, all that loomed ahead was a staff slot, pushing paper instead of prowling the deep. Never again to hold that near-divine post of a warship's skipper. He could still ride the boats, sure, to evaluate skippers and test tactics, but he'd be a tolerated guest, never truly part of the family. The worst part, he'd have to steer clear of his old command entirely, so the crew wouldn't start comparing his style to the new CO's and accidentally chip away at the guy's authority. Mancuso mused. It was probably how immigrants felt, his own ancestors, glancing back at Italy one last time, knowing they'd never see it again, and that everything was about to change. The 3 men climbed into Mancuso's staff car for the short ride to the officers' club reception. Rosselli set his keepsakes on the floor and pulled out a handkerchief to dab his eyes. It isn't fair, just isn't fair, giving up a boat like this for a damn telephone operator gig at the NMCC. A joint service billet, my ass. He blew his nose and stared out the window at the shore duty stretching ahead. Mancuso turned away, quiet respect in his gaze. Rix just shook his head. All that emotion, waste of energy, his mind was already racing. The torpedo department wasn't where it needed to be, huh? Well, that was about to change, and the XO was supposedly a superstar. What skipper ever talked down his exec? If this guy thought he was ready for command, it meant an XO, who might be a little too cocky, maybe not fully on board, maybe testing his limits. Rix had dealt with that type before. Those execs often needed a gentle reminder of who ran the show, and Rix knew exactly how to deliver it. The real highlight, the crucial takeaway, was the power plant. Rix was a true believer in the nuclear navy's gospel of the reactor. He figured Mancuso, the squadron commander, was way too lax about it, and probably Rosselli too. So they'd aced their Ors. Big deal on his boats. The engineering crew had to be Ors ready every single day. The trouble with these Ohios was that the systems ran so smoothly, folks got lazy. That would be even worse after a perfect inspection score. Complacency was the first step toward catastrophe, and these fast attack guys with their reckless mindset tracking an Akula for crying out loud. Even from 60,000 yards, what was that lunatic thinking? Rick swore by the boomer creed. We hide with pride, the cruder version being chicken of the sea. If they can't find you, they can't hurt you. Boomers weren't built to go hunting for trouble. Their mission was to slip away from it. Missile submarines weren't really combat vessels at all. It was genuinely astonishing to Rix that Mancuso hadn't torn Rosselli apart right then and there. But the more he mulled it over, the clearer the picture became. Mancuso hadn't scolded the man, he'd actually praised him. Here was a squadron commander with 2 distinguished service medals pinned to his chest, and Rix, a boomer man through and through, found himself taking orders from a fast attack lifer. It wasn't exactly the hand he'd been dealt, but there it was. Mancuso was a driver, a man who clearly wanted his skippers to push hard and play aggressive. And he was the one writing Rix's fitness reports. That was the cold, hard math of the situation. Rix had always been ambitious, the kind of officer who plotted his trajectory down to the last detail. He wanted a squadron command, then a cushy Pentagon tour, then a star as a rear admiral, lower half, then a submarine group billet. Pearl Harbor would be ideal, since he'd always had a soft spot for Hawaii, and from there, another shot at the Pentagon. He'd mapped all this out while still a lieutenant, and the plan had held for 2 decades. So long as he followed the book to the letter better than anyone else, he'd stay on that golden path. He just hadn't counted on reporting to a fast attack type. But he'd adapt. He always did. If that Akula showed up on his next patrol, he'd do exactly what Rosselli had done, only better, of course. He had no choice. Mancuso would expect it, and Rix knew he was in a quiet race with 13 other SSBN captains. To snag that squadron, he had to outshine all 14, and to do that, he had to pull off something that would make the squadron commander sit up and take notice. So, fine. To keep his career arrow straight, he'd have to mix things up a little. Rix would have rather played it safe. But career always came first, didn't it? He could already picture the Admiral's flag in the corner of his Pentagon office, and it wasn't that far off. He'd make the adjustment. With that flag came a staff, a driver, a reserved parking spot in that vast blacktop sea, and a string of career-enhancing assignments that might, if the stars aligned, land him in the E-ring office of the CNO, or better yet, Director of Naval Reactors. That job was technically junior to the CNO, but it came with a solid 8-year tenure and the real power to set policy for the entire nuclear community. DNR wrote the book after all, and the book was his roadmap to glory, as sure as scripture was to a believer. Rix knew the book inside and out. He was a brilliant engineer, and he intended to use that brilliance to punch his ticket all the way to the top. Robert Fowler was human after all. Ryan had to admit. The meeting had been moved upstairs to the residential floor of the White House since the West Wing's air conditioning had crapped out and the Oval Office was baking like a greenhouse in July. They'd settled into a sitting room that usually hosted the buffet line at those faux casual dinners the president liked to throw for intimate gatherings of 50 or so. The antique chairs were arranged around a sizable dining table, and the walls were covered in a mishmash of historical murals that felt more museum than home. It was a shirt-sleeve kind of gathering, which suited Fowler just fine. The man had never been comfortable with the pomp of his office. A former federal prosecutor who'd never once defended a criminal before diving headfirst into politics, he'd always preferred a loosened tie and rolled-up sleeves to the stiff formality of his title. Ryan found it oddly jarring, given that the president could be so priggish and cold with his own staff. Even stranger Fowler had strolled in carrying the sports page from the Baltimore Sun, his go-to for football coverage, which he trusted more than the local rags. The man was a die-hard NFL fan, and with the first preseason games already in the books, he was busy handicapping the upcoming season. Ryan just shrugged and kept his coat on, watching the most powerful man in the free world geek out over the AFC North. Jack knew that this man carried as much hidden depth as anyone else, and depth made people unpredictable. The president had quietly cleared his schedule for the afternoon sit-down. Seated at the head of the table, right beneath an air-conditioning vent, Fowler allowed himself a faint smile as his guests filed in. On his left sat G. Dennis Bunker, the Secretary of Defense. A former CEO of Aerospace, Inc., Bunker had once been a USAF fighter pilot, flying 100 missions in the early Vietnam days before leaving the service to build a company that ballooned into a multi-billion-dollar empire across Southern California. He sold all that and his other commercial interests to take this post, holding on to just one prize, the San Diego Chargers. That choice sparked plenty of teasing during his confirmation hearings, with playful chatter that Fowler liked Bunker, mainly for his football obsession. Bunker stood out in the Fowler administration as the closest thing to a hawk, a sharp mind in defense matters, whose briefings to troops always commanded attention. Though he left the Air Force as a captain, he had earned 3 distinguished flying crosses piloting his F-105 fighter bomber straight into the heart of Hanoi. Dennis Bunker had seen the elephant, and he could trade tactics with captains and strategy with generals alike. Both the brass and the politicians held him in high regard, which was no small feat. Next to Bunker came Brent Talbot, the Secretary of State. A former political science professor from Northwestern, Talbot was a longtime friend and ally of the president. At 70, with distinguished white hair framing a pale, sharp-featured face, Talbot came off less as a scholar and more as an old-school gentleman, though one with a surprisingly fierce edge. After years on PFIAB, the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, and countless other panels, he had finally landed in a spot where his influence could truly matter. The archetypal outside insider, he had backed a winner in Fowler. He also possessed real vision, seeing the shifting East-West relations as a once-in-a-lifetime chance to reshape the global order, and he was determined to put his mark on it. On the president's right sat his chief of staff, Arnold Van Dam, because this was, at heart, a political gathering, and political insight carried enormous weight. Beside Van Dam was Elizabeth Elliott, the newly appointed National Security Advisor. She looked especially stern today. Ryan noticed, clad in a pricey suit with a delicate scarf tied around her slender neck. Next to her was Marcus Cabot, the Director of Central Intelligence and Ryan's direct superior. The lower-tier officials were positioned farther from the center of power. Naturally, Ryan and Adler sat at the far end of the table, deliberately placed both to keep them away from the president and to give the senior figures a clear view of them when they spoke. "This your year, Dennis?" the president asked the SecDef. "You bet it is," Bunker shot back. "I've waited long enough, and with those 2 new linebackers, we're heading to Denver this season." "Then you'll face the Vikings there," Talbot remarked. "Dennis, you had the first draft pick. Why didn't you grab Tony Wills? I've already got 3 solid running backs. I needed linebackers, and that kid from Alabama is the best I've ever laid eyes on. You'll live to regret that. The Secretary of State declared Tony Wills had been drafted out of Northwestern, an academic All-American, Rhodes Scholar, Heisman Trophy winner, and the guy who had nearly single-handedly turned Northwestern into a football powerhouse. He had been Talbot's star student and, by every account, an extraordinary young man already being whispered about as a future political figure. Ryan figured that was a stretch, even with America's shifting political landscape. He's going to crush you in the 3rd game of the season. And then, with a wry grin, the president added, and again in the Super Bowl, if your team even makes it that far, which I seriously doubt, Dennis. We'll see about that. Bunker snorted, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Fowler chuckled, shuffling his papers into a neat stack. From his spot 20 feet away, Jack observed Liz Elliott, whose barely concealed scowl spoke volumes. Her own documents were already perfectly aligned, her pen poised for note-taking, and her expression betrayed her impatience with the casual banter at her end of the long table. Well, she had finally secured the job she'd been angling for, even if it took a tragic event to get it for her. All right, let's call this meeting to order, President Fowler declared, and the room's murmur ceased instantly. Mr. Adler, could you brief us on the outcome of your trip? Certainly, Mr. President. I'd say most of the pieces are falling into place. The Vatican has agreed to our proposal without reservation and is ready to host the negotiations at a moment's notice. How did the Israelis respond? Liz interjected, eager to demonstrate her command of the situation. It could have gone better, Adler replied with practiced neutrality. They'll attend, but I anticipate significant pushback. How significant? They'll use every tactic to avoid being pinned down. They're deeply uneasy with this whole concept. This isn't exactly a surprise, Mr. President. Talbot chimed in. What about the Saudis? Fowler asked, turning his gaze to Ryan. Sir, my assessment is that they'll cooperate. Prince Ali was quite hopeful. We met with the king for an hour, and his response was wary but favorable. Their main worry is that the Israelis will back out no matter how much pressure we apply, and they're concerned about being left exposed. But setting that aside, Mr. President, the Saudis seem ready to embrace the plan as it stands and take on their assigned role in its execution. They proposed a few tweaks, which I've detailed in my briefing. As you can see, none of them are problematic. In fact, a couple look like genuine improvements. And the Soviets? Scott handled that, Secretary Talbot replied. They've given their approval, but they also believe Israel won't play ball. President Narmanov sent a cable 2 days ago stating the plan aligns perfectly with his government's policies. They're even willing to back it by limiting arms sales to other nations in the region to purely defensive purposes. Really? Ryan blurted out, surprised. That certainly throws a wrench into one of your predictions, doesn't it? DCI Cabot observed with a dry chuckle. How so? The president asked, intrigued. Mr. President, arms sales in that region are a massive revenue stream for the Soviets. Cutting those sales would cost them billions in hard currency they desperately need. Ryan leaned back, letting out a low whistle. That's genuinely unexpected. They've also requested a few observers at the negotiations, which seems reasonable. The arms sales component of the treaty, if we get that far, would be structured as a separate side agreement between the U.S. and the Soviets. Liz Elliott shot Ryan a knowing smile, having predicted this turn of events. In exchange, the Soviets are asking for assistance with farm commodities and some trade credits, Talbot added. It's a bargain at the price. Soviet participation here is critical for us, and the treaty's prestige matters a great deal to them. It's a fair arrangement for both sides. Besides, we've got plenty of wheat just sitting in storage. So the only real obstacle is Israel? Fowler asked, scanning the table. A chorus of nods answered him. How serious is it? Jack, Cabot said, turning to his deputy. How did Avi Ben Jacob react when you met? We had dinner the night before I flew to Saudi Arabia. He looked thoroughly displeased. I can't say exactly what he knew. I didn't give him much to bring back to his government. And what exactly does not much mean, Ryan? Elliot snapped from down the table. Nothing, Ryan replied flatly. I told him to sit tight and wait. Intelligence operatives hate that. My guess is he sensed something was brewing, but he couldn't pinpoint what. The looks I received at the table over there were genuinely astonished, Adler added, backing Ryan up. They had anticipated something, but what I delivered was far from it. The Secretary of State leaned in, his tone measured. Mr. President, for 2 generations, Israel has clung to the belief that they alone control their own security. It's practically a doctrine over there. Even though we pour billions in arms and aid into their country every year, their policy acts as if that truth doesn't exist. Their deep-seated worry is that if they ever hand over that responsibility to someone else, they'll be left exposed the moment that goodwill runs dry. Liz Elliott cut in with a chilly remark. You get tired of hearing that argument. Ryan silently thought that maybe she wouldn't be so quick to dismiss it if 6 million of her own people had been reduced to smoke. How could they ignore the weight of the Holocaust? Arnie Van Dam finally spoke up, breaking the tension. We can safely assume a bilateral defense treaty with Israel would breeze through the Senate. Fowler pressed on, asking how quickly forces could be stationed on Israeli soil. The Secretary of Defense answered, about 5 weeks from the moment you give the orders, sir. The 10th Armored Cavalry Regiment is already assembling, a heavy brigade that could crush any armored division the Arabs field. We'll add a Marine presence for visibility, and with the home port arrangement at Haifa, we'll keep a carrier battle group in the Eastern Med on a regular basis. Throw in the F-16 wing from Sicily, and you've got a serious footprint. The military will love it. It's a massive training playground. We'll run the Negev base like we do Fort Irwin, pushing those units hard to keep them sharp. It won't come cheap, but Fowler interrupted, cutting him off smoothly. But we'll cover that cost. It's worth every penny, and keeping it funded on the Hill won't be an issue, will it, Arnie? The Chief of Staff grinned. Any congressman who complains will find their career over, Fowler continued. So the only hurdle is getting Israel on board? Talbot nodded for the group. Yes, Mr. President. The question was already answered in their minds. The Israeli government, fragile and divided like all its predecessors, could be toppled with the right push from Washington. And the rest of the world? Elliot jumped in before Talbot could respond. NATO won't cause trouble. The UN will grumble but fall in line. As long as the Saudis cooperate, the Islamic world will follow. If Israel resists, they'll find themselves more isolated than ever. Ryan spoke up, uneasy. I don't like leaning on them too hard. Elliot replied coolly. Dr. Ryan, that's outside your lane. A few heads turned, eyes narrowed, but no one backed him. After a strained pause, Ryan said, True, Dr. Elliot, but excessive pressure could backfire on the president's goals. There's also a moral angle we can't ignore. Fowler countered, Dr. Ryan, this is all about morality. The simple truth is, there's been enough bloodshed there, and it's time to end it. Our plan does that. Our plan? Ryan noted. Van Dam's eyes flickered briefly before going still. Jack realized he was as isolated in that room as Israel was meant to be. He stared at his notes, biting his tongue. Moral angle, my foot. This is about leaving a lasting mark on history, and about the undeniable political perks of being hailed as the great peacemaker. Still, this wasn't the moment for skepticism. Even though the strategy had slipped from Ryan's hands, it remained a noble pursuit. If we decide to apply pressure, what's the approach? President Fowler asked with a casual tone. Nothing overt, just a subtle, unmistakable signal. We've got a big shipment of aircraft components scheduled to depart next week, Secretary of Defense Bunker replied. It includes replacement radar units for their entire F-15 fleet, plus upgrades for the F-16's missile guidance systems. These are cutting-edge tech, So new, we're just rolling it out ourselves. Their Air Force is their pride and joy. If we hold that shipment back over some technicality, they'll get the point without us having to spell it out. Can we pull this off without making headlines? Elliot asked. We can make it clear that kicking up a fuss won't do them any favors, Van Dam added. If the UN speech lands as expected, we might neutralize their supporters on Capitol Hill. Wouldn't it be smarter to offer them more arms rather than crippling what they already have? Ryan made one last attempt. Elliot shut that down fast. We can't afford it. The chief of staff backed her up. There's no room in the budget for additional defense spending, even for Israel. The funds simply aren't there. I'd rather give them a heads up if we're serious about this, the Secretary of State suggested. Elliot shook her head firmly. No, if they need to learn a lesson, let them learn it the hard way. They love playing tough, so let them see what that gets them. All right. The president jotted down a final note. We hold off until the speech next week. I'll revise it to include a formal invitation for peace talks in Rome, starting 2 weeks from tomorrow. We make it clear to Israel that they either cooperate or face the music, and that we're dead serious this time. We'll deliver that message through Secretary Bunker's plan, and we'll do it without warning. Anything else? What about leaks? Van Dam asked quietly. Have we considered Israel's reaction? Elliot turned to Scott Adler. I mentioned this was extremely sensitive, but Brent, get their foreign minister on the line and warn them that any pre-speech noise will have serious repercussions. Yes, Mr. President, and for everyone in this room, there will be no leaks. The president's gaze swept the table. Meeting adjourned, Ryan gathered his papers and stepped out into the hallway, where Marcus Cabot caught up with him. You've got to learn when to hold your tongue, Jack. Look, Director, if we push them too far, we'll get what we want. I think this is a mistake, plain and simple. Sure, we'll get what we want. Maybe it takes a few extra months, but we'll get there. We don't need to threaten them to do it. The president has made his decision. Cabot ended the conversation by walking away. Yes, sir, Jack muttered to no one. The others filed out, with Talbot offering Ryan a knowing wink. Most avoided his gaze except for Adler, who lingered after a quiet word from his boss. Nice effort, Jack. You nearly got yourself fired back there. That caught Ryan off guard. Wasn't he supposed to speak his mind? Scott, if I can't. You can't challenge the president, not this one. You don't have the standing to make your objections stick. Brent was about to step in, but you jumped in first, and you lost, and you left him no room to work with. So next time, keep your thoughts to yourself, all right? Thanks for having my back, Jack replied with a sharp edge. You blew it, Jack. You had the right idea but the wrong delivery. Learn from that. Adler paused. The boss also mentioned he appreciated your work in Riyadh. If you could just learn when to stay quiet, he said you'd be far more effective. Okay, thanks. Adler was right, of course, and Ryan knew it. Where are you off to? Back home. I've wrapped up everything at the office for the day. Why don't you join us? Brent wants to have a word with you. We'll grab a casual bite at my place. Adler guided Jack toward the elevator. So? The president asked, still lingering in the room. Looking pretty solid, Van Dam replied, especially if we can push this through before the elections. Holding on to a few extra seats would be a nice bonus, Fowler said. His first 2 years in office had been anything but smooth. Budget shortfalls, paired with an economy that couldn't make up its mind, had derailed his initiatives and left his no-nonsense leadership style with more doubts than triumphs. The upcoming November congressional races would mark the public's first real verdict on their new president, and early polling looked shaky at best. Traditionally, the president's party lost ground in midterms, but this president couldn't afford to give up much. Too bad we have to lean on the Israelis, but politically, it'll pay off if we can seal the deal. We can, Elliot said, leaning against the doorframe. If we stick to the schedule, we'll have the treaties out of the Senate by October 16th. You're quite the go-getter, Liz, Arnold remarked. Well, I've got things to handle. If you'll excuse me, Mr. President, See you tomorrow, Arnie Fowler strolled to the windows overlooking Pennsylvania Avenue. The oppressive August heat shimmered off the pavement. In Lafayette Park across the street, a couple of anti-nuclear protest signs still stood, that drew a scoff and a shake of his head. Didn't those out-of-touch activists realize nukes were ancient history by now? He turned. Care to join me for dinner, Elizabeth? Dr. Elliot gave her boss a warm smile. I'd love to, Bob. The silver lining of his brother's drug habit was the battered suitcase he'd left behind, stuffed with nearly $100,000 in cash. Marvin Russell grabbed that money and drove to Minneapolis, where he picked up some sharp clothes, a decent set of luggage, and a plane ticket. One of the key lessons he'd picked up behind bars was the art of building a fake identity. He'd crafted 3 of them, complete with passports, none of which any cop had a clue about. He'd also mastered the skill of flying under the radar. His wardrobe was neat, but understated. He snagged a standby seat on a flight he figured wouldn't be packed, pocketing a few extra bucks. That $91,545 had to stretch a long way, and life was pricey where he was heading. Life could also get dirt cheap, he knew, but not in the financial sense. A warrior could handle that, he'd told himself early on. After a layover in Frankfurt, he continued southward. Russell wasn't reckless. He'd once attended an international gathering of sorts, sacrificing an entire identity for that trip 4 years earlier. There, he'd made a few connections and, more crucially, learned how to reach out. The global terrorist network ran on caution it had to, with so many forces hunting it down, and Russell didn't realize his luck. Of the 3 contact numbers he recalled, 1 had been exposed long ago, and 2 Red Brigade operatives had quietly disappeared with it. He tried another, and that one still worked. That contact led to a dinner in Athens, where he was vetted and cleared for the next leg. Russell dashed back to his hotel. The local cuisine didn't sit well with him, and settled in to await the phone call. Calling him nervous would be an understatement. Despite all his precautions, Marvin knew he was exposed with no weapon on him. Carrying one was too big a risk. He was a sitting duck for any armed officer. What if this contact line had been compromised? If so, he'd be picked up here or lured into a trap he'd be fortunate to walk away from. European law enforcement never quite grasped the concept of civil liberties the way American cops did. But that fleeting thought died fast and silent. How gently had the FBI handled his brother? Damn it, another Sioux warrior gunned down like a stray dog. No chance to belt out his death song, they'd answer for that. But only if he survived long enough, Marvin Russell reminded himself. He perched by the window, lights off behind him, watching the street traffic, scanning for any sign of patrol cars, waiting for that phone to ring. How exactly would he make them pay? Russell had no clue, and honestly, he didn't give a damn. As long as there was some action he could take, the money belt sat snug around his waist. One downside of his lean frame was that there wasn't much spare flesh to tighten against. But he couldn't risk losing his cash without it. Where the hell would he even be? Keeping tabs on money was a royal headache, wasn't it? German marks in one spot, drachmas or some other nonsense here. Lucky for him, airline tickets only required bucks. He stuck to American carriers for that very reason, not because he had any fondness for the red, white, and blue on the tail fins. Then the phone rang. Russell grabbed it. Yes? Tomorrow, 9:30, out front of the hotel, packed and ready to move. Got it? 9:30. Understood. The line went dead before he could add another word. All right, Russell muttered to himself. He stood and headed for the bed. The door was double-locked, chained, and propped with a chair wedged under the knob. Marvin mulled it over. If this was a setup, they'd snatch him like a duck in hunting season right outside the lobby, or maybe they'd haul him off in a van and spring the trap away from prying eyes. That seemed more probable, but surely they wouldn't bother arranging a meet just to bust down his door later. Probably not. Cops were unpredictable, weren't they? So he crashed in his jeans and shirt. the money belt still wrapped tight. After all, he still had petty thieves to worry about. The sun crept up just as early here as it did back home. Russell stirred with the first blush of pink-orange light. He'd asked for an east-facing room at check-in. He offered his morning prayers to the sun and geared up for the day ahead. Breakfast came up to his room. It cost a few extra drachmas, but who cared, and he packed the few items he'd pulled from his suitcase. By 9, he was fully prepped and fully on edge. If something was going down, it'd happen in 30 minutes. He could easily be dead before noon, buried in foreign soil, far from the spirits of his ancestors. Would they even bother shipping his remains back to the Dakotas? Unlikely. He'd just vanish without a trace. The moves he imagined from the cops were the same ones he'd pull himself. But what made sense for a warrior didn't always translate to badge wearers, did it? Russell paced the room, peering down at the cars and street hawkers below. Any one of those vendors selling trinkets or sodas to tourists could easily be an undercover officer. No, more like a dozen of them. Cops never liked a fair fight, did they? They struck from the shadows and swarmed in numbers, 9:15. The digital clock's numbers crept forward with a lazy urgency that shifted every time Russell glanced over. Time was up. He grabbed his bags and left the room without looking back. The short walk to the elevator ended quickly, so quickly it spiked Russell's paranoia once more. A minute later, he hit the lobby. A bellman offered to carry his luggage, but Russell waved him off and headed to the front desk. The only charge left on his bill was breakfast, which he paid off with the last of his local cash. With a few spare minutes, he wandered to the newsstand to grab anything printed in English. What was going on in the wider world? It was a strange flicker of curiosity for Marvin, whose universe had shrunk to a tight loop of threats, reactions, and escapes. What even was the world anymore, he asked himself, his gaze fixed on the cramped space around him. It was all he could perceive at that moment, a fragile pocket of reality contained entirely by what his senses could capture. Back home, his world stretched toward far-off horizons under a vast, embracing sky. Here, the truth was confined by concrete and glass, a mere 100 feet separating one edge of his existence from the next. A wave of panic surged through him, the raw instinct of a cornered creature, and he fought hard to suppress it. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time. 9:28. Time to move. Russell stepped out to the cab stand, his mind racing with uncertainty about what lay ahead. He placed his 2 bags down, trying to appear nonchalant, while acutely aware that a sniper's scope could be trained on him this very second. Would his end mirror John's, a sudden bullet to the skull? No chance to react, stripped of even the basic grace a wild animal might get. That thought churned his stomach. It was a degrading way to go, and the mere idea made him sick. He clenched his fists into hard knots, using the pressure to steady his trembling hands as a vehicle pulled up. The driver locked eyes with him. This was the moment. He grabbed his luggage and moved forward. Mr. Drake? The alias he was traveling under. This wasn't the same driver he'd shared dinner with, and Russell immediately recognized the handiwork of professionals who kept every detail in separate boxes. That gave him some comfort. "That's me," he replied, forcing a smile that came out more like a grimace. The driver popped the trunk, and Russell tossed his bags inside before sliding into the front passenger seat. If this turned out to be an ambush, he could at least choke the life out of the driver before his own end came. It would be a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. About 50 yards away, Sergeant Spiridon Papanikolaou of the Hellenic National Police sat motionless in an aging Opel disguised as a taxi. With his thick black mustache and a breakfast roll in hand, he could pass for anything but a lawman. A small pistol rested in the glove box, though, like most European officers, his skill with it was questionable. The real tool of his trade was a Nikon camera tucked in a holder beneath his seat. His task was surveillance, carried out on orders from the Ministry of Public Order. He had a photographic memory for faces. The camera was just a backup for those who lacked his natural gift. a talent he took great pride in. His approach demanded endless patience, but that was a commodity Papanikolaou had in abundance. Whenever intelligence hinted at potential terrorist activity in Athens, he would haunt the lobbies of hotels, the terminals of airports, the edges of docks. He wasn't the only officer on this duty, but he was undeniably the finest. He had an instinct for it, much like his father had an instinct for finding the best fishing spots, and he harbored a deep loathing for terrorists. Sure, he despised all criminals, but terrorists represented the absolute worst, and it frustrated him endlessly that his government's commitment to ridding their historic nation of these murderous scum seemed to flicker on and off. Right now, the commitment was firmly on. A week prior, a possible sighting of a PFLP operative had been reported near the Parthenon. 4 of his squad members were stationed at the airport, while others swept the cruise docks. But Papanikolaou preferred the hotels. These men had to sleep somewhere after all. They never chose the luxury spots. Too flashy, too conspicuous. And they avoided the dives. These bastards appreciated a certain level of comfort. It was always the middle ground. Modest family-run establishments on quieter side streets, bustling with young travelers whose constant comings and goings made it easy for a specific face to slip through the cracks. But Papanikolaou had inherited his father's keen eyes. He could identify a face from a split-second glimpse at 70 meters. And the driver of that blue Fiat, that was a face. He couldn't attach a name to it, but he'd seen it before. Probably in the unknown file, one of those countless photographs shared by Interpol and military intelligence, whose agents were even more hungry for terrorist blood than he was, and even more frustrated by the political handcuffs they wore. This was, after all, the land of Leonidas and Xenophon, of Odysseus and Achilles, a heritage that made the presence of such filth all the more insulting. Greece, Hellas, as the sergeant called it, was the land of legendary warriors and the cradle of liberty and democracy, hardly a playground for foreign intruders to strike down without consequence. Who's the other one? Papanikolaou asked himself, dressed like an American. But those features don't quite fit. He lifted the camera in a single fluid motion, snapped the lens to its maximum reach, and fired off 3 quick shots before lowering it again. The Fiat was rolling, and he'd track its path. The sergeant clicked off his call light and pulled away from the taxi stand. Russell leaned back into the seat, skipping the seatbelt if he needed to bail out of the car. He didn't want any hassle. The driver was skilled, weaving through the heavy, chaotic traffic with ease, and stayed silent the whole way. That suited Russell fine. He turned his head slightly, scanning the road ahead for any sign of an ambush, his gaze drifting across the car's interior. No obvious spots to stash a weapon, no visible mics or radio gear. It didn't prove anything, but he checked anyway. Eventually, he feigned relaxation, tilting his head to watch both the front and the rear through the side mirror. His hunter's instincts were razor-sharp this morning. Danger lurked around every corner. The driver took what seemed like a random route, though Russell couldn't be certain. Athens' streets had existed long before chariots, let alone cars, and the modern tweaks for vehicles hadn't turned this city into a Los Angeles. The cars were compact, yet the traffic was a relentless, chaotic tangle. He was curious about the destination, but saw no point in asking. He couldn't tell truth from lies anyway, and even a straight answer wouldn't mean much. Russell knew he was all in on this path, like it or not. It didn't ease his nerves, but pretending otherwise would be fooling himself, and he wasn't that kind of man. So he stayed sharp, and that he did. The airport, Papanikolaou figured how convenient. Besides his crew, there were at least 20 more officers on site, armed with handguns and submachine guns. This would be a cakewalk. Slip a few plainclothes agents in close while 2 uniformed officers strolled past, then take them down. He liked that American phrase, fast and tidy. Usher them into a side room to confirm their identities, and if they turned out to be nothing, well, his captain could chew them out. Sorry, he'd say, But you matched a description we got from. He could blame the French or Italians, and you can't be too careful with international flights. They'd bump the pair's tickets to first class as an apology. It worked nearly every time, but if that face was what Papanicolaou suspected, he'd bag his third terrorist of the year, maybe even the fourth. Just because the other guy dressed like an American didn't mean he was one. 4 in only 8 months, no, 7, he corrected himself. Not bad for a quirky cop who preferred flying solo. Papanicolaou edged his car a bit closer, not wanting to lose these targets in the maze of traffic. Russell noticed a bunch of taxis clustered around, likely serving tourists or folks who dreaded navigating the local chaos. Then something struck him as off. It took a second to click. He realized that one's dome light is dark, just the driver inside. Most others had passengers, and even the empty ones had their lights glowing. It must be the on-duty signal, he figured, but that particular cab's was off. Russell's driver had it simple, taking the next right onto what looked like a proper highway. Most of the other taxis didn't follow. Russell had no clue where they were headed, museums, shops, maybe both. But one thing was certain. The cab with its dome light dead had trailed them around the corner, hanging back about 50 yards. "We've got company," Marvin said, voice low. "You got a friend covering us?" "Nope." The driver's eyes shot to the rearview mirror. "Which one, you figure?" "I don't figure, pal. It's that taxi back there, right side, dirty white, no light on top. Can't tell the make." "He's stuck with us through 2 turns. You ought to keep your eyes open," Russell added, a cold knot forming in his gut. Was this the ambush he'd dreaded? He sized up the driver quick, a scrawny little guy with a neck like a twig, easy enough to snap the way he'd wrung a mourning dove's neck back home. Yeah, that wouldn't take much. "Thanks, guess I should." The driver said after spotting the tail, "And who the hell are you, anyway?" "We'll find out." He swung a random turn. The taxi followed. "You're right, friend," the driver muttered, thoughtful now. "How'd you catch it?" "I notice things, so I see that changes the plan a bit." His mind was churning. Unlike Russell, he knew this wasn't a setup. No cop or spook would have tipped him off like that. Well, probably not. But there was one way to be sure, and he was still sore at the Greeks. Back in April, one of his crew had vanished off the streets of Piraeus, only to surface in Britain days later, locked up in Parkhurst Prison on the Isle of Wight. Greece used to be a cakewalk for them, a quiet transit hub where they moved with near-zero heat. Using it for actual ops had been a mistake. Keeping it as a back door was the smart play, and they'd blown that advantage. Still, that didn't cool his fury at the local cops. "We might need to deal with this." Russell glanced over. "I'm not carrying." I'd rather not use it, though. How strong are you?" Instead of answering, Russell reached out and gripped the driver's right knee hard. "Point taken," the driver said, voice steady, though a flicker of alarm crossed his face. "Cripple me, and I can't drive. Now, how do we play this? You ever killed before?" "Yeah," Russell lied. He'd never taken a man's life, but he'd ended plenty of other things. "I can handle it." The driver nodded and gunned it, heading out of town. He needed to find Papanicolaou frowned as the Fiat picked up pace, but they weren't making for the airport, too bad. Good thing he hadn't radioed it in yet. He eased back, using other cars as cover. The Fiat's paint job stood out like a sore thumb, and with traffic thinning, he could afford to hang back more casually. Maybe they were making for a safe house. If that was the case, he'd need to tread carefully. But if he nailed it, that was a gold mine. Pinpointing a safe house was the crown jewel of surveillance. Then the muscle could roll in, or the intel boys could stake it out, racking up faces until they hit the place hard and bagged 3 or more of those bastards. A medal, a promotion, maybe both, could be waiting at the end of this tale. He toyed with the radio again, but what did he actually have? His excitement was getting the better of him, wasn't it? He had a half-baked ID on a face with no name. Maybe his eyes were playing tricks. Maybe the guy was just some run-of-the-mill crook, not the big fish he imagined. Spiridon Papanikolaou cursed his luck under his breath. Eyes locked on the car as they slipped into an older slice of Athens, narrow streets, a working-class grid, mostly deserted. The employed were at their jobs, the housewives at the corner stores, and the kids were scattered in the parks, laughing and shouting in the distance. The island streets were noticeably quieter than usual, with many vacationers having flocked to the beaches and resorts, leaving the town center surprisingly sparse. The Fiat decelerated abruptly, then veered right into a nondescript alleyway that looked like countless others. "You ready?" the driver asked. "Yeah," came the reply. The car came to a brief halt. Russell had already stripped off his jacket and tie, still half convinced this might be the final piece of an elaborate setup, but at this point, he simply didn't care anymore. Whatever was coming, let it come. He flexed his fingers as he made his way back up the street on foot. Sergeant Spiridon Papanikolaou pressed the accelerator to close the distance, knowing that if they disappeared into this maze of narrow passageways, he'd lose sight of them entirely, unless he got closer. If they spotted him, he'd just radio for backup. Police work was always full of surprises, after all. As he rounded the corner, he noticed a man lingering in the side street, studying a piece of paper. It wasn't either of the two men he'd been tailing. This one had no jacket, his face angled away, and his posture felt oddly cinematic. The sergeant allowed himself a faint, wry smirk, but it vanished instantly. The moment he turned fully onto the side street, he saw the Fiat, barely 20 yards ahead, reversing straight at him at speed. Papanikolaou slammed the brakes to halt his taxi and was already contemplating throwing it into reverse when an arm shot across his face from behind. His hands flew up to grab it, but a powerful grip seized his chin while another clamped onto the back of his neck. He tried to twist around to see what was happening, but his head was forcibly yanked to the left, and there, for a split second, he caught the face of the American. Then came the strain, the brief resistance of vertebrae, and a sharp, sickening snap that told him everything he needed to know, as final as any gunshot. In that instant, he understood. The man's features were strange, almost unreal, like something pulled straight from a film. Russell stepped aside and waved. The Fiat lurched forward, then reversed hard, slamming into the taxi with a crunch. The driver's head flopped forward, dangling at a grotesque angle from his broken neck. Russell figured the guy was already gone, but he didn't take chances. He checked for a pulse, then twisted the head to ensure the spine was completely severed before heading back to the Fiat. A small, grim smile crossed his face as he climbed in. "Well, that was easier than expected. He's dead. Let's get out of here now." "You're certain?" the driver asked. Ice snapped his neck like a twig. "Yeah, he's gone. Little pencil neck of a guy. Like me, you mean?" The driver turned and flashed a grin. They'd need to ditch the car soon, sure. But the rush of getting away clean and the satisfaction of the kill was enough for the moment. And he'd found a kindred spirit, someone worth keeping around. "What's your name?" "Marvin." "I'm Ibrahim." The president's address was a masterclass in political theater. Ryan had to admit the man knew how to work a room, even one as grand as the General Assembly in New York. That gracious yet slightly chilly smile swept across the gathered delegates from over 160 nations. The cameras swung to the Israeli delegation, whose applause felt more obligatory than enthusiastic compared to the Arab bloc. Clearly, they hadn't gotten the memo in time. The Soviets outdid themselves, rising to their feet along with many others. Jack hit the remote and killed the feed before the ABC commentator could offer his spin. He had his own copy of the speech on the desk, covered in his handwritten notes. Earlier that day, the Vatican had sent out telexes to all the relevant foreign ministries. Everyone would be in Rome in 10 days. The draft treaty was already prepared, and behind-the-scenes moves by a few ambassadors and deputy assistant secretaries had quietly signaled to other governments what was in the works. Unanimous approval had come back. The Israelis were aware of that, the right back-channel whispers had been allowed to drift in the intended direction. If they stonewalled, well, Bunker had already clamped down on that shipment of aircraft parts, and the Israelis were too stunned to push back just yet. More precisely, they'd been quietly instructed to hold off if they ever wanted to see those new radar systems delivered. The Israeli lobby was already stirring, with its own informants planted throughout the U.S. government, making hushed calls to influential lawmakers on Capitol Hill. But Fowler had given the congressional leadership a heads-up 2 days prior, and the early buzz on the Fowler plan was surprisingly upbeat. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee's top Democrat and Republican had both pledged to push both draft treaties through in less than a week. It's really happening, Jack mused. This might actually fly. And it couldn't hurt, right? All the credibility the U.S. had banked during its own Persian Gulf campaign was riding on this move. The Arabs would read it as a seismic shift in American policy, which it was. Washington finally putting Israel in its place. Israel would spin it the same way, though that wasn't entirely accurate. The peace would hold only through the one mechanism that could guarantee it: raw American military and political muscle. With the Cold War dust settled, the U.S. could team up with other major powers and impose a fair settlement, or what we call fair. Ryan caught himself. Man, I hope this doesn't blow up. But it was already too late for second-guessing. This had been his brainchild, after all, the Fowler plan. They had to shatter the endless cycle, find an exit from the maze. America stood as the sole nation both sides trusted, a status earned through blood on one front and billions in aid on the other. The U.S. had to anchor the peace, and that peace had to rest on something that looked vaguely like justice to everyone involved. The math was both straightforward and maddeningly complex. The core principles could fit in a single tight paragraph, but the nuts and bolts execution would fill a small manual. The price tag? Well, the funding bill would breeze through Congress despite its heft. Saudi Arabia had quietly agreed to cover a quarter of the tab, a deal Secretary Talbot had wrangled just 4 days earlier. In exchange, the Saudis were lining up for another round of high-tech weaponry, brokered by Dennis Bunker. Those two had truly nailed their assignments, Ryan thought. Whatever the president's shortcomings, his two closest cabinet allies were the sharpest duo he'd ever witnessed in public service. They'd served their boss and their nation brilliantly over the past week. This is going to work, Jack whispered to himself in the quiet of his office. Maybe. He glanced at his watch. He'd know for sure in about 3 hours. Katiz stared at his television, brow furrowed. Could it be? History suggested no, but the Saudis had cut off their funding, lured away by the American help they'd gotten against Iraq, and his network had backed the losing side in that conflict. His people were already feeling the squeeze, even though they'd been shrewd enough to stash their earnings over the years. Their Swiss and other European bankers had kept the cash flowing steadily, so the shortfall was more about pride than survival. But to an Arab mindset, pride was as tangible as any bank balance, just as it was to any politically savvy operator. The real question, Kati knew, was whether the Americans would finally lean hard on the Zionists they never had before. They'd let Israel strike a U.S. warship, killing American sailors, and then offered forgiveness before the blood had even dried, before the last wounded man had taken his final breath. While U.S. troops had to beg Congress for every dollar, that same gutless pack of political opportunists tripped over themselves to hand arms to the Israelis. America had never truly pressured Israel, not in any meaningful way. That was the cornerstone of his whole existence, wasn't it? As long as the Middle East remained volatile, his purpose was clear: the annihilation of the Jewish state. But without that goal, what was left? The region's troubles existed long before he was born, and their resolution seemed tied to some distant, uncertain future. Yet Kati knew this was a moment for brutal honesty as he stretched his aching body. What real chance did he have of dismantling Israel? Not through external force. As long as America shielded the Jews and the Arab world stayed fractured, the dream was out of reach. And the Russians? Those accursed Russians had stood there, obedient as stray dogs at the end of Fowler's speech. The possibility was real, and the thought frightened him just as much as his cancer diagnosis. He leaned back, shutting his eyes. What if America really did pressure the Israelis? What if Moscow backed this bizarre proposal? What if Jerusalem caved to the demands? What if the Palestinians actually found the offered terms acceptable? It could happen. The Zionist entity might survive, and the Palestinians might finally find peace in their homeland. A fragile coexistence could take root, and that would mean his entire life had been a waste. Every sacrifice, every act of self-denial would be rendered meaningless. His fighters had given their lives for a generation, all for a cause that might slip away forever. Betrayed by his fellow Arabs, whose wealth and backing had kept his men alive. Betrayed by the Russians, whose weapons had sustained the movement since its inception. Betrayed by the Americans in the most twisted way of all, by taking away their enemy. And betrayed by Israel for even hinting at a genuine peace. Of course, it wasn't fair at all. As long as a single Zionist occupied Arab land, fairness was impossible. But what about the Palestinians? What if they embraced this compromise? Where would his next wave of dedicated fighters come from? Abandoned by everyone? No, God would never allow it. God was merciful and shone his light upon the faithful. This nightmare simply couldn't materialize. Too many pieces would have to align. Hadn't there been countless peace plans for the region? So many grand visions, and where did they all end up? Even the Carter-Sadat-Begin summit in the United States, where the Americans had strong-armed their supposed allies into major concessions, had collapsed when Israel refused to offer the Palestinians a fair deal. On that, Katie was certain he couldn't rely on the Russians nor the Saudis, and certainly not the Americans, but he could depend on Israel. The Jews were far too arrogant, too stubborn, too short-sighted to realize that their only path to lasting security was through a just peace. The irony was so sharp it made him smile. It had to be God's design, protecting his movement through his most hated enemies. Their obstinate pride, their stiff necks would never bend. And if that obstinacy was what kept the war alive, then the sheer irony of it could only be a divine sign that his cause was the holy one he believed it to be. Never. I will never bow to this disgrace. The defense minister roared, slamming his fist on the table with such force that his water glass toppled, sending a puddle creeping dangerously toward his lap. He ignored it completely, his fierce blue eyes scanning the cabinet room. And what if Fowler is actually serious with his threats? We'll destroy his career. The defense minister shot back. We've done it before. We've pulled American politicians' strings plenty of times. More than we've managed to do here. The foreign minister muttered under his breath to the man beside him. What was that? I said that might not be possible this time, Rafi. David Ashkenazi took a slow sip from his glass before continuing. Our ambassador in Washington reports that key voices on Capitol Hill are lining up behind Fowler's proposal. The Saudi envoy threw a lavish bash last weekend for congressional leaders, and word is he handled himself with real finesse. Isn't that right, Avi? Yes, Minister, General Ben Jacob replied, with his superior abroad. He was speaking on behalf of the Mossad. The Saudis and the so-called moderate Gulf states are ready to drop their official state of war, open ministerial-level ties with us as a stepping stone to full recognition down the road, and help bankroll part of America's costs for basing troops and aircraft here, not to mention footing the entire bill for the peacekeeping force and rebuilding efforts for our Palestinian neighbors. How can we turn that down? The foreign minister asked with a dry edge, surprised by the backing in Congress. It's all a ruse, the defense minister snapped. If it is, it's a devilishly clever one. Ben Jacob countered. You buy this nonsense, Avi? You, Ben Jacob, had once been Rafi Mandel's finest battalion commander in the Sinai years ago. I'm not sure, Rafi. The Mossad's deputy chief had never felt the weight of his role more acutely, and speaking for his absent boss didn't sit easy. Your take? The Prime Minister asked softly, deciding someone at that table needed to stay level-headed. The Americans are completely genuine, Avi said. Their offer of a physical guarantee, the Mutual Defense Pact and troop deployment, is real from a purely military standpoint. I speak for Israel's defense, Mandel cut in sharply. Ben Jacob turned, locking eyes with his old commander. Rafi, you've always outranked me, but I've done my share of fighting, and you know it. He paused, letting the silence linger, then continued in a low, steady voice, his logic pushing past emotions just as fierce as Mandel's. The American forces are a serious pledge. We're looking at a quarter boost in our Air Force's striking capability, and that tank division outguns our strongest brigade. What's more, I can't see how that commitment gets reversed. Our allies in America would never allow it. We've been left hanging before, Mandel shot back, icy. Our survival rests on us alone. Rafi, the foreign minister interjected. My friend, where has that path taken us? We've bled together too, not just in this room. Is there no end to this cycle? Better no deal than a bad one, agreed, the Prime Minister said. But just how bad is this deal, really? We've all reviewed the draft. I'll push for a few minor tweaks, but, my friends, I believe the moment has come, the Foreign Minister said. My recommendation is to accept the Fowler Plan with conditions. He laid them out. Will the Americans agree to those, Avi? They'll grumble about the price tag, but our friends in their Congress will back us, whether Fowler likes it or not. They'll acknowledge our historic compromises and want to see us secure within our borders. Then I'll resign, Rafi Mandel thundered. No, Rafi, you won't, the Prime Minister said, weary of the theatrics. Walk out now and you cut yourself off. You've got your eye on this chair someday, and you'll never reach it by quitting the cabinet. Mandel's face went crimson at the rebuke. The Prime Minister scanned the room. So what's the government's verdict? 40 minutes later, Jack's phone buzzed. He picked it up, noticing it was his most secure line, the direct one that sidestepped Nancy Cummings. Ryan. He listened for a minute, jotting down a few notes. Thanks. The DDCI then rose, stepped into Nancy's office, and veered left into Marcus Cabot's more spacious suite. Cabot sprawled across the couch in the far corner of his office, his shoes kicked off and a well-worn file balanced on his chest. Like Judge Arthur Moore before him, he enjoyed the occasional cigar, and the smoke curled lazily toward the ceiling. He was flipping through a document edged with striped tape, just another classified file in a building that seemed to hold nothing else. The folder thumped onto the floor, and Cabot, looking like a pink round volcano about to rumble, raised an eyebrow as Ryan walked in. What is it, Jack? Just got word from our friend in Israel. They're heading to Rome, and the cabinet has approved the treaty terms with a few tweaks. What kind of tweaks? Ryan handed over his notes, and Cabot's eyes skimmed the pages. You and Talbot called it right. Yeah, and I should have let him play that card instead of me. Still, you nailed all but one. Cabot pushed himself up, slipped into his black loafers, and padded over to his desk, where he picked up the phone. Tell the president I'll meet him at the White House when he's back from New York. I want Talbot and Bunker there, too. Let him know it's a go. He set the receiver back down. A grin spreading around the cigar clamped between his teeth, trying to channel George Patton, who, as far as Ryan knew, never smoked a day in his life. How about that? How long do you think it'll take to finalize? With the groundwork you and Adler laid, plus the finishing touches from Talbot and Bunker. He paused, tapping the cigar ash. Give it 2 weeks. Won't be as fast as Carter's Camp David deal. Too many career diplomats in the mix this time, but in 14 days the President's 747 touches down in Rome for the signing. You want me to tag along to the White House? Nah, I've got it. Sounds good. Ryan turned and left the way he'd come, the door clicking softly behind him. The city of God had never seen such a spectacle. Air Force C-5B Galaxy transports had hauled the latest ground station vans from Andrews Air Force Base to Leonardo da Vinci Airport, not so much for the signing ceremony itself, if it even happened, commentators mused, but for what WAGs dubbed the pre-game show. The brand new digital improved definition gear just hitting the market was perfect for showcasing the art treasures that lined Vatican walls like trees in a national park. Local carpenters and techs from New York and Atlanta worked around the clock to erect the broadcast booths where network anchors would hold court. Every morning show in America was originating from the Vatican, and CNN, NHK, BBC, and just about every other network on the planet were all jockeying for space in the Grand Piazza, stretching before the church Bramante started in 1503, with Raphael, Michelangelo, and Bernini adding their touches over the years. A sudden, violent windstorm had blasted fountain spray into the Deutsche Welle booth, frying 100,000 marks worth of electronics. Vatican officials finally raised a fuss that there'd be no room left for the faithful to witness the event, which they'd been praying for. But by then, the circus had already rolled into town. Someone pointed out that in ancient Roman times, this very spot had hosted the Circus Maximus, and it was universally agreed this was the grandest circus in centuries, except back then. The entertainment was chariots, not camera crews. The TV folks naturally loved every minute of it. The Today and Good Morning America teams for once got to sleep in like normal people, rolling into work after lunch, can you imagine? And wrapping up in time for afternoon shopping sprees, followed by long dinners at Rome's finest trattorias. Their researchers scoured library shelves for dramatic remote locations, unearthing gems like the Colosseum, which one obsessive fact-checker insisted on calling the Flavian Amphitheater, where anchors waxed poetic about the ancient substitute for NFL Sundays: combat, man against man, man against beast, beast against Christian, and every grisly permutation in between. But it was the Forum that captured their imagination, the symbolic heart of their Roman sojourn, standing silent and crumbling as the world's cameras rolled. Here were the remnants of Rome's ancient heart, the very grounds where Cicero and Scipio once debated the fate of a republic, a stage that had drawn the world's gaze for millennia. This eternal city, the mother of a sprawling empire, was now playing yet another scene in the global drama, with the Vatican at its core, a mere speck on the map, yet a sovereign power in its own right. A TV anchorman, trying to frame the moment, quipped with Stalin's old line about the Pope's divisions, then launched into a rambling monologue about how the Church's moral authority had outlasted the Soviet experiment. So much so that Moscow was now opening diplomatic channels with the Holy See. He gestured out his studio window to a booth less than 50 yards away, from which the Soviet evening news, Vremya, was broadcasting its own take on the spectacle. The coverage then turned to the delicate dance of interfaith relations. At the arrival ceremony, the Pope had shared a story from Islam's infancy, recounting how a delegation of Catholic bishops had journeyed to Arabia, essentially on a fact-finding mission to size up this new prophet, Mohammed. After a polite exchange, the senior bishop asked where he and his companions might say their prayers. Without hesitation, Mohammed offered the very mosque they were standing in, reasoning that it was, after all, a house dedicated to God. The Holy Father extended the same generous courtesy to the Israeli delegation. While this ecumenical spirit ruffled the feathers of some more conservative churchmen in attendance, the Pope swept aside their objections with a speech delivered in 3 languages, a masterful performance that left little room for dissent. He declared that in the name of the God, known by many names, but who is the same God for all, the city was being offered in service to all people of goodwill. He spoke of shared beliefs in a merciful God, the spiritual nature of man, and the paramount value of faith expressed through charity and brotherhood, offering prayers that all paths would lead to justice and peace. A morning show host, caught off guard, muttered under his breath, "Wow, I'm starting to think this whole circus might actually be for real. But the networks, ever eager for a ratings boost, weren't about to let a moment of genuine harmony go unspoiled. In the name of balanced coverage and selling ad time, they gave a platform to a leader of a Jewish paramilitary group. He dredged up the horrors of the Spanish Inquisition, the Tsar's pogroms, and, with a special venom reserved for the Germans reunifying next door, the Holocaust, concluding that his people were fools to trust anyone but their own armed might. Then came the Ayatollah Daryai from Qum, who delivered a fiery, incomprehensible rant, condemning all non-believers to his personal vision of damnation, though his translation was so muddled that most Americans just saw a man shouting. The real star of the show, however, was a self-proclaimed charismatic Christian from the American South. He got the most airtime, first denouncing the Pope as the Antichrist, then repeating his infamous claim that God turned a deaf ear to Jewish prayers and didn't even acknowledge the existence of Muslims, whom he deliberately insulted with an archaic slur. The sheer vitriol on display sparked a torrent of angry calls to the networks, which predictably delighted the executives. Outrage was a guaranteed way to bring viewers back for more. Ironically, the American bigot saw a noticeable dip in his donation envelopes, while Jewish advocacy groups scrambled to publicly distance themselves from the rabbi who had gone so far off the reservation. The leader of the Islamic Nations League, a respected cleric in his own right, publicly condemned the radical imam, calling him a false interpreter of the prophet's teachings, and quoted sacred verses at length to drive the point home. News outlets aired a flood of opposing viewpoints, offering just enough balance to calm some viewers while infuriating others. Within a day, a columnist observed that the swarm of reporters covering the event had nicknamed it the Peace Bowl, a nod to the round layout of St. Peter's Square. The sharper minds in the crowd recognized this as a telltale sign of journalists scrambling for a story that simply wasn't there. Security was suffocatingly tight. Attendees moved only via military aircraft shuttling between airbases, and the press, armed with telephoto lenses, were pushed to the fringes, often traveling under the cover of night. The Vatican's Swiss guards, decked out in their Renaissance-era uniforms, formed an impenetrable barrier, yet ironically, when something real finally occurred, the Swiss defense minister slipping quietly through a side entrance, nobody caught it. Polls across the globe reflected a shared hope that this summit would finally deliver. A weary world, riding a wave of optimism from thawing East-West relations, felt something shift. Pundits cautioned that no issue in modern memory had proven so stubborn, but millions prayed in countless tongues and sanctuaries for an end to the planet's last great standoff. The networks, to their credit, covered that too. Seasoned diplomats, many of them lifelong skeptics who hadn't set foot in a church for decades, suddenly felt a weight they couldn't shake. Whispers from Vatican staff hinted at late-night walks down the echoing aisles of St. Peter's, moonlit pauses on the balconies, and private conversations with the Pope himself. But that was all anchors, handsomely paid yet utterly lost, sat through awkward silences on air, while print reporters scavenged for scraps of inspiration just to file something. Not since the Marathon Camp David talks had so much hung in the balance with so little revealed. The world waited, frozen in anticipation. An old man in a red fez trimmed with white sat quietly, a relic of a fading tradition. Few still dressed this way, but he clung to the customs of his forefathers. Life had never been kind to the Druze, and his faith, practiced faithfully for 66 years, was his only comfort. The Druze, a Middle Eastern sect blending elements of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, traced their roots to Al-Hakim Bi'amrillahi, an 11th century Egyptian caliph who claimed to be God's own incarnation. Spread across Lebanon, Syria, and Israel, they walk a fragile line in each nation. Unlike Muslim Israelis, Druze are permitted to serve in Israel's military, a privilege that breeds suspicion among Syrian authorities. Though some Druze have climbed to high ranks in the Syrian army, memories linger of a colonel who, after the 1973 war, was executed for losing a strategic junction. He had fought bravely, extricating his battered unit with skill, but the fall of that crossroads doomed 2 tank brigades, and so he was shot for bad luck, and likely for being Druze. The old farmer never learned the full details, but he grasped the lesson well enough. Another Druze had been killed then, and many more had followed since. He trusted no one from the Syrian army or government, that much was certain. But that didn't mean he held any warmth toward Israel either. Back in 1975, an Israeli 175 millimeters gun with its long barrel had scoured his valley, hunting for a Syrian ammunition depot, and a stray fragment from one errant shell had killed his wife of 40 years, leaving him with loneliness piled on top of his already heavy burden of grief. What Israel saw as a mere footnote in history was, for this humble farmer, a brutal and immediate reality. Fate had placed him between 2 armies, each treating his very existence as an inconvenient obstacle. He'd never asked for much in life. He owned a small plot of rocky land that he worked with his own hands, kept a few sheep and goats, and lived in a simple stone house he'd built himself, hauling every rock from his own fields. All he wanted was to live. He'd once thought that wasn't too much to ask. But 66 turbulent years had proven him wrong, again and again. He'd prayed to his God for mercy, for justice, and for just a few small comforts. He'd always known wealth was never in the cards, so that his life and his wife's might be a little less harsh. But those prayers had never been answered. Of the 5 children his wife had given him, only one had lived past his teens, and that son was conscripted into the Syrian army just in time for the 1973 war. That son, against all family odds, had been lucky. When his BTR-60 personnel carrier was struck by an Israeli tank, he was thrown clear through the top hatch, losing only an eye and a hand. Alive but half blind, he'd married and given his father grandchildren, carving out a modestly successful life as a merchant and moneylender. A strange sort of blessing, given everything else, yet it seemed to the old farmer like the only real joy he'd ever known. He grew his vegetables and grazed his few animals on that rocky patch near the Syrian-Lebanese border. He didn't truly persevere, didn't really endure. Survival was even too strong a word. Life had become nothing more than a habit he couldn't shake, an endless string of increasingly tired days. Every spring, when his ewes dropped new lambs, he'd quietly pray he wouldn't live to see them slaughtered. Yet he also resented the thought that those meek, foolish creatures might outlast him. Another dawn arrived. The farmer had no alarm clock, and he didn't need one. When the sky began to lighten, the bells on his sheep and goats started clattering. His eyes opened, and he felt the familiar ache in his joints. He stretched in bed, then rose slowly. Within minutes he'd washed, scraped the gray stubble from his jaw, eaten his stale bread with strong, sweet coffee, and started another day of toil. He did his gardening in the cool of the morning, before the heat became unbearable. His garden was substantial, because selling the surplus at the local market brought in the cash he needed for the few things he considered luxuries. Even that was a constant struggle. The work punished his arthritic limbs, and keeping the animals away from his tender shoots was yet another daily curse. But the sheep and goats could be sold for money, and without that income, he'd have starved long ago. The truth was, he ate well enough from the sweat of his brow, and if he hadn't been so lonely, he might have eaten even better. But solitude had made him frugal, almost miserly. His gardening tools were old and worn. He trudged out to the field, the sun still low on the horizon, to pull the weeds that seemed to sprout overnight among his vegetables. If only someone could train a goat, he thought, repeating the words his father and grandfather had said before him. A goat that would eat the weeds but leave the plants alone. That would be something worth having. But a goat was no smarter than a lump of dirt, except when it came to causing trouble. The 3-hour grind of swinging the mattock and ripping out weeds started in the same corner of the garden, and he carved his way up one row and down the next with a steady rhythm that defied his years and aching joints. Clunk? What was that? The farmer straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow, halfway through the morning's labor, already craving the easy rest that came with tending to the sheep. Not a stone. He scraped the dirt away with his tool. Oh, that. People always wonder about the process. Farmers everywhere have cracked jokes about it since the dawn of agriculture. The strange way that fields seem to grow rocks, the stone walls lining New England roads, stand as proof of that oddly baffling phenomenon. Water did it. Rain seeps down into the soil, and come winter, that water freezes into ice, expanding as it turns solid, and it pushes upward rather than down, because up is the path of least resistance. That force shoves buried rocks to the surface, so fields sprout stones, a truth especially evident in the Golan region of Syria, where the ground is a geologically young layer of volcanic debris, and where winters, surprisingly to many, can turn bitter and frosty. But this wasn't a rock, it was metal, a sandy brown hue, he realized as he cleared away the earth. Oh yes, that day, the very day his son had been. What the hell do I do with this thing? The farmer asked himself. It was, obviously, a bomb. He wasn't naive enough to not recognize that much. How it ended up here was a puzzle. Sure, he'd never seen a plane, Syrian or Israeli, drop anything anywhere near his land. But that didn't change the facts. He couldn't exactly pretend it wasn't there. To him, it might as well have been a boulder, just a big brown rock, too heavy to dig out and haul to the field's edge, big enough to ruin 2 rows of carrots. He wasn't scared of it. It hadn't detonated after all, which meant it was defective. Proper bombs fell from aircraft and blew up on impact. This one had merely carved out a small crater, which he'd filled back in the next day, not knowing at the time about the harm to his son. Why couldn't it have just stayed 2 meters down, where it belonged, he wondered. But that had never been how his life worked, had it? No, anything that could hurt him always found him, didn't it? He questioned why God had been so harsh to him. Hadn't he said all his prayers, followed every strict rule of the Druze? What had he ever asked for? Whose sins was he paying for? Well, there was no point in dwelling on such questions now. For the moment, there was work to do. He went back to his weeding, stepping on the exposed tip of the bomb to reach a few stubborn weeds, and moved down the row. His son would come by in a day or two, letting the old man see and smile at his grandchildren, the one pure joy he had left. He'd ask his son for advice. His son had served in the military and knew about such things. It was the kind of week that every government worker dreaded. Something major was unfolding in a different time zone. There was a 6-hour gap, and it felt odd to Jack that he was dealing with jet lag without ever leaving home. "So, how's it going over there?" Clark asked from the driver's seat. "Damn good." Jack flipped through the papers. The Saudis and Israelis actually saw eye to eye yesterday. They both wanted to tweak something, and both put forward the exact same change. Jack chuckled at that. It had to be a coincidence. And if they'd realized it, both sides would have switched their positions. That must have embarrassed the hell out of someone. Clark laughed out loud, thinking the same thing as his boss. It was still dark out, and the one perk of the early hours was that the roads were wide open. "You really liked the Saudis, didn't you? Ever been over there? Aside from the war, you mean?" "Plenty of times, Jack. I flew into Iran from that base back in 79 and 80, spent a ton of time with the Saudis, picked up the language along the way." "How'd you like it over there?" Jack asked. "Honestly, I enjoyed it. I got tight with this one guy, a major in their army, intel guy just like me. He didn't have much field time, but he was sharp from all that studying. He knew he had gaps, and he actually listened when I shared stuff. I got invited to his place a few times. He had 2 boys, great little kids. One of them's flying fighter jets these days. Wild how they treat their women, though. Sandy would never put up with that." Clark paused, switching lanes to blow past a slow-moving rig. From a work standpoint, they were incredibly easy to deal with. "Anyway, what I saw, I kind of dug. They're not like us, but who cares? The world isn't exactly packed with Americans. What about the Israelis? Jack asked, snapping his briefcase shut. I've crossed paths with them a handful of times. Actually, more than that, Doc. Mostly in Lebanon. Their intel folks are absolute pros, cocky and arrogant as hell. But the ones I dealt with had every reason to be. It's that fortress mindset, that us versus them thing, and honestly, it makes sense. Clark glanced over. That's the real problem, isn't it? How do you mean, getting them to move past that? It's gotta be a nightmare. It is. I just wish they'd see how the world works now, Ryan grumbled. Doc, look, you've got to get this. They think like soldiers on the front line. What else would you expect? Hell, man, their whole nation is basically a shooting gallery for the other side. They've got the same mentality we had in Nam. There's your people, and then there's everyone else. John Clark shook his head. You have no idea how many times I've tried to drill that into the trainees at the farm. It's pure survival instinct. The Israelis think that way because they don't have a choice. The Nazis wiped out millions of Jews and we sat on our hands. Well, all right, maybe we couldn't have done much given the situation back then. But I still wonder if Hitler would have been that tough a target if we'd really gone after him. Anyway, I'm with you that they need to broaden their view, but you gotta understand, we're asking them for one hell of a lot. Maybe you should have been there when I met with Avi, Jack said, stifling a yawn. General Ben Jacob, that guy's supposed to be one tough, serious SOB. His men really respect him. That says everything. Wish I could have made it, boss, but those 2 weeks of fishing were exactly what I needed. Even frontline guys get time off. I hear you, Mr. Clark. Hey, I'm heading down to Quantico this afternoon to requalify on the pistol. If you don't mind me saying, you look like you could use some stress relief, man. Why don't you come along? I'll grab a nice little Beretta for you to mess around with. Jack mulled it over. It sounded tempting. Hell, it sounded perfect. But he had way too much on his plate. No time, John. Aye, aye, sir. You're not working out. You're drinking way too damn much, and you look like death warmed over, Dr. Ryan. That's my professional take. Just what Kathy said to me last night. But Clark has no clue how bad it really is. Jack stared out the window at the house lights flickering on as government workers stirred for the day. You're right. I've got to fix that, but today there's just no room for it. How about we squeeze in a run tomorrow at lunch? I've got lunch with the Directorate Chiefs. Jack dodged. Clark went quiet and turned his focus to the road. When would this poor, stubborn idiot learn? As brilliant as he was letting the job chew him up and spit him out. The president woke up to a messy pile of blonde hair sprawled across his chest and a slim, delicate arm draped over him. There were definitely worse ways to start the day. He wondered why he'd waited so damn long. She'd been right there for him, God, for years. In her 40s, but graceful and striking, everything a man could ask for. And the president was a man with very real needs. Marion had fought her illness for years, a slow, grinding battle against the multiple sclerosis that eventually claimed her life, but not before it dismantled the vibrant, sharp-witted woman he had married. Fowler remembered her as the spark that had once lit up his world, the architect of whatever charm he'd managed to cultivate when she faded. So did that part of him. He'd built a wall of stoic endurance to keep her going, to lend her the strength she needed to hold on just a little longer. But that wall had closed in on him, turning Bob Fowler into something mechanical, a shell going through the motions. The more her life slipped away, the more his own humanity seemed to drain out with it. And if he was being brutally honest with himself, it had made him a better politician. His tenure as governor and that long, grueling presidential run showcased a cool, analytical detachment that voters apparently craved, leaving the so-called experts, those pundits who loved to pontificate without ever digging deeper, utterly baffled. Sure, his opponent had run a laughably inept campaign, But Fowler was convinced he'd have clinched it anyway. The win, nearly 2 years back now, made him the first president since Cleveland, if he recalled correctly, to occupy the White House without a spouse, and without much of a personality to speak of. The press had dubbed him the technocrat, a label that stuck despite his background as a trial lawyer. Facts rarely mattered once the media settled on a tidy narrative. The Iceman, if only Marion could have witnessed it, she would have known the truth, that he wasn't cold at all. There were still those who remembered the old Bob Fowler, the fiery advocate for civil rights, the relentless prosecutor who'd taken down mob bosses and cleaned up Cleveland, brief glory, of course, since all such triumphs like political ones are fleeting. He recalled the births of his kids, the swell of paternal pride, the warmth of Marion's love for him and their 2 children, the soft glow of candlelit dinners. He could still picture meeting her at a high school football game, her enthusiasm for the spectacle matching his own. 30 years of marriage, starting while they were both in college, ending with 3 harrowing years as her illness, dormant since her late 30s, spiraled into a cruel decline in her 40s. Her death came both too slowly and too suddenly, leaving him so numb that tears wouldn't come. Then came the long stretch of solitude. Maybe that chapter was finally closing. Thank goodness for the Secret Service, he mused. Back in the governor's mansion in Columbus, word would have leaked in a heartbeat, but here, behind his door, stood a pair of armed agents, and down the corridor, that army officer clutching the leather briefcase. They called the football, a term that grated on him, though some things were beyond even a president's control. His national security advisor could share his bed without a whisper reaching the staff, and the White House kept the secret intact. That alone felt like a minor miracle. He glanced down at Elizabeth, undeniably lovely, her skin pale from too many hours indoors, which he secretly preferred. The sheets were tangled from the night's exertions, and he traced the smooth curve of her back, marveling at its softness. She stirred, letting out a contented hum as her arm tightened around him in her sleep. A soft knock broke the silence. The president pulled the covers up, cleared his throat, and after a brief pause, the door swung open. An agent stepped in, setting down a tray of coffee and a stack of printed documents before quietly retreating. Fowler understood he couldn't rely on just anyone for that level of trust, but the Secret Service was effectively the American Praetorian Guard. Their faces stayed stone-cold neutral, save for a polite nod at the boss, as they called him. Their loyalty bordered on worship. Despite their intelligence and education, they maintained a strikingly uncomplicated view of the world, and Fowler accepted that such people had their place. Someone, often highly capable, had to execute the orders of those above them. These armed protectors had sworn to shield him, even to throw themselves in the line of fire, a move they called catching the bullet. It struck Fowler as remarkable that such sharp minds could condition themselves for such a recklessly noble act. But it worked in his favor, as did their silence. The running joke was that help like that didn't come easy. You had to be president to command that kind of devotion. He reached for his coffee, pouring a cup with one hand, drinking it black. After the first sip, he clicked the remote, and the TV flickered to CNN. The lead story at 2 in the afternoon was, of course, Rome. Elizabeth stirred, her hair brushing across him. She was always slower to wake than he was. Fowler traced a finger along her spine, earning a drowsy cuddle before her eyes popped open. Her head shot up with a jolt. "Bob, yes, someone's been in here." She gestured at the tray with the cups, certain Fowler hadn't fetched it himself. "Coffee, Bob? Look, Elizabeth, the people outside that door already know you're here. What exactly are we hiding, and from whom?" Hell, they've probably got microphones in this room. He'd never voiced that thought before. He didn't know for sure. He'd deliberately avoided asking, but it was a reasonable assumption. The Secret Service's institutional caution meant they couldn't trust Elizabeth or anyone else, except the president. So if she ever tried to harm him, they needed to know, ready to burst in with weapons drawn to save Hawk from his lover. There were likely listening devices, cameras. Probably not, but microphones seemed certain. The thought oddly excited Fowler, something editorial writers would never have guessed. Not the Iceman. My God. Liz Elliott had never considered that. She sat up abruptly, and her breasts swayed temptingly before his eyes. But Fowler wasn't that kind of morning person. Mornings were for business. "I am the president, Elizabeth," he reminded her as she pulled away. The possibility of cameras crossed her mind too, and she quickly tugged the bedclothes up. Fowler smirked at the absurdity. "Coffee?" he asked again. Elizabeth Elliott nearly giggled. Here she was, naked in the president's bed, guards posted outside. Yet Bob had let someone in. The man was unbelievable. Had he even thought to cover her? She considered asking but held back, wary of his sharp wit, which was most cutting when it bordered on cruel, and still had she ever had a lover this good. The first time, years ago now, he'd been so patient, so attentive, so easy to steer. Elliot smiled a private smile. He could be guided to do exactly what she wanted, whenever she wanted, and he'd do it flawlessly, because he genuinely loved pleasing a woman. Why? She mused. Maybe he craved being remembered. He was a politician, after all, and they all yearned for a line in the history books. Well, he'd get that one way or another. Every president did. Even Grant and Harding were recalled, and with everything unfolding now even here, he sought a legacy, so he'd oblige a woman's wishes if she had the sense to ask. "Turn up the sound," Liz said. Fowler complied at once, and Elizabeth noticed with satisfaction how quick he was to obey. He seemed so eager to please, even in the little things, so why on earth had he allowed some servant to walk in with the coffee? There was no making sense of this man. He was already scanning the faxes from Rome. "My dear, this is going to work. I trust your bags are packed, Elizabeth." Oh, the Saudis and the Israelis actually hammered out the big one last night. According to Brent, God, this is incredible. He held separate one-on-one sessions with each side, and both of them suggested the exact same approach, and to keep them in the dark, he simply bounced back and forth, saying it would probably be acceptable. Then locked it in on another round trip. Ha! Fowler smacked the back of his hand against the page. Brent is really coming through for us, and that Ryan guy, too. He's a pretentious pain in the neck, but his idea. Come on, Bob, it wasn't even original. Ryan just echoed what other people have been saying for years. It might have seemed fresh to Arnie, but Arnie's world ends at the White House gate. Giving Ryan credit for this is like congratulating him for arranging a lovely sunset. Maybe the president conceded. He figured the DDCI's proposal had more substance than she was giving it, but it wasn't worth picking a fight with Elizabeth over. Ryan did handle the Saudis well, remember. He'd be far more useful if he'd just learned to keep quiet. Fine, he gave the Saudis a decent briefing. That's hardly a landmark achievement in American diplomacy, is it? Briefings are his job. Brent and Dennis are the ones who really made this happen, not Ryan. I suppose you're right. Brent and Dennis secured the final commitments for the conference. Brent says 3 more days, maybe 4. The president handed the faxes over. It was time for him to get up and face the day. But before he did, he let his fingers trace a certain curve on the page, just to remind her of. "Stop that!" Liz giggled to soften the sting. He complied, naturally. To smooth things over, she leaned in for a kiss, delivered with morning breath and all exactly as he wanted. "What's going on?" a truck driver asked at the lumberyard. 4 massive trailers sat in a row, separated from the stacks of felled trees waiting to be shipped to Japan. They were here last time, too. Headed to Japan, the dispatcher replied, flipping through the trucker's paperwork. So, what's the issue? Something special. They're paying extra to keep those logs just so, renting the trailers and everything. I hear the logs are being turned into beams for some church or temple. Look closely, they're chained together, tied with silk rope too, but chains to make sure they stay put. Some tradition of the temple, I guess. Loading them on the ship is going to be a nightmare. Renting trailers just to store logs in a special spot, chaining them together? Geez, more money than sense, huh? What do we care? The dispatcher said, tired of repeating himself every time a driver wandered through, and there they sat. The idea, the dispatcher figured, was to let the logs cure a bit. But whoever came up with that plan hadn't thought it through. This was the wettest summer on record, in a region already famous for rain, and the logs, which had been soaked with sap when their trees were cut, were just absorbing more moisture as the downpour swept across the yard. The branch stubs left behind hadn't helped either. Rain seeped into the exposed pores and worked its way into the trunks. The logs were probably heavier now than the day they were felled. Maybe they ought to throw a tarp over them. The dispatcher mused, but that would just trap the wetness inside. And besides, the instructions were clear. Let them sit on the trailers. It was raining again now. The yard was turning into a muddy swamp, churned up by every passing truck and loader. The Japanese likely had their own methods for treating and handling the timber, and their instructions ruled out any proper drying process on shore. After all, it was their investment on the line. Once loaded, the logs were meant to sit on the deck, the last cargo placed aboard the MV George McReady before its long haul across the Pacific. Naturally, they'd take a beating from the weather up there, too. If they soaked up much more water, the dispatcher mused, handling them would demand extra care. Drop them in the river, and they'd barely stay afloat. Meanwhile, the old farmer sensed his grandchildren felt a twinge of shame over his old-fashioned ways. They squirmed away from his embraces and likely grumbled before their father brought them over, yet he took no offense. Kids these days just didn't carry the same reverence his generation had been raised with. Maybe that was the trade-off for all their new opportunities. The old rhythms of life were shifting. His own days had mirrored those of his forefathers for 10 generations, but his son, despite his wounds, was climbing higher, and his boys would soar even further. The grandchildren boasted about their dad. If classmates sneered at their Druze faith, they'd fire back that their father had shed blood fighting the Israelis, even taken down a few of those Zionists. The Syrian government wasn't entirely heartless toward its injured soldiers. The son ran a small business without the usual meddling from officials, a quiet perk of his service. He'd tied the knot later than most around there, and his wife was attractive and deferential, treating the farmer kindly, perhaps grateful he never tried to intrude on their household. The farmer beamed at his grandsons, sturdy, spirited lads with just the right dose of stubbornness. The son felt the same pride and was thriving. After the midday meal, the two men stepped outside. The son glanced at the garden he'd once tended, guilt creeping in as he watched his father still toil there day after day. Hadn't he begged his dad to move in with them? Hadn't he offered cash to ease the burden? Every offer was brushed aside. The old man had little, but he clung to his fierce independence. "The garden's looking great this year," the son said. "Rain's been kind," the farmer replied. "Plenty of new lambs, too. It's been a decent season. How about you?" "My best yet." "Father, I hate seeing you work so hard." The farmer waved a hand dismissively. "Ah, what else do I know? This is my home." The son marveled at his father's grit, that unyielding spirit. The old man had endured it all. He'd given his son little in material terms, but he'd passed down that quiet, stoic resolve. When he'd come to on the Golan Heights, dazed 20 meters from the burning wreck of his personnel carrier, he could have just closed his eyes and let go, his eye destroyed and his left hand a mangled mess that doctors would later amputate. He could have surrendered to the dirt right there, but he knew his father would never have quit. So he dragged himself up and walked 6 kilometers to the aid station, rifle still slung over his shoulder, refusing treatment until he'd filed his report. That act earned him a medal, and his battalion commander made sure life got a bit easier, handing him seed money for his shop and tipping off local authorities to treat him with respect. The colonel gave the cash, but the old man gave the courage. If only he'd accept a little help now. "Son, I need your counsel." That was a surprise. "Of course, father. Come, let me show you." He guided his son into the garden, over to where the carrots grew. Using his boot, he nudged the dirt aside. "Stop!" the son nearly shouted, grabbing his father's arm and yanking him back. "My God, how long has that been there?" "Since the day you were hurt," the farmer said quietly. The son's hand instinctively shot to his eye patch, and for a split second, the horrors of that day came flooding back. The searing flash, the violent toss through the air, the agonized screams of his comrades as they were consumed by fire. The Israelis had done that. One of their cannon shells had claimed his mother, and now this? What was this thing? He ordered his father to stay where he was and cautiously made his way over, stepping as if each footfall might trigger a hidden trap. His time in the army had been with the combat engineers, trained to lay minefields, though his unit had ended up fighting alongside the infantry instead. The object was massive, easily 1,000-kilo bomb. The color told him everything. It was Israeli-made. He glanced back at his father. "This has been sitting here since then." "Yes, it carved out its own hole and I filled it back in. The frost must have pushed it up." "Is it dangerous?" "It's broken, isn't it?" "Father, these things never truly die. It's extremely dangerous. With a size like that, if it detonates, it could level the house and take you with it." The farmer waved a dismissive hand at the bomb. "If it were going to blow, it would have done so when it first landed. That's not how it works. You need to listen to me on this. Stay away from that cursed thing." "And what about my garden?" the farmer asked, with a simple shrug. "I'll find a way to get it removed." "Then you can tend to your garden." The son mulled it over. This wasn't a minor issue, not by a long shot. The Syrian army didn't exactly have a team of experts skilled at defusing unexploded ordnance. Their usual tactic was to blow it up in place, which made perfect sense from a military standpoint, but his father wouldn't survive the destruction of his home. And his wife wouldn't exactly welcome him back with open arms if he moved in with them, and he couldn't help his father rebuild, not with just one hand. The bomb had to go, but who on earth would take that on? "You have to promise me you won't set foot in the garden," the son declared firmly. "As you say," the farmer replied, though he had no intention of following that order. "When can you have it taken care of?" "I don't know. Give me a few days to figure something out." The farmer nodded slowly. Maybe he'd actually listened to his son this time, at least about staying clear of that lifeless hunk of metal. It had to be dead, of course, no matter what his son claimed. The farmer understood fate well enough. If that bomb was meant to kill him, it would have done so by now. What other misfortunes had managed to miss him? The next day, the news crew finally had something worth sinking their teeth into. Demetrios Stavrakos, the patriarch of Constantinople, pulled up in a car. He refused to ride in helicopters, right in broad daylight. A nun with a beard? A cameraman muttered into his hot mic as he zoomed in for a closer look. The Swiss guards at the entrance snapped to attention, and Bishop O'Toole escorted the newcomer inside out of sight. "Greek," the anchorman observed right away. "Greek Orthodox, probably a bishop or something. What's he doing here?" he mused. "What do we actually know about the Greek Orthodox Church?" his producer asked. "They don't answer to the Pope. Their priests can get married. I think the Israelis once locked one of them up for supplying arms to the Arabs." Someone else chimed in over the line. "So the Greeks are tight with the Arabs, but not with the Pope, and what about the Israelis?" "Beats me," the producer admitted. "Might be worth looking into." So now we've got 4 religious groups in the mix. Is the Vatican truly involved, or are they just offering this place as neutral ground? The anchor asked. Like most anchormen, he was at his best when reading straight from the teleprompter. When has that ever happened before? If you want neutral, you go to Geneva, the cameraman noted, a fan of the Swiss city. What's the deal here? A researcher slipped into the booth, and the producer filled her in. Where's that blasted consultant? The anchor grumbled. Can you rewind the tape? The researcher asked. The control room obliged, and she froze the frame on the monitor. Dimitrios Stavrakos. He's the patriarch of Constantinople, Istanbul, to you, Rick. He essentially runs the whole Orthodox world, sort of like a papal equivalent. Sure, the Greek, Russian, and Bulgarian branches each have their own leaders, but at the end of the day, they all answer to the patriarch. Close enough, anyway, but their priests can get married, right? The regular priests, yeah. But from what I remember, once you climb to bishop or above, you've got to stay celibate. That's a raw deal, Rick chimed in. Stavrakos went toe-to-toe with the Catholics over the Church of the Nativity last year and walked away with the win, if I'm remembering straight. He really got under the skin of a few cardinals. So what's he even doing here? That's your job to figure out, Rick. The anchor snapped, clearly losing patience. Just hold on a second. Angie Mirails was completely over-babysitting this egotistical diva. She took a slow sip of her coffee, let the silence stretch, then dropped her conclusion. Okay, I think I've cracked it. Care to let the rest of us in on the secret? Welcome, Cardinal D'Antonio greeted Stavrakos with the customary double kiss on the cheeks. He found the patriarch's beard utterly off-putting, but politesse demanded he endure it. The cardinal guided him into the conference room, where 16 figures were seated around a long table. At the far end sat an empty chair, which Stavrakos quietly took. We appreciate you making the trip. Secretary Talbot opened. An invitation of this magnitude isn't something one simply declines, the patriarch responded, his tone measured. You've had a chance to review the briefing materials? Those had arrived via courier earlier that morning. It's quite the undertaking, Stavrakos said cautiously. Can you commit to your role in this arrangement? This was moving at a breakneck pace, the patriarch thought to himself. Still, yes, he answered without hesitation, but I need full authority over every Christian holy site in the Holy Land. Grant me that, and I'll gladly sign on. D'Antonio kept his expression perfectly neutral, though he was silently praying for a miracle, and wondering years later whether he ever actually got one. That's a hefty demand to drop on us this late in the game. Heads swiveled toward the speaker, Dmitry Popov, the Soviet Union's first deputy foreign minister. It's also rather cheeky to demand special treatment when everyone else here is already given so much ground. Are you really willing to torpedo the whole accord over this? Stavrakos wasn't used to being called out so bluntly. The matter of Christian shrines doesn't really touch the core of this agreement. Your Holiness, Secretary Talbot interjected smoothly. Your conditional support is, frankly, a bit of a letdown. Perhaps I misread the briefing packet. Stavrakos hedged, trying to recover his footing. Could you clarify exactly what my position would be? Yeah, that's a hard no, the anchor scoffed. Why not? Angela Mirails shot back. What else actually fits? It's way too far-fetched. Sure, it's a lot, Mirails conceded, but name a better theory. I'll buy it when I see it. You might not get that chance. Stavrakos has zero love for the Roman Catholic Church, and that dust-up they had over Christmas was genuinely ugly. Then why didn't we cover it? Because we were all too busy obsessing over holiday shopping numbers? You absolute tool, she refrained from saying out loud. So, a separate commission then? Stavrakos wasn't thrilled with that idea. The Metropolitan insists on sending his own delegate, Popov stated. He still swore by Marx over any deity, but the Russian Orthodox Church was a pillar of Russian identity, and Moscow's fingerprints had to be visible on this deal, even on something as trivial. I have to say, this is all a bit strange. Are we really going to stall the entire accord over which Christian denomination has the bigger ego? Our whole purpose here is to diffuse a powder keg between Jews and Muslims, and now the Christians are the ones blocking the way? Popov addressed the ceiling, with just a touch of theatrical flair, D'Antonio noted. This peripheral issue is best handed off to a dedicated committee of clerics. Cardinal D'Antonio finally allowed himself to say, "I swear before God that sectarian bickering is finished." "I've heard that promise before," Stavrakos reminded himself, and yet, how could he justify being so small-minded? He reminded himself of what the scriptures taught, and he believed every last word of it. "I'm making a fool of myself, and right in front of the Romans and the Russians." Another thought crossed his mind. The Turks only tolerated his presence in Istanbul, Constantinople, and this gave him a golden chance to earn immense prestige for his churches and his office. "Please forgive me. I've let a few regrettable incidents cloud my better judgment. Yes, I will support this agreement, and I will trust my brethren to keep their word." Brent Talbot leaned back in his chair and whispered a quiet prayer of thanks. Praying wasn't exactly a habit for the Secretary of State, but here, in these hallowed surroundings, how could anyone resist? "In that case, I believe we have an agreement." Talbot swept his gaze around the table, and one by one, heads nodded, some with enthusiasm, some with resignation, but they all nodded. They had struck a deal. "Mr. Adler, when will the documents be ready for initialing?" D'Antonio asked. 2 hours, Your Eminence." "Your Highness," Talbot said as he rose to his feet. "Your Eminences, ministers, we've done it." Oddly enough, they barely grasped what they had just accomplished. The negotiation had dragged on for so long that the process itself had become the reality, and the original goal had drifted into something separate. Now, suddenly, they stood at the very place they'd all intended to reach, and the sheer wonder of it gave them a sense of unreality that, despite all their combined expertise in crafting and achieving foreign policy aims, overwhelmed their perceptions. Each participant rose, just as Talbot did, and the simple act of standing, of stretching their legs, shifted their perspective. One by one, it sank in. They had truly done it. The impossible had just happened. David Ashkenazi walked around the table to Prince Ali, who had steered his country's side of the talks, and extended his hand. That wasn't enough. The prince pulled the minister into a brotherly embrace. "Before God, there will be peace between us, David. After all these years, Ali," replied the former Israeli tanker. As a lieutenant, Ashkenazi had fought in the Suez in 1956, again as a captain in 1967, and his reserve battalion had reinforced the Golan in 1973. Both men were caught off guard by the applause that erupted. The Israeli burst into tears, mortified beyond belief. "Don't be ashamed. Your personal courage is well known, Minister," Ali said graciously. "It's fitting that a soldier should make the peace, David. So many deaths, all those fine young boys who on both sides, Ali, all those boys, but no more. Dmitri, your help was extraordinary." Talbot told his Russian counterpart at the far end of the table. "Remarkable what can happen when we cooperate, isn't it?" What struck Talbot had already dawned on Ashkenazi. 2 whole generations pissed away, Dmitri, all that wasted time. "We can't recover lost time," Popov replied, "but we can have the wit not to lose any more." The Russian smiled crookedly. "For moments like this, there should be vodka." Talbot jerked his head toward Prince Ali. "We don't all drink. How can they live without vodka?" Popov chuckled. "One of the mysteries of life, Dmitri. We both have cables to send." "Indeed we do, my friend," much to the fury of the correspondents in Rome. The first to break the story was a Washington Post reporter in Washington. It was inevitable. She had a source, an Air Force sergeant who handled electronic maintenance on the VC-25A, the president's new military version of the Boeing 747. The sergeant had been prepped by the reporter. Everyone knew the president was heading to Rome. It was just a question of when. As soon as the sergeant learned she'd be heading out, she'd ostensibly called home to check that her good uniform was back from the cleaners. That she had dialed the wrong number was an honest mistake. The reporter's answering machine just happened to carry the same gag message, a coincidence she'd planned to use as her alibi if ever cornered, though she never was, and never figured she would be. 60 minutes later, at the standard morning huddle between the president's press secretary and the White House press corps, the Post correspondent floated an unconfirmed rumor that Fowler was headed to Rome and asked whether that meant the treaty talks had hit a wall or were on the verge of a breakthrough. The press secretary was blindsided. He'd only learned 10 minutes earlier that he'd be on that flight to Rome, sworn to absolute secrecy as always, an oath that held about as much weight as a paper umbrella in a downpour. He managed to look surprised by the question, though that very surprise threw the man who'd planned to orchestrate the leak himself. But only later, at the afternoon briefing, his no comment rang hollow, and the White House correspondents could practically taste blood in the water. They all had annotated copies of the president's schedule, and, sure enough, there were names to chase down. The president's aides were already on the phones, canceling appointments and appearances left and right. Even a president can't leave important people hanging without notice, and while those folks might keep a secret, their assistants and secretaries certainly can't. It was the classic machinery of a free press at work. People who know things simply cannot hold them in, especially the juicy stuff. Inside an hour, confirmation came from 4 separate sources. President Fowler had wiped out several days of engagements. He was headed somewhere, and it sure wasn't Peoria. That was enough for every TV network to blast bulletins that sliced into game shows with hastily scribbled announcements, then cut straight to commercials, leaving millions of viewers forever wondering what that mystery word was. But at least they learned how to conquer stubborn grass stain. Across the Atlantic, late afternoon in Rome was a sticky, humid slog when the press pool got word that exactly 3 cameras, and not a single correspondent, would be allowed inside the building that had been under weeks of intense external scrutiny. In the green room trailers parked near the anchor booths, the network anchors had makeup slapped on and dashed to their chairs, earpieces in, waiting for the word from their directors. The image that flashed onto booth monitors and TV screens worldwide revealed a conference room with a long table, every seat occupied. At the head sat the Pope, and before him lay a folio-sized folder bound in red calfskin. The reporters would never learn about the frantic moment when someone realized they didn't know what kind of leather it was and had to call the supplier to confirm. Thankfully, nobody raised a fuss over a calf's hide. It had been settled that no remarks would be made on the spot. The preliminary statements would come from each participating capital, and the grand flowery speeches were being drafted for the formal signing ceremonies. A Vatican spokesman handed a written release to every TV correspondent. In essence, it said a draft treaty for a final resolution of the Middle East conflict had been hammered out, ready for initialing by representatives of the interested nations. The formal documents would be signed by heads of state and foreign ministers in a few days. The treaty's text wasn't available for release, nor were its provisions. That didn't exactly thrill the correspondents, mostly because they realized the details would leak first through foreign ministries in the various capitals, handed to other reporters. The red folder made its way around the table, passed from hand to hand. The Vatican statement noted that the order of the initialers had been decided by drawing lots, and as fate would have it, the Israeli foreign minister signed first, followed by the Soviet, Swiss, American, Saudi, and Vatican representatives. Each official used a fountain pen, and a curved blotter was gently pressed to every set of initials by the priest who carefully shifted the document along the table. It was a modest affair, over in a flash, with handshakes and a hearty round of applause bringing the proceedings to a close. "By God," Jack muttered as he watched the TV image shift. He glanced down at the faxed copy of the treaty outline, which closely resembled his original concept. The Saudis had tweaked it, as had the Israelis, the Soviets, the Swiss, and naturally the State Department. But the core idea was his, though he himself had drawn from countless others. Truly original ideas were rare. What he'd actually done was assemble them and choose a historically opportune moment to voice his thought. That was the extent of it. Even so, it stood as the proudest moment of his life. It was a pity he had no one to share it with. Over at the White House, President Fowler's top speechwriter was already drafting his address. The American president would take center stage at the ceremony, since it had been his brainchild, his UN speech that had brought everyone together in Rome. The Pope would speak, hell, they'd all speak, the speechwriter mused, and that posed a real challenge for her, as every speech had to be fresh and distinct. She figured she'd still be hammering away on her laptop while crossing the Atlantic on the -25A, but that was the job, and Air Force One was equipped with a laser jet printer. In the Oval Office upstairs, the president was reviewing his hastily rearranged schedule. A group of new Eagle Scouts would have to be turned away, as would the Wisconsin Cheese Queen, or whatever her official title was, along with a host of business folks whose local importance faded the moment they stepped through the side door into the president's workspace. His appointment secretary was spreading the word. Those with genuinely pressing visits were being squeezed into every available slot over the next 36 hours, making the president's coming day and a half as chaotic as it ever got. But that, too, was part of the gig. Well, Fowler looked up to find Elizabeth Elliot grinning at him from the doorway. Well, this is what you wanted, isn't it? Your presidency will be remembered as the one that settled the Middle East once and for all. If Liz admitted to herself in a rare flash of honesty, it actually pans out, which is hardly a sure thing in such tangled disputes. We have done a service to the whole world, Elizabeth. By we, he really meant I, Elliot knew, but that was fair. It was Bob Fowler who'd slogged through months of campaigning alongside his executive duties in Columbus, the endless speeches, kissing babies and kissing up, pandering to a revolving door of reporters whose faces changed quicker than their painfully predictable questions. It was an endurance test just to reach this one small room, this seat of power. The process somehow didn't shatter the men. Too bad it was still only men, Liz thought, who managed to get here. But the reward for all that effort, all that relentless grind, was that the occupant got to claim the credit. It was a simple historical norm that people assumed the president was the one calling the shots, and because of that, the president soaked up the praise and the criticism alike. The president was accountable for the wins and the losses. Most of that revolved around domestic concerns. The little wobbles in unemployment numbers, interest rates, inflation at both wholesale and retail levels, and the all-important leading economic indicators. Yet every so often, something truly monumental occurred. Something that shifted the course of history itself. Reagan Elliott conceded privately would go down in the books as the man who happened to be in charge when the Soviets finally threw in the towel on Marxism, while Bush was the one who scooped up that particular political jackpot. Nixon had cracked open the door to China, and Carter had come agonizingly close to pulling off what Fowler was now poised to claim as his own legacy. Voters might cast their ballots based on what was in their wallets, but history was carved from sturdier material. What earned a leader a handful of lines in a survey text and shelves of dense academic analysis were the seismic shifts in the global political landscape. That was the real currency of fame. Historians lionized the architects of political change, men like Bismarck rather than Edison, treating technological progress as if it were merely a byproduct of statecraft, and not the other way around, which Eliot suspected might have been just as plausible. But historiography marched to its own drum with conventions that bore little resemblance to actual events, because reality was simply too vast and messy for even the most dedicated scholars to fully capture years after the fact. Politicians played by those same rules, and that arrangement suited them just fine, because it meant that when something unforgettable happened, the scribes would etch their names into the record. Service to the world? Eliot finally said, breaking a long silence. Service to the world. I like the ring of that. They remember Wilson as the man who kept us out of war. You'll be remembered as the one who ended it altogether. Both Fowler and Eliot knew that within months of winning re-election on that very slogan, Wilson had marched America into its first real overseas conflict, the so-called war to end all wars, as the optimists dubbed it, long before the horrors of the Holocaust and the shadow of nuclear annihilation. But this time, they both sensed, it wasn't just wishful thinking. Wilson's lofty dream of a reshaped world was now within reach of the very leaders who could bend reality to their will. The man was a Druze, an unbeliever, yet he commanded respect nonetheless. Scars from his own clashes with the Zionists marked him, earned through battle and bravery that had been formally recognized. He had lost his mother to their ruthless weaponry, and he had lent his support to the cause whenever the call came. Kati was a man who never lost sight of the fundamentals. As a youth, he had devoured Chairman Mao's Little Red Book. That Mao was naturally an infidel of the highest order, he had denied the very existence of God and persecuted the faithful, was entirely beside the point. A revolutionary was a fish swimming in a sea of peasants, and keeping those peasants on his side, in this instance, a humble shopkeeper, was the bedrock of any success he might achieve. This Druze had given what money he could spare, had once hidden a wounded fighter in his home. Such acts were never forgotten. Kati rose from behind his desk to welcome the man with a firm handshake and the customary pecks on the cheek. "Welcome, my friend. Thank you for receiving me, Commander." The shopkeeper looked uneasy, and Kati couldn't help but wonder what weighed on his mind. "Please, have a seat, Abdullah," he called out. "Bring some coffee for our guest. You're too generous." "Not at all. You're one of us. Your loyalty has never faltered in how many years now?" The shopkeeper shrugged, a quiet smile playing on his lips as he realized this investment was about to bear fruit. He was terrified of Kati and his men. That was the real reason he'd never crossed them. He also kept the Syrian authorities in the loop about his dealings with them, because he feared those officials just as much. Staying alive in that corner of the world was a delicate art and a gamble all at once. "I've come to ask your counsel," he said after taking his first sip of coffee. "Certainly." Kati leaned forward, his eyes sharp with interest. "I'm honored to assist. What troubles you, my friend?" "It's my father. How old is he now?" Kati inquired. The farmer had, over the years, sent gifts to Kati's men, most often a lamb, a simple peasant, and an infidel one at that, but he shared a common enemy with Kati and his fighters. 66. "You remember his garden?" "Yes, I visited it years ago, shortly after the Zionists killed your mother," Kati recalled. "There's an Israeli bomb in his garden." "A bomb? You mean a shell?" "No, Commander, a bomb. What's visible is about 1/2 meter across." "I see, and if the Syrians discover it—" "Yes. As you know, they detonate such devices in place. My father's house would be leveled." The visitor raised his left forearm. "I can't do much to rebuild it, and my father is too frail to manage on his own. I've come to ask how one might remove the damned thing." "You've come to the right place." "Do you know how long it's been there?" "My father says it fell the very day this happened to me." The shopkeeper gestured again with his mangled arm. "Then surely Allah smiled on your family that day." "Some smile," the shopkeeper thought, nodding. "You've been our most loyal friend. Of course we can help. I have a man highly skilled at disarming and extracting Israeli bombs, and then he takes their guts and crafts bombs for our own use." Kati paused, raising an admonishing finger. "You must never repeat that." The visitor shifted uneasily in his chair. "For my part, Commander, you may destroy as many of them as you wish, and if you can do it with a bomb those pigs dropped into my father's garden, I'll pray for your safety and success." "Forgive me, my friend. No offense was meant. I must say such things as you understand." Kati's meaning was crystal clear. "I will never betray you," the shopkeeper declared firmly. "I know that. Now it was time to honor the peasant's trust. Tomorrow I'll send my man to your father's home." "Inshallah," he said, "God willing." "I'm in your debt, Commander." Sometime between now and the new year, he hoped. The Pandora process. The converted Boeing 747 lifted off the Andrews runway just before sunset. President Fowler had endured a day and a half of grueling briefings and unbreakable appointments. Two more, even worse, awaited him. Even presidents are subject to the quirks of ordinary human existence, and in this case, the 8-hour flight to Rome came with a brutal 6-hour time shift. The jet lag would be punishing. Fowler was a seasoned traveler who knew this well. To soften the blow, he'd adjusted his sleep schedule over the past 2 days, so he'd be tired enough to sleep most of the way across, and the VC-25A boasted lavish accommodations to make the journey as comfortable as Boeing and the U.S. Air Force could manage. A smooth-riding aircraft, the INS-25A housed its presidential quarters in the very nose. The bed, actually a convertible sofa, was decently sized with a mattress chosen to his personal liking. The plane was also spacious enough to keep the press and the administration staff properly separated, nearly 200 feet apart, in fact. The reporters were sealed off in the tail section, and while his press secretary handled the media aft, Fowler was quietly joined by his national security advisor. Pete Connor and Helen D'Agostino exchanged a glance that an outsider might read as blank, but which spoke volumes within the tight circle of the Secret Service. The Air Force security policeman at the door simply stared at the aft bulkhead, fighting back a smile. "So, Ibrahim, what of our visitor?" Cotty asked. "He is strong, fearless, and quite cunning, but I don't see what possible use we have for him." Ibrahim Ghosn replied. He recounted the story of the Greek policeman. Broke his neck? At least the man wasn't a plant. If the policeman had truly died, and this wasn't some elaborate deception cooked up by the Americans, the Greeks, the Israelis, or heaven knows who else, then the situation was as delicate as a dry twig. "His contacts in America?" Cotty pressed. "Few," Gosnell replied. "Their national police are hunting him. He claims his group killed 3 of them, and his brother was recently ambushed and murdered in retaliation." Cotty mused on the man's choice of enemies, noting his ambition. "His education?" "Formal schooling was thin, but he's sharp." "Any skills we can use?" "Not many that would serve our purposes." "He's an American," Cotty observed. "How many of those have we actually had?" Gosen conceded the point. "True, Commander. What are the odds he's a plant?" "Slim, I'd say, but caution is warranted." Cotty then pivoted, explaining he had a task involving a bomb. Gosen, though an expert at such work, wasn't thrilled to be saddled with it again. "Another one? I know the farm, that foolish old man, and I know his son fought the Israelis, and you have a soft spot for the cripple." Cotty clarified. "That cripple saved a comrade's life. Fozzie would have bled out if he hadn't found shelter in that little shop. He didn't have to do that, especially when the Syrians were furious with us." Ghazan sighed. "Fine, I have nothing else today. I'll need a truck and a few men," Cotty suggested. "Take this new friend along," you said. "He's strong." "As you command. And be careful." Inshallah. Gosn had nearly completed his degree in engineering from the American University of Beirut, missing it by just 9 credit hours because his teacher was kidnapped and 2 others fled the country as a result. He didn't mind much. He'd been top of his class, learning more from textbooks than from lectures, and he'd spent countless hours in his own makeshift labs. Gosnen was never a frontline fighter. While he knew his way around small arms, his expertise with explosives and electronics was too valuable to risk. He was youthful, handsome, and fair-skinned, which let him travel under the radar. As an advanced man, he'd scout locations for future operations, using his engineer's eye and memory to sketch maps and figure out equipment needs, offering technical support that earned him deep respect from the operatives. His courage was undeniable, proven time and again as he defused unexploded Israeli ordnance left in Lebanon, then repurposed the explosives for his own devices. Ibrahim Gosn could have been a huge asset to any top-tier professional firm anywhere. A gifted, mostly self-taught engineer, he was also a Palestinian whose family had fled Israel at its founding, certain they'd return once the Arab armies wiped out the invaders. That hoped-for triumph never came. His childhood was spent in crowded, unsanitary camps, where hatred for Israel was as fundamental as faith. It was inevitable, ignored by the Israelis as voluntary exiles, and largely abandoned by other Arab nations who could have eased their suffering but didn't. Ghosnan and his people were pawns in a ruthless game with no agreed-upon rules. Despising Israel and its allies came as naturally as breathing, and crafting ways to end their lives became his life's mission without a second thought as to why. Later, Ghosn grabbed the keys to a beat-up Czech-built Gaz 66 truck. It wasn't as dependable as a Mercedes, but it was far easier to come by. This one had been routed through Syrian channels years ago. The back was fitted with a homemade A-frame, and Gauze loaded the American into the cab with himself and the driver, ready to head out. As the truck rumbled out of the camp, two other men sat on the flatbed, scanning the landscape. Marvin Russell took in the terrain with the sharp, calculating eye of a hunter stepping into unfamiliar ground. The heat was brutal, though. He figured it wasn't much worse than a scorching summer wind tearing through the Badlands, and the sparse vegetation, or the sheer absence of it, reminded him of the reservation where he'd grown up. What others called desolate, he just called home. But there was a difference. No towering thunderstorms here, no tornadoes spinning out of the plains. The hills rose higher than the rolling Badlands, and for a man who'd never seen real mountains, these were a sight to behold, tall, dry, and hot enough to make any hiker gasp. Marvin figured he could handle it, though. He was in better shape than these Arabs. That was for sure. The Arabs, meanwhile, seemed to have a thing for firepower. At first, it was mostly Russian AK-47s, but soon he spotted heavy anti-aircraft guns, the odd battery of surface-to-air missiles and tanks and self-propelled field guns that belonged to the Syrian army. Ghosn noticed his guest's curiosity and started talking. "These are here to keep the Israelis out," he said, framing it in line with his own views. "Your country arms the Israelis and the Russians arm U.S." He left out the part about that arrangement getting shakier by the day. "Ibrahim, have you been attacked?" he asked. "Many times, Marvin. They send their aircraft. They send commando teams. They've killed thousands of my people. They drove us from our land, you see. We're forced to live in camps that... Yeah, man. They're called reservations where I come from." That caught Ghosn off guard. They came to our land, the land of our ancestors, killed off the buffalo, sent in their army, and massacred us. Mainly they attacked camps of women and children. We tried to fight back. We killed a whole regiment under General Custer at a place called the Little Big Horn. That's the name of a river under a leader named Crazy Horse. But they didn't stop coming. Just too many of them, too many soldiers, too many guns, and they took the best of our land and left us shit, man. They make us live like beggars. No, that's not right. Like animals, like we're not people even. 'Cause we look different, speak different, got a different religion. They did all that 'cause we were in a place they wanted to have, and they just moved us out, like sweeping away the garbage. I didn't know about that, Ghosn said, genuinely stunned that his weren't the only people to get that kind of treatment from the Americans and their Israeli allies. When did it happen? 100 years ago, actually started around 1865. We fought, man. We did the best we could, but we didn't have much of a chance. We didn't have friends, see? Didn't have friends like you got. Nobody gave us guns and tanks. So they killed off the bravest. Mainly they trapped the leaders and murdered them. Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull died like that. Then they squeezed us and starved us until we had to surrender, left us dusty, shitty places to live. Sent us enough food to keep us alive, but not enough to be strong. When some of us try to fight back, try to be men. Well, I told you what they did to my brother, shot him from ambush like he was an animal. Did it on television even? So's people would know what happened when an Indian got too big for his britches. Ghosn realized then that this man was a comrade. Not an infiltrator, not a spy, just someone whose story mirrored a Palestinian's in ways he'd never imagined. It was almost unbelievable. "So why did you come here, Marvin?" he asked. "I had to leave before they got me, man. I ain't proud of it, but what else could I do? You want me to wait till they could ambush me? Russell shrugged. I figured I'd come someplace, find people like me, maybe learn a few things, learn how I could go back, maybe teach my people how to fight back some. He shook his head. Hell, maybe it's all hopeless, but I ain't gonna give in. You understand that? Yes, my friend, I understand it has been this way for my people since long before I arrived in this world. But you need to hear this too. It is not a lost cause. As long as you get up and push back, hope remains alive. That is exactly why they come after you, because you scare them. Man, I really hope you know what you're talking about. Russell gazed out the open frame, the gritty dust burning his eyes, a world away from everything familiar. All right, so what's the play here? Back when you took on the Americans, how did your fighters get their hands on weapons? Mostly we grabbed whatever they left behind. Then that's our approach too, Marvin. Fowler stirred awake somewhere over the mid-Atlantic, and honestly, that was a shocker. He'd never once managed real sleep on a flight before, and he had to wonder if any commander-in-chief had ever pulled that off, maybe on a trip to meet the Pope or sitting next to his national security advisor. Peering out the window, he saw it was bright up this far north, the plane cruising near Greenland, and for a second he couldn't tell if it was dawn or just the endless twilight of the Arctic. On an airplane that almost felt like a philosophical riddle, since time zones blurred faster than any wristwatch could track. The mission itself felt just as abstract. This moment would be carved into the record books. Fowler knew his history cold. Nothing like this had ever been attempted, let alone achieved. Maybe it marked the start of something huge, or perhaps the final chapter, but his goal was refreshingly simple. He would end war. Robert Fowler's name would be permanently linked to this treaty, the crowning achievement of his presidency. He'd stood before the United Nations and summoned the world's leaders to the Vatican. His team had run the gritty details of the negotiations. His signature would grace the very first line of the documents. His military would enforce the peace. He had truly secured his legacy. That was the kind of immortality people dream about, but rarely earn. Who could blame him for feeling a surge of adrenaline? He mused with a detached sense of wonder. The crushing weight that haunted every president was finally lifted. He'd wrestled with that dread from the very start, back when he was just a prosecutor chasing down the mob boss of the Cleveland crime family. What if you're the one in charge, and you have to give the order? Could he have done it? Could he have accepted that protecting the nation meant sacrificing thousands, maybe millions of innocent lives? Probably not, he admitted. He was too principled for that. His purpose was to safeguard people, to guide them, to steer them down the right path. They might not always see that he was correct, and they were misguided, that his vision was the clear and rational one. Fowler knew he came across as distant and unemotional in those matters, but he was never wrong. He had to believe that for his own sanity. The moment he doubted himself, his certainty would just look like arrogance, a criticism he'd faced plenty of times. The only thing that ever rattled him was the thought of navigating a nuclear crisis. But that was moot now, wasn't it? He'd never say it out loud, but Reagan and Bush had already closed that door, pushing the Soviets to confront their own collapse, and in doing so, to transform. And it all unfolded peacefully, proof that humans could be more rational than animals. Sure, conflicts would keep flaring up, but as long as he handled things properly, they'd never spiral out of control. And this very trip would neutralize the most dangerous threat left on the planet, the one that had stumped every modern administration. What Nixon and Kissinger couldn't crack, what frustrated Carter's earnest efforts, what Reagan barely tried to tackle, and what Bush and his predecessor only half-heartedly chased Bob Fowler was about to finish it all. It was a thought worth savoring. Not only would he cement his place in history, but he'd also make the rest of his term a breeze. This would lock in his second term, a landslide victory across 45 states, firm control of Congress, and the full rollout of his ambitious domestic agenda. With achievements of this magnitude came international recognition and tremendous political influence at home. It was power in its purest form, earned through integrity and the kind he could wield for the greater good. With a signature, well, several as tradition demanded, Fowler transformed into a titan, a champion among the righteous and a decent soul among the mighty. A moment like this came to a man once in a generation, perhaps once in a century, and nothing could strip it away. The jet cruised at 43,000 feet, its ground speed hitting 633 knots. His cabin's position let him gaze ahead, as a leader should, and look down upon a world whose affairs he was steering so skillfully. The flight was buttery smooth, and Bob Fowler was about to etch his name into history. He glanced at Elizabeth, stretched out on her back, one hand tucked near her head, the blanket pulled down to her waist, revealing her delicate form to his gaze. While other passengers squirmed in their seats, struggling to doze off, he simply watched. Sleep was the last thing on Fowler's mind. The president had never felt more human, a towering figure, yes, but in this quiet instant, just a man. His fingers drifted across her skin. Elizabeth's eyes fluttered open, and she beamed as if she had sensed his thoughts in her dreams. Feels just like home, Russell mused. The dwelling was built of rough stone rather than cinder block, and the roof lay flat instead of sloped, but the dust clung to everything the same way, and the scraggly little garden looked just as hopeless. The man standing there could have been a weathered farmer from the plains. The weariness etched into his eyes, the stooped shoulders, the calloused hands of someone who had been beaten down by forces beyond his control. "This has to be the spot," Russell said as the truck rolled to a halt. "The old man's son took on the Israelis and got hit hard. Both of them have stood by us." "You always watch out for those who watch out for you," Marvin replied. The truck came to a stop, and Russell hopped out so Gons could step down. "Come on, I'll make the introductions." The whole exchange felt oddly ceremonial to the American. He couldn't follow a word of the conversation, but that didn't matter. Seeing his friend Gons treat the elderly man with such deference was a genuinely moving sight. After a few more exchanges, the farmer turned to Russell and gave a slight bow, which left the American feeling awkward. Marvin gently clasped his hand and shook it in the traditional way, murmuring a phrase that Gons translated. Then the farmer led them into his garden. "Whoa," Russell muttered as he spotted it. "Looks like an American Mark 84, the 2,000-pounder, Gons said casually before catching himself. The nose shape was off, though it was crushed and mangled, so who could tell? Still, something about it felt wrong. He thanked the farmer and motioned him back toward the truck. "First, we need to expose it. Gently. Very gently." "I've got this," Russell said. He headed to the truck and pulled out a folding military shovel. "We have trained people," Gosson started. Russell cut him off. "Let me take it. I'll be cautious. Don't touch the device. Dig around it with the shovel, but clear the dirt off the bomb itself with your bare hands. Marvin, I'm telling you, this is extremely hazardous. Then you'd better step back." Russell turned and flashed a grin. He needed to prove to this man that he had guts. Taking down that cop had been simple, hardly a test of nerve. This was a whole different beast. "And leave my friend in harm's way?" Gons asked, already knowing the answer. He understood that the smart move was to retreat, which he would have ordered his own men to do, because his expertise was too valuable to waste on reckless bravery, but he couldn't let the Americans see him flinch, could he? Besides, this was a chance to see if Russell's courage was real or just an act. Gons wasn't let down. Russell peeled off his shirt, dropped to his knees, and started digging carefully around the bomb's perimeter. He was even mindful of the garden, far more so than Gons' crew would have been. An hour passed as he carved out a shallow trench around the device, stacking the dirt into 4 neat piles. By then, Gons was certain something was off. This wasn't a Mark 84. The bomb was roughly the same size as a Mark 84, but the shape was off, and the casing itself just didn't feel right. A standard Mark 84 boasted a thick, cast steel shell designed to shatter into countless lethal fragments upon detonation. This one, however, had visible cracks in 2 places, and its walls were too thin for that kind of ordnance. So what the hell was it? Russell edged closer, using his bare hands to scrape away the packed earth from the weapon's surface. His movements careful and methodical, he worked up a heavy sweat, but never once let up, his arm muscles flexing with an effortless power that Gons couldn't help but admire. The man possessed a raw physical strength unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. Even the Israeli paratroopers he'd known didn't look this formidable. Russell had moved what felt like tons of dirt, yet he showed no signs of fatigue, his motions as steady and relentless as a machine. "Hold on a second," Gon said. "I need to grab my tools." Russell nodded and sat back, his eyes fixed on the bomb. Gon returned with a rucksack and a canteen, handing the water to the American. "Thanks, man. It's getting a bit warm out here." Russell downed half the canteen in one go. "So what's the next move?" Gons pulled out a small paintbrush and began carefully sweeping the remaining dirt off the weapon. "You should probably leave now," he warned. "That's all right, Ibrahim. I'll stick around if you don't mind." "This is the risky part. You stayed by me, man," Russell pointed out. "Fine, I'm looking for the fuse now." "Not in the front?" Russell gestured toward the nose. "No, not there. There's usually one at the front, but that cap appears to be missing, plus one in the middle and one at the back." "How come it doesn't have any fins on it?" Russell asked. "Don't bombs have fins like an arrow? The fins were likely torn off on impact. We find them like that often. The fins scattered on the ground. Want me to dig out the back end of this thing then?" "Very, very carefully, Marvin, please." "Okay, man." Russell moved around his friend and started clearing the dirt from the rear of the casing. He thought to himself that Gon was one cool son of a bitch. Marvin was as terrified as he'd ever been, sitting this close to a massive pile of explosives. But he'd be damned if he'd show an ounce of fear to this guy. Ibrahim might look like a pencil-necked geek, but the dude had real balls, messing with a bomb like this. He noticed Gozn was brushing the dirt off as if he were stroking a woman's hair, and he matched that same level of caution. 10 minutes later, he'd uncovered the back. "Ibrahim?" "Yes, Marvin." Gozn replied without looking up. "There's nothing back here, man. It's just an open hole." Gozn lifted the brush and turned to see for himself. That was strange, but he had other concerns. "Thanks. You can stop now. I still haven't located a fuse." Russell backed away, sat on a mound of dirt, and finished off the canteen. He then walked over to the truck where the 3 men and the farmer were standing, the farmer watching openly, the others peeking cautiously from behind the stone walls of the house. Russell tossed one of them the empty canteen and got a full one back. He flashed a thumbs up and returned to the bomb. "Take a break for a minute and get some water," Marvin said. "Good idea," Gozn agreed, setting his brush aside. "Find anything?" "Just a plug connection. Nothing else." That was odd, too, Gozn thought as he unscrewed the canteen cap. There were no stenciled markings, just a silver and red label near the nose. Color codes were standard on bombs, but he'd never seen that one before. So what in the hell was this thing? Maybe an FAE or some kind of submunition canister? Something old and obsolete that he'd never come across. It had fallen back in 1973, after all. Maybe it was something that had been out of commission for years. That was bad news, real bad. If it was a device he'd never encountered before, it could come with some kind of fusing mechanism he didn't recognize. The manual he carried for situations like this was originally Russian, but printed in Arabic. Gon had memorized every page long ago, yet nothing in it matched what he was staring at now. And that was genuinely unnerving. He took a long swig from his canteen, then splashed a little water across his face. "Easy there, man," Russell said, picking up on the tension. "This line of work ain't ever simple, my friend, and it's always terrifying." "You seem pretty calm, Ibrahim." It wasn't just flattery as he dusted off the surface. He reminded Russell of a surgeon, focused, steady, working through something incredibly delicate, but getting it done. That little guy had guts, Marvin thought again. Goes turned and flashed a grin. That's all an act. I'm scared out of my mind. I absolutely hate this. You've got some serious nerve, kid, and that's no lie. Thanks. Now I need to get back in there while I still can. You really ought to head out, you know. Russell spat into the dirt. Screw that. That might be tough. Ghost smirked, and if she reacts to you, you might not enjoy it. I figure when those things go off, the ground really does shake. Ghost got the American slang well enough that he stumbled back, laughing hard. Please, Marvin, don't say stuff like that while I'm working. I really like this guy. Ghost thought. We take ourselves way too seriously. This American's a breath of fresh air. He had to pause a few minutes to settle down before getting back to it. Another hour of brushing turned up nothing. There were seams along the casing, even some kind of panel, something he'd never come across before, but no fuse point. If there was one, it had to be on the underside. Russell cleared away more dirt so Gons could keep looking, but still nothing. He decided to check the rear. There's a flashlight in my bag. Got it! Russell passed it over. Gons stretched out on the ground, twisting himself to peer into the opening. It was pitch black, obviously, so he clicked on the light. He spotted wires and something else, some sort of metal framework almost like lattice work. He figured he could see maybe 30 inches in, and if this were a real explosive, there wouldn't be that much dead space. So, Gons tossed the light back to the American. We just burned 5 hours, he announced. Huh? I don't know what this thing is, but it's definitely not a bomb. He sat up, hit with a brief wave of shakes, but it faded fast. Then what is it? Some kind of electronic sensor, maybe an alarm setup, possibly a camera unit. The lens is probably on the bottom. Doesn't matter. What matters is it's no bomb. So what now? We haul it out, take it back with us. Could be worth something. Maybe we can sell it to the Russians or the Syrians. So the old man was stressing over nothing. Exactly. Gozen got up and the two walked back toward the truck. It's safe now, he told the farmer. Why not give the guy what he wanted to hear and skip confusing him with the details? The farmer kissed Gozen's grimy hands, then the American's, which made Russell squirm a bit. The driver swung the truck around and backed it into the garden, doing his best to avoid crushing the vegetable rows. Russell watched as a couple of men packed half a dozen sandbags and heaved them onto the bed. Then they rigged a sling around the device and started cranking it up with a winch. The thing, whatever it was, weighed more than expected, and Russell took over the hand crank, showing off his strength again as he hauled it up solo. The crew tilted the A-frame forward, and he lowered the object into the sandbag cradle. A few ropes tied it down, and that was that. The farmer wouldn't let them leave without a fuss. He brought out tea and flatbread, insisting they eat before heading off, and Gozen accepted the hospitality with genuine humility. 4 lambs were loaded onto the truck before they took off. That was a solid move, man, Russell remarked as they pulled away. Maybe, Gozen replied, sounding drained. The pressure of it all weighed on him far more than any physical work, though the Americans seemed to handle both without breaking a sweat. A couple of hours later, they rolled back into the Baca Valley. The device, Gozen had no better word for it, was dropped off without ceremony in front of his workshop, and the group of 5 sat down to enjoy a meal of fresh lamb. To Gozen's surprise, the American had never tasted lamb in his life, so he got a proper introduction to that classic Arab dish. Got something intriguing, Bill, Murray announced, stepping into the director's office. What's that, Danny? Shaw glanced up from his calendar. A cop was killed over in Athens, and the locals think an American might be responsible. Murray walked him through the details. Broke his neck with bare hands? Bill asked. That's right. The officer was a small, wiry guy, Murray said, but still. Wow, okay, let's take a look. Murray passed over the photo. Do we recognize this man, Dan? It's not the clearest image. Al Denton thinks it could be Marvin Russell. He's running facial recognition on the original slide. No prints or other forensics to go on. The car was registered to a third party who vanished, likely never existed in the first place. The driver of the other vehicle is a mystery. Anyway, it matches Russell's profile, short, stocky, and those cheekbones and skin tone give him a Native American look. The clothing is definitely American-made. So's the suitcase. So you figure he bolted the country after we nabbed his brother. Smart call, Shaw commented. He was supposed to be the clever one, right? Clever enough to link up with an Arab. You think so? Shaw studied the other face. Could be Greek or any Mediterranean type. Skin's a bit light for an Arab, but it's a fairly unremarkable face, and you said it's unidentified. What's your gut say, Dan? Yep, Murray nodded. I pulled the file. A confidential source told us years ago that Marvin took a trip east and made connections with the PFLP. Athens is a handy spot to rekindle that relationship. Neutral territory. Also a decent place to set up a drug deal, Shaw offered. What do we have on Brother Marvin these days? Not much. Our best informant in that area is back in jail. Got into a fight with a couple of reservation cops and lost. Shaw grunted. The reality with confidential informants, of course, was that most were criminals who broke the law and regularly wound up behind bars. That both proved their credibility and made them useless for the moment. That's just how the game worked. All right, the FBI director said, you've got something in mind. What is it? With a little push, we can get the informant released on early release rules and send him back into the Warrior Society. If this is a terrorist angle, we need to start chasing leads. Same goes if it's drugs. Interpol has already hit a dead end on the driver. No matches for his face in terrorist or drug databases. The Greeks are stuck too. The car trail went nowhere. They've got a dead sergeant and nothing but 2 unnamed faces. Sending us the photo was their final option. They figured he was American. Hotel? The director asked. Always the investigator. Yeah, they found that, well, they know it's one of 2 spots next to each other. 10 people with American passports checked out that day, but both are small places with constant coming and going, and they couldn't get anything solid for ID purposes. The staff doesn't remember much. That kind of establishment. Who's to say our guy even stayed there? The Greeks want us to follow up on the names from the hotel log. Murray finished. Bill Shaw handed the photo back. That shouldn't be too hard. Run with it. Already on it. Assuming we know these 2 were tied to the killing, well, you go with your gut. Okay, let the U.S. Attorney know RCI has squared things with society. It's high time we took down those warriors once and for all. Shaw had built his reputation on counter-terrorism, and that breed of criminal still topped his list of grievances. Yeah, I'll push the drug angle hard. We should have him out in about 2 weeks. Fair enough, Dan. When does the president land in Rome? Murray asked. Soon. Quite a spectacle, isn't it? You bet your ass, man. Kenny better start scouting a new career soon. Peace is breaking out everywhere. Shaw smirked. Who would have guessed? We could always hand him a badge and a gun so he can make an honest living. Presidential security was rounded out with a discreet squadron of 4 Navy Tomcat fighters trailing the VC-25A at a 5-mile distance, while a radar surveillance plane kept tabs on anything that might veer toward Air Force One. Commercial air traffic was rerouted, and the military airfield designated for the arrival had been swept so thoroughly it felt practically strained through a sieve. Already parked on the tarmac was the president's armored limousine. Flown in hours earlier via an Air Force C-14-1B, alongside enough Italian soldiers and police to deter a full-scale terrorist battalion. President Fowler emerged from his private washroom, freshly shaved and scrubbed pink, his tie knotted to perfection, and flashing a grin as bright as Pete and Daga had ever witnessed. And why not? Connor figured. He didn't dwell on morality the way D'Agostino did. The president was just a man, And like most presidents, a lonely one, especially after losing his wife, Elliot might have a sharp edge, but she was undeniably easy on the eyes, and if that helped ease the crushing weight of the job, then so be it. The man had to unwind, or the pressure would devour him as it had devoured others, and that wouldn't serve the country. As long as Hawk stayed clear of major felonies, Connor and D'Agostino would guard both his secrets and his indulgences. Pete got it. Daga just wished he had better taste. EE had slipped out of the quarters earlier, dressed in something particularly striking. She met the president in the dining area right before touchdown for coffee and donuts. There was no arguing she was a looker, especially that morning. Maybe Special Agent Helen D'Agostino mused. She was a decent distraction. Certainly she and the president were the most refreshed souls on that flight. The media types, the Secret Service, holds a simmering disdain for reporters, had squirmed and fidgeted through the entire journey, looking crumpled despite their forced cheer. The most frazzled of all was the president's speechwriter, who'd powered through the night with nothing but coffee and quick bathroom breaks, finally handing the draft to Arnie Van Dam a scant 20 minutes before landing. Fowler had skimmed it over breakfast and was thrilled. "Callie, this is absolutely fantastic." The president beamed at the exhausted staffer, whose writing had the lyrical touch of a poet. He surprised everyone by wrapping the young woman, still in her late 20s, in a hug that brought tears to Callie Weston's eyes. "Get some rest and soak in Rome." "My pleasure, Mr. President." The aircraft glided to a halt at the designated spot. The mobile stairway rolled into place without delay. A stretch of red carpet was laid out, leading from the stairs to the longer runway that ended at the podium. The president and Italy's prime minister took their positions, flanked by the U.S. ambassador, and the usual entourage, including a handful of weary protocol officers who'd had to orchestrate this ceremony on the fly. An Air Force sergeant swung open the aircraft door. The Secret Service agents swept the area with practiced, watchful eyes, exchanging quick, silent signals with the advance team scattered across the tarmac. As the president emerged, the Italian Air Force Band launched into its own ceremonial fanfare, a sharp contrast to the familiar American strains of ruffles and flourishes walking down the steps alone. Fowler felt a strange sensation, as if he were crossing a threshold from the ordinary world into a realm of lasting legacy. The reporters on the scene couldn't help but notice his light, almost buoyant step, and they quietly envied the peaceful private quarters that had allowed him such a restful journey. Sleep, after all, is the ultimate remedy for jet lag, and it was clear the president had been well rested. His Brooks Brothers suit was immaculate, freshly pressed thanks to the wonders of Air Force One. His shoes gleamed and his appearance was nothing short of flawless. He was escorted to the U.S. ambassador and his wife, who then presented him to the Italian president just as the band struck up the Star-Spangled Banner. A formal review of the troops followed, along with a brief speech that only teased at the powerful words he would deliver later. All told, it was 20 minutes before Fowler finally settled into his car, joined by the ambassador, Dr. Elliot, and his security detail. "You know, that's the first one of those I've actually enjoyed," Fowler admitted, and the others agreed that the Italians had managed the affair with true elegance. "Elizabeth, I need you to stay close. There are a few loose ends in the agreement we should go over, and I want to see Brent. How's he holding up?" he asked the ambassador. Ambassador Coates smiled, tired but pretty pleased with himself. The last round of negotiations went on for over 20 hours. "And what's the local press saying?" EE chimed in. "They're over the moon. This is a historic moment for everyone. It's all happening right here on my watch." Jed Coates thought to himself, feeling a swell of pride. You don't get a front-row seat to history every day. Well, that was enjoyable. The National Military Command Center, known as the NMCC, sits in the D-ring of the Pentagon, right by the river entrance. It's one of those rare government facilities that actually looks like its Hollywood counterparts, a cavernous space about the size of a basketball court, rising 2 stories high. In essence, it's the central switchboard for the entire U.S. military. It's not the only one. There's a backup at Fort Ritchie in the Maryland Hills, since a single point of failure would be far too risky. But it's certainly the most accessible. VIPs love to tour it, eager to see the glamorous side of the Pentagon, much to the annoyance of the staff who just see it as their office. Tucked next to the NMCC is a smaller room housing a set of ancient IBM PCAT computers with 5.25-inch floppy drives. These relics formed the hotline, the direct link between the American and Soviet presidents. While the NMCC wasn't the only node, it was the primary one, and that fact was quietly made known to the Soviets. The logic, concocted by some experts decades ago, was that direct communication would be vital even during a nuclear crisis. And by letting Moscow know this was the only readily usable downlink, it might serve as a sort of life insurance policy for the area. Captain James Rosselli, USN, thought that was a load of theoretical nonsense. The fact that nobody ever seriously challenged it was just another example of the stale, stinking bureaucracy that plagued Washington. To Rosie Rosselli, D.C., was roughly 300 square miles surrounded by reality, and he often wondered if the laws of physics even applied within the Beltway. He had abandoned any pretense of logical thinking long ago. Joint duty, Rosie muttered under his breath. The latest push from Congress to overhaul the military, something it clearly couldn't manage on its own. He grumbled, demanded that officers aiming for flag rank, and honestly, who among them wasn't, had to spend time rubbing shoulders with colleagues from the other branches. Rosselli never quite understood how hanging out with a field artillery guy would make him a better submarine commander, but apparently nobody else had questioned it either. It was just accepted as gospel that cross-training was beneficial, so the sharpest minds were pulled from their specialties and dropped into roles they knew nothing about. They wouldn't master these new jobs, of course, but they might pick up just enough to cause trouble, all while losing their edge in the field they were actually trained for. That was Congress's version of military reform. "Coffee, Captain?" an Army corporal asked. "Better make it decaf," Rosie replied. "If my mood gets any worse, someone might get hurt. Working here was supposed to boost a career." Rosselli knew that, and he also knew being here was partly his own doing. He'd spent his career focused on submarines with a side interest in intelligence. He'd already done a stint at the Navy's Intel Hub in Suitland, Maryland, near Andrews Air Force Base. At least the commute was better now. He'd snagged official housing at Bolling Air Force Base, and getting to the Pentagon was a quick hop across I-295, 395 to his reserved spot, another perk of NMCC duty that was worth fighting for. Once this assignment had been genuinely thrilling. He recalled when the Soviets took down Korean Airlines Flight 747 and other tense moments, and it must have been pure chaos during the Iraq War, that is, when the senior watch officer wasn't fielding endless "what's happening" calls from anyone who'd gotten the direct line, but now, as he'd just seen on his desk TV, the president was about to defuse the world's last major diplomatic crisis. And soon Rosselli's days would be filled with reports of naval collisions, plane crashes, or some unlucky soldier flattened by a tank. Those were serious, sure, but hardly the stuff of professional excitement. So there he sat. His paperwork was done, something Jim Rosselli excelled at, having mastered the art of shuffling documents in the Navy with a top-notch staff to assist, and the rest of the day stretched out as a waiting game. The catch was that Rosselli was a man of action, not patience, and who actually wants a disaster to happen. Looks like a slow one. That was his XO, an Air Force F-15 pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Richard Barnes. "You're probably right, Rocky. Just what I needed to hear." Rosselli glanced at his watch. It was a 12-hour shift, with 5 hours still ahead. "Man, the world's getting pretty boring. Ain't that the truth?" Barnes turned back to the screen. "Well, I got my 2 MiGs over the Persian Gulf. At least it wasn't a total loss. Rosselli got up and decided to stretch his legs. The watch officers assumed he was checking their work, making sure they stayed busy. One senior civilian made a show of continuing his crossword from the post. It was his lunch break, and he preferred eating here over the empty cafeterias, where he could catch some TV. Rosselli then drifted left into the hotline room, catching a bit of luck for once. A small bell chimed, signaling an incoming message. The raw transmission looked like nonsense, but the encryption gear turned it into clear Russian text, which a Marine translated. "So you think you know the real meaning of fear? Yeah, you figure you've got a handle on it, but I'm not so sure. When you're hunkered down in a shelter while bombs rain down and the neighborhood blazes like a stack of kindling, sure, you feel that rush of panic. Those minutes drag by like hours, and the dread is real. No argument there. But then the siren wails the all clear and it's over. You exhale, shake it off, and the tension melts away. Real fear, though, that's different. It's a heavy rock lodged in your chest, sitting there unmovable. You catch my drift, a stone. That's all it is, plain and simple." "Ilya Selvinsky," the Marine lieutenant said. "Huh?" Ilya Selvinsky, a Russian poet, made a name for himself during the Second World War. I recognize this piece. It's called Fear Solid Stuff. The young officer flashed a grin. "My counterpart over there's got some serious literary chops, so transmission received the rest of the poem is even better. Alexei," the lieutenant typed, "stand by for reply. What do you fire back with?" Rosselli asked, today. "Maybe a bit of Emily Dickinson. That woman was obsessed with death, morbid as they come. Actually, no. Let's go with Edgar Allan Poe. They're big fans of his over there." Which one, though?" The lieutenant reached into a desk drawer and pulled out a worn anthology. "You don't prep these in advance?" Rosselli pressed. The Marine looked up, still grinning. "No, sir, that'd be cheating. We tried that route a while back, but about 2 years ago, when things slowed down, we switched it up. Now it's a game. He tosses out a poem, and I have to match it with something from an American poet. Keeps the boredom at bay, Cap'n sharpens. The language skills on both ends, too. Translating verse is a nightmare. Great workout for the brain. The Soviets sent their messages in Russian, the Americans in English, which meant both sides needed top-notch translators to keep the exchange flowing. Any real business going across the line? Captain, I've rarely seen more than test pings. Sure, when the Secretary of State flies over, we might swap weather reports. We even shot the breeze about hockey when their national squad faced off with the NHL guys last August, but mostly, it's duller than a bag of rocks, which is exactly why we trade poetry. Without that, we'd lose our minds. Shame. We can't just chat on a CB radio, but rules are rules. Fair enough. They mention anything about the treaty talks in Rome? Not a whisper. We steer clear of that, sir. I see. Rosselli watched as the lieutenant settled on a stanza from Annabel Lee. It caught him off guard. He'd figured the guy would go with The Raven. Nevermore. The day of their arrival was a mix of relaxation, pageantry, and a heavy dose of secrecy. The treaty's specifics had yet to leak, and news outlets, sensing something historic had gone down, were scrambling to piece it together. No luck. The leaders of Israel, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, the Soviet Union, the United States, and their Italian host gathered around a massive 15th century table, joined by top diplomats and representatives from the Vatican and the Eastern Orthodox Church. Out of respect for the Saudis, the toasts were made with water or orange juice, the only off-key moment of the evening. Soviet President Andrei Ilyich Narmonov was especially animated. His nation's role in the treaty was a big deal, and bringing the Russian Orthodox Church into the Commission for Christian Shrines would carry serious weight back in Moscow. The dinner stretched on for 3 hours, and afterward the guests filed out under the gaze of cameras across the avenue, leaving the press stunned by the camaraderie on display. A cheerful Fowler and Narmanoff headed to the former's hotel, seizing only their second chance to talk one-on-one about shared interests. "You've lagged on deactivating your missile forces?" Fowler noted once the small talk wrapped up. He softened the jab by passing over a glass of wine. "Thank you, Mr. President. As we mentioned to your team last week, our disposal facility just isn't cutting it. We're tearing down those launchers as fast as we can. But our green-leaning lawmakers are raising a fuss over how we're handling the fuel stores." Fowler offered a knowing smile. "I've heard that song before, Mr. President." The environmental movement had exploded across the Soviet Union the year prior, with the legislature adopting rules that mirrored and in many ways surpassed the ones in Washington. What really caught everyone off guard was that Moscow was actually following them, though Fowler knew better than to point that out. Decades of Marxist rule had left an ecological mess so deep it'd take a generation of strict laws to untangle. "Will this throw off the treaty timeline?" "You have my word, Robert," Narmanoff said firmly. "Those missiles are gone by March 1st, even if I have to light the fuses myself." "That's all I needed to hear, Andre." The arms reduction pact inherited from the prior White House called for cutting intercontinental launchers in half by spring. Every Minuteman II in America had been marked for retirement, and the U.S. side was running ahead of schedule. Following the playbook of the INF Treaty, the surplus rockets were broken down piece by piece, with each stage crushed or demolished under the watchful eyes of observers. The media covered the first few demos, then lost interest. The silos themselves, also subject to scrutiny, had their guts ripped out, and 15 American sites had already been sold off. 4 to farmers who turned them into actual grain storage. A Japanese firm with big land holdings in North Dakota snapped up a command bunker and converted it into a wine cellar beneath the hunting lodge its execs used each autumn. Over on the Soviet side, American monitors reported the Russians were giving it their all. But the factory built to handle the dismantling was a mess, leaving them 30% behind. 100 missiles sat on trailers outside the plant, their empty silos already blasted into rubble. The Soviets had burned the guidance systems in front of inspectors, yet some in the intelligence world still whispered it was all a charade. Those erector trailers, they claimed, could just as easily raise and fire. Old habits of distrust die hard, Fowler mused, and the Russians likely felt the same about them. "This treaty's a real milestone, Robert," Narmanoff said, taking a sip from his wine glass. Now that they were alone, they could drop the formality, the Russian thought with a private smirk. "You and your team deserve credit. Your support made it happen." Andre Fowler replied smoothly. It was a polite fiction, and both men knew it. Or maybe it wasn't a lie at all, though neither had a clue. "One less headache for us? How short-sighted we were back then." "True, my friend, but that's all behind us now. How are your folks handling the Germany question?" "The military's grumbling, as you'd expect." "Same here." Fowler cut in lightly. "Soldiers are a lot like dogs. Handy to have around, sure, but they need to know who's in charge. And like dogs, they forget their place now and then, so you've got to remind them." Narmanoff nodded slowly as the translation sank in. The man's arrogance was staggering, exactly what his briefings had predicted. The Soviet president realized, condescending too. Well, the American had the comfort of a system that was solid as bedrock, Andrei Ilyich reminded himself. He, by contrast, was piecing together a government that felt less like a foundation and more like a house of cards. What a luxury, truly, to regard soldiers as mere dogs to be cowed. Did he not realize that dogs also had teeth? The Americans were such a curious breed. Throughout the entire span of communist rule in the Soviet Union, they had obsessed over the Red Army's supposed political power, when in truth it had possessed none at all following Stalin's purge of Tukhachevsky. Yet now, with the iron grip of Marxism-Leninism dissolving, they dismissed all such warnings while soldiers were beginning to think thoughts that only a few years earlier would have earned them a firing squad. Well, this was hardly the moment to strip away the Americans' comforting delusions, was it? Tell me, Robert, this treaty idea, where exactly did it originate? Narmonoff asked, already knowing the answer and curious to witness Fowler's skill at deception. Many places. As with all such ideas, the president responded with practiced ease. The driving force was Charles Alden, poor bastard. When the Israelis had that terrible incident, he set his plan in motion immediately and, well, it worked, didn't it? The Russian nodded once more, filing away his mental observations. Fowler lied with considerable finesse, sidestepping the core of the question while offering a truthful yet evasive reply. Khrushchev had been right, as he'd long suspected. Politicians across the globe were fundamentally alike. It was a detail worth remembering about Fowler. He was reluctant to share credit and had no qualms about lying to appear, even over something as trivial as this. Narmonoff felt a flicker of disappointment. Not that he'd anticipated anything different, but Fowler could have shown a bit of grace and humanity. He had nothing to lose by it, after all. Instead, he was as petty as any local party functionary. Tell me, Robert Narmonoff, thought behind a poker face that would have served him well at any Vegas table, what kind of man are you, really? It is late, my friend, Narmonoff observed. Tomorrow afternoon, then. Fowler rose to his feet. Tomorrow afternoon, Andrei. He escorted the Russian to the door, watched him depart, then retreated to his private quarters. Once inside, he retrieved the handwritten checklist from his pocket to confirm he'd covered all his questions. Well, the missile situation, he claims, is exactly what our inspectors reported. That ought to satisfy the folks at DIA. A grimace. It wouldn't. I think he's worried about his military. Dr. Elliot took a seat. Anything else? The president poured her a glass of wine, then settled beside his national security advisor. The usual pleasantries. He's a very busy, very anxious man. Well, we already knew that, didn't we? Liz swirled the wine in her glass and gave it a sniff. She wasn't fond of Italian wines, but this one was passable. I've been thinking, Robert. Yes, Elizabeth? What happened to Charlie? We need to do something about it. It isn't right that he should have vanished like that. He's the one who got this treaty moving, isn't he? Well, yes, Fowler agreed, taking a sip from his refreshed glass. You're right, Elizabeth. It truly was his doing. I think we should let that be known quietly, of course. At the very least. Yes, he should be remembered for something other than a pregnant grad student. That's very thoughtful of you, Elizabeth. Fowler clinked his glass against hers. You handle the media, folks. You're releasing the treaty details tomorrow before lunch? That's right. Around 9, I think. Then after you're done, pull a few of the journalists aside and give it to them on background. Maybe Charlie will rest a bit easier. No problem, Mr. President, Liz agreed. Exorcising that particular ghost came easily enough, didn't it? Was there anything she couldn't persuade him to do? Big day tomorrow. The biggest Bob, the biggest... Elliot leaned back and loosened the scarf from her throat. I never imagined I'd have a moment like this. I did, Fowler observed with a glint in his eye. A brief pang of guilt surfaced. He'd expected to share it with someone else, but that was fate, wasn't it? Fate, the world worked in strange ways. But he had no control over that, did he? Fate had placed him in this exact spot at this precise moment with Elizabeth by his side. None of this was his doing, was it? So he reasoned there could be no guilt attached. How could there be? He was shaping the world into a better, safer, and more peaceful place. What possible guilt could arise from that? Elliot shut her eyes as the president's fingers gently traced her exposed neck. She never could have imagined, even in her wildest dreams, that a moment like this would unfold. The hotel's entire floor, along with the two directly below, was sealed off for the president's entourage. Italian and American security personnel were stationed at every entry point and scattered throughout the buildings lining the street. But the corridor leading to the president's suite belonged exclusively to the Presidential Protective Detail. Connor and D'Agostino completed their final sweep before wrapping up for the night. A full squad of 10 agents stood visibly positioned, with another 10 tucked away behind closed doors. 3 of the visible agents carried fag bags, black satchels strapped across their chests, officially known as fast-action gun bags. Each held an Uzi submachine gun that could be drawn and fired in roughly a second and a half. Anyone who made it this far would find a less than welcoming reception. I see Hawk and Harpy are deep in discussion about affairs of state, Daga observed quietly. Helen, I didn't realize you were such a prude. Pete Connor shot back with a sly grin. Not that it's my business, but back in the old days, folks standing guard outside the door had to be eunuchs or something. Keep cracking jokes like that, and Santa's going to leave coal in your stocking. I'd settle for that new automatic the FBI just adopted, Daga chuckled. They're acting like a couple of teenagers. It's just unseemly. Daga? I know, he's the boss. He's a grown man, and we're supposed to look the other way. Relax, Pete. You think I'm going to run to a reporter with this? She pushed open the door to the fire stairs and spotted 3 agents, 2 of them with their fag bags already at the ready. And here I was about to offer you a drink, Connor said, deadpan. It was a joke, of course. Both of them stayed dry while on duty, and they were almost always on duty. That didn't mean he hadn't entertained the thought of getting her into bed. He was divorced, and so was she. But it never would have worked out. And that was that, she knew it too, flashing him a grin. I could use one, this stuff they stock. Here's what I grew up on. What a thankless job. She took one last glance down the corridor. Everyone's in position, Pete. I think we can call it a night. You really like that 10mm? Fired one last week, up at Greenbelt. Nailed a possible with my first string. Doesn't get much better than that, lover. Connor froze mid-step and burst out laughing. Christ, Daga, people might catch on. D'Agostino fluttered her eyelashes at him. See what I mean, Pete? God, who ever heard of a puritanical Italian? Helen D'Agostino jabbed the senior agent in the ribs and headed for the elevator. Pete had a point. She was becoming a genuine prude, and she'd never been like that in her life. A passionate woman whose one attempt at marriage had imploded because a single household couldn't contain 2 oversized egos, especially not 2 Italian ones. She recognized that she was letting her biases cloud her judgment. That wasn't healthy, even over something as trivial and unrelated to her duties as this. What Hawk did on his own time was his affair. But the look in his eyes, he was utterly smitten with the woman. Daga wondered if any president had ever allowed himself to fall like that. Probably, she conceded, they were only human after all, and men had a tendency to think with their lower instincts rather than their heads, that the president would become a puppet to such a shallow woman as this. That's what truly got under her skin. But then again, she admitted, that reaction was both strange and contradictory. After all, few women were more liberated than she was. So why, she asked herself, was it eating at her? It had been an exhausting day, and she knew she'd only grab 5 or 6 hours of sleep before she was back on duty. Damn these overseas trips at dawn. Katai pressed for answers. He had spent the previous day away meeting with other guerrilla commanders and visiting a doctor. A detail Gon was aware of, but couldn't discuss. Not sure, the engineer replied. I'd guess a jamming pod, something along those lines. The commander's interest sharpened instantly. Despite whatever thaw was happening between East and West, business remained business. The Russians still had an arsenal, and countermeasures to their tech were always in demand. Israeli gear especially held a premium. The Americans had a habit of copying it, and even outdated models revealed how Israeli minds approached problems, offering hints about newer systems. We should be able to sell it to our Russian friends, Kati said with a nod. He shifted topics. How did the American work out? Gons admitted he'd grown fond of the man. I understand him better now, he explained, and Kati listened carefully. What do we do with him then? Gauze shrugged. Weapons training? Maybe. Let's see how he meshes with the men. Kati agreed, saying he'd send the American out that morning to gauge his combat skills. And you, how soon can you take that thing apart? Gauze planned to start that very day. Good. Don't let me stop you. Then a softer question. How are you feeling, Commander? Kati frowned. He felt awful, but he convinced himself part of it stemmed from the rumor of a possible treaty with the Israelis. Could it be real? History suggested no. But so much had shifted lately. An agreement between the Zionists and the Saudis. After the Iraq mess, what else could he expect? The Americans had played their hand, and now they were presenting some kind of bill, disappointing, sure, but hardly surprising. Whatever they were plotting would pull attention away from the latest Israeli atrocity. And those who called themselves Arabs meekly accepting fire and death like women. Kati shook his head in disgust. That wasn't how you fought? The Americans would do something to soften the political fallout from the massacre, and the Saudis would follow along like the lapdogs they were? None of it, he told himself, would touch the Palestinian cause. He'd feel better soon. It's nothing. Let me know when you've figured out what it is. Goen took the dismissal and left, troubled. His commander was sick. He knew that much from his brother-in-law, but not the full extent. Regardless, he had work. The workshop was a shabby shack of plain wood and corrugated steel, deliberately unimpressive. Had it looked sturdier, an Israeli F-16 pilot might have leveled it years ago. The bomb, he still called it that, rested on the dirt floor. An A-frame hoist, the kind used in auto shops, stood over it, ready with a chain to move the device if needed. 2 men had set it up yesterday per his instructions. Gons flicked on the lights. He preferred a bright workspace and studied the object. Why do I keep calling it a bomb, he wondered, shaking his head. The obvious starting point was the access door, though it wouldn't be easy. The impact had telescoped the casing, likely damaging the internal hinges. But he had all the time in the world. He grabbed a screwdriver from his toolbox and got to work. Meanwhile, President Fowler slept in. The flight had drained him, and he nearly laughed at his reflection. 3 times in under 24 hours, wasn't it? He tried to do the math, but his brain gave up before his first coffee. Still, 3 times in quick succession. He hadn't managed that in ages, and he'd gotten his rest, which was something. After his morning shower, his body felt loose and at ease. The razor glided through the shaving cream on his face, uncovering a man whose leaner, youthful features matched the spark in his gaze. A few minutes later, he settled on a striped tie to pair with the crisp white shirt and gray suit, not too grim, but definitely serious. That was the look for today. He'd let the clergy steal the spotlight with their flashy red robes. His message would land with far more weight coming from a sharp, polished businessman politician, which was the image he'd always projected, even though he'd never actually run a private company in his life. A man of substance, Bob Fowler, down to earth, sure, but someone you could count on to do what was right. Well, I'm going to prove that in spades today, the President of the United States told himself in the mirror as he fiddled with his tie. A knock at the door turned his head. Come in. Good morning, Mr. President, Special Agent Connor said. How's it going, Pete? Fowler asked, glancing back at the mirror. The knot wasn't sitting right, so he undid it and started over. Doing well, sir. It's a beautiful day out there. You folks never get enough downtime. Never get to enjoy the sights either. That's on me, isn't it? There, he thought. That's spot on. No worries, Mr. President. We signed up for this. What would you like for breakfast? Good morning, Mr. President. Dr. Elliot stepped in behind Connor. This is the big day. Bob Fowler turned with a grin. You bet it is. Care to join me for breakfast, Elizabeth? I'd love to. I've got the morning brief, nice and short for once. Pete, breakfast for 2. Make it hearty. I'm starving. Just coffee for me, Liz told the steward. Connor caught the edge in her voice, but gave nothing away, just nodded and left. Bob, you look fantastic. So do you, Elizabeth. And she did, in her sharpest suit, serious but with just enough of a feminine touch. She took her seat and walked him through the briefing. The CIA thinks the Japanese are cooking something up, she said, as she wrapped up. Like what? They picked up a hint, according to Ryan, about the next round of trade talks. The Prime Minister supposedly made an unflattering comment, such as, "This is the last time we'll be shut out of our rightful place on the world stage, and they'll pay for it," Elliot quoted. Ryan thinks it's significant. And your take? I think Ryan's being dramatic again. He's been left out of this treaty process, and he's trying to remind us he still matters. Marcus agrees with me, but sent it up anyway, out of a sense of duty. Liz said with a roll of her eyes. Cabot's turning out to be a bit of a letdown, isn't he? Fowler mused, scanning the notes. He can't seem to keep his people in line. The bureaucracy over there is running circles around him, especially Ryan. You really have it out for him, don't you? The president noted. He's arrogant. Elizabeth, his track record speaks for itself. I'm not fond of him personally either, but as an intelligence officer, he's nailed some incredibly tough missions. He's a relic. He thinks he's James Bond, or wants to be. Fine, Elliot conceded. He's had his moments, but that's ancient history. We need someone with a bigger perspective now. Congress won't buy it, the president said as breakfast was rolled in. The food had been checked for radiation, swept for listening devices, and sniffed for explosives, which, he mused, must really wear out the dogs since they probably loved sausage as much as he did. We'll serve ourselves, thanks, he told the Navy steward before continuing. They adore him over there. Congress loves the guy. He didn't need to spell out that Ryan, as the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, wasn't just a political appointment. He'd gone through a full Senate confirmation hearing. People like that weren't so easy to push aside. There had to be a reason. I've never been able to figure it out, especially Trent. Of all the people to back Ryan, why him? Ask him, Fowler suggested, slathering butter on his pancakes. I did. He spun around the subject like a prima ballerina at the New York Ballet. The president burst into laughter at that. Christ, Elizabeth, don't ever let anyone hear you repeat that. Robert, we both respect the estimable Mr. Trent's personal choices, but the man is a prissy son of a bitch, and we both know it. True, Fowler conceded. So what are you telling me, Elizabeth? It's time for Cabot to put Ryan in his place. How much of this is envy over Ryan's role in the treaty, Elizabeth? Elliot's eyes flashed, but the president was focused on his plate. She took a breath before answering, trying to gauge whether he was baiting her. Probably not, but Fowler wasn't the type to be swayed by emotion in these matters. Bob, we've been over this. Ryan connected a few dots that others had already drawn. He's an intelligence officer, for heaven's sake. They just report what other people do. He's done more than that. Fowler saw where this was headed, but he enjoyed the game. Fine, he's killed people. Is that what makes him special? James goddamn Bond, you even let them execute the ones who... Elizabeth, those terrorists also murdered 7 Secret Service agents. My life depends on those people, and it would have been both ungrateful and flat-out stupid to commute the sentences of those who killed their colleagues. The president nearly frowned at that. So much for strongly held principle, eh, Bob? A voice whispered. But he held his composure. And now you can't do it at all, or people will say you failed to do it once out of personal self-interest. You allowed yourself to be trapped and outmaneuvered, she pointed out. She had been provoked, Liz decided, and she responded in kind, but Fowler wasn't convinced. Elizabeth, I might be the only former prosecutor in America who doesn't believe in capital punishment, but we live in a democracy and the people support it. He looked up from his meal. Those people were terrorists. I can't say I'm thrilled that I allowed them to be executed, but if anyone ever deserved it, they did. The timing wasn't right to make a statement on that issue. Maybe in my second term, we have to wait for the right case. Politics is the art of the possible. That means one thing at a time, Elizabeth. You know that as well as I do. If you don't act, you'll wake up one day and find Ryan running CIA for you. He's capable, I'll admit, but he's a relic of the past. He's the wrong man for the times we're living in. God, you're a jealous woman, Fowler thought, but we all have our flaws. It was time to stop toying with her, though. He couldn't afford to offend her too deeply. What do you have in mind? We can ease him out. I'll think about it, Elizabeth. Let's not ruin the day with this kind of talk, okay? How do you plan to announce the treaty terms? Elliot leaned back and sipped her coffee. She chided herself for pushing too hard and too soon. She despised Ryan, but Bob was right. It wasn't the time, wasn't the place. She had all the time in the world to make her move, and she knew she had to do it with finesse. A copy of the treaty, I think. Can they read that fast? Fowler laughed. The media was full of such illiterates. You should see the speculation. The lead Times piece was faxed over this morning. They're frantic. They'll devour it. Besides, I put together some cliff notes for them. However you want to handle it, the president said, finishing off his sausage. He checked his watch. Timing was everything. There was a 6-hour time difference between Rome and Washington. That meant the treaty couldn't be signed until at least 2 in the afternoon, just in time for the morning news shows. The American public needed to be eased into this development, which meant the television crews required full details of the agreement by 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time to process everything thoroughly. Liz would deliver the announcement at 9, just 20 minutes away. He calculated, and you'll be highlighting Charlie's role in all of this? Absolutely. It's only right that he receives the lion's share of the recognition. And that effectively sidelined Ryan's contributions, Bob Fowler noted silently. Well, Charlie was the one who truly set things in motion, wasn't he? Fowler felt a pang of sympathy for Ryan. Despite that, he recalled the past. He had reviewed everything the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence had accomplished and found it genuinely impressive. Arnie Van Dam also held Ryan in high regard, and Arnie's judgment of character was unmatched in the administration. But Elizabeth was his national security advisor, and he simply couldn't have her and the DDCI locked in a perpetual clash, could he? No, that was out of the question. It was that straightforward. Go dazzle them, Elizabeth. That won't take much effort. She offered him a quick smile and headed out. The job turned out to be far tougher than he'd anticipated. Gosson considered reaching out for assistance, but quickly dismissed the idea. A key part of his reputation within the organization was that he handled these tasks solo aside from the grunt work, where he'd occasionally call in a few sturdy helpers. The device, bomb, pod, whatever it was, proved more solidly built than expected. Beneath the harsh glare of the work lights, he paused to rinse it with water and uncovered several puzzling features. There were screw-in points sealed with slot bolts. When he removed one, he found yet another electrical wire. Even more curious, the casing was thicker than he'd guessed. He'd taken apart an Israeli jamming pod before, and while it had been mostly aluminum, several sections had been fiberglass or plastic, which allowed electronic signals to pass through. He'd tackled the access hatch first, but it resisted his efforts to pry it open, so he'd looked for an easier entry point. There wasn't one. Frustrated after hours of dead-end work, he returned to the hatch. Gosson leaned back and lit a cigarette. "What are you?" he muttered at the object. It struck him how much it resembled a bomb. The hefty casing. Why hadn't he noticed how absurdly heavy it was, far too dense for a jamming pod? But it couldn't be a bomb, could it? No fuses, no detonator. And what he'd glimpsed inside was just wiring and connectors. It had to be some kind of electronic unit. He crushed the cigarette into the dirt and moved to his workbench. Gosson had an array of tools, including a gasoline-powered rotary saw meant for cutting through steel. It was typically a 2-person tool, but he decided to manage it alone, aiming it at the hatch, which had to be weaker than the main casing. He set the blade depth to 9 millimeters and fired it up, wrestling the saw onto the hatch. The noise was grating, especially as the diamond-edged blade bit into the metal, but the saw's weight kept it steady on the device, and he slowly guided it along the hatch's perimeter. It took 20 minutes to complete the first cut. He switched off the saw and set it down, then tested the cut with a thin piece of wire. Finally, he thought he'd broken through. His guess had been right. The rest of the casing seemed to be around 4 centimeters thick, but the hatch was just a quarter of that. Gauzen was so relieved to have made progress that he didn't stop to question why a jamming pod would need a full centimeter of hardened steel surrounding it. Before resuming, he put on ear protection. His ears were still ringing from the first cut, and he didn't need a throbbing headache, making a miserable job even worse. The special report banner flashed across every television network almost simultaneously. The network anchors, having roused themselves earlier than usual by their Roman standards to grab their briefing from Dr. Elliot, sprinted to their booths, gasping for air, and shoved their notes at their producers and researchers. "I told you so," Angela Merrills declared. "Rick, didn't I call it? Angie, I owe you lunch, dinner, and maybe breakfast at whatever spot you pick. I'm holding you to that." The lead researcher chuckled to herself, knowing full well the guy could easily afford it. "So how do we play this?" the producer asked. "We're flying by the seat of our pants. Just give me a couple of minutes and we're on air." "Great," Angie muttered under her breath. Rick wasn't exactly a fan of improvising, but he did love beating the print guys to a story, and the timing here made that almost too easy. Take that, New York Times. He held still just long enough for a quick makeup pass, then squared up to the camera as the network's so-called expert, some expert, Mireilles thought joined him in the booth. 5. The assistant director barked. 4, 3, 2, 1. His finger snapped toward the anchor. "It's real," Rick announced. "In just 4 hours, the President of the United States, alongside the Soviet President, the King of Saudi Arabia, and the Prime Ministers of Israel and Switzerland, plus the heads of 2 major religious organizations, will sign a treaty that could finally bring a full resolution to the contested regions of the Middle East. The terms are nothing short of remarkable." He kept going for a solid 3 minutes, rattling off details at a breakneck pace, as if racing his rivals on other channels. "There's been nothing like this in our lifetime. Another miracle, or better yet, another stepping stone toward lasting peace. Dick," he turned to his commentator, a former ambassador to Israel. "Rick, I've been digging into this for the past half hour, and I still can't wrap my head around it. Maybe this is the real deal, and we picked the perfect backdrop for it. The Israeli government's concessions are jaw-dropping, but so are the commitments America is making to lock in the peace. What's even more impressive is how tight the secrecy held. If any of this had leaked just 2 days ago, the whole thing might have unraveled in front of us. But right here, right now, I believe it. You said it perfectly. It's real, it's truly happening, and in a matter of hours, we're going to watch the world shift again. None of this would have been possible without the extraordinary cooperation from the Soviet side, and we clearly owe a huge debt to the embattled Soviet president, Andrei Narmonov. And what do you make of the concessions from the religious leaders? Honestly, Rick, it's unbelievable. This region has been torn apart by religious conflict for as long as history's been recorded. But we have to mention that the real architect here was the late Dr. Charles Alden. A senior administration official spoke glowingly about the man who passed away just weeks ago, and under a cloud of shame. What a bitter twist that the person who truly pinpointed the core issue, the fabricated incompatibility of faiths that all started in this same troubled patch of earth, isn't here to witness his vision come to life. Alden was the engine behind this agreement, and you can only hope history gives him credit, despite how and when he died, that it was Dr. Charles Alden from Yale who made this miracle happen. The former ambassador, a Yale man himself and a classmate of Charlie's, paused for a beat. What about the others involved? The anchor pressed. Rick, when something this massive comes together, and that's incredibly rare, There are always countless people playing their parts, and every single role matters. The Vatican Treaty was also driven by Secretary Brent Talbot, backed by Undersecretary Scott Adler, who's nothing short of a diplomatic mastermind and Talbot's go-to guy. At the same time, it was President Fowler who greenlit the whole endeavor, who threw his weight around when the situation demanded it, and who carried Charlie's dream forward after his passing. No commander-in-chief has ever possessed the sheer nerve and foresight to gamble his political legacy on such a wild bet. If we had fallen short, the political wreckage would have been unimaginable, but Fowler pulled it off. This is a monumental day for American diplomacy, a landmark for East-West relations, and possibly the single greatest stride toward global peace in recorded history. You nailed it, Dick. But what about the Senate? They still have to ratify the Vatican Treaty and the U.S.-Israeli Bilateral Defense Treaty. The commentator flashed a grin and shook his head, clearly entertained. That legislation is going to sail through the Senate so fast, the president might still smell fresh ink on the papers. The only thing that could slow it down is all the grandstanding you'll hear in committee hearings and on the floor. But the price of stationing American troops over there, Rick, we maintain a military to safeguard peace. That's the mission. And to accomplish it in this region, America will foot whatever bill comes due. This isn't a burden on the taxpayer. It's a privilege, a historic honor to plant the banner of American resolve on the world's tranquility. Rick, this is the very essence of America. You bet we'll do it. That's all for now, Rick said, spinning back to camera one. We'll return in 2.5 hours for live coverage of the Vatican Treaty signing back to New York. This is Rick Cousins reporting from the Vatican. Son of a bitch, Ryan muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, the exclamation roused his wife, who had been quietly absorbed in the broadcast. Jack, how much did you? Kathy rose and padded off to brew the morning coffee. I mean, you were over there, and you. Sweetheart, I was part of it. I can't get into specifics. Jack figured he should have felt bitter about Alden getting the credit for the initial proposal, but Charlie had been a decent man, despite his fair share of flaws, and Alden had given it momentum when it needed a shove. Besides, he reasoned, history usually uncovers the truth eventually. The key players knew the score. He knew it. He was accustomed to working behind the scenes, handling tasks others never learned about. He glanced at his wife and smiled, and Kathy understood. She'd caught him thinking out loud months prior. Jack had no clue, he murmured to himself while shaving, and he assumed he didn't disturb her when he crept out at dawn, but she'd never once missed seeing him off, even with her eyes shut. Kathy adored the way he kissed her, thinking she was asleep, and she didn't want to ruin that ritual. He carried enough weight as it was. Jack was hers, and the decency of the man was no secret to his wife. It's not right, the other Dr. Ryan told herself. It was Jack's brainchild, at least partly. How many other things did she know nothing about it? Was a question Caroline Muller-Ryan, M.D., F.A.C., S. seldom pondered, yet she couldn't ignore the reality of Jack's nightmares. He struggled to rest, was leaning on the bottle too hard, and his restless sleep was filled with shadows she could never ask about. Some of that unnerved her. What had her husband done? What burden was he hauling around? Guilt. Kathy questioned herself. Why did that word even surface? Goes finally pried the hatch loose after 3 hours. He'd been forced to swap out a blade on the cutting tool, but the real holdup came down to his stubborn refusal to request an extra set of hands. Regardless, it was done, and a pry bar finished the rest. The engineer grabbed a work light and peered inside the object. He uncovered yet another puzzle. The interior was a metal lattice framework. Titanium, maybe, he mused, cradling a cylindrical mass bolted down with heavy fasteners. Gones swept his work light around the cylinder's interior, catching sight of a tangle of additional wires all feeding into the device. His eyes landed on the edge of a bulky electronic component, some kind of radar transceiver, he guessed. So that was it then. But wait, why wood? A nagging thought tugged at him, a sense that he was overlooking something crucial. The Hebrew markings on the cylinder were beyond his grasp, another Semitic language he'd never mastered, and their meaning eluded him completely. The mounting frame, he noticed, had been built partly as a shock absorber, and it had done its job impressively. The frame was bent and twisted, but the cylinder itself remained mostly whole. Banged up, sure, but it hadn't cracked open. Whatever sat inside was meant to survive impact, which meant it was fragile, which meant it was some kind of sensitive electronic gear. He circled back to his original theory, a jamming pod. Gozen was so locked in that he didn't notice how his engineer's mind had shut out alternative explanations, how his focus had narrowed to the point of ignoring other possibilities and the clues that hinted at them. Whatever it was, he needed it out first. He grabbed a wrench and started on the bolts holding the cylinder in place. Fowler settled into a 16th-century chair, watching the protocol officers scurry about like pheasants, unsure whether to take flight or stay grounded. Most people assumed events like this ran themselves, thanks to expert stage managers who had every detail mapped out weeks ahead. Fowler knew better. Sure, things went smoothly when there was time, months even, to iron out the kinks. But this gathering had been thrown together in days, not months, and the dozen or so protocol officers still hadn't figured out who was actually in charge. Oddly enough, it was the Russian and Swiss delegates who stayed coolest, and right before the American president's eyes, they huddled, forged a quick alliance, and presented their plan, whatever it was, to the rest, who then fell in line. Like a well-drilled football team, Fowler thought with a private smile, the Vatican's man was far too old for this circus. The bishop, or maybe a monsignor, was pushing 70 and looked like his anxiety attack might finish him off. The Russian finally pulled him aside for a quick 2-minute chat, a few nods, a handshake, and suddenly everyone moved as if they shared a single purpose. Fowler made a mental note to track down that Russian's name. The guy was a genuine pro. More than that, the whole spectacle was wildly entertaining, and it gave the president a much-needed moment of levity. Finally, only 5 minutes behind schedule, which Fowler considered a minor miracle, the heads of state rose from their seats, summoned like wedding party members by a frantic mother of the bride, and were directed into position. More routine handshakes followed, along with a few jokes that got lost without translators. The Saudi king looked annoyed by the delays, and Fowler couldn't blame him. The king surely had bigger worries, with death threats already piling up. But there wasn't a trace of fear on the man's face. Bob Fowler noticed he might lack humor, but he carried himself with the bearing, the courage, and yes, the class that came with his title. He'd been the first to commit to the talks just 2 hours after meeting with Ryan. That was a shame, really. Ryan had stepped in for Charlie Alden on the fly, taking on the assignment without warning and handling it as if he'd prepped for months. The president frowned at the thought. He'd let himself forget how chaotic those opening moves had been. Scott Adler juggling Moscow, Rome, and Jerusalem, and Jack Ryan shuttling between Rome and Riyadh. They'd done exceptional work, and neither would ever get the credit they deserved. President Fowler had long since concluded that history's rules were simple. If you wanted the credit, you should have fought for the job yourself. As the massive bronze doors swung open, courtesy of 2 liveried Swiss guards, the rotund figure of Giovanni Cardinal d'Antonio filled the frame. The blazing TV lights cast an almost divine glow around him, and Fowler had to suppress a chuckle at the unintentional theatrics. The solemn procession into the chamber began. Meanwhile, Gosn studied the device before him with a mix of frustration and grudging respect. Whoever had engineered this contraption clearly understood the value of raw, unyielding strength. Israeli gear, he mused, usually had a certain finesse, elegant, efficient, and precisely built to meet its purpose without wasting a single gram of material. Even their improvised equipment reflected meticulous planning. But this was a different beast entirely. It was overbuilt, almost crude, as if assembled in a panic, and for that, Gozen was grateful. It meant taking it apart would be simpler. No sneaky self-destruct mechanism to outwit this time. Those clever Zionists had nearly gotten him 5 months ago with one of their little surprises. Here, the bolts were stubborn but straight, which told him all he needed was the right amount of torque. He doused each one with penetrating oil, lit 2 cigarettes, and waited a quarter of an hour before clamping on the wrench. The first bolt groaned, then gave way. 5 more to go. The afternoon stretched ahead like a long, dull sermon. Speeches came first. Naturally, the Pope opened the proceedings, his tone surprisingly restrained, pulling gentle lessons from Scripture about the common ground shared by the 3 faiths gathered there. Translators whispered into earphones, though the devices were largely unnecessary. Everyone had a printed copy of the remarks, and the assembled leaders struggled to keep their eyes open. Politicians, after all, have never been known for their patience when listening to others speak, even when those others run entire nations. Fowler found it the hardest. He was slated to close the session, and as he glanced at his watch with a carefully neutral expression, he calculated the 90 minutes of polite endurance still ahead of him. Another 40 minutes passed before the last bolt surrendered. They were hefty, corrosion-resistant pieces of hardware, built to last forever. A fact that only helped Goes now, with the fasteners out, he turned his attention to the cylinder itself. He scanned once more for any hidden tripwires or booby traps, knowing that vigilance was his only shield in this line of work. Running his hands along the interior, he found just one active connection, the radar transceiver. 3 other plugs sat empty, all facing him at a convenient angle. In his exhausted state, he didn't pause to question why that was so. The cylinder was wedged tight within the collapsed framing, but with the bolts gone, it was merely a question of applying enough force to pull it free. Andrei Ilyich Narmanov took the floor next. His remarks were brief, measured, and strikingly humble, a display of dignity that Fowler suspected would dominate the pundit's commentary for days to come. Gozen rigged an additional block and tackle onto the A-frame. Conveniently, the cylinder had a built-in hoist eye, a small mercy he appreciated. The Israelis, he figured, were as averse to wasted motion as he was. The rest of the pod proved lighter than expected, and within a minute, he had the cylinder raised enough that its friction within the nesting frame began lifting the entire assembly. That couldn't hold. He sprayed more penetrating oil along the internal rails and waited for gravity to do its work. But patience was a luxury he couldn't afford. Finding a gap just wide enough for a pry bar, he wedged it in and began levering the frame away from the cylinder walls, millimeter by agonizing millimeter. Within 4 minutes, a sharp screech of protesting metal cut through the silence, and the pod broke free. From there, it was simply a matter of hauling on the chain and lifting the cylinder clear. Painted a dull green, the cylinder boasted its own access hatch, a detail that came as no real shock. Gozen quickly identified the wrench he'd need and set to work on the 4 bolts securing it. They were stubborn at first, but they gave way fast under his steady hand. His pace picked up, and that familiar rush of adrenaline, the one that always surged near the finish line, swept over him even as the sensible part of his brain urged him to slow down. Then came Fowler's moment. The President of the United States stepped up to the lectern, clutching a brown leather folder. His shirt, starched stiff as a board, was already rubbing his neck raw, but he brushed the discomfort aside. This was the instant he'd been chasing his whole life. He locked eyes with the camera, his expression carefully balanced, serious but not grim, hopeful but not giddy, confident but not cocky. He gave a slight nod to the assembled leaders. "Holy Father, Your Majesty, Mr. President," Fowler began, his voice steady, "Messrs. Prime Minister, and to all the people of our troubled but hopeful world. We gather in this ancient city, a place that has weathered war and peace for over 3,000 years, a birthplace of one of humanity's great civilizations, and now a home to a faith even grander. We've traveled from every corner, from arid deserts and towering peaks, from the broad plains of Europe, and from another city nestled by a wide river. But unlike the many strangers who've passed through these streets before, we come bearing peace. We arrive with one shared mission: to silence the guns and ease the suffering, to deliver peace to yet another wounded corner of a world that's clawed its way out of a bloody past, guided by the ideals that mark us as something more than beasts, as creations made in God's image. He glanced down only to flip a page. Fowler knew his craft. 30 years of practice had honed him, and he delivered this address with the same ease he'd once brought to 100 jury rooms, pacing his words and pauses, layering in an emotional weight that shattered his old Iceman reputation, wielding his voice like a finely tuned instrument, something physical yet utterly subordinate to his fierce will. This city, this Vatican state, is devoted to the service of God and humankind, and today it has risen to that calling like never before. For today, my fellow citizens of the world, we have taken another step toward the dream that unites every man and woman, no matter where they call home. Through your prayers and a vision passed down through the centuries, we've come to understand that peace outshines war, that it's a prize worth far greater effort, demanding a courage that dwarfs the bravery of shedding blood. To step back from conflict, to step toward harmony, is the truest test of our strength. Today, it is my honor, and a privilege we all share, to unveil a treaty that aims to end once and for all the strife that has sadly stained a land sacred to us all. With this pact, we forge a lasting resolution built on justice, on faith, and on the word of the God we each call by different names, yet who knows every one of us. This treaty secures the rights of all people in the region to safety, to worship freely, to speak their minds, to the fundamental dignity that comes from knowing we are all God's creations, each of us unique, yet all equal in His eyes. The final hatch finally gave way. Gons shut his eyes, muttering a weary prayer of thanks. He'd been grinding away for hours, skipping lunch entirely. He set the hatch aside, carefully stacking the bolts on its curved surface so nothing would roll off. True to his nature, the engineer kept everything immaculate and orderly. Inside, a plastic seal sat tight and intact, and he couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship. That was a barrier against moisture and the elements. Gauzen ran his fingers over the casing, noting its smooth, almost delicate finish. It wasn't pressurized, which struck him as odd for something so advanced. With a small blade, he sliced through the plastic seal and peeled it back, revealing the cylinder's interior for the first time. What he saw froze him, solid, a twisted pale yellow mass like stale dough left out too long. It was a bomb, or at least a self-destruct mechanism, packed with 50 kilos of high explosive. His stomach lurched, and a sudden primal need to relieve himself hit him hard. He stumbled back, fumbling for a cigarette, his hands shaking as he lit it on the third try. How had he missed this? He'd been meticulous, as always. The Israelis hadn't gotten to him yet, and their engineers were sharp, but so was he. Steady, he told himself. He forced a calm he didn't feel and started a fresh sweep of the exterior. The radar wire was still attached, and 3 empty plug points waited like silent sockets. What do I actually know? Radar transceiver, heavy shell, access hatch, a wired explosive sphere. He leaned in closer, studying the detonators spaced evenly across the surface. No, it can't be. It just can't. One by one, he unscrewed the detonators, easing each wire free and placing them on a blanket with the care of a man handling live snakes. The explosive itself, he knew, was oddly forgiving. You could burn a chunk of it to boil water. He pried loose the hard blocks with his knife, each one coming free with a stubborn pop. There's an old tale about Pandora. A woman handed a box and told never to open it. She did, of course, and out spilled strife, war, and death. But when she finally looked inside, she found hope still nestled at the bottom. We've seen plenty of the dark stuff, But today, we've finally grabbed hold of that hope. The road here was long and bloody, marked by despair at every turn, yet it always climbed upward, because hope is what we collectively believe can, should, and must happen. And it's brought us to this moment that legend might be pagan, but its truth is clear right now. Today we shove war and needless death back into the box, snapping the lid shut, and we keep hope, Pandora's last gift to us all. This is the dream of every person finally realized. Today, we've taken peace from the hands of God. Thank you. The president flashed a warm grin at the cameras and settled into his seat. The applause from his colleagues polite but genuine. It was time to sign. Fowler, as the final speaker, would be the first to put pen to paper. The moment arrived, and J. Robert Fowler stepped into history. He wasn't being careful anymore. He yanked the blocks away, aware he was being reckless, but he had to know, he was sure he knew, what was buried inside. And there it was, a gleaming nickel-plated sphere, untouched by corrosion, preserved by the Israeli engineer's plastic wrap. It was small, no bigger than a child's toy ball. Gones didn't hesitate. He plunged his hand into the hollowed-out explosive, reaching for the shiny surface. His fingertips grazed the metal, and it was warm. Allahu Akbar, 9 resolve, this is intriguing. It's a one-of-a-kind chance, Ryan agreed. But how reliable, how trustworthy is it? Cabot pressed. Ryan smirked at his boss. Sir, that's the eternal question. You know how this game plays out. You're never fully certain. Whatever confidence you build takes years to earn. This game has only a handful of rules, and no one ever really keeps track of the score. But this is far more than a simple defection. His name was Oleg Yurievich Lyalin, though Cabot didn't know that yet. And he was a KGB illegal operating without the safety net of diplomatic immunity, posing as a representative of a Soviet industrial firm. Lyalin was running a network of agents under the codename Thistle, and he was doing it right in Japan. This guy is a genuine field operative. He's got a more effective network than the KGB resident in Tokyo, and his top source sits right inside the Japanese cabinet. And he's offering to let us use that network. Is this as significant as I'm beginning to suspect? The DCI asked his deputy. Boss, opportunities like this are rare. We've never really operated in Japan. We don't have enough Japanese-speaking personnel, even here at headquarters, to handle their documents, and our focus has always been elsewhere. Building the infrastructure to run ops there would take years. But the Russians have been entrenched in Japan since before the Bolsheviks took power. That's because historically the Japanese and the Russians have been at odds for centuries, always viewing each other as strategic threats. So they poured resources into that region long before Japanese tech became a global force. What Lyalin is offering is essentially the entire Russian operation at a steal, the assets, the contacts, the whole setup. It doesn't get better than this. But what he's demanding, the money? That's nothing. It's less than a fraction of a percent of what this is worth to our country, Jack pointed out. It's $1 million a month, Cabot protested. Tax-free, the director of Central Intelligence didn't add. Ryan barely suppressed a grin. So the guy's greedy? Fine. Our trade deficit with Japan is what last time we checked? Jack asked, raising an eyebrow. He's handing us whatever we want, for as long as we want it. All we have to do is get him and his family out when the time comes. He doesn't want to retire to Moscow. He's 45, which is the age when they start getting nervous. In 10 years, he'd have to rotate home to what? He's lived in Japan for 13 years straight. He enjoys the good life, cars, VCRs, no standing in line for potatoes. He likes us. The only people he can't stand are the Japanese. He genuinely despises them. He figures he's not even betraying his own country because he's not giving us anything he wouldn't hand to them, and part of the deal is he never works against Mother Russia. Fine, I can live with that. Ryan chuckled. It's capitalism. The man is setting up an elite intelligence service, and the product is information we can actually use. He's charging a fortune, sir. It's worth every penny. The intel he provides will save us billions in trade negotiations and generate billions more in tax revenue. Director, I came from the investment world. That's where I made my money. Deals like this come along maybe once a decade. The Directorate of Operations wants to move forward, and I agree. We'd be insane to pass this up. His introductory package, well, you've read it, right? The introductory package was the verbatim minutes of the latest Japanese cabinet session, every word pause and subtle noise. It was a goldmine for psychological analysis alone. The way those meetings unfolded could reveal to American analysts how their counterparts thought and made decisions. That was intel, often inferred, but never confirmed. It was quite revealing, especially what they said about the president. I didn't pass that along. No point in riling him up right now. All right, the operation is greenlit, Jack. How do we handle something like this? The code name we've picked is Musashi, by the way. That's the title of a legendary Japanese swordsman. We're calling this operation Naitaka. Using Japanese names is deliberate. If something leaks from our side, we want it to look like the source is Japanese, not Russian. Those labels stay inside this building. For anyone outside who gets brought in, we'll use a different code name, one that's computer-generated and swapped out every month. And the agent's real name? Cabot Prest, Director. That's your call. You've got the right to know, but I've held off telling you because I wanted you to see the full picture first. Historically, it's about a 50-50 split. Some directors want to know, others don't. The core principle is simple. Fewer people in the know means less chance of a leak. Admiral Greer used to say the first law of intelligence operations is that the odds of an op getting burned rise with the square of the number of people who know the details. So, sir, it's your decision. Cabot nodded, taking a moment. He chose to stall. You were close with Greer, weren't you? Like a father, sir? After my dad died in that plane crash, the Admiral sort of took me under his wing, more like I latched onto him. Ryan thought. On Musashi, you'll probably want to mull it over. And what if the White House demands the details? Cabot followed up. Director, no matter what Musashi believes, his own government will see this as high treason, and that's a capital offense over there. Narmanov might be a decent guy, but the Soviets have executed at least 40 people we know of for espionage. That includes Top Hat, Journeyman, and a guy named Tolkachev, all of them highly valuable assets for us. We tried to arrange trades in each case, but they got caught before talks could even start. The Soviet appeals process is still pretty short. If you catch my drift, Ryan explained. The bottom line is if this guy gets exposed, he'll likely take a bullet to the head. That's why we treat agent identity with such gravity. If we slip up, people die, glasnost or not. Most presidents get that. One more thing, yes. He's added another condition. He wants all his reports delivered physically, not via cable. If we don't agree, he walks. Technically, that's manageable. We've done it before with assets of this level. His intel doesn't need to be immediate. There are daily flights from Japan through United Northwest and even all Nippon Airways straight into Dulles. But, Cabot's face scrunched in distaste. Yeah, Jack nodded. He doesn't trust our comms security. That worries me, you don't think? I don't know. We've had limited luck cracking Soviet codes in recent years. NSA figures they've had similar struggles with ours, but those assumptions are risky. We've seen signs before that our signals aren't fully secure, and this warning comes from a very senior source. I think we need to take it seriously. How serious could this get? Terrifying, Jack said flatly. Director, for obvious reasons, we run multiple communications systems. We've got Mercury right downstairs handling our own traffic. The rest of the government leans on NSA gear. Walker and Pelton compromised those systems years ago. General Olson over at Fort Meade insists they've patched everything up, but they haven't fully rolled out the tap dance one-time pads due to budget constraints. We can flag NSA again. They'll probably ignore us like last time, but we have to try. And on our side, I think it's time to make a move. For starters, sir, we need to seriously consider a full-scale re-examination of Mercury. That's the CIA's own communications hub, sitting just a few floors below the director's office, running on its own encryption protocols. Cabot frowned, rubbing his chin. That's going to be costly. With the budget constraints we're facing, Director, nothing is more expensive than a systematic breach of our message traffic. Secure links are the backbone of everything we do. Without them, the rest of our arsenal is meaningless. That's why we've built our own one-time system from the ground up. All we need is the green light and the funding to get it off the ground. Walk me through it. I haven't seen the briefing yet. It's essentially our take on tap dance. We're using a one-time pad with transpositions stored on Laserdisc CD-ROMs. The transpositions are pulled from atmospheric radio noise, then layered with additional noise captured later in the day. Atmospheric noise is about as random as nature gets, and by blending two distinct sets with a computer-generated algorithm, the mathematicians swear it's the closest thing to true randomness. The discs are burned in real time, one unique disc for every day of the year, with only 2 copies made, one for the station, one for Mercury. No backups. The readers on both ends look standard, but they've got a boosted laser that reads the transposition codes and simultaneously burns them off the plastic. Once the day ends or the disc is depleted, which won't happen first, given the billions of characters we're talking, the disc gets nuked in a microwave oven. 2 minutes, and it's toast. The only vulnerability points are 3, during manufacturing at our storage here and at station storage. A breach at one station won't ripple out to the others. We can't make the discs tamper-proof. We tried, and it's both too pricey and too prone to accidental damage. The catch is we'll need to hire and vet about 20 new comms techs. The system's a bit clunky, which is why we need more hands on deck. The field teams we've consulted actually love it. It's surprisingly user-friendly. What's the price tag? $50 million. We'd need to expand Mercury and set up a manufacturing line. We've got the physical space, but the equipment doesn't come cheap. Once we get the funds, we could have it operational in as little as 3 months. I get the logic. It's probably worth it. But finding the money. If you give the word, sir, I could feel out Mr. Trent on the hill. Cabot let out a low hum, staring at the polished surface of his desk. Fine. Approach him carefully. I'll raise it with the president when he's back. As for Musashi, I'll trust your judgment. Who else knows his real identity? The the chief of station in Tokyo and his case officer. The director of operations was Harry Wren, not exactly Cabot's loyalist, but the man Cabot had handpicked for the role. Wren was currently en route to Europe. A year ago, Jack had questioned that choice, but Wren had proven himself. He'd also assembled a stellar deputy team, actually a pair, the legendary Ed and Mary Pat Foley. Jack could never quite decide which of them he'd have tapped for due. Ed was the organizational anchor, while Mary Pat brought that wild, instinctive edge. Together, they were the most formidable husband-wife duo the agency had ever seen. Promoting Mary Pat to a senior executive slot would have been a global first, and maybe even earned a few congressional votes. She was expecting her 3rd child now, but that wasn't about to slow down Supergirl. The agency's daycare center was top-notch, complete with cipher-locked doors, an armed rapid response security team, and the best playground gear Jack had ever laid eyes on. All right, Jack. Sounds solid. I just wish I hadn't faxed the president so soon. I should have waited. No worries, sir. The intel was fully scrubbed clean. Keep me posted on Trent's take regarding the funding. Will do, sir. Jack headed back to his office. The DDCI couldn't help but feel a swell of confidence. He was getting the hang of this. Managing Cabot wasn't as tricky as he'd anticipated. Gons forced himself to slow down, to resist the urge to rush. This wasn't a moment for adrenaline or snap decisions. He retreated to the corner of his workshop, lit one cigarette after another, and spent hours staring at that polished metal sphere resting on the dusty floor. How radioactive is it? A nagging part of his mind kept asking, though he knew it was already too late to matter. If that heavy ball was throwing off hard gamma rays, he'd be dead by now anyway. Another part of his brain had already accepted that. This was a time for careful thought, for weighing every option. It took every ounce of willpower to stay seated, but he managed for the first time in years. He felt a pang of regret about his education. He knew electrical and mechanical engineering inside out, but he'd never bothered diving into nuclear physics. What would he ever have needed that for, he'd asked himself. On the rare occasions the thought crossed his mind, obviously nothing. So he'd focused his energy on what mattered: mechanical and electronic fusing systems, countermeasure equipment, the physical traits of explosives, and how detection systems worked. He was genuinely an expert on that last one. He devoured every piece of literature he could find on airport security and bomb-sniffing tech. Number 1, Gones told himself as he lit his 54th cigarette of the day, I need every book on nuclear materials, their properties, bomb design, radiological signatures. The Israelis must know the bomb is missing. Since 1973, he thought, stunned. So why hadn't they found it, of course? The Golan Heights were volcanic, meaning the soil and rock down there were mostly basalt, which naturally gave off higher background radiation. The bomb was buried 2 or 3 meters deep in that rocky ground, and whatever it emitted got lost in the noise. I'm safe, Gaussen realized. If the weapon were truly hot, it would have been shielded better. Thank Allah for that. Can I actually do this? That was the real question, wasn't it? Why not? Why not? He muttered aloud. Why not? I've got all the pieces. Damaged, sure, but... He crushed the cigarette butt into the dirt beside the pile of others and stood up. A coughing fit racked his body. He knew the smokes were slowly killing him, more dangerous than any of this. But they helped him think. The engineer bent down and lifted the sphere, wondering what to do with it. For now, he tucked it into a corner and tossed a toolbox over it. Then he walked out to his jeep and drove to headquarters, a 15-minute trip. I need to speak with the commander, Gaussen told the head guard. He's already turned in for the night, the guard replied, the whole detail clearly looking out for their boss. He'll see me. Gaussen brushed past him and headed inside. Coatis' quarters were on the second floor, so Gaussen climbed the stairs, slipped by another guard, and pushed open the bedroom door. He could hear retching coming from the bathroom. Who in the hell is it? A gruff voice snapped. I said I didn't want to be bothered. It's Gaussen. We need to talk. Can't it hold until morning? Kati stepped out, his face pale and drawn. It came out as a question, not a command, and that told Ibrahim more about his commander's state than he'd ever known before. Maybe this would lift his spirits. My friend, I have something to show you. It has to be tonight. Gaussen fought to keep his voice calm and steady. Is it really that urgent? Kati's reply sounded almost like a whimper. Yes, Gaussen confirmed, tapping his ear with a hint of frustration. That Israeli bomb had some new fusing systems, and it nearly took me out. We've got to warn the others about it. Koti hesitated, his brow furrowing. Bomb, I thought? He stopped, mid-sentence, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Tonight, you say? I'll drive you there myself, Gaussen offered. Koti's resolve held steady. Fine, give me a moment to get dressed. Gaussen waited downstairs, brushing off the chief guard's concerns. The commander and I have business to handle. Mohammed the guard protested, but Gaussen waved him off. I'll take him myself. There's no security issue at my shop. But you're worrying like an old woman. If the Israelis were that sharp, you'd already be dead. And the commander with you. The darkness hid the guard's expression, but Gon could feel the man's simmering fury, a seasoned fighter unaccustomed to being dismissed. We'll see what the commander says. What's the trouble now? Kotai emerged, tucking in his shirt. "I'll drive myself, Commander. No need for a security detail on this one. Whatever you say, Ibrahim." Kotai climbed into the jeep, and Gon pulled away, leaving bewildered guards in the dust. "So what's this really about?" "It's a bomb, not an electronics pod," the engineer replied, his eyes fixed on the road. "We've recovered dozens of those cursed things. What's so special about this one? Easier to show you." Gauzen sped through the night, his tone shifting. "And if you think I've wasted your time, feel free to end my life when we're done." Kati's head turned sharply. The thought had crossed his mind, but he was too pragmatic a leader. Gauzen might not be fighter material, but his expertise was invaluable. The commander sat in silence for the rest of the ride, wishing his medication would let him keep a meal down. 15 minutes later, Gons parked 50 meters from his shop and guided Kati along a winding path to the building. By then, the commander was more irritated than curious. When the lights flickered on, he saw the bomb case. "So what about it?" "Come here." Gons led him to the corner, bent down, and lifted a toolbox. "Take a look." It was a metal sphere like a small cannonball. Gauzen savored the moment as Kati's anger gave way to confusion. "That's plutonium." The commander's head snapped around as if yanked by a wire. "What? What do you?" Gauzen raised a hand, his voice calm but firm. "What I know, Commander, is that this is the explosive core of an atomic bomb. An Israeli one?" "Impossible," Kati whispered. Gauzen gestured for him to touch it. The commander obeyed, pressing a finger to the warm surface. "It's warm? Why?" "Alpha particle decay. A harmless form of radiation here anyway. That's plutonium, the explosive heart of an atomic bomb. Nothing else fits." "You're certain?" "Absolutely. It can only be what I say it is." Gauzen moved to the bomb case and held up some delicate electronic parts. "These look like glass spiders, don't they? They're Crichton switches, built for pinpoint precision, and that kind of precision is needed for only one purpose inside a bomb case. And these explosive blocks, the intact ones, notice some are hexagons, others pentagons, that's to form a perfect explosive sphere. A shaped charge like an RPG's, but focused inward. These blocks are designed to crush that sphere down to the size of a walnut. But it's metal. What you're describing isn't possible. Commander, I admit I don't know everything about this, but I know enough. When those explosives detonate, they compress that metal sphere like it's made of rubber. You know how an RPG shreds tank armor, right? Well, imagine 100 of those warheads packed into a single device. That's the kind of explosive force we're talking about here. When that metal gets crushed, the atoms get squeezed so tight they kick off a nuclear chain reaction. Think about it, Commander. The bomb landed in an old farmer's garden right at the start of the October War. The Israelis were caught completely off guard by the Syrian offensive, and they were stunned by how deadly those Russian-made rockets turned out to be. The jet went down, the bomb vanished into the chaos, and the exact details of how it got lost don't really matter in the end. What matters, Ismail, is that we've got our hands on the core components of a nuclear weapon. Gon reached for another cigarette and sparked it up. "Can you actually?" "Possibly," the engineer replied. And for the first time in over a month, the shadow of pain lifted from Kati's face. "Truly, Allah is generous." "Truly he is, Commander. We need to approach this with extreme care. Every angle, every risk, and the security side of things." Kati nodded slowly. "Oh, absolutely. You were right to bring me here alone. In this matter, we can't trust a single soul, not one." His voice faded for a moment before he turned back to Gauzen. "What do you need to get started? Information, Commander, books, manuals, technical documents, and you want to know where I have to go to find them? Russia?" Gauzen shook his head with a thin smile. "Israel, Commander. Where else would they keep the records?" Over on Capitol Hill, Representative Alan Trent met Jack Ryan in a House hearing room, the one reserved for closed-door sessions and swept clean for bugs every single day. "How's life treating you, Jack?" The congressman asked, settling into his chair. Can't complain, Al. The president had a good day. That he did? The whole world did, actually. The country owes you a real debt of gratitude, Dr. Ryan. Jack's smile carried a heavy dose of irony. Let's just make sure nobody ever finds out about that. All right, Trent shrugged. Rules of the game. You should be used to it by now. So what brings you down here on such short notice? We've got a new operation in motion, codenamed Nitaka. The DDCI spent the next several minutes laying out the details. Full documentation would come later, but for now, all that was needed was a heads up on the operation and its purpose. $1 million a month, that's all he's asking for? Trent laughed out loud. The director was horrified. Jack said dryly, I've always liked Marcus, but the man's tighter than a drum. And we've got 2 certified Japan bashers sitting on the oversight committee, Jack. Reining them in with this kind of intel is going to be a real headache. 3, if you count yourself, Al Trent put on a wounded expression. Me, a Japan basher? Just because my district used to have 2 TV factories and a major auto parts supplier just laid off half its workforce. Why on earth would I hold a grudge over that? Let me see the cabinet minutes, the congressman said, his tone shifting to business. Ryan opened his briefcase. You can't copy them and you can't quote from them. Look, Al, this is a long-term operation, and, Jack, I didn't just fall off the turnip truck, did I? You've turned into a real sourpuss. What's eating you? Long hours, Jack explained, handing over the papers. Al Trent was a speed reader, and he tore through the pages with unsettling quickness. His face went blank, and he transformed back into what he truly was beneath it all, a cold, calculating politician. He leaned left on the spectrum, but unlike most of his peers, Trent drew the line at the water's edge when it came to ideology. He saved his fire for the House floor and his passion for home. Everywhere else, he was pure ice. Fowler's going to lose his mind when he sees this. These people are the most arrogant bunch on the planet. You've sat in on cabinet meetings, ever hear language like this, Trent asked? Only on political matters. I was taken aback by the tone, too. But it could just be a cultural thing, remember? The congressman glanced up briefly. True. Beneath all that polished politeness, they can be wild and reckless, kind of like the Brits. But this is straight out of Animal House. Christ, Jack, this is volatile stuff. Who recruited him? The usual mating dance. He keeps turning up at embassy functions, and the Tokyo station chief picked up on it. Let the lead marinate for a few weeks, then made his play. The Russian handed over the package and his list of demands. Quick question. Why Nitaka? That rings a bell somewhere. I came up with it myself. When the Japanese carrier group was steaming toward Pearl Harbor, the go code was climb Mount Nitaka. And remember, you're the only one in this room who knows that word. We're shifting to a monthly code rotation on this one. It's sensitive enough that we're rolling out the full treatment. Sounds good, Trent said. But what if this guy's a provocateur? We've kicked that around. Possible, sure, but not likely. The KGB pulling something like that would basically break the rules of the game as we know them these days. Hold on. Trent flipped back to the last page and scanned it again. What's all this about communications? That's the scary part. Ryan laid out his plan in detail. 50 million? You're sure about that? That's just the initial setup. Then there's the new gear. Once we're running, we're looking at around 15 million a year. Actually, that's pretty solid, Trent said, shaking his head. NSA's quoting us double that just to upgrade their legacy system. They've got a massive infrastructure to maintain. My numbers should hold up fine. Mercury's a lean operation. How fast do you need it? Trent knew Ryan had a knack for hard budgeting, a skill he'd picked up in the private sector, something the government types never quite mastered. Yesterday would have been ideal, sir, Trent nodded. I'll work some magic. You want this kept black, obviously? Black as a moonless night, Ryan said. Damn it. Trent slammed the table. "I've warned Olson about this before. His tech guys do their little song and dance, and he eats it up every single time. What if?" "Yeah, what if our entire comms network is already compromised?" Jack said flatly. "Thank God for Glasnost, right?" "Does Marcus get what's at stake here?" "I briefed him this morning. He gets it completely. Look, Al, Cabot might not have the years we'd like, but he's a quick study. I've reported to worse." "You're too loyal must be a holdover from your Marine days," Trent said with a grin. "You'd make a hell of a director someday." "Not in this lifetime." "Probably right. And now that Liz Elliott's running national security, you better watch your back. You know that." "Yep. What exactly did you do to get on her bad side?" "Though honestly, it doesn't take much." It was right after the convention, Ryan explained. "I was in Chicago briefing Fowler. She caught me wiped out from back-to-back trips and started yanking my chain. I yanked back." "Learn to play nice," Trent advised. Greer used to say the same thing. Trent slid the papers back across the desk. "Tough, isn't it?" "Sure is. Learn anyway. Best advice I've got." Though he figured it was a lost cause. "Yes, sir." "Good timing on the request, by the way. The committee's going to love this new op. The Japan hawks will whisper to their friends on appropriations that the agency's finally pulling its weight. We'll have the cash wired in 2 weeks if we're lucky. Hell, 50 million. That's pocket change. Thanks for stopping by." Ryan locked his briefcase and stood. "Always a pleasure." Trent shook his hand warmly. "You're a solid guy, Ryan. Shame you're straight." Jack laughed. "We all carry our burdens, Al." Back at Langley, Ryan tucked the Nayataka files into secure storage, wrapping up his day earlier than usual. He and Clark grabbed the elevator to the garage and peeled out of the lot a full hour ahead of schedule, a habit they kept every couple of weeks. 40 minutes later, they rolled into the parking lot of a 7-Eleven straddling the line between Washington and Annapolis. "Hey there, Doc, Ryan," Carol Zimmer called out from behind the register. One of her sons took over for her, and she guided Jack into the back room while John Clark kept an eye on the storefront. Clark wasn't losing sleep over Ryan's safety, but he couldn't shake a nagging unease about how a few neighborhood troublemakers viewed the Zimmer operation. He and Chavez had already dealt with that one gang leader right in front of 3 of his guys, one of whom made a move to step in. Chavez let that kid off easy, no hospital stay required, which Clark took as a sure sign Ding was maturing. "How's business?" Jack asked once they were in the back room. "We're up 26% from this time last year." Carol Zimmer had been born in Laos less than 4 decades ago, plucked from a hilltop fortress by an Air Force Special Ops helicopter, just as the North Vietnamese Army swept through that final American stronghold in the northern part of the country. She was 16 then, the last surviving child of a Hmong chieftain who'd served U.S. interests and his own, since he'd been a willing agent with courage and honor, right up to his death. She later married Air Force Sergeant Buck Zimmer, who died in another helicopter after another betrayal. And that's when Ryan stepped in. Even after years in government, he hadn't lost his business instincts. He picked a solid spot for the store, and as luck would have it, they never needed his educational trust fund for the first kid now in college. A kind word from Ryan to Father Tim Riley landed the boy a full scholarship at Georgetown, where he was already on the dean's list in pre-med. Like many Asian parents, Carol treated education with near religious devotion, and she instilled that in all her children. She also ran her store with the kind of mechanical precision a Prussian sergeant would expect from an infantry squad. Kathy Ryan could have performed surgery on that register counter. It was that spotless. Jack smiled at the thought. Maybe Lawrence Alvin Zimmer Jr. would do exactly that someday. Ryan glanced over the books. His CPA certification had lapsed, but he could still read a balance sheet. "You staying for dinner with us, Carol?" "I can't. I need to get home. My son has a little league game tonight." "Everything okay?" "No problems. Not even from those punks. They don't come back. Mr. Clark scared them away for good. If they ever come back, I want you to call me immediately, Jack said firmly. Okay. I learned my lesson, she promised. Good, you take care. Ryan stood to leave. Doc Ryan? Yes, Air Force. Say Buck die in accident. I never ask anybody, but I ask you, accident or no accident. Carol Buck lost his life doing his job saving lives. I was there, so was Mr. Clark. The ones who make Buck die, you have nothing to fear from them, Ryan said evenly. Nothing at all. Jack saw the recognition flicker in her eyes. Her English was limited, but she'd caught the weight of his answer. Thank you, Doc Ryan. I never ask again, but I had to know. It's okay. He was surprised she'd waited this long. The bulkhead speaker crackled to life. Con, sonar. I have a routine noise level bearing 047. Designate contact Sierra 5. No further information at this time. Will advise very well. Captain Ricks turned to the plotting table. Tracking party, begin your TMA. He surveyed the room. Instruments showed a speed of 7 knots, a depth of 400 feet, and a course of 303. The contact sat broad on his starboard beam. The ensign running the tracking party wasted no time, pulling up the Hewlett-Packard minicomputer tucked in the starboard after corner of the attack center. Okay, he announced. I've got a trace angle. A little shaky computing now. The machine took all of 2 seconds, all right? I have a range gate. It's a convergence zone, range between 3,500 and 4,500 yards if he's in CZ1, 55 and 61,000 yards for CZ2. It's almost too easy, the XO muttered to the skipper. You're right, X, Ricks ordered. Disable the computer. Lieutenant Commander Wally Claggett, the executive officer of the USS Maine's Gold Crew, strolled back to the console and killed the power. We've got a problem with the HP computer. Looks like a multi-hour repair job, he said flatly. Too bad, Ensign Ken Shaw leaned toward the quartermaster beside him at the chart table and muttered, Thanks a lot. The petty officer whispered back. Easy, Mr. Shaw. We've got your back. We don't need that thing anyway, sir. Keep the chatter down in the attack center. Captain Ricks snapped. The boat was tracking northwest, with sonar feeding a steady stream of data into the room. About 10 minutes later, the tracking team locked onto their assessment. Captain, Shaw reported. Contact Sierra 5 looks to be in the first convergence zone, range estimated at 39,000 yards, heading generally south, speed between 8 and 10 knots. That's not good enough, the co barked. Con, sonar, Sierra 5 is likely an Akula-class Soviet fast attack. Preliminary ID is Akula number 6, the Admiral Lunin. Stand by, a brief pause hung in the air. Possible aspect change on Sierra 5, possible turn. Con, we've got a definite beam-on aspect now. Captain, the XO interjected, that gives him maximum effectiveness with his towed array. Got it. Sonar Con, run a self-noise check. Sonar I standing by. A few tense seconds ticked by. Con, we're picking up some kind of noise, not sure what it is. Sounds like a rattle. Maybe something in the after ballast tanks. Wasn't there before, sir. Definitely aft, definitely metallic. Con, maneuvering room here. We've got something odd going on back aft. I can hear a clatter, possibly in the ballast tanks. Captain, Shaw cut in. Sierra 5 has reversed course. Target is now heading southeasterly, about 130. Maybe he's got ears on us, Ricks growled. We're going up through the layer. Make your depth 100 feet. 100 feet. The diving officer shot back. Helm 5 degrees up on the Fairwater Plains. 5 degrees up. Planes are at 5 degrees up, coming to 100 feet. Con, maneuvering. The rattle's gone. It stopped right when we took that slight up angle. The XO grunted beside the captain. What in the world does that mean? Probably means some careless dockyard worker dropped his toolbox in the ballast tank. Happened to a buddy of mine once. Ricks was genuinely fuming now, though if you had to deal with such mishaps, this was as good a spot as any. Once we're above the layer, I want to head north and clear datum. Sir, I'd hold off. We know where the CZ is. Let him drift out of it. Then we can slip away while he's deaf to us. Let him think he's got us pinned before we pull any tricks. He probably has no clue we're even here. If we maneuver sharply now, we're giving ourselves away. Rix mulled it over. No, we've killed the noise aft. He's likely lost us already, and above the layer we can blend into the surface racket and make our exit. His sonar's mediocre at best. He doesn't even know what we are. He's just sniffing around. This way we widen the gap. Aye, aye, the XO said, keeping his tone neutral. Maine leveled off at 100 feet, sitting well above the thermocline, that invisible boundary where warm surface waters meet the cold depths. It completely altered the acoustic picture, and in Rix's mind it should wipe out any chance the Akula had of holding them. Con sonar, we've lost contact on Sierra 5. Very well, I have the con, Rix declared. Captain has the con, the officer of the deck confirmed. Left 10 degrees rudder, come to new course 350. Left 10 degrees rudder, I, steadying on 350, Sir Rudder is left 10 degrees. Very well. Engine room con, make turns for 10 knots. Engine room I, turns for 10 knots, main steadied onto a northerly heading and poured on the speed. It took a few minutes for her towed array sonar to stretch out and become useful again, leaving the American submarine half blind in the water. Con, maneuvering, that noise is back, the speaker blared. Slow to 5, all ahead 1/3. All ahead 1/3, I engine room. Answers all ahead 1/3. Very well. Maneuvering, con. What about that noise? Still there, sir. We'll give it a minute, Rix decided. Sonar con, anything on Sierra 5? Negative, sir. No contacts at this time. Rix took a sip of his coffee and stared at the bulkhead clock for 3 long minutes. Maneuvering con, what about the noise? Hasn't changed, sir. Still there. Damn, X. Bring her down a knot. Claggett complied, but he could see the skipper was starting to unravel. That wasn't good. Another 10 minutes crawled by. The troubling noise aft faded somewhat, but refused to disappear. Con sonar. Contact bearing 015. Just popped up out of nowhere. It's Sierra 5, sir. Definite, Akula class. Admiral Lunin. Looks like direct path contact Boan aspect. Probably just came up through the layer, sir. Does he have us? Rix asked. Probably. Yes, sir. The sonarman replied. Stop. Another voice cut in. Commodore Mancuso walked into the room. Okay, we're calling the exercise right here. Officers, come with me. A collective sigh of relief filled the room as the lights came up. The space was housed in a large square building that looked nothing like a submarine, even though its various rooms replicated most of the critical sections of an Ohio-class boomer. Mancuso led the attack center crew into a conference room and shut the door. Bad tactical move, Captain. Bart Mancuso was never one for sugarcoating. What advice did you give your skipper? Claggett recited it word for word. Captain, why did you reject that advice? Sir, I figured our acoustical edge was enough to let me pull that off and maximize separation from the target. Wally, Mancuso turned to the Red Team skipper, Commander Wally Chambers, who was about to take command of the USS Key West. Chambers had served under Mancuso on the Dallas and had all the makings of a top-tier fast-attack captain. He'd just proven it, in spades. It was too predictable, Captain. On top of that, by holding course and changing depth, you put that noise source right in my towed array and gave me a hull-popping transient that marked you as a definite subcontact. You'd have been better off turning bow on, holding your depth, and slowing down. All I had was a faint hint. If you'd eased off, I never would have ID'd you. But you didn't. So I caught your hop above the layer and sprinted in fast underneath as soon as I cleared the CZ. Captain, I didn't even know I had you until you told me, But you told me, and you let me get close. I floated my tail over the layer while I stayed right under it. There was a solid surface duct, and I had you at 29,000 yards. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. From there, it was just a matter of keeping up my sprint until I had a high-probability firing solution. I had you cold. The whole point of this exercise was to show you what happens when you lose your acoustical advantage. Mancuso let that sink in before continuing. Okay, so it wasn't fair, was it? Whoever said life was fair? The Aquala's a solid boat, but how good is its sonar, really? We assume it's as good as a second flight 688. No way, Rix thought to himself. What other surprises should I expect? Good question. The answer is we don't know. And if you don't know, you assume they're as good as you are. No way, Rix told himself again. Maybe even better, Mancuso didn't add. All right, the Commodore told the assembled attack center crew. Rix watched Captain Mancuso leave the room, trading a laugh with Chambers as the door swung shut. Mancuso was a sharp, capable submarine commander, no question. But he was still a fast attack guy at heart, and that mindset didn't belong in charge of a boomer squadron. He just didn't see the big picture the right way. Bringing in his old buddy from the Atlantic Fleet, another fast attack type, sure, that was standard procedure. But come on. Rix was convinced he'd made the right call. The test had been completely unrealistic. Hadn't Rosselli told both of them that the Maine was as quiet as a black hole? This was supposed to be his big chance to impress the Commodore, and instead, he'd been thrown off by a contrived, unfair scenario and a few slip-ups from his own crew. The very guys Rosselli had been bragging about. Mr. Shaw, let me see your TMA records here, sir. Ensign Shaw, fresh out of sub-school in Groton barely 2 months ago, stood in the corner, clutching his chart and notes with white-knuckled tension. Rix grabbed them and spread them across a work table, his eyes scanning the pages with growing irritation. Sloppy. You could have done this a full minute faster. Yes, sir, Shaw replied, unsure how he could have possibly sped things up, but the captain said it, so it had to be true. That might have made all the difference, Rix added, his voice carrying a sharp, bitter edge. Sorry, sir. That was Shaw's first real mistake. Rix straightened up, but he still had to look up to meet the ensign's eyes, which didn't do anything for his mood. Sorry doesn't cut it, mister. Sorry puts our ship and our mission in danger. Sorry gets people killed. Sorry is what a failed officer says. Do you understand me, Mr. Shaw? Yes, sir. Fine. The word came out like a curse. Let's make sure this never happens again. The next half hour was spent combing through the exercise data. The officers moved to a bigger room to replay the scenario, seeing what the red team had picked up on. Lieutenant Commander Claggett hung back, slowing the captain down. Skipper, you were a little rough on Shaw. What do you mean? Rix asked, caught off guard and annoyed. He didn't screw anything up. I couldn't have shaved more than 30 seconds off that track myself. The quartermaster with him has been doing TMAs for 5 years. He's even taught it at sub-school. I watched both of them closely. They did just fine. Are you saying the mistake was mine? Rix asked, his voice deceptively calm. Yes, sir, the XO replied honestly, as he'd been trained to do. Is that so? Rix walked out the door without another word. To say Petra Hassler-Bach was unhappy would be a massive understatement. A woman in her late 30s, she'd spent over 15 years on the run, dodging the West German police until things got too hot, forcing her to slip into the East Zone, what used to be the East Zone. The Bundeskriminalamt investigator mused with a faint smile. Remarkably, she'd thrived in the chaos. Every photo in the thick file showed a vibrant, attractive woman with a girl's smooth face framed by pretty brown hair. That same face had coldly watched 3 people die, one after days of brutal knife work. The detective reminded himself that particular murder had been a political statement. It happened right around the vote on whether to let the Americans base their Pershing II and cruise missiles in Germany, and the Red Army faction wanted to scare people into seeing things their way. It hadn't worked, of course, though. It had turned the victim's death into something out of a horror story. "Tell me, Petra, did you enjoy killing Wilhelm Manstein?" the detective asked. "He was a pig." She shot back, defiant. An overweight, sweaty, whoremongering pig. That was how they'd caught him. The detective knew Petra had orchestrated the abduction by first capturing his gaze, then igniting a short-lived but intense affair. Manstein admittedly wasn't the finest specimen of German masculinity, but Petra's interpretation of female empowerment was far more extreme than what most Western societies would consider normal. The most ruthless figures within the Baader-Meinhof group and the Red Army faction had consistently been the women. Some psychologists theorized this was a backlash against the traditional Kinder, Kirche mentality of German men. But the woman sitting across from him was the most chillingly detached killer he had ever encountered. The initial body parts delivered to Manstein's relatives were precisely those that had so deeply infuriated her. Manstein had survived for 10 days after that, according to the medical examiner's report, providing gruesome amusement for this still youthful woman. Well, you certainly handled that, didn't you? I'd imagine Gunther was rather disturbed by your enthusiasm, wasn't he? After all, you spent, 5 evenings with Herr Manstein before the kidnapping? Did you relish that aspect as well, my dear? The insult found its mark. The investigator observed Petra had once been striking, but those days were gone. Like a flower wilting a day after being cut, she seemed devoid of life. Her complexion was pallid, dark circles shadowed her eyes, and she had shed at least 20 pounds. A flicker of defiance burned in her, but it quickly faded. "I suspect you did, surrendering to him, letting him have his way. You must have found it enjoyable enough for him to keep returning. It wasn't merely a trap, was it? It couldn't have been purely an act. Herr Manstein was a selective womanizer. He had vast experience, and he only sought out the most accomplished professionals. Tell me, Petra, where did you gain such expertise? Did you rehearse with Gunther or with others? All in the name of revolutionary justice, of course, or revolutionary solidarity, isn't that right? You're a worthless tramp, Petra. Even prostitutes have a code of ethics, but you have none, and your precious revolutionary movement?" The detective sneered. "Oh, what a noble cause. How does it feel to be shunned by the entire German public?" She shifted uneasily at that, but couldn't quite muster a response. "What's the matter, Petra? No grand speeches now? You were always going on about your dreams of freedom and democracy, weren't you? Feeling let down now that we have genuine democracy and the people despise you and your kind. Tell me, Petra, what's it like to be rejected?" "Completely rejected, and you know it's the truth," the investigator pressed. "You know it's no laughing matter? You watched the crowds in the streets from your windows, didn't you? You and Gunther? One of those protest marches happened right beneath your apartment, didn't it? What went through your mind as you observed, Petra? What did you and Gunther whisper to each other? Did you call it a counter-revolutionary ploy?" The detective shook his head, leaning forward to peer into those hollow, vacant eyes, savoring his own handiwork, just as she had once savored hers. "Tell me, Petra, how do you explain the election results? Those were fair elections. You know that, of course. Everything you fought for and killed for, all a colossal error, all pointless. Well, it wasn't entirely wasted, was it? At least you got to share a bed with Wilhelm Manstein." The detective settled back and lit a slim cigar, exhaling smoke toward the ceiling. "And now, Petra, I trust you savored that little rendezvous, my dear. You will never walk out of this prison alive. Never, Petra. No one will shed a tear for you. Not even when you're confined to a wheelchair. Oh, no, they'll remember your atrocities and convince themselves to leave you here with all the other monsters. There is no escape for you. You will die within these walls. Petra." Petra, Hassler-Bach's head, snapped up at that. Her eyes widened for a split second as if she might speak, but she held back. The detective continued in a relaxed tone. "We lost track of Gunther, by the way. We nearly caught him in Bulgaria, missed him by 30 hours. The Russians, you see, have been sharing their files on you and your comrades, all those months you spent at those training facilities. Well, regardless, Gunther's still out there somewhere. We figure Lebanon, probably bunkered down with that whole crew of your old cronies. They're on the list next, the detective told her. The Americans, the Russians, the Israelis, they're all playing nice now, didn't you hear? It's all part of this treaty nonsense. Isn't that just great? I think we'll flush Gunther out over there with any luck. He'll do something stupid like put up a fight, and we can snap a photo of his corpse for you. Speaking of photos, that reminds me. The investigator announced he had something to show her. He popped a video cassette into the machine and flicked on the TV. The picture wobbled for a second before settling into what was clearly a shaky home-recorded tape. On screen sat twin girls, decked out in matching pink dirndls perched side by side on a standard rug in a standard German apartment. Everything was perfectly in ordnung. Even the magazines on the coffee table were aligned at sharp right angles. Then the real show began. "Come, Erica! Come, Ursel!" A woman's voice cooed from behind the lens, and both toddlers hoisted themselves up on the table edge, wobbling dangerously as they took their first unsteady steps toward her. The camera chased their clumsy, staggering progress until they tumbled into her waiting arms. "Mutti! Mutti!" they squealed in unison. The detective clicked the TV off. "They're talking and walking already. Ist das nicht wunderbar? Their new mommy adores them, Petra. Anyway, I figured you'd want to see that. That's all for today." He pressed a hidden switch, and a guard appeared to escort the shackled prisoner back to her holding cell. The cell itself was a bare, sterile cube of whitewashed brick. No window to the outside world, just a solid steel door with a tiny spy hole and a slot for sliding in meal trays. Petra had no idea that a small plastic panel, disguised as another brick near the ceiling, housed a TV camera sensitive to red and infrared light, watching her every move. She kept her cool on the walk back and even through the slam of the heavy door behind her. But once alone, the walls started closing in. Petra's vacant eyes dropped to the floor, also painted white, too wide and too shocked for tears at first, as she stared into the wreckage of everything her life had become. Part of her, with a certainty bordering on insanity, whispered that this couldn't be real. But it was everything she'd believed in, everything she'd sacrificed for, gone Gunther, gone the twins, gone the cause, gone her future, gone. She knew the BKA detectives were just toying with her, interrogating her for their own amusement. They never seriously pushed for intel, and honestly, why would they? She had nothing of value to hand over. They'd even shown her the files from Stasi headquarters, the whole treasure trove her so-called socialist brothers had kept on her, way more than she ever imagined. Now sitting in West German hands, names, addresses, phone numbers, records stretching back over 20 years, secrets about herself she'd long buried, and details about Gunther she never even knew existed. All of it sitting in BKA files. It was over. Everything was lost. Petra choked back a sob and then just let it out, the tears flooding freely. Erica and Ursel, her own flesh and blood, the proof of her belief in the future, of her love for Gunther, taking their first steps in a stranger's living room, calling some random woman Mutti, Mommy. The wife of a BKA captain, they'd told her that much. She wept for half an hour, silent and still, knowing a microphone was hidden somewhere in this cursed white box that refused to let her sleep. Everything gone, and life here? She remembered the one and only time she'd been in the exercise yard with the other inmates. They'd had to pull 2 of them off her, their screams echoing as the guards dragged her away for treatment. Whore. Murderous animal to rot in this place for 40 years or more alone. Always alone, waiting for madness to creep in, waiting for her body to wither and fail, because for her, life meant life. She was certain of that. There would be no mercy, no pity. The detective had made that crystal clear. No friends, no hope, lost and forgotten. Nothing left but the hate. She made her choice without hesitation, the way countless prisoners before her had done. finding a way to secure a sharp piece of metal. It was a small sliver of razor blade taken from the tool she was permitted to use for shaving her legs once a month. She retrieved it from its hidden spot, then pulled the white sheet off the mattress. The mattress itself was unremarkable, roughly 4 inches thick, wrapped in a heavy striped covering. Its edge was finished with a fabric loop, inside of which ran a stiff, rope-like cord with the mattress material sewn tightly around it to provide strength. Using the razor's edge, she began to carefully cut the trim away from the mattress. It took 3 hours and a fair amount of blood, since the blade piece was tiny and sliced her fingers repeatedly. But at last she had about 2 yards of makeshift rope. She fashioned a noose at one end and tied the other end to the light fixture above the door. To reach it, she had to climb onto her chair, though she would have needed the chair anyway. It took 3 tries to get the knot just right, making sure the rope wasn't too long. Once she was satisfied, she moved without pausing. Petra Hassler-Bach slipped off her dress and her bra. Then she knelt on the chair with her back to the door, adjusting her position carefully, placed the noose around her neck, and pulled it snug. She drew her legs up, using her bra to bind them between her back and the door. She refused to hesitate, determined to prove her bravery and her commitment. Without a single prayer or a moment of regret, she pushed the chair away with her hands. Her body dropped barely 2 inches before the rope caught and tightened. Her physical instincts fought back immediately. Her legs strained against the bra, holding them in place, but that struggle only pushed her slightly away from the door, making the pressure on her neck worse. The pain caught her off guard. The noose crushed her larynx before settling beneath her jaw. Her eyes flew open, staring at the white bricks of the far wall. And then panic hit her. Ideology can only take you so far. She couldn't die, didn't want to die, didn't want to. Her fingers clawed at her throat, which was a fatal error. They tried to slip under the mattress trim, but it was too thin, slicing into the soft skin of her neck so deeply that she couldn't get even one finger underneath. Still, she kept fighting, knowing she had only seconds before the lack of blood to her brain began to take over. Her vision was already fading, the lines of mortar between the perfectly uniform bricks blurring away. Her hands kept scratching, cutting into the surface vessels of her throat, and the blood only made the noose slicker, letting it dig in even deeper, cutting off the carotid arteries more completely. Her mouth opened wide, and she tried to scream, no, she didn't want to die, needed help. Couldn't anyone hear her? Could no one come? Too late, just 2 seconds, maybe 1, maybe less. The last bit of consciousness told her that if she could only loosen the bra holding her legs, she could stand up, and the detective watched the TV screen, saw her hands drift weakly toward the bra, searching for the clasp before they dropped away, twitched for a few more seconds, and then went still. So close, he thought, so very close to saving herself. What a shame. She had been a pretty girl, but she'd chosen murder and torture, and she'd chosen death. And if she'd changed her mind at the end, didn't they always? Well, not quite always. That just proved again that the brutal ones were cowards at heart, nicht wahr? Aber natürlich. This TV is broken, he said, and clicked it off. Better get a replacement to watch over prisoner Hassler-Bach. It'll take about an hour, the guard supervisor said. That's quick enough. The detective pulled the cassette from the same recorder he'd used to play the touching family footage. It joined the other in his briefcase. He clicked the case shut and rose. No smile crossed his face, but a quiet satisfaction lingered there. It wasn't his problem that the Bundestag and Bundesrat couldn't pass a straightforward, effective death penalty law. That was the Nazis' fault, of course, damned barbarians. But even barbarians weren't complete idiots. They hadn't torn up the Autobahns after the war, had they? Of course not. So just because the Nazis had executed people, some of them even ordinary murderers any civilized government of the time would have hanged, well, if anyone deserved death, it was Petra Hassler-Bach. Murder by torture, death by hanging. That The detective figured was fair enough. The Wilhelm Manstein case had been his from day one. He'd been there when the man's genitals arrived in the mail. He'd watched the pathologist work the body, attended the funeral, and remembered the sleepless nights when he couldn't scrub those horrifying images from his mind. Maybe now he finally could. Justice had crawled, but it had arrived. With any luck, those two sweet little girls would grow into decent citizens, and no one would ever know what their birth mother had been. The detective walked out of the prison toward his car. He didn't want to be around when her body was found. Case closed. "Hey, man, Marvin, I hear you did well with weapons," Gauzen said to his friend. "No big deal, man. I've been shooting since I was a kid. That's how you get dinner where I come from. You outshot our best instructor," the engineer pointed out. "Your targets are a hell of a lot bigger than a rabbit, and they don't move. Hell, I used to hit jacks on the move with my .22. If you have to shoot what you eat, you learn right quick to hit what you aim at." "Boy, how'd you do with that bomb thing?" Marvin Russell asked. "A lot of work for very little return," Gosnon replied. "Maybe you can make a radio from all that electrical stuff," the American suggested. "Perhaps something useful. 10. Last stands. Flying west is always easier than flying east. The human body adjusts more easily to a longer day than a shorter one, and the combination of good food and good wine makes it all the easier. Air Force One had a sizable conference room that could be used for all manner of functions. In this case, it was a dinner for senior administration officials and selected members of the press pool. The food, as usual, was superb. Air Force One may be the only aircraft in the world which serves something other than TV dinners. Its stewards shop daily for fresh foods which are most often prepared at 600 knots at 8 miles altitude, and more than one of the cooks had left military service to become executive chef at a country club or posh restaurant. Having cooked for the President of the United States of America looks good on any chef's resume. The wine in this case was from New York, a particularly good blush Chablis that the President was known to like when he wasn't drinking beer. The converted 747 had 3 full cases stowed below. 2 white-coated sergeants kept all the glasses filled as the courses came in and out. The atmosphere was relaxed and the conversations all off the record, on deep background. And be careful, or you'll never eat in here again. "So, Mr. President," the New York Times asked, "how quickly do you think this will be implemented?" "It is starting even as we speak. The Swiss Army representatives are already in Jerusalem to look things over. Secretary Bunker is meeting with the Israeli government to facilitate the arrival of American forces into the region. We're looking at actual movement on the ground within 2 weeks." The Chicago Tribune's reporter pressed on. "And what about the families being forced out of their homes?" Fowler acknowledged the hardship without flinching. "It's going to be a real disruption for them, no question. But we're going to fast-track the construction of new housing, and the Israelis have secured credits to buy prefabricated homes built in America. We're also footing the bill for a factory, so they can produce their own long-term. Relocating thousands of people is never easy. But we're going to do everything in our power to smooth the transition." Liz Elliott chimed in, her tone sharpening the point. "Let's keep some perspective here. A decent home is just the baseline. Peace demands a sacrifice, sure, but it delivers something far more valuable, the kind of security these people have never known. That's not a small thing." The Tribune reporter raised his glass, a gesture of deference. "Mr. President, I didn't mean that as a criticism. We all see this treaty as a genuine blessing." Murmurs of agreement circled the table, but the execution of it is a story our readers care deeply about. Fowler nodded, his voice steady. "The relocations are the toughest piece of this puzzle, and we owe the Israeli government a debt of gratitude for accepting that burden. Our job is to make it as humane as possible." A different journalist jumped in. "So what American forces are heading over to defend Israel?" A flicker of satisfaction crossed Fowler's face. He'd been waiting for this question, especially since the last one had completely missed the elephant in the room, whether the Knesset would even ratify the deal. I'm glad you asked. We're reactivating the 10th United States Cavalry Regiment, a legendary unit with a storied past. One of the black regiments the old Westerns conveniently forgot. It's being stood up at Fort Stewart, Georgia, and I've already ordered ships from the National Defense Reserve Fleet to start moving. The first commander will be Colonel Marion Diggs, a West Point man and a true soldier. That's our ground force. In the air, we're sending a full wing of F-16s, a detachment of AWACS, and all the support crews. And the Israelis are giving us home porting rights at Haifa, so we'll keep a carrier battle group and a Marine unit in the Eastern Med as a permanent backstop. A reporter frowned. But with all the budget constraints, Fowler cut him off. Dennis Bunker gets the credit for the 10th Cavalry idea, and I wish I'd thought of it myself. As for the rest, we'll find a way to make it work within the defense budget. The reporter persisted. Is it really essential, sir? Given the fiscal battles we're facing, Liz Elliott didn't let him finish, her glare as sharp as a blade. Of course it is. Israel's security is non-negotiable, and it's the very foundation of this agreement. A low mutter from another journalist. Christ, Marty. The president stepped back in, his tone matter-of-fact. We'll offset the costs in other areas. I know we're heading into another round of ideological squabbling over government spending, but I think today proves that spending pays off. If we need to nudge taxes up a little to secure world peace, the American people will understand. Every pen in the room started moving. The president was floating a new tax. They'd already had the peace dividend I and II. Now this was shaping up to be the first peace tax. One reporter smirked, already picturing the headlines. It would breeze through Congress, just like everything else. And that smirk had another reason behind it, one he wasn't about to share. She caught the flicker in the president's gaze as it drifted toward his national security advisor, and a quiet curiosity stirred within her. She'd tried reaching Liz Elliott at home twice before the Rome trip, but both calls had rolled straight to voicemail on her private line. Maybe she should have pushed harder, maybe camped outside Elliott's townhouse near Kalorama Road and tracked how many nights she actually spent there. But then again, that wasn't her business, was it? No, it wasn't. The president was a single man, a widower, and his personal life carried no public weight as long as he stayed discreet and kept it from clouding his official duties. The reporter figured she was the only one who'd picked up on it. Hell, she thought, if the president and his national security advisor were that tight, maybe it was a plus. Look how smoothly the Vatican Treaty had come together. Brigadier General Abraham Ben Jacob scanned the treaty text in the quiet of his office. He wasn't a man who often wrestled with his own thoughts, and he knew that clarity was a perk of his paranoia. For his whole adult life, starting at 16 when he first took up arms for his nation, the world had been brutally simple. There were Israelis, and there was everyone else. Most of everyone else were enemies or potential ones, while a select few were associates or even friends. But friendship with Israel was usually a one-way street. Avi had run 5 operations in America, technically against the Americans, though that word was flexible. He'd never wanted to harm the U.S. Just to learn things the American government knew or to acquire hardware Israel needed. The intel and equipment would never be turned against them. But the Americans understandably disliked having their secrets lifted. That didn't bother Ben Jacob one bit. His purpose was shielding Israel, not winning popularity contests. The Americans got that. They often passed intelligence to the Mossad on an informal basis, and occasionally the Mossad returned the favor. It was all perfectly civilized, like two rival firms sharing markets and enemies, cooperating now and then but never fully trusting each other. That dynamic was about to shift, whether he liked it or not. America was now committing its own troops to defend Israel, which made it partially accountable for Israel's protection, and in turn made Israel responsible for the safety of those American soldiers, a point the U.S. media hadn't even caught on to yet. That fell under the Mossad's domain. Intelligence sharing would need to become a far broader highway than it had ever been. Avi wasn't thrilled about it. Despite all the excitement, America wasn't a nation you handed secrets to, especially not the ones his officers had bled for. Soon, the Americans would send a senior intelligence rep to hash out the details, and Ryan would be their pick, no doubt. Avi began jotting notes, determined to gather every scrap of information on Ryan so he could strike the sharpest deal possible. Ryan. Was it really true he'd kicked this whole thing off? That was a mystery. Ben Jacob mused. The American government had denied it, but Ryan wasn't exactly chummy with President Fowler or his national security hawk, Elizabeth Elliot. The file on her was crystal clear. Back when she taught political science at Bennington, she'd invited PLO speakers to lecture on their Middle East perspective, all in the name of fairness and balance. It could have been far worse, he supposed. She wasn't Vanessa Redgrave, spinning across a stage with an AK-47 raised high above her head. Avi reminded himself, but her brand of objectivity had stretched so thin it had snapped, leaving her politely nodding along to the very people responsible for the massacre of Israeli children in Ma'alat and the slaughter of athletes in Munich, like far too many in Washington. She'd traded principle for posture. Ryan, though, was cut from different cloth. The treaty was his brainchild, his sources rock solid. Fowler and Elliot couldn't have dreamed up something this bold if they'd tried. The notion of wielding religion as a diplomatic lever would never have crossed their minds. The treaty. He pulled his notes closer, fingers tracing the margins. How had his own government been boxed into this corner? We shall overcome. Was it really that simple? The frantic calls, the cables from Israel's friends in America, the way they were all scrambling to abandon ship as if— But what other path could there have been? Avi sighed. Either way, the Vatican Treaty was a done deal, or probably a done deal, he corrected himself. The anger was already boiling over in Israeli streets, and the coming days would be explosive. The reasoning was painfully clear. Israel was effectively walking away from the West Bank. Troops would stay put, much like American forces still stationed in Germany and Japan, but the territory itself would morph into a demilitarized Palestinian state, its borders guaranteed by the United Nations, which Ben Jacob mused was about as reassuring as a framed certificate on a wall. The real muscle would come from Israel and the U.S. Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf states would foot the bill for rebuilding Palestinian lives. Access to Jerusalem was supposedly secured. That's where the bulk of Israeli forces would sit, in sprawling base camps with freedom to patrol as they pleased. The city itself would fall under Vatican dominion. An elected mayor, would the current Israeli officeholder keep his seat? Why not? Avi thought the man was the fairest of them all, would handle civil matters, but international and religious affairs would be steered by a three-man clerical troika under Vatican authority. Local policing would fall to a Swiss motorized regiment. Avi nearly laughed at that one, but the Swiss had shaped the Israeli military, and they were supposed to train alongside the American 10th Cavalry, a unit with a reputation for being crack troops. On paper, it all looked immaculate. Paper always did. On the ground, though, the protests had already turned ugly. Thousands of Israelis faced displacement. 2 cops and a soldier had already been injured by their own people. The Arabs smartly were lying low. A Saudi-run commission would sort out which Arab family owned which plot of land, a mess Israel had made worse by seizing property of dubious ownership, but that wasn't Avi's headache, and he thanked God for that small mercy. His name was Abraham, not Solomon. Will it hold? He wondered. It cannot possibly hold. Catty told himself, the words hammering through his skull. The news of the signed treaty had sent him into 10 hours of retching nausea, and now with the text in hand, he felt the cold breath of death on his neck. Peace, and yet Israel would still exist? What then of his sacrifices? What of the hundreds, the thousands of freedom fighters mowed down by Israeli guns and bombs? For what had they died? For what had Catty given up everything? He might as well be dead, he thought, bitterly. He had denied himself every pleasure, every comfort. He could have lived an ordinary life, a wife, sons, a house with a garden, steady work as a doctor, an engineer, a banker, a merchant. He had the brains to excel at anything he deemed worthy. But no, he'd chosen the hardest road. His mission was to forge a new nation, to create a home for his people, to hand them the dignity they'd been denied for so long, to lead them. And now but as the nausea slowly ebbed, something else stirred in Kati's chest, a cold, hard resolve. If the politicians wanted to sell out his people's dreams with ink and handshakes, then let them try. History had a way of laughing at parchment. The fight wasn't over. It was just learning a new language. He set the treaty text aside, his hands steadier now, and began to plan to defeat the invaders. To be remembered, that was the fire burning inside him. Anyone could spot injustice, but fixing it would have let him go down in history as someone who shifted the tide of human events, even modestly, even for a small nation. But Kati admitted to himself that wasn't quite right. Pulling off his mission meant standing up to the superpowers, the Americans and Europeans who had stamped their biases onto his ancient homeland, and those who dared to do that were never seen as minor players. If he pulled it off, he'd be counted among the giants, because monumental actions forge monumental reputations, and the giants are the ones history refuses to forget. But whose actions would be remembered now, who had truly conquered what or whom? The commander told himself it wasn't possible. Yet his gut screamed otherwise as he scanned the treaty's stiff, exacting language. His Palestinian people, his noble, resilient people, could they really be lured into accepting this betrayal? Kati rose and stumbled to his private washroom to vomit again. Even as he leaned over the bowl, a cold voice in his head told him that was the real answer. After a spell, he stood, gulped some water to flush the bitter taste, though another flavor clung to him that no amount of rinsing could erase. Across the street, inside another safe house the organization kept, Gunther Bach was tuned into Deutsche Welle's overseas German broadcast. No matter his politics or his hiding spot, Bach never stopped seeing himself as German. A German revolutionary socialist, sure, but German through and through. The radio mentioned it had been another warm day in his true homeland. Clear skies, perfect weather for a stroll along the Rhine holding Petra's hand, and then a short news item stopped his heart cold. Convicted murderer Petra Hasslerbach was discovered hanged in her prison cell this afternoon, an apparent suicide. The spouse of escaped terrorist Gunther Bach, Petra Hasslerbach, was found guilty of the brutal killing of Wilhelm Manstein following her capture in Berlin and received a life sentence. She was 38 years old. The broadcast then pivoted to something about a Dresden football club's surprising comeback, but Bach's mind had already shattered. His eyes went wide in the dark of his room. He couldn't even glance at the lit dial on the radio. Instead, his gaze drifted to the open window and the evening stars. Petra? Dead? He knew it was real, knew better than to pretend otherwise. It was all too real, inevitable, really, apparent suicide. Sure, just like every Baader-Meinhof member had apparently offed themselves, one supposedly shooting himself in the head 3 times. The old joke in West German police circles had been about a death grip on the gun. They'd killed his wife. Bach understood. His beautiful Petra was gone, his closest ally, his truest comrade, his lover, gone. It shouldn't have blindsided him this badly. Gunther realized, what else had he expected? They had no choice but to eliminate her after all. She was both a tie to the past and a risky bridge to Germany's socialist future. By taking her out, they'd locked in the stability of the new order, the Fourth Reich. Petra, he breathed. She was more than a political symbol, more than a revolutionary. He recalled every line of her face, every curve of her young form. He remembered the anticipation of their kids arriving and the smile she gave him after delivering Erika and Ursel. They were lost to him, too, as unreachable as if they'd perished. This wasn't a moment to be by himself. Bach threw on his clothes and crossed the street. He was relieved to see Kati still up, though the man looked terrible. "What's wrong, my friend?" the commander asked. "Petra is dead." Corti's face twisted with real sorrow. "What happened?" Bach asked, his voice flat. "The report says she was found dead in her cell, hanged." His Petra. The words hit him like a physical blow, delayed and sickening. Strangled by that graceful neck of hers, he'd seen that kind of death before, had helped carry one out with Petra herself. They'd executed a class enemy that way once, watched his face drain of color, then swell and darken as the life left him. The image was unbearable. He couldn't let himself picture her that way. Kati bowed his head, grief etched into his features. "May Allah have mercy on our beloved comrade." Bach kept his face neutral, fighting the urge to frown. Neither he nor Petra had ever put stock in God, but he understood the sentiment behind the prayer, even if it was nothing more than wasted breath. It was sympathy, goodwill, friendship. He needed that right now, so he let the irrelevancy slide and drew a steadying breath. "This is a dark day for our cause, Ismail." "Dark doesn't cover it. This cursed treaty—" "I know," Bach cut him off. "I know. So what do you think? If there was one thing Kati could count on, it was Bach's brutal honesty. Gunther was objective about everything, even when the truth cut deep. The German reached for a cigarette from the commander's desk, lit it with the table lighter, and began pacing the room. He had to move to prove to himself he was still alive, as he forced his mind to consider the situation coldly. You have to see this as one piece of a larger puzzle. When the Russians betrayed world socialism, they set off a chain of events designed to hand most of the globe to the capitalist classes. I used to believe the Soviets were just playing clever strategy, angling for economic aid. You have to understand, Ismail, the Russians are a backward people. They couldn't make communism work if their lives depended on it. Of course, communism was a German invention, he added, with a grim, ironic smile, diplomatically omitting the fact that Marx had been a Jew. He paused, then continued in a voice gone cold and analytical, grateful for the chance to shut the door on his emotions and speak like the revolutionary of old. "I was wrong. This was never about tactics. It's a complete betrayal. The progressive elements in the Soviet Union have been outmaneuvered even worse than they were in the DDR. Their overtures to America are genuine. They're trading ideological purity for a taste of prosperity. And they have no intention of ever coming back to the socialist fold. America, for its part, is exacting a steep price for that help. They forced the Soviets to abandon Iraq, to pull back support for you and your Arab brothers, and finally to sign off on their plan to secure Israel once and for all. The Israel lobby in Washington has been plotting this for years. What's different now is Soviet acquiescence. We're not just facing America anymore, we're facing a global conspiracy. We have no friends, Ismail. We have only ourselves. Are you saying we're defeated? Absolutely not." Bach's eyes flashed with fire. "If we stop now, they already have enough of an advantage. Give them a single inch more, and they'll use this moment to hunt every one of us down. Your relationship with the Russians has never been worse, and it's going to get even more hostile. Next, they'll be cooperating openly with the Americans and the Zionists. Who could have imagined the Americans and Russians? No one. No one except the ones who orchestrated it. The American ruling elite and their bought and paid for puppets, Narmanov and his cronies. They played this brilliantly, my friend. We should have seen it coming, but we didn't. You missed it here. I missed it in Europe. The failure is on us." Kati told himself that the brutal truth was exactly what he needed to hear, but his stomach churned in protest. "So what do you propose we do about it?" the commander asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "We're up against an alliance of two unlikely friends and all their hangers-on. To shatter the alliance, one must find a way to drive a wedge between the former partners. History teaches that once an alliance dissolves, the distrust between old friends runs even deeper than before they ever joined forces. But how do you manufacture such a break? Bach shrugged, his expression weary. I don't have the answer yet. It will take time. But the cracks are there. They have to be, he added, as if convincing himself. There's plenty of room for conflict. Many people share our views. Many, back in Germany, still think the way I do. You insist it has to ignite between America and Russia? Catty asked, intrigued as always by his friend's winding theories. That's where it has to end up. If we could spark it there, so much the better. But that seems like a long shot. Maybe not as much of a long shot as you think. Gunther, Catty murmured, barely realizing he'd spoken out loud. Pardon me? Nothing. We'll pick this up later. I'm exhausted, my friend. Sorry to burden you, Ismail. We will see justice for Petra, my friend. They'll pay for what they've done. Catty vowed. Thank you. Bach turned and left, and within 2 minutes he was back in his own room. The radio still hummed, now playing some traditional tune. The full weight of the moment crashed down on him, but no tears came. All Bach felt was a cold, burning fury. Petra's death was a devastating personal loss. But more than that, his entire belief system had been shattered. Her murder was just another symptom of a deeper, more poisonous sickness in the world. If he had his way, the whole world would answer for her death. All in the name of revolutionary justice. Naturally, sleep refused to come easily for Catty. To his own surprise, guilt was part of the problem. He had his own memories of Petra Hassler, her lithe form, her fierce energy, back when she wasn't yet Gunther's wife. The thought of her body swinging from a German rope was a bitter pill. The reports called it suicide, and Catty was inclined to believe them. These Europeans were fragile, brilliant, but brittle. They understood the passion of the fight, but they had no grasp of true endurance. Their strength came from seeing the bigger picture, a product of their cosmopolitan upbringing and generally superior schooling. While Catty and his people zeroed in on their immediate struggles, their European comrades could step back and see the whole chessboard. This flash of insight caught him off guard. For years, Catty and his men had viewed the Europeans as fellow travelers, but never as true equals, just dabbling amateurs in the revolutionary game. That had been a mistake. They'd faced a tougher road because they lacked the vast ocean of discontent that Catty and his colleagues could dip into for recruits. Their lack of success wasn't about brains or commitment, but simply bad luck and tougher circumstances. Bach could have been a brilliant operations chief with his clear-eyed thinking. And now, Catty wondered. That was a question for careful thought, not a snap decision. He'd mull it over for a few days. Maybe a full week. The commander told himself as he finally drifted toward sleep. I have the distinct honor and profound privilege of introducing the President of the United States. The assembled members of Congress rose as one from their packed seats in the House chamber. The front row held the cabinet, the Joint Chiefs, and the Supreme Court justices, all getting to their feet as well. Up in the balconies sat the Saudi and Israeli ambassadors, side by side for what felt like the first time in history. The cameras swept the grand hall where both triumphs and scandals had unfolded, the applause crashing from wall to wall until palms went raw. President Fowler set his notes on the lectern, then turned to shake hands with the Speaker of the House, the Senate's President pro tempore, and finally his own Vice President, Roger Durling. In the glow of the moment, no one thought to notice that Durling was last in line. Next, he pivoted to flash a smile and wave at the massive crowd, and the roar swelled even louder. Fowler ran through every gesture in his playbook. The single-hand wave, the double-hand wave, hands raised to shoulder height, then stretched high above his head. The reaction was genuinely bipartisan, which struck Fowler as extraordinary. His fiercest critics in the House and Senate were clapping with real fervor, and he could tell it wasn't an act. There was still authentic patriotism in Congress, a fact that surprised just about everyone. Eventually, he motioned for quiet, and the applause faded reluctantly. My fellow Americans, I come before this chamber to brief you on the latest developments in Europe and the Middle East, and to present two treaties to the United States Senate that I trust will receive your swift and enthusiastic endorsement." Another burst of clapping followed. Through these agreements, the United States, working alongside a coalition of nations, some trusted allies, and some promising new partners, has helped broker peace in a region that has given so much to the world, yet has experienced so little tranquility itself. You can sift through all of human history. You can chart the growth of the human spirit. Every advance, every beacon that has guided us from savagery, every great soul who has prayed, dreamed, hoped, and labored for this instant, this opportunity, this pinnacle, is the final chapter in the story of human strife. We've arrived not at a beginning, but at an end. We? The president was cut off by more applause. It irked him slightly since he hadn't scheduled that pause. Fowler grinned widely and signaled for quiet. "We have reached an end. It is my privilege to announce that America has spearheaded the journey toward justice and peace." More clapping. "It's only right that this is so a bit over the top, don't you think?" Kathy Ryan remarked. "Maybe a little," Jack muttered from his chair, grabbing his wine glass. "That's just the nature of the beast, honey. There are protocols for these occasions, same as there are for a symphony. You stick to the structure. Besides, this is a massive, heck, a historic achievement. Peace is making a comeback." "So when do you head out?" Kathy asked. "Soon," Jack answered. "Naturally, there's a cost attached to all this, but history demands accountability from those who shape it," Fowler continued on the screen. "Our job is to secure the peace. We must deploy American troops to safeguard the state of Israel. We are committed to defending that brave, tiny nation against any threat." "Which threats?" Kathy pressed. "Syria isn't thrilled with the deal yet. Neither is Iran. As for Lebanon, well, there's no real Lebanon anymore. Just a spot on the map where lives are lost. Libya and the various terrorist factions, plenty of dangers still out there." Ryan drained his glass and headed to the kitchen for a refill. What a waste of quality wine, he thought to himself. At the rate he was downing it, he could have been drinking tap water. "There's also a financial burden," Fowler was saying as Ryan returned. "So taxes are climbing again," Kathy observed with a frown. "Well, what were you expecting?" "50 million of that is on me, of course. A billion here, a billion there. Will it actually change anything?" she asked. "It should. We'll see if those religious leaders genuinely believe what they preach, or if they're just full of hot air. What we've done is handed them a chance to prove themselves, babe. Or better yet, to live up to their principles," Jack corrected himself after a pause. "Either they resolve things according to their faith, or they show themselves to be frauds." "And I don't believe they're frauds. I think they'll stay true to what they've always claimed. They've got no other choice. And soon you won't have any serious work left, will you?" Jack caught the hopeful tone in her voice. "I'm not so sure about that." Once the president finished speaking, the panel jumped into the fray. Leading the opposition was Rabbi Solomon Mendeleev, a seasoned New Yorker whose devotion to Israel bordered on the fanatical, depending on who you asked. Curiously, despite his fiery rhetoric, he'd never once set foot in the country. Jack filed that odd detail away, wondering what the story was behind it. Mendeleev steered a modest yet formidable slice of the Israeli advocacy machine, and he'd been one of the few voices to express anything close to sympathy for the Temple Mount incident. Sporting a full beard and a black yarmulke perched atop a rumpled suit, he cut an unmistakable figure. When the first question came his way, he answered with surprising composure, "This is a betrayal of the state of Israel." His tone stayed measured as he continued. "By forcing Israel to surrender what was rightfully hers, the United States has turned its back on the Jewish people's ancestral claim to their homeland, and, worse, gutted the nation's ability to defend itself. Israeli families will be uprooted at gunpoint, just as they were half a century ago." He let the warning hang in the air. "Hold on a second," another commentator shot back, visibly riled. "Man, these folks don't mess around," Jack muttered under his breath. Mendeleev pressed on, his voice never rising. "I lost relatives in the Holocaust. The entire purpose of Israel is to provide a sanctuary where Jews can live without fear. But the president is deploying American forces. We sent troops to Vietnam," Mendeleev cut in. "We made promises then, too, and there was a treaty on the table. Israel's only real security lies in holding defensible lines with its own soldiers. What Washington has done is strong-arm that country into a deal it can't live with. Fowler choked off defense aid as a so-called message. Well, the message came through loud and clear. Cave in or get cut off. That's the reality. I can back that up, and I'll do so before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee." Jack exhaled slowly. "That's a problem. Deputy Secretary Scott Adler delivered that ultimatum personally, while CIA Deputy Director John Ryan made his own overtures to the Saudis, promising their king that America would rein Israel in. That's troubling on its own, but Adler being Jewish makes it worse." Mendeleev shook his head in disgust. "This guy's got some serious connections. Is he telling the truth, Jack?" Kathy asked. "Not exactly, but what we were doing over there was meant to stay quiet. It wasn't supposed to get out that I'd even left the country." "I knew you were away, but not where. It doesn't matter. He can stir up some noise, but it won't change anything." The protests kicked off the following morning. Everything hinged on this, a last-ditch gamble. At the helm were two Russian Jews who'd only recently been granted exit from a nation that had never shown them much warmth. Upon reaching what they considered their true homeland, they'd been given plots on the West Bank, the territory seized from Jordan during the 1967 Six-Day War. Their cramped prefab units, modest by U.S. standards, yet unimaginably luxurious compared to Soviet housing, clung to one of the countless rocky hillsides that shaped the landscape. It was foreign and unfamiliar, but it was theirs, and people will always fight for what they call home. Anatoly, who'd adopted the name Nathan, had a son already serving as a commissioned officer in the Israeli Defense Forces. David's daughter wore the same uniform. Their arrival in Israel had felt like a miracle, a fresh start, and now they were being ordered to abandon it again? Their lives had weathered enough upheaval. This was the breaking point. The apartment block housed mostly Russian transplants, making it easy for Anatoly and David to rally their neighbors into a tight-knit collective and coordinate their resistance. They managed to track down an Orthodox rabbi, the one missing piece in their tight-knit community, to offer spiritual direction, and then they set off toward the Knesset, flanked by a sea of waving banners and a sacred Torah scroll. Even in a nation this compact, the journey dragged on. But the procession was the kind of spectacle that guaranteed relentless media attention. By the time the exhausted, sweat-soaked marchers finally reached their destination, the entire world had caught wind of their mission and the reason behind it. The Israeli Knesset isn't exactly a model of parliamentary calm. Its members span the spectrum from hardline right to far left, with barely any room left for a moderate middle ground. Voices escalate quickly. Fists slam against desks or pound the air, all while the black and white portrait of Theodor Herzl, the Austrian whose 19th-century Zionist dream envisioned a secure refuge for his persecuted people, stares down at the chaos. The intensity of these lawmakers often leaves outsiders wondering how, in a country where nearly everyone serves in the Army Reserves and keeps an automatic rifle stashed in the closet, no one has ever been blown to bits mid-debate. What Herzl would have made of all this is anyone's guess. Israel's misfortune was that its debates were too heated, its government too fractured along both political and religious lines. Every tiny sect seemed to claim its own slice of land, and with it, its own seat in Parliament. It was a setup that made France's notoriously messy assembly look polished, and it had kept Israel from enjoying a stable government with a coherent national agenda for decades. The protesters, now joined by a growing crowd, showed up an hour before the debate on the treaties was scheduled to start. It seemed all but certain the government would collapse, so the newly arrived citizens fanned out to corner every Knesset member they could find. Those who sided with them stepped outside to deliver impassioned speeches, blasting the treaties and whipping the crowd into a frenzy. "This is making me uneasy," Liz Elliott remarked, staring at the TV in her office. The political storm brewing in Israel had escalated far beyond her expectations, and she'd called Ryan in to gauge the fallout. "Well," the DDCI replied, "it's the one variable we never had a handle on, right?" "Thanks for the reassurance, Ryan." On Elliott's desk sat the latest polling numbers. Israel's top survey firm had questioned 5,000 citizens, revealing 38% backed the treaty, 41% opposed it, and 21% were still on the fence. Those figures mirrored the Knesset's own makeup, the right wing holding a slight edge over the left, while the fragile center stayed splintered into tiny factions, each waiting for the highest bidder to come along and boost their leverage. Scott Adler flagged this weeks ago, "We all knew the Israeli government was on shaky ground going in. Honestly, when in the past 20 years hasn't it been? But if the prime minister can't deliver, then we fall back on plan B." You wanted to squeeze their government, didn't you? Well, you're about to get exactly that. Ryan figured this was the one angle they hadn't fully game-planned, though even a deeper dive wouldn't have changed much. Israel's government had been a textbook case of organized chaos for a generation. The treaty talks had proceeded on the gamble that once it became a done deal, the Knesset would have no choice but to ratify it. Ryan had never been consulted on that strategy, but he still figured it was a reasonable bet, even if the dice were still rolling. Elliott mentioned that the embassy's political officer believed the balance of power might rest with the small faction controlled by their acquaintance Mendeleev, and she tried to keep her tone steady. Jack allowed that it was possible, but Elliott snapped back, calling the notion absurd, insisting that the old man hadn't even set foot in the region. Jack explained he had looked into it, noting it was tied to some religious conviction. Mendeleev refused to return until the Messiah showed up. Elliott blurted out a frustrated exclamation, and Jack couldn't help but chuckle, earning a sharp glare. He reminded her that the man's personal beliefs, however unconventional they seemed, deserved tolerance and respect under the Constitution, and that was the American way. Elliott shook her fist at the TV, venting that this peculiar rabbi was throwing a wrench into everything and demanding if there was any way to intervene. Jack asked quietly what she had in mind, sensing there was more beneath her agitation than simple worry. She trailed off, leaving an opening, and Ryan leaned forward, waiting until he had her full attention. He invoked a historical parallel, referencing the infamous line about being rid of a troublesome priest, and pressed her to be direct about what she was suggesting, whether she intended to meddle in the affairs of a friendly democratic nation or break the law on U.S. soil. Her eyes narrowed, and he made it clear that neither path was acceptable, adding that if she even hinted at tampering with Israel's democratic process, he'd have his resignation on the president's desk before he could drive over to deliver it. He also cautioned that any wishful thinking about harming that elderly gentleman in New York would fall under conspiracy statutes, and as a citizen and government official, his duty was to report such suspicions to law enforcement. Elliott shot him a venomous look, insisting she never said any such thing, but Jack countered that she had stumbled into the most dangerous trap in public service. Believing her noble intentions could override the foundational principles of governance. He admitted it sounded like a lecture, but felt she needed to hear it, warning that his agency wouldn't be complicit in such schemes under his watch. She denied it again, and Jack backed off, offering a sarcastic apology while reiterating that the Israelis should decide for themselves on the treaties given their democratic system. He acknowledged the right to encourage them through aid conditions, but drew the line at direct interference, stressing that some boundaries couldn't be crossed, even by the U.S. government. Elliott managed a thin smile, thanking him for his thoughts on policy and dismissing him. Jack returned the courtesy and offered his assessment that they should hold steady, predicting the treaty would pass despite the current chaos. When she pressed for a reason, he explained that the agreements were objectively beneficial for Israel, and once the public absorbed the details and relayed their opinions to their representatives, they'd come around. He noted that democracies tend to make sound choices, which is why the system had gained global traction. It works. Panicking or rushing into action, he argued, would only create unnecessary complications. If we let the process work as it's designed to, the right outcome will likely follow. Likely? Life offers no guarantees, only probabilities, Ryan said, silently wondering why that was so hard for people to grasp. But stepping in usually fails more often than stepping back. Sometimes the smartest move is to do absolutely nothing. This is one of those moments. Let their machinery run its course. I believe it will sort itself out. That's my take. Thanks for the insight, she replied, already turning away. Always a pleasure. Elliot waited until she heard the door click shut before spinning around. You arrogant bastard, I'll make you pay for that, she muttered under her breath. Out on West Executive Drive, Ryan slid back behind the wheel. You pushed too hard, man, he admitted to himself. No, you didn't. She was drifting toward that mindset, and you had to shut it down immediately. It was the most toxic thought anyone in government could entertain. He'd witnessed it before. Something corrosive happened to folks in Washington, D.C. They arrived brimming with ideals, and those noble intentions evaporated fast in the city's thick, sticky air. Some called it getting absorbed by the machine. Ryan saw it as a kind of moral smog. The very atmosphere of the capital ate away at the soul. And what makes you so special, Jack? He pondered that, ignoring the glance Clark shot him in the rearview mirror as they headed toward the river. What had kept him different so far was that he'd never caved, not a single time, or had he? There were choices he might have handled better, some outcomes hadn't landed the way he'd hoped. You're no different from the rest? You just believe you are. As long as I can keep asking the hard questions and face the answers, I'm fine, sure. So I'm capable of a lot, Gon replied, but not on my own. I'll need assistance. And protection? That's a critical piece. I need to carefully evaluate what's possible. Once I do, I'll know exactly what I require. But I'm certain I'll need help in certain areas. Like what? The commander asked. The explosives. But you're a master at that, Cauty protested. Commander, this job demands a level of precision we've never faced. Standard plastic explosives won't cut it. They're too pliable. They shift shape. The charges I need must be hard as rock, carved to within 1,000th of a millimeter, and the geometry has to be calculated mathematically. I could learn the theory, but that would take months. I'd rather spend my time reworking the nuclear material, and I think I can refine the bomb, Commander. Refine it? How? If my early measurements are right, this device can be turned into something else. Not a bomb itself, but a trigger. A trigger for what? Kyoto asked. A thermonuclear fusion weapon, a hydrogen bomb, Ismail. The blast could be magnified tenfold, maybe 100-fold. We could wipe out Israel, or at least a huge chunk of it. The commander sat silently for a few moments, letting that sink in. When he finally spoke, his voice was low. But you need help. Where's the best place to find it? Gunther might have useful connections in Germany, if he's reliable, Gaussen added. I've thought about this. Gunther can be trusted. Kati laid out the reasoning. Are we certain the story is genuine? Gaussen asked. I don't trust coincidences any more than you do, Commander. There was a photo in a German newspaper. It looked authentic. A tabloid had gotten hold of a stark black and white image showing the aftermath of a hanging in all its brutal detail. The fact that Petra was bare from the waist up guaranteed it would be printed for a terrorist killer. That kind of ending was too sensational to keep from the German public, especially from one man whose manhood she had taken. The real challenge is keeping this under wraps. Too many voices in the room and everything falls apart. "But we're going to need assistance," Kati said with a knowing smile. "You're right, of course, it's time to bring our friend into the loop. You're planning to set off the device in Israel. Where else would it make sense? It's not my call to make the final plans, but I figured I haven't given it much thought yet. One step at a time. Ibrahim, when were you thinking of heading to Israel?" "I was aiming for the next week or so. Hold off until we see how this treaty situation shakes out." Kati paused, weighing his words. "Dive into your research. We'll move carefully on this, slow and steady. First, figure out exactly what you need, and then we'll find the safest possible place to make it happen." The wait felt endless, but in the political arena, forever can stretch from a few minutes to a few years. This time, the pivotal moment arrived in under 3 days. 50,000 more protesters flooded the area outside the Knesset. This wave led by veterans from every war Israel had fought, all throwing their support behind the treaties. The air filled with shouts and raised fists, but remarkably no violence broke out. The police managed to keep the opposing factions apart, and the two sides settled for trying to drown each other out with sheer volume. Behind closed doors, the cabinet reconvened, half ignoring and half absorbing the noise filtering through the windows. The defense minister stayed oddly quiet during the debate. When pressed, he conceded that the American arms package would be a game-changer. 48 additional F-16 fighter bombers, and for the first time, M2-thirds Bradley fighting vehicles, Hellfire anti-tank missiles, and access to the cutting-edge tank gun tech the U.S. was developing. The Americans would also foot most of the bill for a high-tech training facility in the Negev, modeled after their own National Training Center at Fort Irwin, California, where the 10th Cav would serve as the perpetual OPFOR, the opposing force against Israeli units. The defense minister knew exactly what that kind of training had done for the U.S. Army, which hadn't been this sharp since World War II. With the new gear and the training base, he estimated Israel's defense forces would see a real boost in effectiveness, maybe 50%. On top of that, there was the U.S. Air Force F-16 wing and the tank regiment, both of which, per a secret codicil in the Mutual Defense Treaty, would fall under Israeli command in an emergency, and Israel got to define what counted as an emergency. The foreign minister pointed out that this was completely without precedent in American history. So, the prime minister asked, "Do these treaties make us weaker or stronger?" "Somewhat stronger," the defense minister admitted. "Then will you say that publicly?" The defense minister mulled it over, his gaze locked on the man at the head of the table. "Will you back me when I go for the premiership?" his eyes demanded. The prime minister gave a slight nod. "I'll address the crowds. We can make these treaties work." The speech didn't win over everyone, but it was enough to send a third of the anti-treaty demonstrators packing. The pivotal centrist bloc in the Knesset watched the unfolding drama, weighed their consciences, and made their move. The treaties passed by a razor-thin margin, even before the U.S. Senate had a chance to run them through the Armed Services and Foreign Relations Committees. Both agreements were already moving into motion. Robo-soldiers, they weren't meant to pass for human. The Swiss Guards stood over 185 centimeters tall, and none weighed less than 85 kilos, roughly 6'1" and 180 pounds for the American tourists gawking at them. Their physical conditioning was undeniable, a statement in itself. The guard encampment sat just beyond the city limits, occupying ground that had been a thriving Jewish neighborhood a mere fortnight earlier. The compound boasted a state-of-the-art fitness center, where the troops were strongly urged to build muscle until their skin stretched tight over the frame. Their forearms, bare beneath rolled sleeves, were massive, easily thicker than most men's calves, and bronzed from the sun, often dusted with light, sun-bleached hair. Their eyes, mostly a piercing blue, were perpetually shielded. Officers wore dark sunglasses, while the enlisted men sported tinted Lexan visors. Their fatigues featured an urban camouflage pattern. a strange mix of black, white, and various grays that let them melt into the stone and whitewashed stucco of the city with an almost unsettling ease, particularly after dark. Their boots were practical, not the polished dress shoes of ceremonial troops. Helmets were Kevlar, wrapped in the same patterned cloth. Over the fatigues, they wore American-designed flak jackets that only amplified their already imposing frames. And over that, the web gear. Each soldier carried 4 fragmentation grenades, 2 smoke canisters, a liter canteen, a first aid kit, and ammo pouches, a total loadout of roughly 12 kilos. They moved through the city in 5-man teams, 1 non-com and 4 privates, with 12 teams per duty section. Every man carried a SIG assault rifle, a couple of which were fitted with underslung grenade launchers. The sergeant had a sidearm, and 2 men per team lugged radios, keeping them in constant contact and drilling mutual support tactics on the regular half of each section, patrolled on foot, while the other half cruised around in American-built HMMWVs, oversized jeeps, basically, each with at least a pintle-mounted machine gun, and some with 6-barreled miniguns and Kevlar armor for protection. When those horns blared, people got out of the way, fast. At the command post, a platoon-sized quick-reaction force led by a captain was always on standby, armed with heavy weapons like the Swedish Carl Gustaf M2 recoilless rifle, perfect for punching a hole in just about any structure. An engineer unit backed them up with plenty of high explosives, and the sappers made a show of demolishing the abandoned settlements Israel had agreed to vacate. The whole regiment used those sites for target practice, and curious onlookers were allowed to watch from a few hundred meters away, turning it into an odd sort of spectator sport. Local merchants, ever the entrepreneurs, were already hawking T-shirts emblazoned with Robosolder and doing a brisk business. The Swiss guards themselves remained stone-faced, offering nothing to casual questioners, a skill that came naturally. Journalists were steered toward the commanding officer, Colonel Jacques Schwindler, and occasionally got to chat with lower ranks in the barracks or during exercises, but never on the street. Some interaction with the locals was unavoidable, of course. The soldiers picked up basic Arabic, and English worked fine for everyone else. They'd occasionally hand out traffic tickets, though that was mostly the job of the local civil police, still finding their footing with help from the Israelis. On rare occasions, a guard would step into a street brawl or break up a disturbance. But usually the mere sight of a 5-man team was enough to quiet a crowd and inspire a sudden, respectful compliance. Their mission was intimidation, and it didn't take long for the city to realize just how good they were at it. Their mission, however, hinged on something far more symbolic than the physical. Each uniform bore a shield-shaped patch on the right shoulder, centered around the Swiss White Cross on a red field, a nod to the soldier's origins. Surrounding it were the Islamic Star and Crescent, the Judaic Star of David, and the Christian Cross, arranged in 3 versions, so no single emblem claimed dominance. The random distribution was public knowledge, a deliberate statement that the Swiss flag offered equal protection to all faiths. The troops deferred without question to religious authorities, and Colonel Schwindler conferred daily with the city's ruling religious troika, the imam, the rabbi, and the patriarch. Though the troika ostensibly held all power, Schwindler's sharp, measured counsel had carried weight from the very start. A veteran of diplomatic missions to every Middle Eastern capital, he'd earned his reputation as the Swiss Army's finest colonel, an honest and scrupulously fair leader. A gold-mounted sword from the King of Saudi Arabia already hung on his office wall, and a magnificent stallion, which Schwindler had no idea how to ride, was stabled at the guard encampment. Running the city fell to the troika, and they exceeded all expectations. Selected for their piety and scholarship, they quickly earned mutual respect, agreeing from the outset to hold a weekly public prayer service for each represented religion, with all 3 attending in a show of respect rather than participation. The imam had proposed it, and it proved unexpectedly brilliant at smoothing over internal friction while modeling unity for the citizens. Disagreements did arise, but when two clashed, the third mediated, driven by the shared conviction that the Lord God, a phrase all three could utter without reservation, demanded their goodwill. After one heated dispute over shrine access, the Greek patriarch joked over coffee that he'd just witnessed his first miracle. The rabbi countered that it was no miracle. Men of God should simply have the conviction to live by their principles. The imam smiled, noting that maybe it wasn't a miracle, but it had taken over a millennium to get here. "Let's not start a new dispute," the Greek rumbled, "over settling another unless you can help me handle my fellow Christians." On the streets, clerics of different faiths exchanged greetings to set the tone, and Swiss guards saluted them all, removing glasses or helmets for the most senior as the only sign of humanity they were permitted. Word was, they didn't even sweat. "Scary sons of bitches," Ryan muttered from a corner, his shirt sleeves rolled up as American tourists snapped photos. The locals' reactions were a study in contrasts. Jews still seemed a touch resentful, Arabs smiled, and Christians, driven out of Jerusalem by escalating violence, were only beginning to trickle back. When the five-man patrol moved briskly down the street, helmets swiveling left and right, everyone cleared the hell out of their way. "They really do move like machines, don't they?" "You know," Avi remarked, "there hasn't been a single incident involving them since that chaotic opening week. Not even one." Clark muttered a quiet agreement, noting he wouldn't dare tangle with them. That first week had been a whirlwind. A young Arab man, in what was clearly a botched street robbery rather than a political act, had fatally stabbed an elderly Israeli woman. His fatal error was committing the crime in clear view of a Swiss private who swiftly took him down with a martial arts move straight out of an action film. The perpetrator was handed over to the Troika and offered a choice: trial under Israeli or Islamic law. He foolishly opted for the latter. After a week in an Israeli hospital mending his injuries, he was tried according to the strict tenets of the Quran, overseen by Imam Ahmed bin Yusuf. Just a day later, he was flown to Riyadh, driven to a public square, and after a brief moment for repentance, publicly beheaded with a sword. Jack Ryan mused on how one might say, "pour encourager les autres" in Hebrew, Greek, and Arabic. The Israelis were stunned by the swift, harsh justice, but the Muslim community simply shrugged, noting that the Quran's stern criminal code had been effective for centuries. "Your people are still a bit uneasy about this arrangement, aren't they?" Ryan pressed. Avi frowned, caught between personal opinion and stark truth. They'd feel safer with our own paratroopers on the ground, but man to man, Ryan? The truth won out, as it always did with him. "Yeah, sure." Ryan nodded, predicting they'd adapt in a few more weeks. The Arabs respected the Swiss, and their sentiment was the linchpin for peace on this street. Shifting gears, Ryan asked, "Now, will you answer me something?" Clark's head tilted almost imperceptibly. "Maybe?" Jack replied, scanning the street. "How much did you really have a hand in this?" "Nothing at all," Jack answered with a chill that matched the soldier's steady pace. "It was Charlie Alden's brainchild, remember? I was just the messenger." "So Elizabeth Elliot has told everyone," Avi said, letting the implication hang. "You wouldn't be asking if you didn't already know the answer, Avi. So why bother?" "Nicely played." General Ben Jacob sat down, signaling the waiter for 2 beers. Clark and the other bodyguard abstained. "Your president pushed us far too hard, threatening to withhold our arms. He could have been more diplomatic, I suppose, but I don't set policy, Avi. Your people forced the issue when those demonstrators were killed. That reopened a painful chapter in our own history. It crippled your congressional lobby. Many of them were on the opposite side of our civil rights movement, remember? You backed us into a corner. Besides," Ryan stopped short. "Yes, Avi, this just might actually work. I mean, look around," Jack said as the beers arrived, downing a third of his in one gulp. "It's a slim possibility," Ben Jacob conceded. "You get better intel from Syria than we do," Ryan countered. I've heard they've started saying positive things about the settlement, very quietly, of course. Am I wrong? If it's true, Avi grunted. You know what the hardest part about peace intel is? Ben Jacob's gaze drifted to a distant wall, lost in thought. Believing it's possible? Jack nodded. That's where we've got the edge on you, my friend. We've lived through it, true. But the Soviets never spent 2 generations proclaiming they'd wipe you off the map. Tell President Fowler that such fears aren't so easily dismissed. Jack sighed. I have, believe me, Avi. I'm not your enemy. And you're not exactly my ally either. Actually, we are now general. The treaties are signed and enforced. My job is to provide information and analysis to my government, and I'm telling you, this is real. Policy is crafted by people above my pay grade, and far sharper than I'll ever be, Ryan said, his tone dripping with dry sarcasm. Oh, really? And who exactly would that be? General Ben Jakob shot back, a smirk playing on his lips as he studied the younger man. His voice dropped to a low conspiratorial register. You've been in this game for what? Not even a decade, Jack. The submarine ops, your little adventure in Moscow, the part you played in that last election. Ryan flinched, struggling to mask his shock, but failing miserably. Jesus, Avi, how in the hell did he dig that up? Watch your language, Dr. Ryan. The Mossad deputy chief scolded, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This is the city of God, after all. Those Swiss fellows might take a shot at you. And tell that lovely Miss Elliot that if she pushes too hard, we've still got connections in your press. A story like that could make waves. Avi grinned, clearly enjoying himself. Avi, if your people bring that up with Liz, she won't have the faintest clue what you're talking about. Nonsense. General Ben Jakob barked out a laugh. You have my word on that, sir. Now it was Brigadier Ben Jacob's turn to look taken aback. That's a hard one to swallow. Jack drained the last of his beer, setting the bottle down with a quiet clink. Avi, I've told you all I can ever occur to you that your intel might not come from the most reliable source. Here's the deal. I've got zero personal knowledge of what you're hinting at. If some kind of arrangement went down, I was kept completely in the dark. Sure, I've got a hunch something might have happened, and I could even take a guess at what it was, but if I ever end up in front of a judge, all I can say is I know nothing. And you, my friend, can't blackmail a man over something he doesn't even know exists. You'd have to do some serious convincing just to make him believe any of it happened in the first place. My God, what Moore and Ritter cooked up really was a masterpiece, wasn't it? Ryan set his glass down, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Things like that only happen in movies, General. That's pure Hollywood, look, Avi. Maybe that report of yours is a bit flimsy. The flashy ones usually are. Reality never quite matches the script, after all. It was a solid bluff, and Ryan grinned to sell it. Doc Ryan, back in 1972, the Black September faction of the PLO hired the Japanese Red Army to open fire at Ben Gurion Airport. They did just that, killing mostly American Protestant pilgrims from your island of Puerto Rico. The one terrorist we captured alive told his interrogators that his dead comrades and their victims would become a constellation of stars in the sky. In prison, he supposedly converted to Judaism, even circumcising himself with his teeth, which says a lot about his adaptability, Brigadier General Avi Ben Jakob added as if discussing the weather. So never tell me something's too insane to be true. I've been an intelligence officer for over 2 decades, and the only thing I'm certain of is that I haven't seen it all yet. Avi, even I'm not that paranoid. You've never lived through a Holocaust, Dr. Ryan. Oh, so Cromwell and the potato famine don't count? Get off that high horse, General. We're sending U.S. troops here. If it comes down to it, there'll be American blood spilled on the Negev, or the Golan, or wherever it goes down. And what if, Avi? You keep asking what if. If that what if ever becomes reality, General, I'll fly out here myself. I was a Marine once. You know I've taken fire before. There won't be a second Holocaust. Not while I'm breathing. My people won't allow it to happen again. Not my government, Avi, my countrymen. We won't stand for it. If Americans have to sacrifice their lives to defend this land, then Americans will die doing exactly that. You said that about Vietnam. Clark's eyes narrowed at that. And Ben Jacob caught the flash of anger. You got something to say? General, I'm no big shot official, just a grunt with delusions of grandeur. But I've logged more combat hours than anyone in this country of yours, and I'm telling you straight what scares me most about this place is how you guys keep making the same damn mistakes we did over there. We learned you didn't, and Dr. Ryan's right, Clark assured him, his tone steady and subdued, that the man would indeed show up, and that he'd be right there alongside him if it came to that. He'd taken his fair share of enemies down, too. Avi, though, he already knew the answer, prodded lightly, asking if Clark was another Marine. Clark shrugged it off, saying it was close enough, and added with a hint of a grin that he'd stayed sharp, as the saying goes. When Avi asked about his partner, Clark nodded toward Chavez, who lounged at the corner with an easy posture, scanning the street like it was second nature. He vouched for him, saying he was as good as ever, and that the young guys in the cab were solid too. But then Clark's tone shifted, turning more pointed. He called the whole war talk nonsense, telling the general that real security came from settling things at home. Peace, he said, would follow that like a rainbow trailing a storm. The general pushed back, muttering something about learning from mistakes. Clark didn't let it slide. He reminded him that they'd once had a 4,000-mile buffer to retreat through. But that wasn't the case here. It wasn't far from this spot to the Mediterranean. He urged the general to take their lessons to heart, adding that the good news was they had a better shot at forging a lasting peace than his side ever did. When the general bristled at the idea of having it imposed, Clark came back with a blunt, almost wry edge. If it worked, they'd be grateful. If it didn't, there were plenty of people ready to stand by them when things went sideways. Clark noticed Ding had drifted from his post, wandering with the lazy aim of a tourist, and he went on alert, watching the crowd. The general asked if Clark would be among those standing by. Clark shot back, without hesitation, that he could bet on it, though his focus was already elsewhere, trying to figure out what had caught Ding's eye, what he might have missed. Across the way, Gauzen lingered, studying the pair. It took him a second, but his memory clicked. Brigadier General Abraham Ben Jacob, the deputy director of the Mossad, face matched from countless recognition photos he'd drilled into his head. The American beside him was a question mark. Gauzen let his gaze drift, casual and unhurried, noting the obvious bodyguard nearby, a serious-looking man, late 40s, with a hardness that wasn't aggression but pure vigilance. You could school your face, but the eyes gave you away, and just as Gauzen caught that glint, the man slid his sunglasses back on. There had to be more than one guard, plus Israeli security scattered around. Gauzen realized he'd lingered a beat too long, but before he could correct himself, a man bumped into him, slightly built, darker-skinned, maybe even a fellow Arab, but he spoke English. The contact was over in a flash, and Gauzen felt a quick expert pat-down before the stranger muttered an apology and moved off. Gauzen couldn't tell if it was a random collision or a deliberate check by some security type, Israeli, American, or otherwise. It didn't matter much. He was clean, carrying nothing but a shopping bag stuffed with books. Clark caught Ding's all-clear signal, a subtle gesture that looked like brushing a fly from his neck. Still, the target's lingering glance nagged at him. Anyone who took too much interest in his protectee was a potential threat. Why had the man stopped and stared? Clark turned, scanning the area. 2 tables over sat a striking woman, likely European, speaking something Germanic, Dutch, maybe. Pretty girls drew looks, and it was possible he and the others had simply been in the line of sight between an admirer and his subject. For a protective officer, the line between awareness and paranoia was always blurry, even in a controlled environment, and Clark knew better than to think he had it figured out. They'd picked this cafe at random, on a random street, and with Ryan here and Ben Jacob tagging along, no one had intelligence sharp enough to track them. nor the manpower to cover even a single city, except maybe the Russians in Moscow. But that stare still bugged him. He filed the face away, adding it to the hundreds of others already stored in his mental catalog. Goes moved on, finishing his rounds. He'd grabbed every book he needed and now watched the Swiss troops, noting their movements, their bearing, how disciplined they looked. Avi Ben Jacob, he mused. A mischance targets like that didn't come around often. He kept walking down the uneven cobblestone lane, eyes vacant, scanning the scene with the practiced disinterest of a man who had nothing on his mind. He signaled for the next right turn, quickened his stride, and aimed to put himself ahead of the Swiss team before they could reach the upcoming intersection. He found himself both impressed by their professionalism and uneasy about recognizing it. "Impressive work," Ben Jacob said to Clark. "Your man is clearly well drilled. He's got potential." Clark watched as Ding Chavez circled back to his observation post across the street. Recognize the face? Not offhand. "My people likely captured a photo. We'll look into it, but it was probably just some young guy with typical urges." Ben Jacob nodded toward the Dutch woman, assuming that's what she was. Clark found it curious the Israelis hadn't moved on her yet. A shopping bag could hide almost anything, and anything usually spelled trouble in this kind of setting. He truly despised this line of work. Watching out for himself came naturally. He relied on constant movement, unpredictable routes, irregular timing, and a sharp eye for exits or traps. But Ryan, while he might share some of those instincts and tactically, the DDCI was no slouch. Clark had to admit, placed an almost naive amount of trust in his two protectors. "So, Avi?" Ryan asked. "Well, the first wave of your cavalry is settling in nicely. Our tank folks are impressed with your Colonel Diggs. Though I have to say, their regimental emblem strikes me as odd. A bison is essentially just a wild cow, isn't it?" Avi let out a chuckle. "Just like with a tank, Avi, you wouldn't want to stand in front of it." Ryan mused about what would happen when the 10th Cav ran its first major training drill alongside the Israelis. The U.S. Army had a long-standing belief that the Israelis were overhyped, and Diggs carried a hefty reputation as a no-nonsense tactician. "Looks like I can tell the president that the local situation is showing real signs of progress. There will be bumps along the way." "Naturally there will. Avi, the millennium's still a few years off," Jack remarked. "But honestly, did you expect things to move this smoothly, this fast?" "Honestly, no," Ben Jacob admitted. He pulled out cash to settle the bill, and both men rose from the table. Clark caught the signal and walked over to Chavez. "So, just that one guy. Big shopping bag, but it seemed full of books. Textbooks, actually. There was a receipt sticking out of one. Can you believe it? Nuclear physics texts. At least the one title I caught. Big, thick, heavy thing. Maybe he's a grad student or something, and that is one attractive woman over there, man. Let's stay focused on the job, Mr. Chavez. She's not my type, Mr. Clark. What about those Swiss guys? They look way too polished for field operators. I wouldn't want to tangle with them unless I picked the ground and the timing, man." Chavez paused for a moment. "You catch how the guy I searched gave them a long look? Can't say I did." He did. Seemed like he knew exactly what he was. Domingo paused again. "Guess folks around here have seen plenty of military types anyway. He sized them up like a pro. That's what hit me first, not how he glanced at you in the dock. The guy had sharp eyes. You follow me? What else? Moved well, in decent shape, but his hands were smooth. Not rough like a soldier's. Too old for an undergrad, though. He could pass for a grad student." Chavez hesitated once more. "Jesucristo, this is a paranoid game we're in, man." He wasn't armed. His hands didn't suggest any martial arts training. He just strolled down the block, checked out those Swiss grunts, glanced over at where the doc and his buddy were sitting, and kept walking. "That's all. There were moments when Chavez regretted not staying in the army. He'd have his degree and his commission by now instead of squeezing in night classes at George Mason while playing shadow to Ryan. At least the doc was a decent guy and working with Clark was something else. But this intelligence world was a strange way to live. "Time to move," Clark said. "Got it." Ding's hand brushed the automatic holstered beneath his loose shirt. The Israeli guards were already heading up the street. Ghazen's timing was impeccable, exactly as he had orchestrated. The Swiss had played right into his hands. An elderly Muslim cleric had halted the squad sergeant with a question, creating a momentary standstill. A translation snag had arisen, the imam's English was non-existent, and the Swiss soldier's grasp of Arabic was still painfully rudimentary. It was an opening Ghosn couldn't ignore. "Pardon me," he interjected, addressing the imam. "Might I offer my services as a translator?" He took in the rapid cascade of his native tongue, then pivoted to the soldier. "The imam hails from Saudi Arabia. He hasn't set foot in Jerusalem since his boyhood, and he's hoping for directions to the Troika's headquarters." Recognizing the cleric's stature, the sergeant doffed his helmet and offered a respectful nod. "Kindly convey that we'd be honored to escort him." "Ah, there you are." A new voice cut through the air, unmistakably Israeli. His Arabic carried an accent but was fluent. "Good day, Sergeant," the man added in English. "Greetings, Rabbi Ravenstein. You're acquainted with this gentleman?" the soldier inquired. "Allow me to introduce Imam Mohammed al-Faisal, a distinguished scholar and historian from Medina." "Is everything I've heard true?" al-Faisal asked Ravenstein directly. "All of it and then some," the rabbi exclaimed. "Forgive me," Ghosn interjected. "And you are?" Ravenstein asked. "Just a student. I was lending a hand with the language barrier." "Ah, I see," Ravenstein replied. "Very thoughtful of you. Mohammed's here to examine a manuscript we unearthed at a dig site. A scholarly Muslim commentary on an ancient Torah dating back to the 10th century. A remarkable discovery, Sergeant. I'll take it from here, and my thanks to you as well, young man." "Need an escort, sir?" the sergeant asked. "We're headed that direction." "No, thank you. We're both far too slow to keep pace with you." "Understood." The sergeant saluted. "Have a good day." The Swiss contingent moved on, with a handful of onlookers smiling at the brief exchange. The commentary is penned by Al-Qalda himself, and it appears to reference the works of Nuchem of Acre. Ravenstein said, "The preservation is nothing short of extraordinary." "Then I absolutely must see it." The two scholars shuffled down the street as quickly as their aged legs allowed, lost in their own world. Ghosn's expression remained unchanged. He had put on a show of curiosity and light-heartedness for the benefit of the Swiss infantrymen, now a block away with a gaggle of children trailing behind them. His composure let him slip aside, duck into another turn, and melt into a narrow alleyway. But what he'd witnessed was profoundly unsettling. Mohammed al-Faisal was a titan among Islamic scholars, a revered historian, and a distant relation to the Saudi royal family, despite his humble demeanor. Were it not for his age, he was approaching 80. He could have been a candidate for the Troika running Jerusalem, though they'd deliberately chosen a scholar of Palestinian lineage for political optics. A staunch critic of Israel and one of the most hardline Saudi religious figures, had he too fallen under the treaty's spell? Even more troubling, the Swiss had shown him the deepest deference, and the Israeli rabbi had matched it. The locals in the streets, nearly all of them Palestinians, had observed the scene with a mix of amusement and what? Tolerance, acceptance, as if it were the most ordinary occurrence imaginable. The Israelis had long paid lip service to respecting their Arab neighbors, but that promise had never carried any real weight. Ravenstein, of course, was a different breed. A scholar adrift in his own world of relics and ideas, he'd frequently advocated for moderation with Arabs and ran his digs with Muslim consultation, and now he was a living bridge between the Jewish and Arab worlds. People like him would keep doing what they'd always done, but this time it wasn't an outlier, was it? Peace. It was within reach. It could actually happen. This wasn't some wild fantasy imposed on the region from the outside. What struck him was how fast regular people were rolling with it. Israelis were packing up and leaving. The Swiss had already moved into one settlement and torn down a handful of others. A Saudi-led commission had been formed and was already sorting out land claims, returning parcels to those who had rightful ownership. Plans were underway for a major Arab university on the edge of Jerusalem, bankrolled entirely by Saudi funds. Everything was accelerating at a dizzying pace. Israelis were pushing back, sure, but far less than he'd anticipated. Word from a dozen contacts suggested that within a week, tourists would be pouring into the city. Hotel reservations were flooding in as fast as satellite phones could transmit them. 2 massive new hotels were already on the drawing board to handle the surge. And just from the tourism boom alone, the Palestinians stood to rake in serious money. They were already declaring total political victory over Israel, and they'd made a collective choice to be gracious winners. It made good business sense, and nobody in the Arab world had sharper commercial instincts than the Palestinians. Still, Israel would find a way to survive. Gozen settled at a street cafe, dropped his bag, and ordered a glass of juice. Watching the narrow lane as he waited, he saw a mix of Jews and Muslims moving through. Soon the place would be swarming with visitors. The first trickle had barely touched the airports. Muslims naturally heading to the Dome of the Rock to pray, Americans flashing cash, even Japanese tourists drawn to a land older than their own civilization. Prosperity was coming to Palestine, and prosperity was the handmaiden of peace, the quiet killer of discontent. But that wasn't what Ibrahim Ghosn wanted for his people or his land. Not yet, anyway. Maybe eventually, but only once the right groundwork had been laid. He paid for his orange juice with American dollars and walked off, grabbing a cab a few minutes later. He'd slipped into Israel from Egypt. Next stop was Jordan, then back to Lebanon. There was work waiting for him, and he prayed the books in his bag held what he needed. Ben Goodley was a postdoctoral fellow out of Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, a sharp, handsome academic at 27, loaded with enough ambition to fill the entire political dynasty that gave the school its name. His dissertation had dissected the intelligence failures of Vietnam, and it had stirred up enough controversy that his professor had passed it along to Liz Elliott for her take. The National Security Advisor's only gripe with Goodley was his gender. Nobody's perfect. "So what kind of research are you looking to do?" she asked. "Doctor, I want to dig into how intelligence decisions have shaped the recent shifts in Europe and the Middle East. The tricky part is getting FOIA clearance to access certain classified areas. And where do you see yourself going with this?" Elliot pressed. "Teaching, writing, government work, what? Government service. Hands down, the current climate demands that the right people make the right calls. My thesis made it pretty obvious, I think, that the intelligence community has served us poorly since the 1960s. The entire institutional mindset there is stuck in the wrong gear, at least." He leaned back, trying to look at ease. "That's how it seems to an outsider." "And why do you think that is?" "Recruiting is a big part of it. The way the CIA picks its people basically dictates how they collect and interpret information. They build a massive self-fulfilling prophecy. Where's their objectivity? Where's their ability to read trends? Did they call 1989? Not a chance. What are they missing right now?" "Probably plenty. It might be worthwhile," Goodley said, "to understand the big issues before they explode into full-blown crises." "I agree." Elliot noticed the young man's shoulders relax as he let out a quiet, relieved breath. She decided to string him along just a little enough to make it crystal clear who was calling the shots. "So, what do we do with you?" Elliot's gaze drifted lazily across the room. "Marcus Cabot's looking for a research assistant. You'll need a security clearance and a hefty non-disclosure agreement. Nothing gets published without prior approval." "That's basically prior restraint," Goodley countered. "What about the Constitution?" The government can't operate without keeping some secrets. You might get access to some incredible material here. So, is your endgame getting published? Or is it what you said earlier? Public service comes with its fair share of trade-offs. Well, there are some big openings at the CIA coming down the pipe in a few years, Elliot hinted. I see, Goodley replied, and he meant it. I never planned to leak classified info, obviously. Obviously, Elliot echoed. I can sort that out through my office. Your paper impressed me. I want someone with your brain working for the government, provided you can live with the restrictions. Then I suppose I can. Great. Elliot smiled. You're officially a White House fellow now. My secretary will walk you over to the security office. There's a mountain of paperwork waiting. I've already got a secret clearance. You'll need way more than that. This is a SAP SAR clearance. Special access programs. Special access required. Usually takes a few months to process. Months? Goodley blinked. I said usually we can fast-track parts of it. Start looking for an apartment. Is the stipend enough? More than enough. Perfect. I'll loop in Marcus over at Langley. You'll want to meet him. Goodley's face lit up as he looked at the National Security Advisor. Welcome to the team. The new fellow took the hint and rose. I won't let you down. Elliot watched him walk out. It was almost too easy to hook people, she mused. Sex could do the trick, sure, but power and ambition. Those were the real bait. She'd proven that time and again, and a sly smile crept across her face. An atomic bomb? Bach's voice cracked with disbelief. So it seems, Kati confirmed. Who else is in on it? Golsen found it. Just him. Can it actually work? The German pressed, his mind racing. And why drag me into this? It's damaged pretty badly and needs repairs. Ibrahim's gathering the intel to assess the job. He thinks it's doable. Gunther leaned back, exhaling slowly. This isn't some convoluted hoax, an Israeli setup, maybe an American one. If it is, it's a damn clever one, Kati said, laying out how they stumbled onto it. 1973, that tracks. I still remember how close the Syrians came to wiping out the Israelis. Bach paused, shaking his head. How would you even use something like that? That's the million-dollar question, Gunther. Too soon for that. First, figure out if the damn thing can be fixed. Second, you need to know its yield. No, wait, before that, you gotta know its size, weight, and whether it's portable. That's the real deal breaker. Then you look at the yield. I'm guessing he stopped mid-thought. Guessing, I don't know squat about these weapons. They can't be too bulky. Some are small enough to fit in artillery shells under 20 centimeters across. That much I know. This one's a lot bigger than that, my friend. You shouldn't have told me, Ismael. In a game like this, secrecy is everything. You can't trust a soul with this kind of knowledge. People run their mouths. They brag. There could be moles in your outfit. It was necessary. Gauzen knows he can't do this solo. What contacts do you have in the DDR? What kind? Kati filled him in. I know a few engineers guys who worked on the East German nuclear program, though it's dead in the water, you realize. How's that? Honecker was pushing to build a handful of Russian-style reactors. When Germany reunited, their environmental activists took one look at the design and, well, you can imagine, the Russian designs don't exactly have a stellar reputation, do they? Bach grunted. As I keep telling you, the Russians are a backward people. Their reactor designs, one fellow told me, were mainly for production of nuclear material for weapons. And it is likely that there was a nuclear weapons program within the DDR. Interesting. I never thought that through, did I? Bach asked himself quietly. What exactly do you want me to do? I need you to travel to Germany and find some people we would prefer merely one for obvious reasons to assist us. Back to Germany, Bach asked himself. I'll need. Kati tossed an envelope into his friend's lap. Beirut has been a crossroads for centuries. Those travel documents are better than the real ones. You will need to move your location immediately, Bach said. If I am caught, You will have to assume that they will get every bit of information I have. They broke Petra. They can break me or anyone else they wish. I will pray for your safety. In that envelope is a telephone number. When you return, we will be elsewhere. When do I leave tomorrow? 12, Tinsmiths. And I'll raise you a dime, Ryan said after taking his draw. You're bluffing, Chavez said after a sip of beer. I never bluff, Jack replied. Out Clark tossed in his cards. They all say that, the Air Force sergeant observed. See your dime and bump you a quarter. Call, Chavez said. 3 jacks. Beats my 8s, the sergeant groused. But not a straight dock. Ding finished off his beer. Gee, that puts me $5 ahead. Never count your winnings at the table, son, Clark advised soberly. I never did like that song. Chavez grinned. But I like this game. I thought soldiers were lousy gamblers. The Air Force sergeant observed sourly. He was $3 down, and he was a real poker player. He got to practice against politicians all the time on long flights when they needed a good dealer. One of the first things they teach you at CIA is how to mark cards, Clark announced as he went for the next round of drinks. Always knew I should have taken the course at the farm, Ryan said. He was about even. But every time he'd had a good hand, Chavez had held a better one. Next time I'll let you play with my wife. She good? Chavez asked. She's a surgeon. She deals seconds so smooth she can fool a professional mechanic. She plays with cards as a kind of dexterity exercise, Ryan explained with a grin. I never let her deal. Mrs. Ryan would never do anything like that, Clark said when he sat back down. Your turn to deal, Ding said. Clark started shuffling, something he also did fairly well. So, what you think, Doc? Jerusalem better than I hoped? How about you? Last time I was there, 84, I think. God, it was like Olongapo in the P.I. You could smell it. The trouble, I mean. You couldn't actually see it, but, man, it was there. You could feel people watching you. Now, it's sure chilled out some. How about some 5-card stud? Clark asked. Dealer's choice, the sergeant agreed. Clark dealt the whole cards, then the first set of up cards, 9 of spades to the Air Force, 5 of diamonds to our Latino friend, Queen of clubs to the doc, and the dealer gets, how about that? Dealer gets an ace. Ace bets a quarter. Well, John? Ryan asked after the first round of bets. You do put a lot of faith in my powers of observation, Jack. We'll know for sure in a couple of months, but I'd say it looks all right. He dealt 4 more cards. Possible straight. Possible straight flush to the Air Force. Your bet, sir. Another quarter. The Air Force sergeant felt lucky. The Israeli security guys have mellowed out some, too. How so? Dr. Ryan, the Israelis really know about security. Every time we fly over here, they put a wall up around the bird. You know, this time the wall wasn't so high. I had a chance to chat with a few of them, and they admitted they feel a lot less tense now. Nothing official. Just between us, before they barely said a word to anyone. Honestly, the change was night and day from where I was standing. Ryan smiled as he tossed his cards in. An 8, a queen, and a deuce weren't going to save him. It was the same old story. You always got a clearer picture from the sergeants on the ground than from the generals in their offices. What we're looking at here, Ghosts began, flipping his notebook to the right page, is essentially an Israeli-built replica of an American Mark 12 fission bomb. It's a boosted fission device. What does that mean exactly? Canty pressed. It means tritium is injected into the core right at the moment of detonation that floods the reaction with extra neutrons and ramps up the efficiency dramatically. The upside is you only need a minimal amount of fissile material to get the job done. But Kati could sense the catch coming before Gon even said it. Gon leaned back, his eyes fixed on the device's core. But the mechanism that injects the boost material was shattered on impact. The Crichton switches controlling the conventional explosives are too damaged to trust and need to be swapped out. We've got enough intact explosive blocks to map out the right setup, but fabricating fresh ones is going to be a nightmare. Honestly, I can't rely on just tearing this thing apart and copying it. I have to reconstruct the original design from theory first, figure out its limits, and then reinvent the manufacturing steps from scratch. Do you have any clue what that original project cost? No, Cotty admitted, bracing himself for the answer. It cost more than putting a man on the moon. The greatest minds of the century were poured into this. Einstein, Fermi, Bohr, Oppenheimer, Teller, Alvarez, von Neumann, Lorentz, and 100 more. The titans of physics, absolute giants. So you're saying it's beyond you? Gosnell smirked. No, Commander. I'm saying it's well within my reach. What took genius the first time is just tinsmith work the second. It demanded brilliance back then because it was uncharted territory and the tech was painfully primitive. The initial calculations were done by hand on clunky mechanical calculators. The first hydrogen bomb was designed on those early behemoth computers, ENIAC, I believe. But today? He let out a laugh, the absurdity of it hitting him. A cheap video game console has more raw power than ENIAC ever dreamed of. I can run those same equations on a decent laptop in seconds and replicate what took Einstein months of grinding. The real kicker is they didn't even know if it was possible. I do. They kept detailed notes on every step they took. And I have a template. I can't fully reverse engineer it, but I can use it as a theoretical foundation. Give me 2 or 3 years, and I could build the whole thing solo. Do you honestly think we have 2 or 3 years? Gosnell shook his head, remembering the devastation he'd witnessed in Jerusalem. No, Commander, we absolutely do not. Catty filled him in on the orders he'd given to their German contact. Good thinking. So where do we relocate? Berlin had reclaimed its title as Germany's capital. That had always been part of Bach's vision, though certainly not a Germany like this one. He'd flown in from Italy, routing through Greece and Syria before that, and breezed through passport control with barely a second glance. From there, he grabbed a rental car and headed north on Highway E74, making a beeline for Greifswald. Gunther had picked out a Mercedes-Benz, telling himself it fit the businessman cover story, and hey, he didn't take the flashiest model on the lot. Still, there were moments he figured he might as well have rented a bike. The road was a patchwork of neglect from the old East German days, and now that the Federal Republic had taken over, it was one long construction zone. Naturally, the lanes going the other direction were already good as new. His peripheral vision caught a stream of sleek Mercedes and BMWs racing south toward Berlin, Western capitalists on a mission to conquer economically what had crumbled under political failure. Bach took his exit near Greifswald, heading east through the village of Chemnitz. The road repairs hadn't reached these secondary routes yet. After bouncing through half a dozen potholes, he pulled over to check his map. He drove 3 kilometers, made a few turns, and found himself in what had once been a nice neighborhood for professionals. In the driveway of the house he was looking for sat a Trabant. The lawn was still neatly mowed, of course, and the house was tidy, down to the matching curtains in the windows. This was Germany, after all. But there was a sense of neglect and gloom you could feel more than see. Bach parked a block away and walked a roundabout path back to the house. "I'm here to see Dr. Fromm," he told the woman who answered the door. "Likely, Frau Fromm, who should I say is calling?" she asked politely. She was in her mid-40s with tight skin over sharp cheekbones and too many wrinkles around her dull blue eyes and thin, pale lips. She studied him with curiosity, maybe even a glimmer of hope. Bach didn't know why, but he decided to use it. An old friend? He smiled to sell it. "May I surprise him?" She hesitated. Then her expression softened into hospitality. "Please, come in." Bach waited in the sitting room, and his initial hunch hit him harder than expected. The place felt like his own apartment back in Berlin. The custom furniture that once stood out against the drab offerings of the German Democratic Republic no longer impressed. Maybe it was the Mercedes he'd pulled up in, he thought, hearing footsteps. No, it was the dust. Frau Fromm wasn't keeping house like a proper German Hausfrau. That was a clear sign something was seriously off. Yes, Dr. Manfred Fromm said, his eyes widening in recognition. Ah, good to see you. I wondered if you'd remember your old friend Hans, Bach said with a chuckle, extending his hand. It's been a long time, Manfred. A very long time indeed, young. Come to my study. The two men walked off under Frau Fromm's watchful gaze. Dr. Fromm closed the door behind them. I'm sorry about your wife. What happened was awful. That's in the past. How are you holding up? You haven't heard? The Greens have come after us. We're about to shut down, Doc. Manfred Fromm was, on paper, the Deputy Assistant Director of the Lubmin Nord Nuclear Power Station. The facility had been built 20 years earlier using the Soviet VVR Model 230 design. Primitive, sure, but manageable, with a skilled German operations team. Like most Soviet designs of that era, the reactor churned out plutonium. But unlike Chernobyl, it had a containment dome. It wasn't particularly efficient or especially dangerous, though it had the bonus of producing weapons-grade material along with 816 megawatts from its two working reactors. The Greens, Bach repeated quietly. Them. The Green Party was a natural offshoot of the German spirit, which worshipped all living things on one hand while doing its best to destroy them on the other. Born from the hardline or just the consistent wings of the environmental movement, it had taken on plenty of causes that annoyed the communist bloc just as much. Though the fight to stop theater nuclear weapons had been lost and the INF treaty that followed had wiped them out on both sides, the Greens were now making up for it by raising absolute hell in the former East Germany. The environmental nightmare left behind in the East had become their obsession, and their top target was the nuclear industry, which they branded as dangerously unsafe. Bach reminded himself that the Greens had never been properly controlled by anyone. They would never become a major force in German politics, and now they were being used by the very government they once tormented. Where they once screamed about the poisoned Ruhr and Rhine from Krupp's factories and railed against NATO's nuclear presence, they were now crusading in the East with a fervor that would have made Barbarossa blush. Their endless griping about the mess in the East guaranteed that socialism would never make a comeback in Germany. Listening to it all, both men couldn't help but wonder if the Greens had been a capitalist plot all along. Fromm and the Bachs had first met 5 years earlier when the Red Army faction wanted technical advice on how to sabotage a West German reactor. Their plan had been foiled at the last minute, though the public never learned of it. Publicizing the BND's intelligence win would have jeopardized Germany's own nuclear industry. Less than a year until they shut us down for good. I only go in to work 3 days a week now. I've been replaced by a technical expert from the West. He lets me advise him, of course, Fromm reported. There must be more, Manfred, Bach observed. Fromm had been the chief engineer behind Erich Honecker's most cherished military project. Though the Russians and Germans were allies in the World Socialist Brotherhood, true friendship was never on the table. 1,000 years of bad blood stood between them, and while Germany had at least given socialism a genuine try, the Russians had botched it completely. The East German military was never anything close to the size of the Western force, and the Russians had always feared Germans, even their own side, before inexplicably allowing the country to reunify. Honecker had seen the strategic value in that distrust and had quietly made plans to hold back some of the plutonium produced at Greifswald and elsewhere. Manfred Fromm knew as much about nuclear bomb design as any Russian or American, though he'd never quite had the chance to prove it. The stockpiles, secretly built over 10 years, had been handed over to the Russians as a final act of Marxist loyalty. So the federal German government wouldn't get its hands on it. That noble gesture had sparked bitter resentment, bitter enough that one cache of material was never turned over. Any connections Fromm and his colleagues once had with the Soviets were gone now. "Oh, I have a fine offer." Fromm lifted a manila envelope from his cluttered desk. "They want me to go to Argentina. My counterparts in the West have been there for years, along with most of the chaps I worked with." What do they offer? Fromm snorted. 1 million D-Mark per year until the project is completed. No difficulties with taxes, numbered account, all the normal enticements, he said with an emotionless voice, and that, of course, was quite impossible. Fromm could no more work for fascists than he could breathe water. His grandfather, one of the original Spartacists, had died in one of the first labor camps soon after Hitler's accession to power. His father had been a quiet but vital cog in the communist underground, a man who navigated the treacherous currents of a spy ring and somehow slipped through the fingers of the Gestapo and the Sicherheitsdienst during the war. He remained a loyal, honored party member until his final breath. Fromm had practically absorbed Marxism-Leninism with his mother's milk, and watching his entire profession get erased by the new political order he was raised to despise had done little to warm his heart toward it. Now, stripped of his job and his life's ambition, he was being ordered around like an errand boy by some fresh-faced engineering assistant straight out of Göttingen. To make matters worse, his wife was relentlessly pushing him to accept that position in Argentina, making his home life a living nightmare, just because he refused to even consider it. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. "Why are you here, Gunther? The whole country is hunting for you, and even with that clever disguise, you're a dead man walking, if you stay." Bach flashed a self-assured grin. "You'd be amazed what a new haircut and a pair of glasses can do for a man." "That doesn't answer my question. I have friends who need your particular set of skills." "What friends would those be?" Fromm asked, his voice dripping with skepticism. "They're politically acceptable to both of us. I haven't forgotten Petra," Bach said. "That was a solid plan we put together, wasn't it? So what went wrong?" "We had a leak in our ranks. Because of her, they overhauled the plant's security just 3 days before we were set to move in." "A green?" Gunther let out a bitter, humorless laugh. "Ja. She got cold feet about civilian casualties and the environmental fallout. Well, now, she's part of the environment herself." Fromm recalled that Petra had been the one to pull the trigger on the traitor, and that felt right. There was nothing lower than a spy, and she deserved no less. "Part of the environment, you say?" How poetic. It was Fromm's clumsy attempt at levity, which went over about as well as all his previous tries. Manfred Fromm was a man utterly devoid of humor. "I can't offer you money. In fact, I can't tell you anything else. You have to decide based on what I've already said." Bach carried no gun, but a knife was tucked away on him. He wondered if Manfred had any idea what his alternatives really were. Probably not. For all his ideological fervor, Fromm was a narrow-minded technocrat, focused only on the technicalities. "When do we leave? Are you being watched?" "No. I had to travel to Switzerland for this business offer." "You can't discuss these things here, even if the country is supposedly united and happy," he explained. "I arranged my own travel. No, I don't believe I'm being followed." "Then we can leave right now. No need to pack a thing." "What do I tell my wife?" Fromm asked, then immediately regretted even asking. It wasn't like his marriage was anything to fight for. "That's your problem to figure out. Let me pack a few things. It'll be simpler." "How long will we be gone?" "I don't know." It took him half an hour. Fromm told his wife he'd be away for a few days for more business talks. She gave him a hopeful peck on the cheek. Argentina might be a nice change, and even nicer to live comfortably somewhere new. Maybe this old friend had managed to talk some sense into him. After all, the man drove a Mercedes. Surely he had a clear picture of what the future held. 3 hours later, Bach and Fromm were on a plane to Rome. After a brief layover, they continued to Turkey and then on to Damascus, where they finally checked into a hotel for some much-needed rest. If anything, Goes thought Marvin Russell looked even more imposing than the last time he'd seen him. The extra pounds he'd carried had melted away in the heat, and his daily workout regimen with the movement soldiers had sculpted an already muscular frame, while the relentless sun had bronzed his skin until he could easily pass for a local. The only thing that stood out was his faith. His comrades reported he was a true pagan, a non-believer who, of all things, prayed to the sun itself. It made the Muslims uneasy, but they were gently working on guiding him toward the true path of Islam, and word had it he was respectfully open to it. Reports painted a striking picture of him, a marksman whose accuracy held true at any distance, a hand-to-hand combatant so devastating he'd nearly broken an instructor, and a fieldcraft expert whose instincts could outwit a fox. The consensus was clear. He was a savvy, cunning, natural-born fighter. Apart from his unusual religious habits, his comrades genuinely liked and respected him. "Marvin, if you get any tougher, you'll start scaring me," Gons joked with his American companion. "Ibrahim, this is the best move I've ever made coming here. I had no idea there were others out there who'd been screwed over like my people, man. But you all know how to hit back? You've got real nerve." Gons raised an eyebrow at that. This from a guy who'd snapped a cop's neck like a dry branch. "I really want to pitch in, man. Any way I can." There's always room for a genuine warrior. If he could sharpen his language skills, he'd be a solid instructor down the line, Gauzen mused. "Well, I need to head out." "Where to?" "A spot we've got east of here. It was actually north, but no need to clarify. Some specialized work I have to handle." "That thing we dug up?" Russell asked, a little too offhandedly. Almost too casual, Gauzen thought, but that couldn't be right. Staying alert was one thing. Getting paranoid was another. "Something different. Sorry, my friend. But we take our security seriously." Marvin nodded. "No worries, man. That's what got my brother killed. Sloppy security catch you when you're back." Gauzen walked to his car and rolled out of the camp, hitting the Damascus road and driving for an hour. Outsiders often missed how compact the Middle East really was, at least the parts that mattered. The trip from Jerusalem to Damascus, for instance, would have been a quick 2-hour jaunt on decent pavement, even though the two cities were worlds apart politically. Or had been, Gauzen reminded himself. He'd caught wind of troubling signals from Syria lately. Was even that regime losing patience with the fight? It was tempting to call that unthinkable, but that word had lost its punch. About 5 kilometers from Damascus, he spotted the other car waiting at the agreed spot. He cruised past it for another 2,000 meters, checking for tails before doubling back. A minute later, he pulled up alongside. The two men stepped out as instructed, and their driver, a member of the organization, sped off without a word. "Good morning, Gunther." "And to you, Ibrahim, this is my associate, Manfred." Both climbed into the back, and the engineer hit the gas right away. Gus sized up the newcomer in the rearview mirror. Older than Bach, leaner, with hollow, sunken eyes. He was dressed all wrong for the heat and sweating buckets. Ibrahim handed back a plastic water bottle. The man wiped the top with his handkerchief before taking a sip. "Arab's not clean enough for you?" Gon thought. Well, that wasn't his problem, was it? The ride to the new site stretched 2 hours. Gons took a winding, deliberate path, even though the sun would tip off any sharp observer about their heading. He had no clue what this Manfred guy was trained in, and while it was smart to assume he knew every trick, it was just as smart to use every move in the playbook. By the time they reached their destination, only a seasoned recon soldier could have retraced the route. Kati had picked well. Until a few months back, it had served as Hezbollah's command hub. Burrowed into a steep hillside, the corrugated iron roof was buried under dirt and dotted with the sparse native brush. Only a sharp-eyed specialist who knew exactly what to hunt for could have found it, and that was a long shot. Hezbollah was notoriously good at rooting out informers in its ranks. A dusty dirt road ran right past it to an abandoned farm, whose exhausted soil couldn't even support the opium and hashish that dominated the area's cash economy. Inside, the space spanned roughly 100 square meters of shaded concrete, enough room to tuck away several vehicles. The one downside, Goss noted, was that this spot would turn into a death trap if the ground started shaking, an ever-present risk in this part of the world. He slid the car between two pillars, hidden from view, and tossed a camouflage net over the rear as he stepped out. Kiati had picked the spot well. The eternal tug-of-war, as always, came down to security's twin demands. Too many people in the know, and the whole thing unravels. But you still needed trusted hands to stand watch. Kati had brought 10 of his most loyal men, seasoned fighters who recognized Gosnan and Bach on sight. Their leader stepped forward to size up Manfred. "This is our new friend," Gosnan said, and the man studied the German's face before turning away without a word. "Was Gipt's here?" Fromm asked, his German tight with tension. "What we have here," Gosnan replied in English, "is something quite interesting." Manfred took the hint and switched gears. "Kommen Sie mit, bitte." Gossen led them to a door set into the far wall, where a rifle-toting guard stood watch, a far better deterrent than any lock. The engineer nodded, got a curt nod in return, and stepped inside, pulling a cord that buzzed the fluorescents to life. A large metal work table sat under a tarp, and Gossen whisked it off without ceremony. He was done with theatrics, time to get down to business. "Gott im Himmel!" Fromm gasped. "I've never laid eyes on it myself," Bach admitted. "So that's what it looks like." Fromm slipped on his glasses and leaned over the mechanism, studying it for a solid minute before straightening up. "American design, but the craftsmanship isn't American." He pointed at the wiring. "Wrong type of cabling, crude piece. The design goes back 30 years. No more. But the build is newer. These circuit boards are from the 60s, maybe early 70s. Soviet, from that stash in Azerbaijan, perhaps?" Gosen just shook his head. "Israeli? Ist das möglich?" That earned a nod. "More than possible, my friend. It's right here." Gravity bomb. Tritium injection into the core to boost the yield. 50 to 70 kilotons, I'd estimate, with radar and impact fusing. It's been dropped before but never detonated. Why? Apparently, it was never armed. "Everything we recovered is right in front of you," Gosen answered. Already impressed by Manfred's sharp eye, Fromm ran his fingers along the inside of the casing, hunting for connectors. "You're right. Fascinating." He paused, thinking. "You realize this thing could probably be fixed? And even what?" Gosen asked, though he already knew the answer. "This design could be rigged as a triggering device." "For what?" Bach asked. "For a hydrogen bomb," Gosen said flatly. "I figured as much. It's clunky, nowhere near the efficiency of a modern design. Crude but effective, as they say." Fromm looked up. "So you want my help to repair it?" "Will you help?" Gosen asked. "I've spent 10 years, 20 even studying and thinking about this. How will it be used? Does that bother you?" "It won't be used in Germany, will it?" "Of course not," Gosen replied, almost irritated. What real quarrel did the organization have with the Germans, after all? But something clicked in Bach's mind just then. He shut his eyes briefly, filing the thought away for later. "Yes, I'll help." "You'll be well compensated," Gosen promised, and he realized a second too late that he'd misstepped. But it hardly mattered now, did it? "I don't do this sort of work for money. You think I'm some hired hand?" Fromm shot back, indignant. "My apologies. No offense meant. A skilled man deserves recognition for his time. We're not beggars, you understand?" "Neither am I," Fromm nearly said, but his better judgment held his tongue. These weren't the Argentines after all. Not fascists, not capitalists, just fellow revolutionaries who'd fallen on hard political times, though he suspected their bank accounts were doing just fine. The Soviets had never handed weapons to the Arabs. Everything was paid for in hard cash, even during the Brezhnev and Dropov eras. If that approach had been acceptable to Moscow when they still clung to their true ideology, then forgive me. I only stated a fact, and I had no intention of offending you. I know you are not beggars. You are revolutionary soldiers, freedom fighters, and I will be honored to help you however I can." He gestured casually. "Feel free to pay me whatever you think is reasonable. It would be substantial, far more than a mere 1,000,000 Deutsche Marks. But understand that I do not sell myself for money. It is a pleasure to meet an honorable man," Gaussen said, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Bach thought they were both laying it on a bit thick, but he kept quiet. He already had a hunch about how Fromm would be compensated. "So," Gauss continued, "where do we start? First, we think I'll need paper and a pencil." "And who might you be?" Ryan asked. "Ben Goodley, sir." "Boston," Ryan noted, catching the unmistakable accent. "Yes, sir, Kennedy School. I'm a postdoctoral fellow and, well, now I'm also a White House fellow, Nancy." Ryan turned to his secretary. "The director has him on your calendar, Dr. Ryan." "Okay, doctor." "Goodley," Ryan said with a grin. "Come on in." Clark took his seat after giving the newcomer a quick once-over. "Want some coffee? You have decaf?" Goodley asked. "If you want to work here, kid, you'd better get used to the real stuff." "Grab a seat." "Sure you don't want any?" "I'll pass, sir." "All right." Ryan poured his usual mug and settled behind his desk. "So what brings you to this puzzle palace?" The short version is, I'm looking for a job. I wrote my dissertation on intelligence operations, their history and future. I need to review some materials to wrap up my work at Kennedy, and then I want to see if I can handle the real thing. Jack nodded. That sounded familiar enough. Clearances, TS, AP, SAR, those are new. I already had a secret because some of my work at Kennedy involved accessing presidential archives, mostly in D.C., but some files in Boston are still sensitive. I even helped with a FOIA request that pulled a lot of material from the Cuban Missile Crisis. Dr. Nicholas Bledsoe's work? That's right. I didn't agree with all of Nick's conclusions, but that was a hell of a research effort. Jack raised his mug in a toast. Goodley had written nearly half of that monograph, including the conclusions. What did you take issue with, if I may ask? Khrushchev's move was fundamentally irrational. I think, and the records support this, that placing the missiles there was more impulsive than calculated. I disagree. The paper noted that the Soviets' main worry was our IRBMs in Europe, especially those in Turkey. It seems logical to conclude it was all a strategy to reach a stable balance on theater forces. Your paper didn't cover everything, Jack said. Such as? Goodley asked, barely hiding his irritation. Such as the intelligence we were getting from Penkovsky and others. Those documents are still classified, and will stay that way for another 20 years. Isn't 50 years a long time? Sure is, Ryan agreed, but there's a reason some of that info is still, well, not exactly current, but it would expose methods we don't want exposed. Isn't that just a little extreme? Goodley asked, keeping his tone as neutral as he could. Let's say we had Agent Banana operating back then. Okay, he's dead now, died of old age, say, but maybe Agent Peer was recruited by him, and he's still active. If the Soviets figure out who Banana was, it might give them a clue. You also have to consider certain methods of message transfer. People have been playing baseball for 150 years, but a changeup is still a changeup. I used to think the same way you do, Ben. You learn that most of the things done here are done for a reason. Captured by the system, Goodley thought. By the way, you caught that Khrushchev's final set of tapes basically undercut a few of Nick Bledsoe's claims, right? One more thing. Yes. Say John Kennedy had rock-solid intel back in spring 1961, the real deal showing Khrushchev wanted to overhaul the system. By 58, he'd already stripped the Red Army down to a shell and was pushing to reshape the party. Suppose Kennedy had that hard evidence, and a little bird whispered that if he gave the Russians some breathing room, we might have seen a thaw in the 60s glasnost arriving 3 decades ahead of schedule. Now imagine all of that happened and the president muffed it, deciding for political gain that cutting Nikita some slack just wasn't worth it. That would mean the whole decade was one colossal blunder, Vietnam, all of it, a massive screw-up. I'm not buying it. I've combed through the archives. It doesn't line up with what we know about. Consistency in a politician. Ryan cut in. Now there's a revolutionary idea. If you're suggesting that actually went down, it was just a hypothetical, Jack said, arching an eyebrow. Internally, he figured the pieces were all sitting out there for anyone sharp enough to connect them. The fact that nobody had bothered was just another symptom of a deeper, messier issue. But what really gnawed at him was right here in this building. He'd leave the past to the historians until, at some point, he decided to jump back into that world himself. And when would that be, Jack? No one would ever believe it. Most folks also think Lyndon Johnson lost the New Hampshire primary to Eugene McCarthy because of the Tet offensive. Welcome to the intelligence game, Dr. Goodley. You know what the toughest part of spotting the truth is, Jack asked. What's that? Realizing something just bit you in the rear? It's trickier than it sounds. And the collapse of the Warsaw Pact? Perfect example, Ryan agreed. We had signals everywhere, and every one of us whiffed on the call. Well, that's not entirely fair. A bunch of the younger analysts in the DI, Directorate of Intelligence, Jack added, unnecessarily, which Goodley found a bit condescending, were raising alarms, but the section chiefs brushed them off. And you, sir? If the director signs off, we can show you some of that. Most of it, actually. A lot of our agents and field officers got blindsided, too. We all could have performed better, and that includes me. If I've got a flaw, it's that I lean too tactical, missing the forest for the trees. Exactly, Ryan admitted. That's the big pitfall here, but being aware of it doesn't always save you. I suppose that's why they sent me over, Goodley said. Jack grinned. Hell, that's not so different from how I landed here myself. Welcome aboard. So where do you want to dive in, Dr. Goodley? Ben already had a pretty clear notion of that. Naturally, if Ryan couldn't see it looming, well, that wasn't his problem, was it? So where do the computers come from? Bach asked. Fromm was tucked away with his paper and pencils. Israel to start? Maybe Jordan or Turkey? Gosen replied. This is going to cost a fortune, Bach cautioned. I've already looked into the computer-controlled machine tools. Yes, they're pricey, but not beyond reach. It struck Goen that he had access to hard currency reserves that would likely stagger this skeptic. We'll see what your friend needs. Whatever it is, we'll make it happen. 13-bree process. Why did I ever take this gig? Roger Durling was a man of considerable ego. The surprise victor in a Senate race that was supposed to be locked up, then the youngest governor California had ever seen. He knew pride was a flaw, but he also figured he had plenty of reasons to feel it. I could have bided my time, maybe circled back to the Senate and worked my way into the White House the honest way, instead of brokering a deal and handing the election to Fowler. All for this. This was Air Force 2, the radio call sign assigned to whatever aircraft carried the vice president. The obvious nod to Air Force 1 only added to the running jokes about what was supposedly the second most powerful office in the land, though none quite matched John Nance Garner's blunt take, a pitcher of warm spit. Durling figured the entire vice presidency was one of the Founding Fathers' rare blunders. It had been worse in the early days, when the runner-up in the election was expected to swallow his pride, take a back seat in a government he didn't run, and dutifully preside over the Senate for the good of the nation. How James Madison ever thought that would work remains a mystery scholars never bothered to explore, but the 12th Amendment in 1803 fixed that mess soon enough. Even in an era when duelists addressed each other with polite formality, that arrangement demanded too much selflessness. So the law changed, and the vice president became a spare part rather than a defeated rival. That so many VPs had eventually reached the top job was more luck than intention. That some had actually thrived, Andrew Johnson, Theodore Roosevelt, Harry Truman, bordered on a miracle. Either way, it was a shot Durling would never get. Bob Fowler was in solid health and politically untouchable, in a way no president had been since Eisenhower, maybe even FDR. The near partnership Carter had built with Mondale, a quiet but meaningful innovation, had faded into history. Fowler didn't need Durling anymore, and he'd made that painfully obvious. So Durling was stuck with the leftovers, the minor tasks that barely registered. Fowler got a customized 747 for his travels. Durling took whatever was free, which this time meant a VC-20B Gulfstream, the kind of plane senators and congressmen snagged for their perks when they were on the right committees, or when the president wanted to flatter their egos. "You're being petty." Durling scolded himself as the engines hummed, and being petty only earns you more of the same garbage. His own miscalculation rivaled Madison's, he admitted. Madison had been naive to think a politician would put country above ambition. Durling, though, had ignored a blunt political truth. The gap between president and vice president mattered far more than the gap between Fowler and any House or Senate committee chair. A president had to work with Congress to get anything done. He didn't have to work with his VP. How had he ended up here anyway? That drew a dry chuckle, even though he'd asked himself the same question 1,000 times. Patriotism, or at least the political brand of it. He'd delivered California, and without that state, neither he nor Fowler would have made it past governor's mansions. The one real deal he'd secured, putting Charlie Alden in as National Security Advisor, had turned out useless, but he'd still been the one to flip the White House from one party to the other. His payoff for that was every thankless chore the executive branch could toss his way. Speeches that barely made a ripple while cabinet members grabbed the headlines, pep talks to keep the party base fired up, pitches for new ideas that were usually bad and rarely his own, and endless waiting for lightning to strike him instead of the president. Today's assignment was a talk about raising taxes to fund the Middle East peace effort. What a fantastic political opportunity, he thought. Rolling his eyes, Roger Durling was set to address a gathering of purchasing managers in St. Louis, laying out his case for new taxes, and he had no doubt the room would erupt in thunderous applause. Yet he'd taken the oath, given his word to see the job through, and if he slacked off now, what would that say about him? The aircraft lurched unevenly past the hangars, rolling by a lineup of planes that included NEACP, the 747 rigged as the National Emergency Airborne Command Post, nicknamed Kneecap, or, with a bit more drama, the Doomsday Plane. It was kept within a 2-hour flight of the president at all times, which turned into a logistical nightmare whenever the commander-in-chief jetted off to Moscow or Beijing, and it stood as the one sanctuary the president could truly rely on during a nuclear standoff, though, given the current state of things. That seemed almost irrelevant now, didn't it? Durling watched as crew members shuffled on and off the aircraft. That program hadn't seen its funding slashed yet. Well, it was part of the president's personal fleet, after all, and it remained on standby for a quick getaway. He couldn't help but wonder how much longer that would last, given that just about everything else had already been cut to the bone. "We're ready for departure." "All buckled in, sir?" the sergeant attendant asked. "You bet. Let's get this show on the road." Durling shot back with a grin. On Air Force One, he knew passengers often skipped the seatbelt as a show of faith in the pilots and the plane itself. It was yet another sign that his ride was strictly second tier, but he couldn't very well snap at the sergeant for doing his job right, and to this man, Roger Durling mattered. The vice president mused that this Air Force sergeant, an E6, carried more honor in his little finger than most folks in politics had in their whole bodies, though that was hardly a revelation, was it? "That's a Roger. Again?" Ryan asked, his voice flat. "Yes, sir," came the reply from the other end of the line. "All right, give me a few minutes." "Yes, sir." Ryan drained the last of his coffee and headed down the hall toward Cabot's office. He was taken aback to find Goodley in there once more, the younger man keeping a wary distance from the director's ever-present cigar smoke. Even Jack figured Marcus was leaning a little too hard into his Patton impression or whatever the hell Cabot thought he was channeling. "What is it, Jack?" "Camelot," Jack said, the word dripping with irritation. "Those White House suits have bailed again. They want me to fill in." Well, are you that swamped? Sir, we went over this 4 months ago. It's crucial for the White House staff to— The president and his team are tied up with other matters, the DCI said, sounding exhausted. Sir, these sessions are penciled in weeks ahead, and this is the 4th time in a row that— I know, Jack. Ryan held his ground, not backing down an inch. Director, someone's got to make them see how critical this is. I've tried, damn it. Cabot fired back, and Jack knew he wasn't bluffing. Have you tried looping in Secretary Talbot? Or maybe Dennis Bunker, Jack suggested. At least the president actually listens to those guys. He left unsaid, though the implication hung in the air, and Cabot caught it loud and clear. Look, Jack, we don't get to order the president around. We can only offer advice, and he doesn't always take it. Besides, you're damn good at this. Dennis enjoys sparring with you. Fine, sir, but it's not exactly my gig. Do they even bother reading the after-action notes? Charlie Alden did. I'd guess Liz Elliott does, too. I bet, Ryan said, his tone icy, not even bothering to glance at Goodley. Sir, they're being flat-out irresponsible. That's a bit harsh, Jack. It's a bit true, Director, Ryan replied, forcing calm into his voice. Mind if I ask what Camelot is? Ben Goodley piped up. It's a simulation, Cabot answered. Crisis management exercise, usually. Oh, like Saga and Global. Yeah, Ryan said. The president never takes part. The logic is that we can't afford for anyone to know how he'd react in a specific scenario. And yes, it's overly convoluted, but it's been the tradition forever. Instead, the National Security Advisor or another senior staffer steps in, and the president is supposed to get a full briefing afterward, except that President Fowler believes he doesn't need to concern himself with such precautions, and now his team is picking up that same careless attitude. Jack was irritated enough to link the president's name with a word he rarely used in polite company. But honestly, is it really essential? Goodley pressed. Feels like something from another era. You carry car insurance, Ben, Jack countered. Of course I do. Ever been in a crash? Not one where I was at fault, Goodley admitted. So why keep paying for it? Jack answered his own question, because that's what insurance is, right? You hope you'll never use it. You'd rather not need it. But since there's a chance you might, you fork over the cash, or in this case, the effort to have it. The presidential scholar waved a hand dismissively. Come on, that's a completely different situation. Exactly. With a car, you're only protecting your own skin. Ryan wrapped up the lecture. All right, Director, I'm done for the day. Your concerns and suggestions are on record, Jack. I'll raise them at the earliest chance. Oh, before you head out regarding in Ithaca. Ryan froze mid-step and looked down at Cabot. Sir, Mr. Goodley isn't cleared for that term, let alone the file itself. We're not touching the details of the case. When will the team downstairs, Ryan was relieved. He avoided saying Mercury. Be ready for the adjusted approach? I want to streamline data sharing. 6 weeks. Until then, we stick with the alternative methods we've discussed. The DCI nodded. Understood. The White House is quite keen on this, Jack. Fine work to everyone involved. Good to hear, sir. See you tomorrow. Jack headed out. Nitaka? Goodley asked once the door shut. Sounds like something Japanese. Forget it, Goodley. File that word away as soon as you can. Cabot had used it only to put Ryan in his place, and the better part of him already felt a pang of regret. Yes, sir. Mind if I ask something off topic? Go ahead. Is Ryan really as good as they say? Cabot crushed out his cigar butt, much to his visitor's relief. He's built quite a reputation. So I've heard. That's actually why I'm here, studying the kind of people who truly move the needle. How does someone grow into a role like that? Ryan's shot up the ranks faster than anyone I've seen. I'd love to understand how he pulled it off. He's done it by being right far more often than wrong, making some brutal calls and handling field assignments that even I find hard to believe, Cabot said after a pause. And you can never, under any circumstances, repeat that to anyone, Dr. Goodley. Understood, sir. Would I be able to look at his file, his personnel record? The DCI raised an eyebrow. Everything in there is classified. Anything you attempt to write about it? I'm aware, sir. All my work goes through security review. I've already signed off on that. It's essential for me to see how someone truly fits into this place, and Ryan seems like the perfect subject for that kind of study. After all, that's why the White House sent me over here. Goodly noted. I'm expected to report back on what I discover. Cabot sat quietly for a moment. I suppose that's acceptable, then. Ryan's car pulled up to the Pentagon's river entrance, where an Air Force brigadier general greeted him and escorted him past the metal detectors without a second glance. Within 2 minutes, he was seated in one of the countless underground rooms buried beneath this most unflattering of government structures. "Hello, Jack," Dennis Bunker called from across the table. "Mr. Secretary." Jack nodded, settling into his National Security Advisor's chair. The meeting kicked off without delay. What's the situation, besides the fact that Liz Elliott has decided to skip this gathering? The Secretary of Defense let out a dry laugh. Then his face turned grim. We've had an attack on one of our cruisers in the eastern Mediterranean. Details are still thin, but the vessel has taken heavy damage, and there's a chance she could go down. We're looking at heavy losses, no question about it. Jack leaned forward, adjusting his color-coded badge as he slipped into the rhythm of the exercise. A placard dangled from the ceiling above his station, mirroring his role in the simulation. What's the latest intel? Not much to go on, Bunker replied, glancing up as a Navy lieutenant stepped into the room. Sir, USS Kidd just reported that Valley Forge exploded and went under 5 minutes ago from the initial strike. No more than 20 survivors pulled out so far, and rescue efforts are actively underway. Any word on what caused the loss? Ryan asked. Unknown, sir. Kidd was positioned 30 miles out when it happened. Her helo is on site now. Commander 6th Fleet has pushed every ship to full alert status, and USS Theodore Roosevelt is launching aircraft to sweep the area. Ryan muttered to himself. I know the CAG on TR Robbie Jackson. It didn't really matter, though. Theodore Roosevelt was docked in Norfolk, and Robbie was still gearing up for his next deployment. The names in these war games were placeholders, and personal connections were irrelevant since the players weren't meant to be real. But if this were actual combat, Robbie would be the first pilot off the catapult as Commander Air Group. It was a sharp reminder that despite the game's facade, the stakes were deadly real. What's the background here? Jack asked, trying to recall the pre-brief details. CIA reports a possible mutiny by Red Army units in Kazakhstan, plus unrest at 2 Navy bases in the region. The game narrator, a Navy commander, explained. Any Soviet presence near Valley Forge, Bunker pressed? Possibly a submarine, the officer replied. Just then, the wall speaker crackled. Flash message, USS Kidd, has intercepted and destroyed an inbound surface-to-surface missile with its close-in weapons system. Minor damage to the ship, no casualties reported. Jack stepped to the corner to grab a cup of coffee, a small smile creeping across his face. He had to admit these exercises were genuinely entertaining, a strange mix of chaos and strategy that kept him hooked. They were also brutally realistic. He'd been yanked from a routine day, thrust into a cramped, stuffy room, handed a jumble of fragmented reports, and left utterly clueless about the bigger picture. That felt all too familiar. The old joke came to mind. How do crisis managers resemble mushrooms? They're kept in the dark and fed a steady diet of nonsense. Sir, we've got an incoming hotline message. Well, Ryan thought, it's one of those days. The Pentagon must have cooked up this scenario. Let's see if we can still manage to blow up the world. You need something more concrete? Kati pressed. Far more concrete, Fromm replied. Each machine weighs several tons and demands absolute stability. The room itself must be rock solid and hermetically sealed, clean like a hospital. No, even cleaner than any facility you've ever stepped foot in. Fromm glanced at his notes, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Not that a German hospital would ever be matched, of course. Next, we need electrical power. 3 large backup generators, plus at least 2 UPSs. What? Catty interrupted. Uninterruptible power supplies, Gones translated. We'll keep 1 generator running continuously. Naturally? Correct. Fromm confirmed. Since we're operating in a primitive setup, we'll limit ourselves to 1 machine at a time. The real challenge is maintaining a secure circuit, so we route the line current through the UPSs to shield against power surges. The milling machine's computer systems are extremely delicate. Next, Fromm continued, skilled operators. That's going to be a tough find, Gozen noted. The German's smile caught everyone in the room off guard. Not at all. It'll be simpler than you'd imagine. Really? Catty raised an eyebrow, skeptical that this infidel could offer any good news. We'll need maybe 5 well-trained men, but I'm confident you have them in this region. Where? There's no machine shop around here that... Oh, there certainly is. People here wear spectacles, don't they? But of course, Gosn exclaimed, his eyes widening in sudden realization. Fromm turned to Catty, his tone patient but firm. The level of accuracy we need is exactly the same as what goes into making eyeglasses. The machinery is nearly identical, just scaled up. All we're really doing is shaping rigid material into precise, predictable curves. Nuclear weapons are built to exact tolerances, and so are spectacles. Our target is bigger, sure, but the principle doesn't change. With the right equipment, it's just a question of size, not complexity. So, can you find us skilled lens makers? Catty masked his irritation with a shrug. I don't see why that would be a problem. Fromm pressed on, sounding every bit the stern instructor. They need to be the absolute best, decades of experience, ideally trained in Germany or England. Gozen interjected quietly. That could create a security issue. Fromm raised an eyebrow with a look of mock surprise that both men found unbearably arrogant. Oh, and why would that be? Exactly, Cody agreed, nodding, and we'll also need solid workbenches to mount the equipment. Lieutenant Commander Walter Claggett marked the halfway point in his mind. In 45 days, the USS Maine would surface near Juan de Fuca Strait, rendezvous with the tugboat, and follow Little Toot into Bangor. From there, she'd tie up and begin the handoff to the Blue Crew for the next patrol rotation, and not a moment too soon. Friends called him Dutch, a nickname from his Naval Academy days, the origin of which he'd long since forgotten. Claggett, who was black, had just turned 36 before this deployment. Word had come down that he was being deep-dipped for early selection to commander, with a real shot at commanding a fast attack boat that suited him fine. 2 marriages had ended in divorce, a familiar story among submariners, and thankfully no children from either one. The Navy was his life, and he was content to spend most of it beneath the waves, saving his limited shore leave for brief bursts of carousing. For Walter Claggett, being at sea, sliding through black water at the helm of a powerful warship, was the greatest joy imaginable. He loved the camaraderie of good men, the respect earned through hard work in a demanding profession, the instinctive knowledge of what was right, the easy banter in the wardroom, and the responsibility of mentoring his crew. He relished every part of his career, except for his commanding officer. How the hell did Captain Harry Ricks ever get this far? He asked himself for the 20th time that week. The man was undeniably brilliant. He could probably design a submarine reactor on a napkin or mentally calculate it during a daydream. He understood submarine engineering in ways that even electric boat shipbuilders hadn't considered. He could debate periscope optics with the Navy's top expert and knew more about satellite navigation than NASA or TRW combined. He likely had a better grasp of the Trident II D5 missile guidance systems than anyone outside Lockheed's Missile Systems Division. At dinner 2 weeks ago, he'd recited an entire page from the maintenance manual from memory. Technically, Ricks might have been the most prepared officer in the entire Navy. Harry Ricks was the archetypal product of the nuclear Navy. As an engineer, he had no equal. The technical side of the job came to him almost instinctively. Claggett knew he was good, but he also knew he'd never match Ricks's level. It's just that he doesn't know a damn thing about submarining or the men who do it, Claggett thought grimly. It seemed impossible, but true, Ricks had no feel for seamanship and zero connection to his sailors. "Sir," Claggett said slowly, "this is a very good chief. He's got potential, no question about it, but the kid's still green," Ricks countered, his tone clipped. "Captain, I'm not sure I follow," Claggett replied, choosing his words carefully. Ricks leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper that carried more weight than any shout. "His methods aren't up to standard, not by a long shot." Claggett shook his head, not willing to back down just yet. "He runs a tight ship, sir. Sure, he's a bit unorthodox, but he's shaved a full 6 seconds off our average reload time. Every torpedo in his department checks out, even the one that came over from that beach fiasco. The compartment is spotless, top to bottom. Honestly, what more could we ask of the man?" Ricks's eyes narrowed, his voice now a dangerous low rumble that filled the small cabin. "I don't ask, X, I direct, I order. Things get done my way, the right way, and that's final." Crossing the skipper on a point like this was a fool's game, especially when he had that icy edge in his voice. But Claggett knew his duty. As executive officer, his job was to be the buffer between the crew and the captain, particularly when the captain was flat out wrong. "Sir, I have to respectfully push back on this one. We should be looking at results, and the results here are practically flawless. A good chief knows how to bend the rules without breaking them, and this one hasn't even come close to that line. If you come down on him hard, you'll crush his spirit and throw his whole department into chaos." Ricks's jaw tightened. "X, I expect unwavering support from every officer on this boat, and that includes you." The words hit Claggett like a physical blow, and he straightened in his chair, forcing himself to speak with a calm he didn't feel. "Captain, you have my support and my loyalty, but it's not my job to be a yes man. I'm here to offer alternatives, to give you the full picture. At least," he added, the words slipping out before he could stop them. "That's what they drilled into us at PXO school." He instantly regretted the remark. The already cramped quarters of the CO's cabin seemed to shrink further, the air growing thick with tension. "Walter Martin Claggett, you just made a damn fool of yourself," he thought, his face a blank mask. "Next up, the reactor drills," Rick said, abruptly shifting gears, as if the previous exchange had never happened. "Another one? So soon?" Claggett blurted out, unable to hide his disbelief. The last drill had been nearly flawless, a textbook performance that had the crew buzzing with pride, almost flawless. He corrected himself. Maybe the guys could have shaved off a few seconds somewhere, but who was counting? "Proficiency is a daily commitment, X," Rick stated, his tone brooking no argument. "True, sir, but we've got it. The oars we ran right before Captain Rosselli handed over command came within a hair of breaking the squadron record, and our last drill actually beat that mark," Claggett argued, feeling a surge of frustration. Ricks's expression didn't change. "No matter how good the results are, we always push for better. That's how you stay sharp. Next, Ors, I want that squadron record X, nothing less." Claggett's mind raced. The guy wants the Navy record, the world record, maybe even a personal commendation from the Almighty himself. And more than anything, he wants it etched into his own service jacket. A sudden rattle from the growler phone on the bulkhead broke the silence. Ricks snatched it up, commanding officer, "Yes, we're on our way." He hung up and turned, his eyes sharp. "Sonar contact!" Claggett was out of the cabin in a heartbeat, with Ricks right on his heels. "What have we got?" Claggett asked, his mind already shifting into tactical mode. As XO, he was also the approach officer for any engagements. Took me a minute to pin it down, the lead sonarman reported, his eyes fixed on the screen. It's a weird one. I'm thinking it's a 688 bearing 195. Direct path, sir. Play it back, Ricks ordered. The sonarman, a young kid with grease pencil marks he didn't want to erase, switched to another screen and rewound the display. See here, Captain? Real sketchy at first, but right about here it started to solidify. That's when I made the call. Ricks jabbed a finger at the screen, his voice sharp as a blade. You should have caught that earlier, petty officer. You just cost us 2 minutes. Pay closer attention next time. Aye, Captain, the kid said, knowing there was no point in arguing. Ricks turned and left the sonar room without another word. Claggett followed, pausing just long enough to give the sonarman a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Damn it, Captain, he thought, a bitter taste in his mouth. Back in the control room, the officer of the deck was already on top of things. Course 270, speed 5, depth 500 even. We're under the layer, he reported. Holding contact Sierra 11 at bearing 195 broad on the port beam. Fire control tracking party is manned. Fish in tubes 1, 3, and 4. Tube 2 is empty for service. Doors closed, tubes dry. Ricks's eyes swept the room. Tell me about Sierra 11, he ordered, his voice flat and commanding direct path contact. He's sitting below the layer, depth and distance, still unclear. Environmental picture? Flat, calm on the surface, with a solid layer sitting around 100 feet. The water around us is nicely isothermal, so sonar conditions are about as good as they get. First solid read on Sierra 11 is past 10,000 yards. Ensign Shaw, tracking, comes back with a call. Con, sonar, we're tagging this as a definite 688 class fast attack, U.S. hull. I'd put his speed at roughly 14 to 15 knots, sir. Claggett leans over to Ricks with a low whistle. We just snagged a Los Angeles at 10K plus. That's going to sting somebody's pride. Sonar, Con. I want hard data, not guesses. Ricks shoots back. Claggett drops his voice, almost a murmur. Captain, pulling that contact out of all that mess was sharp work. Summer in the Gulf of Alaska means fishing boats and humpbacks everywhere, both kicking up noise and muddying the display. That kid in the sonar shack is something else. We pay him to be good XO. We don't hand out medals for doing the job. I want a playback later to see if there was a whisper he missed earlier. Claggett keeps his thoughts to himself. Anyone can spot something on a second pass. Con, sonar. I'm picking up a faint blade count now. Looks like 14 knots, give or take one. Very well. That's better, sonar. Then Shaw again, a little hesitant. Captain, range might be a touch less than 10,000. Not by much, but a little. Track is firming up. Best guess now is 9,500 yards. Course roughly 305. He braces for the fallout. So he's not over 10,000 off anymore. No, sir. Looks like 9,500. Let me know when you change your mind again. Rick says dryly. Drop speed to 4 knots. Reduce speed to 4. Aye, the OOD confirms, Claggett asks, letting him pull ahead. Yep, Ricks nods. The weapons officer chimes in, firing solution is set. The XO glances at his watch. This is about as clean as it gets. Very well, glad to hear it, Rick says. Speed is now 4 knots. Then the update. Sierra 11 at bearing 201. Range 9,100. Course 300, speed 15, dead meat. Claggett mutters. He's making it easy. Running that hot, true enough. This'll look sharp on the patrol report. Over on the other side of the picture, Ryan's watching the feed with a sour expression. That's tricky, he says. I don't like how this is shaping up. Bunker nods, agreeing. I recommend we authorize weapons release to the TR battle group. Ryan agrees and puts the call through. Under the exercise rules, the president is supposed to be on Air Force One, somewhere over the Pacific, heading back from a Pacific Rim visit, and his role is being played by a committee holed up in another part of the Pentagon. Jack makes his case and waits. The reply comes back only in self-defense, Dennis Bunker. mutters under his breath, calling it nonsense. Jack grins despite the tension. I hear you, but not this time. No offensive moves. You can only act to protect the ships in the group. The SecDef turns to the action officer and lays it out. Send that to Theodore Roosevelt. I want full combat air patrols up. Anything beyond 200 miles gets reported to me. Inside that, the group commander has free rein for subs. The bubble is 50 miles. 5 to you inside that. Prosecute to kill. Jack raises an eyebrow. That's creative. We've still got that attack on Valley Forge to account for. The working theory right now is a surprise missile strike from a Soviet submarine, and it looks like some Russian fleet units are acting on their own, or at least under orders that didn't come from Moscow. Then the picture darkens further. Hotline message just came through. There's been a ground force attack on a strategic rocket regiment, an SS-18 base in Central Asia. Bunker doesn't hesitate. Launch all the ready bombers now. Jack, tell the president I've already given the order. Before anyone can respond, the wall speaker cuts in with 2 flat words. Comm link failure. Radio contact with Air Force One has been lost. Give me more than that, Jack pressed. That's everything we have, sir. Where does the vice president stand? Ryan asked. He's on Kneecap Alternate, about 600 miles south of Bermuda. Kneecap Prime is 400 miles ahead of Air Force One, prepping to touch down in Alaska for the handoff. Close enough to Soviet territory that an intercept is possible, but not likely. It would have to be a one-way trip. Bunker reasoned aloud, unless they wandered over a Soviet warship packing SAMs, the vice president is acting commander for now. Sir, that call is mine, Jack. The president is either out of the picture or his comms have been compromised. SecDef confirms the vice president holds authority until the links are restored and verified through code word authentication. I've moved forces to DEFCON 1 on my own authority. One thing about Dennis Bunker, Ryan thought the man never stopped being a fighter pilot at heart. He makes a call and stands by it. And more often than not, he's right, just like now. Ryan's file was hefty, nearly 5 inches thick, goodly noted in the quiet of his 7th-floor cubicle. Half an inch alone was background checks and clearance paperwork. His academic record was respectable, especially the doctoral work in history at Georgetown. Not Harvard, sure, but a solid school. Goodly figured. Ryan's first agency stint was under Admiral James Greer's junior varsity program, and his initial report, Agents and Agencies, focused on terrorism. Funny timing, Goodly thought, given everything that followed. The London incident file ran 30 double-spaced pages, mostly police summaries and a few press photos. Goodly started scribbling notes. Cowboy, he wrote first, charging into situations like that. He shook his head. 20 minutes later, he hit the executive summary of Ryan's second CIA report, the one that boldly predicted terrorists would likely never strike on American soil. That landed just days before the attack on his family. Missed that one, didn't you? Ryan. Goodly smirked. For all his brains, the guy stumbled like the rest of them. He'd slipped up in England, too. He hadn't seen Chernenko's rise to succeed Andropov, though he did flag Normanov as the up-and-comer well before most except Kantrowitz at Princeton, who'd spotted Andrei Ilyinch's potential first. Goodly caught himself drifting, remembering his undergrad days. That girl at Wellesley, Deborah Frost. Wonder where she ended up? Then, minutes later, Ben muttered, "Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! Red October, a Soviet ballistic missile submarine had defected." Ryan was among the first to figure it out. An analyst at London Station, he'd ended up running the operation at sea. Killed a Russian sailor in the process. There was that cowboy streak again. Couldn't just detain the guy, had to take him down like a scene from a movie. Damn, a Soviet missile boat had defected, and they'd kept it under wraps. The sub later sunk in deep water, they said. After that, Ryan returned to London for a few more months before rotating back to serve as Greer's right-hand man and presumed successor. He did some intriguing work with the arms control crowd. That can't be right. The KGB chairman died in a plane crash. Goodley was scribbling furiously now. Liz Elliott couldn't have known any of this, could she? You're not supposed to be digging for dirt on Ryan, the White House fellow reminded himself. Elliott had never said it outright, of course, but she'd made her point in a way he'd picked up on, or thought he had. Goodley corrected himself. It hit him then how risky this game might actually be. Ryan kills people. He'd shot and killed at least 3. You'd never guess that from talking to the man, life wasn't some Hollywood shootout. People didn't walk around with revolvers boasting notches on their grips. Goodley didn't feel a shiver run down his spine, but he did take a mental note that Ryan was someone to handle with care. He'd never crossed paths with a man who had taken lives before, and he wasn't naive enough to romanticize such individuals as heroes or something larger than life. But it was worth remembering, wasn't it? There were gaps in the timeline around James Greer's passing, he observed. Wasn't that the same stretch when things were heating up in Colombia? He jotted a few thoughts. Ryan had been serving as acting DDI then, but shortly after Fowler stepped in, Judge Arthur Moore and Robert Ritter cleared the way for the new administration, and Ryan got Senate confirmation as Deputy Director of Central Intelligence. So much for that career record. Goodley tucked that file away and shifted to the personal and financial side of things. Bad move, Ryan said, about 20 minutes behind the moment. Yeah, I think you're onto something. Too late for that. Where did we slip up? Hard to say, Bunker admitted. Maybe tell the TR group to break off and fall back. Ryan fixed his gaze on the wall map. Perhaps, but we've got Andrei Ilyich cornered now. We need to give him an out. How? Without backing ourselves into the same trap. Something about this scenario feels off. Can't quite pin it down, though. Let's give his cage a good shake, Rix said aloud, a sly grin forming. What's the play, Cap'n? Claggett shot back. What's the status on Tube 2? It's empty down for a routine maintenance check, the weapons officer answered. Is it good to go? Confirmed, sir. The inspection wrapped up half an hour before we made contact. Perfect, Rix flashed a grin. I want a water slug fired from Tube 2. Let's send him a real launch signature to get his heart racing. Claggett's mind raced. It was almost the kind of stunt Mancuso or Rosselli would have pulled, almost. Sir, that's a pretty loud way to announce ourselves. We could rattle him plenty with a tango call over the Gertrude. Whoops, do we have a firing solution on Sierra 11? Mancuso wants skippers with guts. Well, I'll show him guts. Yes, sir. The weapons officer snapped without hesitation. Running firing point procedures? Prepping a water slug for Tube 2. Sir, I'm confirming torpedo Tube 2 is clear. Weapons in Tubes 1, 3, and 4 are locked and safe. A quick call to the torpedo room double-checked what the electronic readouts were showing down below. The chief peered through the small glass port to verify nothing would accidentally launch. Tube 2 is empty by visual check. High-pressure air is ready. The chief called over the comms. We're set to shoot. Open the outer door. Opening outer door. Aye, outer door is open. Weps? Locked in. Match the generated bearings and shoot. The weapons officer hit the button. The USS Maine shuddered as a burst of high-pressure air blasted out of the tube and into the ocean. 6,000 yards away on the USS Omaha, a sonarman had spent the last few minutes trying to decide if the blip on his screen was just ocean noise when a new dot flickered into view. Con, sonar, transient, mechanical transient bearing 088 dead aft. What the hell? The officer of the deck muttered. He was the boat's navigator only 3 weeks into his new role. What's back there? Transient, launch transient, bearing 088, repeat, launch transient, dead aft. All ahead, flank, the pale-faced lieutenant barked, his voice cracking with tension. Battle stations, stand by the 5-inch room. He grabbed the command phone for the captain. But the general alarm was already wailing, and the commanding officer sprinted barefoot into the attack center, his coveralls half-zipped. "What the hell is happening?" "Sir, we picked up a launch transient dead aft. Sonar con, anything else?" "Nothing, sir. Just the one transient. That was launch transient HP air hitting the water, but it sounded a bit off, sir. The sonar screen showed nothing but empty water. Right full rudder." The officer of the deck barked, ignoring the captain. He hadn't been relieved yet, and steering the boat was squarely on him. "Make your depth 100 feet, 5-inch room. Launch a decoy, now, right full rudder." "Aye, sir, my rudder is right full, no course given. Speed 20 knots and accelerating," the helmsman reported. "Very well, come to course 010. Aye, coming to new course 010. Who's in this area?" the commanding officer asked, his voice deceptively calm. The navigator chimed in. "Main's around here somewhere, Harry Ricks." The captain bit back a retort about the guy being a grade A pain in the ass. Calling him out loud would have been bad for morale. "Sonar, talk to me." "Con, sonar, there is nothing in the water. If there was a torpedo, I'd have it, sir." "Nav, drop speed to 1/3. "Aye, all ahead 1/3. Across the water, Ricks hovered over his sonar display with a smirk. Seconds after the simulated launch, the 688 on the scope had floored its power plant, and now there was the gurgling sound of a decoy. "Just backed off on the power, sir. Blade count is coming down," his tech noted. "Yeah, he knows there's nothing after him now. We'll give him a call on the Gertrude." Back on the Omaha, the captain growled. "That dumbass, doesn't he know there may be an Akula lurking around here?" His sonar officer shrugged. "We don't show him, sir. Just a bunch of fishing boats." "Okay, secure from general quarters. We'll let Maine have her little laugh." He grimaced, shaking his head. "My fault. We should have been trolling along at 10 instead of 15 knots. Make it so?" "Aye, sir. Where to? The boomer ought to have a feel for what's north of here. Go southeast." "Right. Nice reaction, Nav. We might have evaded the fish. Lessons. You said it, sir. We were going too fast." "Learn from your captain's mistake, Mr. Auburn." "Always, sir." The skipper gave the younger man a friendly punch on the shoulder as he headed out. 36,000 yards away, the Admiral Lunin drifted at a lazy 3 knots just above the thermocline, her towed-array sonar drooping below it. Her captain leaned in. "Well, we have this burst of noise at 130, the sonar officer said, pointing to the display. And nothing else. 15 seconds later, another burst here, ahead of the first. "The signature appears to be an American Los Angeles class going to full power, then slowing and disappearing off our screens. An exercise, Yevgeny, the first transient, was an American missile submarine, an Ohio class." "What do you think of that?" Captain First Rank Valentin Borisovich Dubinin asked. "No one has ever detected an Ohio in deep water. For all things there is a first time." "And now? We will hover and wait. The Ohio is quieter than a sleeping whale. But at least we know now that there is one in the area. We will not chase after it. Very foolish of the Americans to make noise in this way. I've never seen that happen before." "The game has changed, Captain," the sonar officer observed. It had changed quite a lot. He didn't have to say Comrade Captain anymore. "Indeed it has, Yevgeny. Now it is a true game. No one need get hurt, and we can test our skills as in the Olympics." Back on the Ohio, the critique was short. "I would have closed a little before shooting, sir." The weapons officer admitted. Even money he might have evaded that one. "Agreed. But we were only trying to shake him up," Rick said comfortably. Dutch Claggett wondered what the real purpose of that exercise was. "Oh, of course, to show how aggressive you are." "I guess we accomplished that," the XO said to back his captain. Grins spread around the control room. Boomers and fast attacks often played games, mostly pre-planned. As usual, the Ohio had won this one too. They'd known Omaha was around, of course, and that she was hunting for a Russian Akula that the P-3s had lost off the Aleutians a few days before. But the Russian Shark-class sub was nowhere to be heard. "Ood, take her south. We established a datum point from that launch transient, and we'll clear it back down near where Omaha was." "Aye, aye, sir. Well done, everyone." Rix headed back to his quarters. "A new course south?" Dubinin replied. "He'll clear the datum by slipping into the area the Los Angeles already swept. We'll stay just above the layer, keep our tail beneath it, and try to reacquire him." The captain knew the odds were slim, but fortune still favored the bold, or so the saying went. The boat was scheduled to return to port in about a week, and the new sonar array she was slated to receive during her upcoming overhaul was supposedly a major step up from the current gear. He'd been stationed south of Alaska for 3 weeks now. The submarine he'd picked up, either the USS Maine or the USS Nevada, based on his intelligence, would wrap up this patrol, refit, run another, refit again, and then head out for a third in February, right around when he'd be back on station after his own yard period. So the next time he faced off against that same captain, and that captain had already slipped up once. After his refit, Admiral Lunin would be calmer and equipped with sharper ears, and Dubinin found himself wondering when he'd finally get to test his skills against the Americans on more even terms. Wouldn't that be something, he mused. All those years of effort to get here, the valuable time spent learning his craft in the Northern Fleet under Marco Ramius. What a shame that such a brilliant officer had to die in an accident. But duty at sea was always dangerous, and always would be. Marco had gotten his crew off before scuttling the boat. Dubinin shook off the thought. Today, he might have gotten a helping hand from the Americans. He would have, just as an American vessel would get one from a Soviet. The changes sweeping through his country and the wider world made Dubinin feel a lot better about his work. It had always been a demanding game of skill, but the deadly stakes had shifted. Sure, the American missile submarines still had their rockets aimed at his homeland, and Soviet missiles pointed back at them, but maybe those would disappear soon enough. Until then, he'd keep doing his job. And it struck him as odd that just as the Soviet Navy was finally getting competitive, with the Akula class roughly matching an early Los Angeles class in mechanical terms, the need for it was fading. Like a friendly card game, perhaps. Not a bad comparison. Speed, Captain? Dubinin mulled it over. Assume a range of 20 nautical miles and a target speed of 5 knots. We'll do 7 knots, he decided. That keeps us quiet and might let us catch him. Every couple of hours we'll turn to get the best out of the sonar. Yes, that's the plan. Next time, Yevgeny will have 2 new officer sonar operators backing you up, he reminded himself. The downsizing of the Soviet submarine force had freed up a bunch of young officers now getting specialist training. The boat's officer complement would double, and that, even more than the new equipment, would sharpen his hunting edge. "We blew it," Bunker said. "I blew it. I gave the president bad advice." "You're not the only one," Ryan admitted, stretching. But was that scenario realistic? I mean, really realistic? It turned out the whole thing was a gambit by a beleaguered Soviet leader trying to rein in his military by making it look like renegades had gone rogue. Not likely, but possible. "All things are possible," Jack observed. "What do you suppose their war games say about us?" Bunker laughed. "Nothing good, I'm sure." In the end, America had to accept the loss of its cruiser, USS Valley Forge, in exchange for the Charlie-class submarine that USS Kidd's helicopter had found and sunk. That wasn't exactly an even trade, more like giving up a rook for the other guy's knight. Soviet forces had been placed on high alert in East Germany, leaving the outmatched NATO troops scrambling to gauge their next move. This tension had forced a grudging compromise on the withdrawal timeline, a fact that left Ryan unimpressed. He saw the entire exercise as a staged production, but such scenarios were the norm, and the real goal was to test how one might steer through a hypothetical catastrophe. Their performance had been lackluster. rushing ahead in trivial matters while dragging their feet on the critical ones, which they'd failed to identify in time. The takeaway, as ever, was simple. Don't screw up. That's a rule any kid could recite. And sure, everyone trips up, but the stakes are wildly different when you're a top official versus a playground kid. That's the real lesson, and it's one that often gets lost in the shuffle. 14 Revelation. So, what did you dig up? He's a fascinating character, Goodley said. He's pulled off some stunts at the CIA that are almost impossible to believe. I've heard about the submarine caper and the KGB chief's defection. What else? Liz Elliott pressed. He's pretty popular across the global intelligence scene, kind of like Sir Basil Charleston over in Britain. Well, it's obvious why they'd take a shine to him. But that holds true in NATO nations, too, especially France. Ryan stumbled onto something that let the DGSE round up a whole crew of Action Direct A operatives, Goodley explained. He felt a bit awkward being the designated snitch. The National Security Advisor wasn't one for waiting around, but there was no point in rushing the young academic. Right? A sly grin crossed her face. So am I supposed to think you've started idolizing this guy? He's done solid work, but he's had his slip-ups too. His call on East Germany's collapse and the reunification pace was completely off. He hadn't figured out that nearly everyone else had missed it as well. Goodley himself had nailed that prediction almost perfectly back at the Kennedy School. And the piece he'd written for a niche journal was another reason he'd caught the White House's eye. The fellow paused again. And Elliot nudged. And there are some sketchy bits in his personal life. Finally, like what? Ryan got probed by the SEC for possible insider trading before he joined the CIA. Turns out there was a software firm poised to land a Navy deal. Ryan got wind of it early and cashed in big time. The SEC caught on mainly because the company's own execs were under the microscope, and they went through Ryan's finances. He slipped through on a technicality. "Spell it out," Liz demanded. To protect their own hides, the company higher-ups arranged for a blurb to run in a defense trade newsletter, just a tiny filler piece, barely 2 column inches, but it was enough to prove the intel they and Ryan used was technically out in the open. That made it legit. What's even more intriguing is what Ryan did with the cash once the spotlight hit. He shifted it out of his brokerage account, which is now locked in a blind trust managed by 4 separate money handlers. Goodley paused. You know what Ryan's worth these days? No, what? Over 15 million bucks. He's easily the wealthiest person at the agency. His assets are a bit understated. I'd peg him closer to 20 myself, but he's stuck with the same accounting style he used before joining the CIA, so you can't fault him there. Figuring out net worth is kind of a fuzzy art, isn't it? Accountants all have their own quirks. Anyway, here's what he did with that windfall. He funneled it into a separate account. Then, not long ago, it all got shifted into an educational trust fund. His kids? Nope, Goodley replied. The beneficiaries. Wait, let me rewind. He took a slice of that money and bankrolled a convenience store, a 7-Eleven for a widow and her kids. The remaining funds are parked in treasury bills and a handful of blue-chip stocks, earmarked for her kids' education. And who exactly is she? Her name is Carol Zimmer. She's Laotian by birth, the widow of an Air Force sergeant who died in a training mishap. Ryan's been looking after the family. He even left his office to be there for the birth of her latest child. A girl, by the way. He checks in on them regularly. Goodley wrapped up. I see, she didn't really, but that's the polite thing to say. Is there any professional tie? Not exactly. Mrs. Zimmer, as I mentioned, is Laotian. Her father was one of those tribal leaders the CIA backed against the North Vietnamese. The whole group got wiped out. I haven't figured out how she escaped. She married an Air Force sergeant and came to the States. He passed away in an accident not too long ago. There's nothing in Ryan's file linking him to the family beforehand. The Laos angle could connect to the agency, but Ryan wasn't in government then. He was just a college kid. No records show any prior relationship. Out of nowhere, a few months before the last presidential election, he set up this trust, and since then he visits them about once a week. Oh, and there's one more thing. What's that? I pulled this from another file. There was an incident at a local convenience store, some street punks hassling the Zimmer family. Ryan's main bodyguard is a CIA officer named Clark. He used to be a field operative, now he does protective detail. I couldn't get his full file, Goodley explained. Anyway, this Clark apparently roughed up a couple of gang kids. Sent one to the hospital. I dug up a newspaper clipping. It was a small blurb, framed as a concerned citizen thing. Clark and another agency guy, identified only as federal employees, got jumped by 4 thugs. This Clark must be something else. The gang leader ended up with a broken knee. Another was knocked out cold, and the rest just froze, scared stiff. The local cops chalked it up to gang trouble. Well, former gang trouble. No charges filed. What else do you know about this Clark? I've run into him a few times. Big guy, late 40s, quiet, almost shy, but the way he moves, you know what it reminds me of? I took karate lessons once. The instructor was a former Green Beret, Vietnam vet, all that. Clark moves like that, fluid, efficient, like an athlete, but it's his eyes that get you. They're always scanning, sizing you up sideways, deciding if you're a threat or not. Goodley paused, a realization dawning. Whatever else he was, Ben Goodley wasn't dense. That is one dangerous guy. What? Liz Elliott was lost. Sorry, I picked that up from my karate teacher back in Cambridge. The truly dangerous ones don't look it. They blend into the room. You barely notice them. My sensei, he got jumped at the subway stop near Harvard. Well, they tried to jump him. He left 3 guys bleeding on the pavement. They figured he was just a janitor or something. He's black, around 50 now, dresses plain, doesn't look threatening at all. That's Clark, just like my old sensei. Interesting, Goodley mused. Well, he's a special protective officer, and they're supposed to be top-notch. My guess is Ryan found out those punks were bothering Mrs. Zimmer and had his bodyguard handle it. The county police had no complaints. So what's your conclusion? Ryan's done some solid work, but he's also screwed up big time. At his core, he's stuck in the past, still a Cold War relic. He clashes with this administration. Like when you skipped the Camelot exercise the other day, he doesn't believe you're taking your responsibilities seriously. Skipping those war games strikes him as flat-out reckless. He actually said that, pretty much word for word. I was sitting right there with Cabot when he walked in and started venting. Elliot shook her head. That's classic Cold War thinking. If the president handles his end and I handle mine, there won't be any crises in the first place. Isn't that the entire goal? So far, though, you two seem to be holding things together, Goodley noted. The National Security Advisor didn't bother responding, just glanced down at her notes. The walls were finished, sealed tight with heavy plastic sheeting. The air conditioning hummed steadily, pulling both moisture and dust out of the space. Fromm was hunched over the machine tool tables, though table hardly did them justice. Each one was built to bear several tons with screw jacks anchored on every reinforced leg. The German had spent 3 hours meticulously leveling each unit, checking the spirit levels built into the frames. Perfect, he finally muttered. It had to be flawless, and now it was. Beneath each table lay a full meter of concrete footings, and once the legs were bolted down, they became part of the earth itself. The tools need to be that rigid? Gozen asked. Fromm shook his head. Quite the opposite. They float on a cushion of air. But you said each one weighs more than a ton, Kati protested. Floating them is simple. You've seen hovercrafts carrying 100 tons. The air cushion is essential to absorb vibrations from the ground. What kind of precision are we talking about? Gons pressed. About what you'd need for an astronomical telescope, the German replied. But the original bombs, Fromm cut him off. The American bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were crude, clumsy devices. They wasted nearly all their reaction mass, especially the Hiroshima one. You wouldn't build something that primitive any more than you'd design a bomb with a burning fuse, would you? He paused. Besides, that wasteful approach was never going to work long term. After those first detonations, American engineers realized they had a serious shortage of fissile material. That few kilos of plutonium sitting over there is the most expensive substance on the planet. The plant required to create it through nuclear bombardment costs billions. Then you need another facility just for separation, another billion on top of that. Only the United States had the financial muscle to pull off the original project. Everyone knew about nuclear fission. Physics doesn't keep secrets, but only America had the money, the resources, and the people to make it happen. He added almost wistfully, and what people they had, those first 3 bombs were built to use every scrap of available material. And since reliability was the only priority, they were rough but functional. They also needed the biggest aircraft ever built just to carry them. Then the war ended. Fromm continued, and bomb design shifted from a frantic wartime scramble to a serious professional field. The Hanford reactor was only producing a few dozen kilos of plutonium a year back then, so the Americans had to figure out how to stretch every ounce. The Mark 12 was one of the first truly advanced designs, and the Israelis refined it further. That weapon delivers 5 times the yield of the Hiroshima bomb with less than a fifth of the reaction mass, a 25-fold jump in efficiency, and we can push that nearly 10 times further. A genuinely expert team with the right facilities might squeeze out another factor of 4. Modern warheads are the most elegant, the most fascinating. 2 megatons, Goens interrupted, his voice barely a whisper. Was it even possible? Fromm's face fell. Not here, he said, the disappointment heavy in his tone. We simply don't have the information. The physics are simple enough on paper, but the real hurdles are in the engineering, and there's no published research to guide us through the bomb-building process. Even today, warhead tests are still being conducted to make these devices smaller and more efficient. Like any field, you have to experiment to make progress, and that's something we simply can't do. We also lack the time and funding to train technicians for this kind of work. I could sketch out a theoretical design for a megaton-plus weapon, but honestly, it would only have about a 50-50 shot at working, maybe slightly better, but without a proper experimental test program, it's just not a practical venture. So what are you capable of? Cotty pressed. I can turn this into a weapon with a yield of 400 to 500 kilotons. It'd be about a cubic meter in size and tip the scales at roughly 500 kilos. Fromm paused, reading the skepticism on their faces. It won't be a thing of beauty, and it'll be clunky and heavy, but it will pack a serious punch. In truth, it would outshine anything American or Soviet engineers had managed in the first 15 years of the atomic age, and Fromm figured that wasn't half bad. What about explosive containment? Gozlan asked. That's the plan. This sharp, young Arab had a good head on his shoulders, Fromm thought. The early bombs relied on massive steel casings. Ours will use explosives, bulky but lightweight, and just as reliable. We'll inject tritium into the core at the moment of ignition, like the original Israeli design that will flood the fission reaction with neutrons to boost it. That reaction then fires more neutrons into a second tritium reserve, setting off a fusion blast. The energy split is roughly 50 kilotons from the primary and 400 from the secondary. And how much tritium do we need? It wasn't a hard substance to come by in tiny amounts. Watchmakers and gun sight manufacturers used it, but only in minuscule quantities, yet Goen knew from his own frustrating search that anything over 10 milligrams was nearly impossible to source. Tritium, not plutonium despite what Fromm had claimed, was the priciest commercially available material on Earth. You could actually buy tritium, but plutonium was off the table. I've got 50 grams, Fromm announced with a smug grin. Far more than we'll ever need. 50 grams, Gauze blurted out. 50? Our reactor complex was churning out special nuclear material for our own bomb initiative. When the socialist government collapsed, the decision was made to hand the plutonium over to the Soviets, loyalty to the global socialist cause. You see, the Soviets didn't take it that way. Their response, paused, they called it. Well, I'll let you imagine their reaction was so intense that I chose to stash away our tritium output. As you know, it's incredibly valuable on the market, my little insurance policy, if you will. Where is it? In the basement of my house, tucked inside some nickel hydrogen batteries. Kati wasn't thrilled about that, not in the least. The Arab leader looked unwell, Fromm could tell, and it made hiding his unease all the harder. I need to head back to Germany anyway to collect the machine tools, Fromm said. You have them? 5 kilometers from my place sits the Karl Marx Astrophysical Institute. We were supposed to build astronomical telescopes there, visual and X-ray models. Sadly, it never launched. What a wasted cover, right? In the machine shop, packed in crates labeled astrophysical instruments, are 6 high-precision 5-axis machines, the cream of the crop, Fromm noted with a predatory smile. Cincinnati Millicron, straight from the United States, exactly what the Americans use at their Oak Ridge, Rocky Flats, and Pantex plants. And the operators, Gosen asked. We were training 20 of them, 16 men and 4 women, all with university degrees. No, that's too risky. Besides, it's not essential. These machines are user-friendly, as they like to say. We could handle it ourselves, but that would eat up too much time. Any skilled lens maker, even a master gunsmith for that matter, can run these machines. What used to be the domain of Nobel laureates half a century ago is now routine work for a competent machinist, Fromm said. That's the way progress works, isn't it? It's possible. Then again, it might not be, Yevgeny replied. He'd been on watch for 20 straight hours, and only 6 hours of restless sleep separated that from an even longer shift. Tracking it down, if that was truly what they'd done, had demanded every bit of Dubinen's expertise. He'd figured the American missile sub had turned south, cruising at roughly 5 knots. Then came the environmental factors. He had to remain close, within direct path range, never letting himself drift into a sonar convergence zone. Those zones were ring-shaped, donut-like regions around a vessel. Sound radiating from a point inside the convergence zone bent under the influence of water temperature and pressure, bouncing back and forth to the surface along a spiral path at semi-regular intervals dictated by the surrounding conditions. By steering clear of them, relative to where he believed his target was, he could dodge one method of detection. That meant staying within theoretical direct path distance, the area where sound simply traveled outward in straight lines from its source. To pull that off without being spotted, he had to remain above the thermocline layer. He suspected the American would stay beneath it while letting his towed array sonar dangle below. In that way, his own engine noise would likely be deflected away from the enemy submarine. Dubinen's tactical challenge lay in his shortcomings. The American boat was quieter than his and boasted both superior sonar gear and better-trained sonar operators. Senior Lieutenant Yevgeny Nikolaevich Rykov was a sharp young officer, but he was the only sonar specialist aboard who could even hope to match his American counterparts, and the kid was wearing himself thin. Captain Dubinen's lone edge was himself. He was a skilled tactician, and he knew it, and his American counterpart, Dubinen, figured wasn't and didn't realize it. There was one more drawback. By hovering above the layer, he made it easier for an American patrol plane to spot him. But Dubinin was ready to accept that gamble. What lay ahead was a prize no Russian submarine commander had ever dreamed of seizing. Both captain and lieutenant stared at the waterfall display, looking not at a bright flash, but instead at a faint, fragmented vertical line that wasn't nearly as luminous as it ought to be. The American Ohio-class boat was quieter than the ocean's own ambient noise, and both men wondered if the conditions were somehow revealing the acoustical shadow of that most advanced missile submarine. Just as likely, Dubinin thought, exhaustion was playing tricks on both their minds. "We need a transient," Rykov said, reaching for his tea. A dropped wrench, a slammed hatch. A slip-up. A slip-up. I could ping him. I could slip below the layer and blast him with active sonar to find out. No. Dubinin turned away, nearly cursing himself. Patience. Valentin. They're patient, so we have to be patient. Yevgeny Nikolaich, you look exhausted. I can rest in Petropavlovsk, Captain. I'll sleep for a week and see my wife. Well, I won't sleep the whole week, he said with a tired grin. The lieutenant's face glowed in the screen's yellow light. But I won't walk away from a chance like this. There won't be any accidental transients. I know, Captain, those damn American crews. I know it's him. I know it's in Ohio. What else could it be? Imagination, Yevgeny, imagination and too much wishing on our part. Lieutenant Rykov turned away. I think my captain knows better than that. I think my lieutenant is right. What a game this is, ship against ship, mind against mind, chess in 3 dimensions played in an ever-changing physical environment. And the Americans were the masters of the game. Dubinin knew that. Better equipment, better crews, better training. Of course the Americans knew that too, and 2 generations of advantage had bred arrogance rather than innovation. Not in all, but certainly in some. A clever commander in the missile submarine would be doing things differently. If I had such a submarine, not all the world could find me. 12 more hours, then we must break contact and turn for home. Too bad, Rykov observed, not meaning it. 6 weeks at sea was enough for him. Make your depth 60 feet, the officer of the deck said. Make my depth 60 feet. Aye, the diving officer replied, 10 degrees up on the Fairwater Plains. The missile-firing drill had just begun. A regular occurrence, it was intended both to ensure the competence of the crew and desensitize them to their primary warfighting mission, the launch of 24 UGM-93 Trident II D5 missiles, each with 10 Mark V re-entry vehicles of 400 kilotons nominal yield. A total of 240 warheads with a total net yield of 96 megatons. But there was more to it than that, since nuclear weapons depended on the interlocking logic of several physical laws. Small weapons employed their yield with greater efficiencies than larger ones. Most important of all, the Mark V RV had a demonstrated accuracy of plus or minus 50 meters CP, circular error probable, meaning that after a flight of over 4,000 nautical miles, half the warheads would land within 164.041 feet of their targets, and nearly all the rest within 300 feet. The miss distance was far smaller than the crater to be expected from such a warhead, as a result of which the D5 missile was the first sea-launched ballistic missile with counterforce capability. It was designed for a disarming first strike. Given the normal 2-at-1 targeting, Maine could eliminate 120 Soviet missiles and/or missile control bunkers, roughly 10% of the current Soviet ICBM force, which was itself configured for a counterforce mission. In the Missile Control Center, MCC aft of the cavernous missile room, a senior chief petty officer lit up his panel. All 24 birds were online. Onboard navigation equipment fed data into each missile guidance system. It would be updated in a few minutes from orbiting navigation satellites. To hit a target, the missile had to know not only where the target was, but also where the missile itself was starting from. The Navstar Global Positioning System could do that with a tolerance of less than 5 meters. The senior chief watched status lights change as missiles were interrogated by his computers and reported their readiness around the submarine. Water pressure on the hull diminished at a rate of 2.2 tons per square foot for every 100 feet of rise toward the surface. Maine's hull expanded slightly as the pressure was relieved, and there was a tiny amount of noise as steel relaxed from the compression. It was only a groan, scarcely audible even over the sonar systems and seductively close to the call of a whale. Rykov was so drunk with fatigue that had it come a few minutes later he would have missed it. But though his daydreams were getting the best of him, His mind retained enough of its sharpness to take note of the sound. "Captain, hull-popping noise right there!" His finger stabbed the screen just at the bottom of the shadow he and Dubinin had been examining. "He's coming shallow." Dubinin raced into the control room. "Stand by to change depth." He put on a headset that connected him to Lieutenant Rykov. "Yevgeny Nikolaich, this must be done well and done quickly. I will drop below the layer just as the American goes over it." "No, Captain, you can wait. His array will hang below briefly, as ours would do." "Damn!" Dubinin nearly laughed. "Forgive me, Lieutenant. For that, a bottle of Starka. It was the finest vodka Russia had to offer. My wife and I will drink to your health. I'm getting an angle reading. Estimate target 5 degrees depression from our array." "Captain, if I can hold him the moment we lose him through the layer?" "Yes, a quick range estimate. It would be rough, but it would be something." Dubinin snapped orders to his tracking officer. 2 degrees hull noises are gone. This is very hard to hold, but he's occulting the background a little more now. Gone. He's through the layer now? 1, 2, 3. Dubinin counted. The American must be running a missile drill or coming up to receive communications. Either way, he'd go to 20 meters depth, and his towed array, 500 meters long, speed 5 knots, and now helm down 5 degrees on the bow planes. We're going just below the layer, star palm. Make note of outside water temperature. Gently, helm, gently. Admiral Lunin dipped her bow and slid beneath the undulating boundary separating the warmer surface water from the colder depths. "Range?" Dubinin asked his tracking officer. "Estimate between 5 and 9,000 meters, Captain. Best I can do with the data." "Well done, Kolya." "Splendid. We're below the layer now. Water temperature down 5 degrees. The star palm called bow planes to 0, level out, planes to 0, Captain. 0 angle on the boat." Had there been enough overhead room, Dubinin would have leaped off his feet. He'd just done what no other Soviet submarine commander, and if his intelligence was right, only a handful of Americans had ever done. He'd established contact with and tracked an American Ohio-class fleet ballistic missile submarine. In a war situation, he'd be able to fire off ranging pings with his active sonar and launch torpedoes. He'd stalked the world's most elusive game and was close enough for a killing shot. His skin tingled from the excitement of the moment. Nothing in the world could match this feeling. Nothing at all. "Rilny Pravo," he said next. "Right rudder, new course, 300. Increase speed slowly to 10 knots. "But, Captain," his star palm executive officer said, "we're breaking contact. He'll continue this drill for at least 30 minutes. It is very unlikely that we can evade counter-detection when he concludes it. Better to leave now. We do not want him to know what we have done. We will meet this one again. In any case, our mission is accomplished. We have tracked him, and we got close enough to launch our attack at Petropavlovsk men. There will be much drinking, and your captain will do the buying. Now let's clear the area quietly so that he will not know that we were ever here." Captain Robert Jefferson Jackson wished he was younger, wished that his hair was still completely black, that he could again be a young nugget fresh from Pensacola, ready to take his first hop in one of the forbidding fighter aircraft that sat like enormous birds of prey along the flight line at Oceana Naval Air Station. That all 24 of the F-14D Tomcats in the immediate area were his was not as satisfying as the knowledge that one was his and his alone. Instead, as Commander Air Group, he owned 2 Tomcat squadrons, 2 more of FA-18 Hornets, one of A-6E Intruder medium attack aircraft, another of S-3 submarine hunters, and finally the less glamorous tankers, electronic warfare prowlers, and rescue ASW helicopters, a total of 78 birds with an aggregate value of, what? $1 billion? Much more if you considered replacement cost. Then there were the 3,000 men who flew and serviced the aircraft, each of whom was beyond price, of course. He was responsible for all of it, It was much more fun to be a new fighter pilot who drove his personal airplane and left the worrying to management. Robbie had crossed over into management, the guy the younger pilots whispered about in the ship's berthing areas. Nobody wanted to get summoned to his office. That was like getting called to the principal's office back in school. They dreaded flying with him for two solid reasons. First, they figured he was past his prime and couldn't hack it in the cockpit anymore. And second, he had no filter when it came to pointing out their screw-ups. Fighter pilots rarely own up to their own mistakes, except maybe among their own circle. There was a twist of irony in all this. His last gig had been at the Pentagon, buried under a mountain of paperwork, where the biggest thrill of the day was snagging a decent parking spot. He'd begged and prayed for an escape from that grind, then he landed command of his air wing and found himself drowning in even more administrative nonsense than ever before. The upside? He got to fly twice a week, if fortune smiled on him. Today, fortune was smiling. As he headed out, his Command Master Chief Petty Officer flashed a grin. "Mind the store, Master Chief? Roger that, Skipper. It'll all be here when you get back." Jackson paused mid-step. "You can have someone steal all the paperwork." "I'll see what I can do, sir." A staff car rolled him out to the flight line. Jackson was already suited up in his Nomex flight gear, a worn, beaten-up piece of equipment with a faded olive-drab hue from countless washes, fraying at the elbows and seat from years of hard use. He could have easily requested a fresh one, but pilots are a superstitious bunch. Robbie and this suit had been through too much together to part ways now. "Hey, Skipper," shouted one of his squadron commanders. Commander Bud Sanchez, a shorter guy with olive skin and a thick mustache that framed a grin straight off a toothpaste ad, was the CO of VF-1 and would be flying as Jackson's wingman today. They'd flown side by side back when Jackson led VF-41 off the John F. Kennedy. "Your birds all dialed in, ready to kick some serious tail? Who's the opposition today?" "Some jarheads out of Cherry Point and 18 Deltas. We got a Hummer already orbiting 100 miles out, and the exercise is BARCAP against low-level intruders." BARCAP stood for Barrier Combat Air Patrol. The whole point was keeping enemy aircraft from crossing a line they weren't supposed to cross. Up for some heavy ACM? Those Marines sounded a little too confident on the phone. "The Marine I can't take hasn't been born yet." Robbie shot back, grabbing his helmet from the rack. It had his call sign, Spade, written on the side. "Hey, you EOs," Sanchez called out. "Quit holding hands, and let's get this show on the road." "On the way, Bud." Michael Lobo Alexander came around from the lockers, followed by Jackson's radar intercept officer, Henry Shredder Walters. Both were under 30, both lieutenants. In the locker room, everyone went by call sign, not rank. Robbie soaked in the camaraderie of squadron life, loving it as much as he loved his country. Outside, the plane captains, the petty officers responsible for keeping the jets in top shape, guided the officers to their respective birds and helped them climb aboard on a carrier flight deck, where danger lurks at every step. Enlisted men practically lead pilots by the hand to keep them from wandering into trouble or getting hurt. Jackson's jet had a 00 ID painted on the nose with capped R.J. Jackson Spade stenciled under the cockpit so nobody would forget whose bird this was. Below that was a small flag marking a MiG-29 that an Iraqi pilot had flown too close to Jackson's Tomcat not so long ago. It hadn't been much of a fight. The other guy had slipped up, forgotten to check his 6 and paid the price. But a kill was a kill, and kills were the lifeblood of fighter pilots. 5 minutes later, all 4 men were strapped in with engines humming. "How you doing this morning, Shredder?" Jackson asked over the intercom. "Ready to waste some Marines, Skipper?" "Looking good back here. You think this thing's gonna fly today?" "Guess it's time to find out." Jackson clicked over to the radio bud. "This is Spade, ready to go." "Copy that, Spade. You're leading. Both pilots scanned the area, got the thumbs up from their crew chiefs, and double-checked once more. Spade's taking point." Jackson, release the brakes. We're rolling. Hello, my darling, Manfred Fromm said to his wife. Trottle rushed over to embrace him. Where have you been? That I can't say. Fromm replied with a sly glint in his eye. He hummed a few lines from Lloyd Webber's Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. I knew you'd come around. Trottle beamed at him. You mustn't speak of this. To confirm her suspicions, he handed her a thick stack of bills, 5 bundles of 10,000 Deutsche Marks each. That ought to keep the hired help quiet and content, Fromm thought to himself. And I'm only here for the night. Had some business to handle, and naturally Manfred. She hugged him again, clutching the cash. If only you'd called ahead. The logistics had been surprisingly straightforward. A freighter bound for Latakia, Syria, was departing Rotterdam in 70 hours. He and Bach had arranged for a commercial hauling firm to pack the machine tools into a small cargo container, which would be loaded aboard the ship and offloaded at a Syrian dock in about 6 days. Air freight would have been quicker, or even railed to a Greek or Italian port for a faster sea connection. But Rotterdam was the busiest harbor in the world, with customs agents stretched thin and focused mostly on drug interdiction. Let the sniffer dogs sniff that container all they wanted. Fromm sent his wife off to the kitchen to brew some coffee. It would take a few minutes, which was all the time he needed. He slipped down to the basement. In the corner, as far from the water heater as possible, sat a neat stack of lumber, topped with 4 black metal cases. Each weighed roughly 10 kilos, about 25 pounds. Fromm carried them one at a time. On the second trip, he grabbed a pair of gloves from his dresser to shield his hands and loaded them into the trunk of his rented BMW. By the time the coffee was ready, he was done. You've got a nice tan, Trottle observed, setting the tray down. In her head, she'd already spent a quarter of the money he'd given her. So Manfred had finally seen the light. She'd always known he would sooner or later. Better now than never. She'd make sure to treat him well tonight. Gunther Bach didn't love leaving Fromm to his own devices, but he had his own mission to handle. This one carried far more risk. It was, he reminded himself, a high-stakes operational gamble, even if the real threats were in the planning phase, which was both strange and a relief. Erwin Keitel lived on a pension, and not a generous one at that. His situation stemmed from 2 realities. First, he was a former lieutenant colonel in the East German Stasi, the intelligence and counterintelligence arm of the long-gone German Democratic Republic. Second, he had genuinely loved his job for 32 years. While most of his old colleagues had accepted the changes in their country and largely put their German identity ahead of whatever ideology they once held and spilled everything they knew to the Federal Intelligence Service, Keitel had decided he wasn't about to work for capitalists. That made him one of the politically unemployed citizens of the reunified Germany. His pension was a matter of convenience. The new German government honored, at least in a loose sense, pre-existing state obligations. It was politically expedient, and what Germany had become was a daily struggle with facts that didn't quite reconcile. It was simpler to hand Keitel a pension than to leave him on the standard dole, which was seen as more degrading than a formal retirement package. At least, that's how the government saw it. Keitel saw things a little differently. If the world operated on any kind of logic, he mused, he would have been shot or run out of the country, though where exactly they would have sent him, Keitel couldn't fathom. He had briefly entertained the idea of defecting to the Russians given his old KGB connections, but that notion evaporated almost instantly. The Soviets had completely distanced themselves from everything tied to the DDR, terrified of betrayal from individuals whose dedication to global communism, or whatever ideology Moscow was clinging to these days, Keitel couldn't say was far weaker than their loyalty to their newly unified homeland. Settling into the corner booth beside Bach in a quiet tavern on the eastern side of the city, Keitel muttered, "This is incredibly risky, my friend. I'm fully aware of that, Erwin." Bach signaled for 2 tall glasses of beer, and the service arrived faster than it would have a decade earlier, though neither man paid that any attention. "I can't express what they did to Petra," Keitel said once the waitress had stepped away. "Do you know the specifics of what transpired?" Bach asked, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. The detective assigned to her case kept visiting her in prison, frequently and not for official questioning. They deliberately worked to drive her past her limits. You have to understand, Gunther, courage, whether in a man or a woman, is a limited resource. It wasn't a failure on her part. Anyone can be broken. It's just a question of how long it takes. They sat back and watched her die. The former colonel recounted. "Is that so?" Bach's expression remained frozen, but his grip on the glass turned his knuckles bone white. There was a hidden camera in her cell. They have her final moments recorded on tape. They saw what she was about to do and made no move to stop her. Bach fell silent, the dim lighting hiding the blood draining from his face. A wave of heat surged through him, immediately replaced by an icy chill. He shut his eyes for a heartbeat, forcing himself to steady his nerves. Petra wouldn't have wanted him to lose control now. When he opened his eyes, he locked onto his friend. "That's confirmed? I know who that detective is. I have his address. My old contacts haven't dried up yet," Keitel assured him. "Good, Irwin. I'm counting on that. I need your assistance with something." "Name it?" "You already know what led us here." "That depends on your perspective," Keitel replied. "The people let themselves be swayed so easily, but the masses never have the discipline to recognize their own best interests. The true source of our nation's downfall." "Exactly. The Americans and the Russians." "My dear Gunther, even a unified Germany can't." "Oh, but it can. If we're going to reshape the world to our vision, Irwin, both of our oppressors need to be hit hard. By what means? There's a plan. Can you trust me on that much, at least for now?" Keitel finished his beer and leaned back, studying his old comrade. He had trained Bach years ago, and at 56 his worldview was too rigid to change, but he still knew how to read a man. Bach was cut from the same cloth, careful, ruthless, and a master of covert operations. "What about that detective?" Keitel asked. Bach shook his head. "As tempting as that would be, no, this isn't the moment for petty vengeance. We have a cause and a nation to restore. Actually, several nations," Bach thought to himself, but that wasn't the time to reveal it. What was forming in his mind was a bold, sweeping maneuver that might, he was too pragmatic to promise even to himself, bend the world into a more manageable form. What came after that was anyone's guess, but none of it would matter if he and his allies couldn't take that first daring step. "How long have we known each other?" 15 years, 20, Keitel allowed a faint smile. "Aber natürlich, you have my trust. How many more can we rely on? How many are you thinking?" "No more than 10, but we'll need exactly 10. Keitel's expression went blank. 8 men we can trust without question." "That's too large a group for security, Gunther." "What kind of men?" Bach laid it out for him. "I know where to begin looking. It should be feasible for men of my generation, and some younger like yours. The physical abilities you need aren't hard to acquire, but keep in mind that a lot of this lies beyond our control. As some of my associates put it, that's in God's hands," Gunther said with a sly grin. "Barbarians," Keitel scoffed. "I've never cared for them." "Ja, Doc, they won't even let a fellow enjoy a beer," Bach smiled. "But they're tough, Irwin. They're resolute, and they stay loyal to the mission." "Whose mission is that?" "One we both support right now. How much time do you need?" 2 weeks, you can reach me." "No." Bach shook his head. "Too dangerous. Can you move around? Are they watching you?" "Watching me?" "Every one of my former subordinates has switched sides, and the BND is well aware the KGB wants nothing to do with me. They wouldn't waste resources tracking me. I'm a gelding, you see." "Some gelding, Irwin." Bach handed over a stack of cash. "We'll connect in Cyprus in 2 weeks. Make sure you're not tailed." "I will. I do. I haven't lost the knack, my friend." Fromm woke at first light. He dressed slowly, careful not to disturb Trottle. In the last 12 hours, she'd acted more like a true wife than in the previous year, and his guilt reminded him that their crumbling marriage wasn't solely her doing. To his surprise, breakfast was already laid out for him. "When will you be back?" "Not certain. Likely a few months." "That long?" "Mind shots. They need my expertise, and they're paying well for it." He made a mental note to have Cutty wire extra funds. As long as the money flowed, she'd stay calm. "Can't I come with you?" Trottle asked, showing genuine warmth. "It's no place for a woman." That was honest enough to ease his conscience a bit. He finished his coffee. "I need to head out. Come back soon." Manfred Fromm kissed his wife and stepped outside. The BMW handled the 50 kilos in the trunk without any trouble. He gave Trottle one last wave before driving off, then checked the house in the rearview mirror, thinking correctly that he might never see it again. His next stop was the Karl Marx Astrophysical Institute. The single-story buildings already showed signs of decay, and he was surprised no vandals had smashed the windows. The truck was already waiting. Fromm unlocked the machine shop with his keys. The equipment remained, sealed in airtight crates, still labeled astrophysical instruments. It was just a matter of signing a few forms he'd prepared the day before. The driver knew how to run the propane-powered forklift, loading each crate into the container. Fromm pulled the batteries from his car's trunk and placed them in a small final box, loaded last. The driver spent another half hour securing everything with chains, then took off. He and Herr Professor Fromm would reconnect near Rotterdam. Fromm met up with Bach in Greifswald. They drove west in Bach's car. Bach handled the wheel better. "How was home?" "Trottle really liked the money," Fromm said. "We'll send her more, on a regular schedule. Every 2 weeks, I think." "Good. I was going to ask Cotty about that. We look after our own," Bach noted as they crossed what had once been a border checkpoint, now just open green fields. "How long for the fabrication?" 3 months, maybe 4. We could push it faster," Fromm added apologetically. "But remember, I've only ever done this in simulation, never with real material. There's 0 room for error. It'll be done by mid-January. After that, it's yours to use." Fromm naturally wondered what Bach and the others had planned for it, but that wasn't really his business, was it? Doch, 15 Dedecial development. Gozn could only shake his head. He understood on an intellectual level that it was all part of the massive political shifts sweeping across Europe, the dissolving of borders that came with economic unity, the fall of the Soviet bloc, and the frantic scramble to be part of the new European order. Yet, the real headache in moving those 5 machine tools from Germany to his remote valley hadn't been the paperwork or the politics. It had been finding a decent truck in Latakia. That had been a genuine pain, since the road leading up to his workshop seemed to have been forgotten by every mapmaker and logistics expert on the continent, a fact that gave him a quiet sense of satisfaction, especially since it had stumped the German. Fromm, for all his arrogance, was a meticulous technician, and he watched intently as a crew of workers maneuvered the final machine onto its custom-built table. The tables themselves were perfect, with a 10-centimeter margin around each unit, just enough room to rest a notebook. The backup generators and UPS systems were already installed and tested, humming quietly in the corner. Now it was simply a matter of calibration, a tedious process that would eat up the better part of a week. From the far end of the cavernous space, Bach and Cotty observed the operation, keeping a respectful distance from the chaos. "I'm starting to put together an operational plan," Gunther said, his voice low. Cotty raised an eyebrow. "So you're not aiming for Israel, then?" He was the one with the final say, the man who could greenlight or kill the entire project, but he was willing to hear out his German colleague. "Can you share it yet?" "Certainly." Bach laid it out in crisp, efficient terms. Cotty listened, then nodded slowly. "Interesting. What about security?" One weak point is our friend Manfred, or more precisely, his wife. She knows his skills, and she's aware he's gone somewhere. Wouldn't killing her create more problems than it solves? On the surface, yes. But every one of Fromm's colleagues is also away, most with their wives. If she simply vanished, the neighbors would assume she'd gone to join her husband. But his absence is a risk. She might let something slip, casually mention that Manfred is off on some job. Someone could pick up on that. Does she actually know what he used to do? Manfred is cautious, but we have to assume she knows what wife wouldn't figure it out. Go on, Kati said, a note of weariness creeping in. If her body were found, the police would start hunting for her husband, and that's a complication. She has to disappear cleanly. Then it'll look like she simply went to be with him, rather than the other way around, Kati said, a rare hint of a smile crossing his face. When the project is done. Exactly. What's she like, this woman? A nag, a gold digger, not a believer, Bach said, his atheism showing through, which Kati found faintly amusing. And how will you handle it? Bach outlined the approach without flinching. It'll also test our people's reliability for the bigger operation. I'll leave the specifics to my associates. Trickery? In a venture like this, you can't be too careful. If you'd like, I can record the elimination on video, something unambiguous. Bach had done this before, and it showed. It's barbaric, Quety said, but unfortunately necessary. I'll take care of it when I head to Cyprus. You'll need backup for that trip, my friend. Yes, I think I will, Bach understood the implication perfectly. If he was ever in danger of being captured, well, he'd signed up for a risky line of work, and Kati had to protect himself. The plan Gunther had just laid out made that safeguard even more critical. 15 meters away, Gones was fiddling with the machine's leveling feet, clearly frustrated. These tools all have built-in levelers for the air plates, really good ones. So why are we making such a fuss over the table? Because, my young friend, we only get one shot at this. Do you really want to leave anything to chance? Gozen had to concede the point, even if the man was a condescending prick, and the tritium. It's stored in those batteries. I've kept them cool. You release the tritium by applying heat. The extraction process is delicate, but it's not complicated. Right, I remember that from my lab days. Gozen had done similar experiments in university. Fromm handed him the manual for the first machine, and they got back to work. Captain Dubinin found himself in the office of the master shipwright at the sprawling shipyard complex, a facility known by several names over the years: Komsomolsk, Leninskaya Komsomola, or simply Yard 199. It was here that the Admiral Lunin had first taken shape, and the man behind the desk had once commanded submarines himself before trading the periscope for a clipboard. He insisted on the old title, Master Shipwright, rather than Superintendent, and had made a point of changing the nameplate on his door the day he moved in 2 years ago. A stickler for tradition, sure, but also a first-rate engineer, and today he was beaming like a kid with a new toy. While you were away, I managed to get my hands on something special, he said, leaning forward with a conspiratorial grin. Dubinin raised an eyebrow. And what would that be, Admiral? A prototype for a brand new reactor feed pump. It's big, it's awkward, and it's an absolute nightmare to install and service, but quiet. Silent as a ghost, the Admiral replied, clearly pleased with himself. It cuts the radiated noise of your current pump by a factor of 50. Is that so? And who exactly did we liberate that from? The master shipwright chuckled. That's on a need-to-know basis, Valentin Borisovich. Now, I hear you pulled off something rather impressive about 10 days ago. Dubinin smiled cautiously. Admiral, I really can't. Yes, you can. I've already spoken with your squadron commander, so tell me, how close did you actually get to that American boat? I believe it was the Maine, not the Nevada, Dubinin said, trusting his gut over the intelligence reports. We closed to about 8,000 meters. We caught a mechanical transient during one of their exercises, and I decided to stalk them on a hunch. Spare me the modesty, Captain. Humility is overrated. Continue. We tracked what we thought was our target, and he confirmed it with a hull transient, probably surfaced for a missile drill. Given our schedule and the tactical picture, I chose to break contact while we still could without being detected. That was your smartest move yet, the master shipwright said, jabbing a finger in Dubinin's direction, because the next time you go out, you'll be commanding the quietest submarine we've ever launched. They still have the edge on us, Dubinin countered, ever the realist. True, but for the first time, that edge will be smaller than the gap between one commander and another, and that's the way it should be. We both learned under Marco Ramius. If only he could see this day. Dubinin nodded in agreement. With the current political climate, this is a contest of skill, not hostility. The master shipwright sighed. I wish I were young enough to be out there myself. Now, what about the new sonar? That's our design from the Severomorsk laboratory, a large aperture array with roughly a 40% improvement in sensitivity. All told, you'll be on par with an American Los Angeles class in almost every category, except for the crew. Dubinin thought, but didn't say aloud, it would take years before his country could train sailors the way the Western navies did, and by then he'd likely lose his command. But in 3 months, he'd have the finest ship his nation had ever given a captain. If he could convince his squadron commander to assign him more officers, he could weed out the dead weight among the conscripts and really focus on training the rest. That was his job, leading and shaping the crew. He was the commanding officer of the Admiral Lunin, and he took responsibility for everything that happened aboard. Ramius had drilled that into him from day one on his first boat. His fate rested in his own hands, and what more could a man ask for? Next year, when the brutal winter storms rolled across the North Pacific, he'd meet the USS Maine again. Meanwhile, in the wardroom of another vessel, Captain Ricks stared at the empty display. Not a single contact, he said, frustration creeping into his voice, except for Omaha. Lieutenant Commander Claggett glanced up from his paperwork. And he was in too much of a hurry. Ivan doesn't even try anymore. It was almost a lament from the navigator. Like he's gone out of business, Ricks observed. Why even bother trying to find us? Hell, aside from that Aquila that got lost, the nav officer chimed in. We did track the guy a while back. A lieutenant, casually flipping through a magazine, added, Maybe next time we'll get some hull shots. That drew a round of laughter. In the old days, a few of the more aggressive, fast-attack skippers had occasionally maneuvered close enough to Soviet submarines to snap flash photos of their hulls. But those days were long gone. The Russians had gotten considerably better at the submarine game than they were a decade earlier. Being number 2 definitely made one try harder. Now the next engineering drill, Ricks said, and the executive officer noticed the faces around the table remained stone still. The officers had learned not to groan or roll their eyes. Ricks had a very limited sense of humor. Hello, Robbie. Admiral Joshua Painter rose from his swivel chair and crossed the room to shake hands with his visitor. Morning, sir. Grab a seat. A steward poured coffee for both men. How's the wing looking? I think we'll be ready on time, sir. Painter, the Supreme Allied Commander Atlantic, Commander-in-Chief Atlantic, and Commander-in-Chief U.S. Atlantic Fleet. Held 3 titles but drew only 1 salary, though he did have 3 staffs to do his thinking for him. A career fighter pilot, he'd climbed to the top of his profession. He wouldn't be picked for Chief of Naval Operations. Someone with fewer political rough edges would land that role. But Painter was fine with that. In the rather quirky organization of the armed services, the CNO and other service chiefs merely advised the Secretary of Defense. The CCDF gave the orders to the area SINKs. Sacklant, Sinklant, Sinklant, Flept might have been an awkward, cumbersome, and generally bloated command, but it was still a command. Painter had real ships, real airplanes, and real Marines with the authority to send them anywhere. 2 full fleets, the 2nd and 6th, answered to him. 7 aircraft carriers, a battleship, though an aviator, Painter had a soft spot for battleships, his grandfather having commanded over 100 destroyers and cruisers, 60 submarines, a division and a half of Marines, and thousands of combat aircraft. The plain truth was that only one country on Earth had more combat power than Joshua Painter, and that country was no longer a serious strategic threat in these days of international amity. He no longer had to brace for the possibility of war. Painter was a happy man, a man who'd flown missions over Vietnam and watched American power peak after World War II bottom out in the 1970s, then rebound until America once again stood as the most powerful nation on the planet. He'd done his part in the best of times and the worst of times, and now the best of times were even better. Robbie Jackson was one of the men his Navy would eventually be handed over to. "What's this I hear about Soviet pilots in Libya again?" Jackson asked. "Well, they never really left, did they?" Painter replied, his tone dry. "Our friend wants their newest weapons, and he's paying with hard cash. They need the cash. It's business. Simple enough." "You'd think he'd learn," Robbie said, shaking his head. "Well, maybe he will soon. It must be real lonely being the last of the hotheads. Maybe that's why he's loading up while he still can. That's what the intel folks are saying. And the Russians? Quite a lot of instructors and technical people there on contract, especially aviators and SAM types. Nice to know if our friend tries anything, he's got some good stuff to hide behind. Not good enough to stop you, Robbie. Good enough to make me write some letters." Jackson had written plenty of those as a CAG. He could expect on this cruise, as with every other he'd ever taken, to see deaths in his air wing. From everything he knew, no carrier had ever completed a deployment, peacetime or combat, without losing someone. And as the man in charge of the air wing, those casualties sat squarely on his shoulders. Wouldn't it be something to be the first? Jackson mused. Beyond the shine it would add to his record, there was the simple mercy of never having to face a widow or a pair of grieving parents with the news that their boy had died serving his country. Possible, sure, but not probable, Robbie admitted to himself. Naval aviation was a brutal game, now past 40, with the illusion of invincibility long since shattered into something between a myth and a punchline. He'd caught himself studying the young pilots in the ready rooms, trying to guess which of those confident, handsome faces wouldn't be around when the carrier finally slipped back into port at the Virginia Capes, whose pretty pregnant wife would see a chaplain and another aviator knock on her door just before noon, a squadron wife hovering nearby to steady her when the bottom fell out of her world in a flash of distant fire and blood. The possibility of a clash with the Libyans was just another hazard in a universe where death never clocked out. He was too old for this life, Jackson admitted quietly. He could still fly with the best of them. He was too wise now to call himself the top gun, except after a few drinks. But the grim side of the job was wearing him down. If luck held, he'd soon trade his cockpit for an admiral's flag, taking to the skies only now and then to prove he hadn't lost his touch, and focusing on the smart calls that would keep those dreaded visits from ever happening. "Everything all right?" Painter asked. "Just parts," Captain Jackson replied. "Keeping all the birds in the air is getting tougher by the day." "We're doing all we can." "Yes, sir, I know that, and it's going to get worse from what I'm seeing in the news." Maybe 3 carriers and their air wings were headed for the scrap heap. Didn't anyone learn from history? "Every war we've won, we've paid for it," the admiral said dryly. "At least this one didn't drain us too much. Don't worry. There's a spot for you when the time comes. You're my finest wing commander, Captain." "I appreciate that, sir. Compliments like that never get old." Painter chuckled. "They didn't for me either. There's an old saying in English," Golovko remarked, "with friends like these, who needs enemies? What else have we uncovered?" "It looks like they handed over their entire stockpile of plutonium," the man said. A researcher from the Weapons Design Institute at Sarova, south of Gorky. He was less a bomb builder than a specialist tracking foreign nuclear developments. I ran the numbers myself. It's theoretically possible they produced more of the material, but what they gave us slightly exceeds our own output from similar plants here in the Soviet Union. I believe we received everything they had. I've reviewed all that, so why are you here now? The initial analysis missed something. And what would that be? The first deputy chairman of the Committee for State Security asked. Tritium? And that is, Golovko drew a blank. He wasn't a nuclear materials expert, his strengths lying in diplomacy and intelligence work. The man from Sarova hadn't taught basic physics in years. Hydrogen is the simplest element. A hydrogen atom has a proton, which carries a positive charge, and an electron, which is negative. Add a neutron, which has no charge at all, and you get deuterium. Add another, and you have tritium. It's 3 times heavier than hydrogen because of those extra neutrons. In plain terms, neutrons are the heart of atomic weapons. When you free them from their atoms, they fly outward, striking other nuclei and releasing more neutrons. That triggers a chain reaction, unleashing enormous energy. Tritium matters because a hydrogen atom isn't supposed to have any neutrons, let alone 2. Tritium is inherently unstable, decaying at a predictable pace. Its half-life clocks in at 12.3 years. So when you introduce tritium into a fission device, the extra neutrons it contributes to the initial reaction can accelerate or boost the fission process in plutonium or uranium by a factor of 5 to 40. This makes the heavy fission materials far more efficient, he explained. Beyond that, placing additional tritium strategically near the fission device, what we call the primary, can kick off a fusion reaction. There are alternatives, naturally. Lithium deuteride and lithium hydride are more stable options, but tritium remains highly valuable for specific weapons applications. And how exactly do you produce tritium? It's made by loading large amounts of lithium aluminum into a nuclear reactor and letting the thermal neutron flux, an engineering term for the constant movement of particles, irradiate the material, transforming lithium into tritium through neutron capture. It ends up as tiny, faceted bubbles within the metal. I recall the Germans also produced tritium at their Greifswald facility. Why do you think that? What's your proof? We examined the plutonium they supplied us. Plutonium has 2 isotopes, plutonium-239 and -240. By measuring their ratios, you can deduce the neutron flux in the reactor. The German sample showed too little 240. Something was dampening the neutron flux, and that something was almost certainly tritium. Are you absolutely sure about that? The physics is complicated but clear-cut. In fact, you can often pinpoint the exact facility that produced a plutonium sample just by analyzing the isotopic ratios. My team and I are fully confident in our findings. Those plants were under international oversight, weren't they? Isn't there any regulation on tritium production? The Germans managed to dodge some of the plutonium inspections, and tritium has no international controls whatsoever. Even if it did, hiding tritium production would be laughably easy. Golovko cursed under his breath. How much are we talking? The scientist shrugged. Hard to say. The facility is being completely decommissioned, and we no longer have access. Doesn't tritium have other practical uses? Oh, absolutely. It's commercially valuable. It's phosphorescent, glows in the dark. It's used in watch dials, gun sights, instrument faces, you name it. It sells for around 50,000 American dollars per gram. Golovko caught himself drifting. Let's circle back. Are you telling me our fraternal socialist comrades in the German Democratic Republic were building not just their own atomic bombs, but hydrogen bombs as well? Yes, that appears to be the case, and part of that plan is still unaccounted for. That's also correct, possibly correct, the man hedged, likely. It felt like dragging a confession out of a stubborn kid, the first deputy chairman mused. Die in their position with the directives Erich Honecker handed down. It's certainly what I would have done, and technically it was a breeze. After all, we handed them the reactor technology. What the hell were we thinking? Golovko muttered to himself. We made the same blunder with the Chinese, didn't we? Didn't anyone? The engineer interrupted him. Of course warnings were raised. From my institute and the one at Kishtim, nobody paid attention. It was deemed politically convenient to share this technology with our allies. The final word came out flat, almost bitter. And you think we should act on this? I suppose we could consult the foreign ministry, but it'd be smarter to get something concrete done. So I made the call to come straight here. Then you're suggesting the Germans, the new Germany, that is, could have enough fissionable material, plus this tritium to build their own nuclear stockpile. It's a genuine concern. As you're well aware, a significant number of German nuclear physicists are currently operating in South America. It's the ideal arrangement for them. They're conducting what is likely weapons-related research over 12,000 kilometers from home, gaining the expertise they need in a remote location, all while being funded by someone else's money. If that's the situation, are they doing it purely as a commercial endeavor? That's possible, but it seems far more probable that their government is aware of what's happening since Berlin hasn't moved to shut it down. You have to conclude they're on board with it. And the most logical reason for that approval is the potential payoff for German national interests down the line. Golovko's brow furrowed. His guest had just woven 3 distinct threads into a single ominous tapestry. It was the thinking of an intelligence officer, a deeply suspicious one, to be sure. But those were often the sharpest tools in the shed. What else have you brought me? 30 names. He slid a folder across the desk. We've talked to our own people, the ones who assisted with the Greifswald plant setup. From what they remember, these are the most likely candidates for the project, if it exists at all. Half a dozen stand out as exceptionally sharp, the kind of minds we'd have welcomed at Serova. Did any of them make direct inquiries about? No, and they wouldn't need to. Physics is physics. The laws of science don't care about classification stamps. You can't put nature in a box, and that's precisely what we're dealing with here. If these people can run a reactor, the best of them can design a weapon, provided they have the materials, and our reactor blueprint gave them the capability to produce exactly what they'd need. This is something you need to pursue, to find out what they've been up to and what they might have. That's my professional assessment. I've got some solid people in Directorate T, Golovko said, his mind already racing. Once we've digested this, a few of them will come to talk with you. Serova was only a few hours by train. Good. I've crossed paths with a couple of your tech analysts before. Some of them are genuinely impressive. I trust you still have reliable contacts in Germany. Golovko didn't bother to reply. He still had plenty of contacts in that country, but how many of them had been turned? He'd recently run a reliability check on his former Stasi assets and concluded that none could be fully trusted, or more accurately, those who could be were no longer in positions that mattered. He made a snap decision then and there. This would be an all-Russian operation. If they have the materials, how quickly could they actually assemble a weapon? Given their technical skill and their exposure to American systems through NATO, there's no reason they couldn't already have working devices in their arsenal, and they wouldn't be crude either. In their shoes, with the right special nuclear materials, I could have produced 2-stage weapons within months of the unification. Something more advanced, 3-stage designs, maybe another year beyond that. Where would you set up the operation? In East Germany? Naturally. The security situation is more manageable there. As for the exact location, he paused, considering. Look for a facility with extremely precise machine tools, the kind used for high-end optical instruments. The X-ray telescope we just put into orbit was a direct offshoot of H-bomb research. Managing X-rays is critical in a multi-stage warhead. We picked up a lot of American bomb knowledge from unclassified papers on focusing X-rays for astrophysics. Like I said, it's all just physics. It cannot be hidden, only discovered, And once it is out in the open, it belongs to anyone with the brains and the drive to use it. Golovko let out a dry, humorless chuckle. How wonderfully reassuring, he muttered, though he wasn't sure if his irritation was aimed at the professor for stating the obvious or at nature for making things so easy to find. He shook the man's hand and said, "Thank you for your time, Professor. We appreciate you bringing this to our attention." As he escorted the visitor out, the professor paused and added, "My father teaches mathematics. He's lived his whole life in Kiev, and he remembers the Germans." Golovko nodded, closed the door, and walked back to the window, staring out at the city. Why did we ever let them unify, he thought. Do they still want land Lebensraum? Do they still want to dominate Europe? Or are you just being paranoid, Sergei? He was paid to be paranoid, of course. He sat down, picked up the phone, and made a call. Across the sea, in a quiet cafe with a view of the water, two men sat at a corner table. "It is a small thing," Keitel replied, "and if it is necessary, nothing more needs to be said." "The men?" "I have what I need," the other man answered. "They are reliable, all retired, all with overseas experience, mostly Africa. 3 colonels, 6 lieutenant colonels, 2 majors. Reliability is everything," Bach reminded him. "I know that, Gunther. Each of these men would have been a general in another time. Each has impeccable credentials. Why do you think they were retired? Our new Germany cannot trust them." "Agent provocateurs," Keitel raised an eyebrow. "I am the intelligence officer here. I do not tell you your job. Don't tell me mine. Either you trust me or you do not. The choice is yours." Bach sighed, rubbing his temple. "I know that, Erwin. Forgive me. This operation is critical, and I know that, Gunther." "How soon can you do it?" 5 days. I would prefer more time, but I can move quickly. The main challenge is disposing of the body properly." Bach nodded, remembering a past life when such things were simpler, when burying a traitor in a forest had been almost poetic. "How will I deliver the videotape? Someone will meet you at the same hotel 2 weeks from today." "Not me. Someone else. Conceal the cassette inside a book." Keitel thought Bach was overcomplicating things, playing at spy games like an amateur. "I will need funding." Bach slid an envelope across the table. 100,000 marks. "That will do nicely." Keitel left, and Bach ordered another beer, watching the cobalt sea under a clear sky. A Navy vessel cut through the horizon, and merchant ships drifted past. Children played on the white sand nearby. Their laughter carried on the breeze. He thought of Petra, Erika, and Ursel. No one looking at him could tell. The tears were long gone, replaced by something colder, harder. He would be alone for the rest of his life. No love, no children, no future. It was a bitter thought, but he had made peace with it. Revenge was all he had left. The terrace bar around him was maybe half full, mostly European families on holiday, laughing and clinking glasses of beer or wine or some strange local drink, already dreaming of the evening ahead, candlelit dinners, soft cotton sheets, easy affection, all the simple joys that had never once been offered to Gunther Bach. He sat alone, letting his gaze drift over them like a zookeeper watching animals in a pen, and he felt nothing but pure disgust. He hated their laughter, their smiles, their futures. It wasn't fair. He'd had a purpose, a mission, something to fight for. They had jobs. 50 weeks a year they shuffled off to work, did whatever trivial thing they did, saved their pennies, and then spent it all on some sunny beach in the Aegean or Majorca or wherever the tourists went. Pointless lives, every one of them, and yet they got to be happy, while he sat here in the shadow of a white umbrella with nothing but a beer and a burning grudge. He dedicated his life to their welfare, and what did he get? Less than nothing, except the mission. Bach wasn't going to lie to himself about this. He hated them. All of them. If he had no future, why should they? If happiness had never knocked on his door, why should it be their constant companion? They'd rejected him, rejected Petra and Kati and everyone else who'd stood up against injustice and oppression. They'd chosen the bad over the good, and for that they were damned. He was better than them, and he knew it. He could look down on their little lives and decide whatever he wanted to do to them or for them. He still tried to convince himself was his call alone. If some of them got hurt, well, that was just too bad. They weren't really people anyway. Just empty shadows grazing through life like cattle, heads down in the trough, making contented barnyard noises while he watched from above. If some had to die, and some did, why should that trouble him? Not at all, Gunter decided. Meanwhile, in the White House, the president was feeling a little more appreciated. Mr. President. Yes, Elizabeth? Fowler chuckled. When's the last time someone told you what a good lover you are? I sure don't hear that in the cabinet room. She was talking to the top of his head, her cheek pressed against his chest, her arm draped over him while his fingers traced through her blonde hair. The truth was, the president thought he was pretty good at this. Patience, he figured, was the real secret. Whatever the liberation movement said, a man's job was to make a woman feel cherished. Not in the press room either. Well, you're hearing it from your national security advisor. Thank you, Dr. Elliot. They both laughed, and Elizabeth shifted up to kiss him, letting her body slide against his. Bob, you have no idea what you mean to me. Oh, I think I might, the president said with a grin. Elliot shook her head. All those dry years in academia. Never had time, always too busy being a professor. So much wasted time, she sighed. Well, I hope I was worth the wait, dear. You were? You are? She rolled over, resting her head on his shoulder, guiding his hand to a comfortable spot on her chest. His other hand found its own place, and hers held them there. What do I say next? Liz asked herself. She'd told him the truth. Bob Fowler was a lover of remarkable gentleness and patience, a man whose skill in intimacy was matched only by his mystifying complexity. It was a fact that, upon hearing such a reputation, any man, even one holding the highest office, would find himself utterly captivated. For a while, she decided, there was no rush. There was ample time to savor his company further, and to dissect her own emotions, her gaze fixed on a dark, rectangular blur across the room, an oil painting she'd never bothered to identify, a sweeping depiction of the western plains colliding with the front range of the Rockies. His hands traced slow, deliberate patterns across her skin, not quite rekindling her desire, but sending gentle, undulating ripples of pleasure she accepted with a passive ease, occasionally shifting her head to signal she was still present. She was beginning to fall for this man. Wasn't that strange? She paused, weighing the thought. There was so much to admire, so much to enjoy, but there was also so much that left her baffled. He was a walking contradiction, a blend of icy detachment and genuine warmth, and his sense of humor was an enigma she couldn't crack. He poured his heart into countless causes, yet his passion always seemed driven by a logical grasp of facts and principles rather than raw, unbridled emotion. He was perpetually bewildered, truly and honestly so, when others failed to share his convictions, much like a math professor who is never angered by a student's failure, only saddened and puzzled that they can't see the inherent beauty and symmetry of the equations. But Fowler also had a darker side, capable of striking cruelty and unflinching ruthlessness, both delivered without a hint of malice. If someone stood in his way, he'd crush them without a second thought. It reminded her of that line from The Godfather, never personal, always business. Perhaps he'd picked that up from the mobsters he'd locked away, she mused. The same man could treat his most loyal allies with a detached coldness, rewarding their dedication and efficiency with what she could only call the gratitude of an accountant. And yet in the quiet of the bedroom he was wonderfully tender. Liz frowned at the wall. There was no unraveling him, was there? Did you catch that report from Japan? The president asked, abruptly shifting gears, just as Elliot was about to settle on a thought. Oh yeah, glad you brought it up, Liz said. Her tone light, but her mind sharp. Something disturbing landed on my desk the other day. About what? Fowler's interest was palpable, his hands moving with more purpose, as if trying to coax out a secret she'd been holding back. Ryan, she said. Him again. What now? The rumors about financial misconduct were true, but he managed to slip through on a technicality. It would have been enough to block him from joining this administration. But since he's been here since before the rules tightened, technicalities are a dime a dozen, Fowler cut in. What else have you got? Sexual impropriety, and possibly using agency operatives to settle personal grudges. Sexual impropriety? Disgraceful, he muttered. Elliot let out a giggle, clearly amused by the scandal. And there might be a child involved that wiped the smile off Fowler's face. He was fiercely protective of children's rights, a point he never compromised on. His hands went still. What do we know? Not enough. But it warrants a closer look, Liz said, gently guiding his hands back to their rhythm. All right, have the FBI run a quiet investigation, the president said, thinking the matter closed. That won't fly. Why not? Ryan's tight with the Bureau. They might hesitate on those grounds, maybe sweep it under the rug. Bill Shaw isn't that type, Fowler countered. He's as solid a cop as I've ever known. Even I can't push him around. And that's exactly how it should be. Logic and principle again. The man was utterly unpredictable. Shaw was personally involved in the Ryan case, the terrorist incident. Having the head of the investigative agency look into someone he's got history with. You've got a point, Fowler conceded, realizing the optics would be terrible. Conflict of interest, no doubt. And Shaw's go-to troubleshooter is that Murray fellow. He and Ryan are pretty close. A low grunt of disapproval followed. So what happens next? Probably someone from the Attorney General's office. Why not the Secret Service? Fowler pressed, already sure of the answer, but curious if she'd catch on. That would make it look like a political vendetta. Fair point. All right, the AG's office. It is touch base with Greg tomorrow. Got it, Bob. Time to shift gears. She lifted one of his hands, pressed a kiss to his knuckles. You know, moments like this make me really crave a cigarette. Smoke after intimacy? He teased, pulling her closer. When you're with me, Bob, I light up during it. She locked eyes with him. Maybe I ought to think about reigniting that flame. They say. The National Security Advisor murmured, leaning in for another kiss, that the President of the United States holds the most power on the planet. I do what I can, Elizabeth. 30 minutes later, Elliot was convinced it was true. She was beginning to fall for him. Then she caught herself wondering what he truly felt in return. 16, stoking the flames. Good evening, Frau Fromm, the man said. And you are? Peter Wiegler from the Berliner Tageblatt. I was hoping for a quick word about what? She asked. Arbor. He gestured at the rain soaking him. She reminded herself she was still civil, even to a journalist. Of course, please come in. Thank you. He stepped inside, shed his wet coat, which she hung on a hook. He was a captain in the KGB's first chief directorate, a sharp 30-year-old officer, handsome, fluent in several tongues, holding master's degrees in both psychology and engineering. He'd already read Traudel from. The new Audi parked outside was tidy but not flashy. Her clothes also fresh, neat but not overpowering. She had pride and a mild streak of greed, yet she was frugal. Curious but wary, she was concealing something and smart enough to realize that turning him away would raise more red flags than any story she could spin. He settled into an overstuffed chair and waited for her next move. She didn't offer coffee. She clearly hoped this would be brief. He wondered if this name, the third on his list of 10, might merit a report back to Moscow Center. Your husband works at the Greifswald Nord nuclear power station? He did. As you're aware, it's being shut down. Indeed, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And his is Dr. Fromm home? No, he isn't, she replied, a hint of unease creeping in. Wiegler kept his face neutral. Really? Might I ask where he's gone? He's away on business? Perhaps I could stop by again in a few days? Maybe you could call ahead. It was her delivery that caught the KGB officer's attention. She was hiding something, and the captain sensed it had to be significant. Another knock interrupted them. Traudl Frum moved to answer. "Good evening, Frau Frum," a voice said. "We've got a message from Manfred." The captain's instincts flared. He forced himself to stay calm. This was Germany, after all, and everything was in order. Besides, he might glean something useful. "I, have a guest right now," Traudl replied. The next words came in a hushed whisper. The captain heard footsteps nearing and deliberately took his time before glancing over. That was his mistake. The face he saw could have stepped straight out of the old war films he'd watched growing up, minus the black and silver SS uniform. It was a hard, middle-aged visage with pale blue eyes that held zero emotion. A professional's gaze that sized him up in an instant. It was time to... Hello? "I was just heading out." "Who's this?" Traudl never got to answer. "I'm a reporter with..." Too late. A gun materialized from nowhere. "Was Gipts here?" he demanded. "Where's your car?" the man behind the weapon asked. "I parked down the street. All those open spots right in front?" Reporters are lazy. "Who are you?" the voice demanded again, sharper this time. "I'm a reporter with the..." "I don't think so. Check this one too," the man in the back added. The captain's gut twisted. He knew that face from somewhere. A flicker of recognition he couldn't place. He ordered himself to stay calm. That was his second mistake. "Listen carefully. You're about to take a short trip. Play along and you'll be back here in 3 hours. Resist and things turn very ugly for you. Verstehen Sie?" They had to be intelligence officers, the captain reasoned, and he was right. They had to be German, which meant they'd stick to protocol, he assured himself, sealing his fate with the final misstep of what had once looked like a bright future. The courier landed from Cyprus, right on time, slipping his package to a contact at one of 5 pre-arranged drop spots, each watched for a full 12 hours. The second man walked 2 blocks, swung a leg over his Yamaha, and tore off into the countryside, a place where riders were all certifiably insane, pushing the bike hard until he was sure no one tailed him. 2 hours later, he handed over the package, doubled back for another 30 minutes, and looped home satisfied. Gunther Bach took the delivery and frowned. It was a movie cassette, Chariots of Fire, not the hollowed-out book he'd asked for. Maybe Irwin was sending a message with it. Bach popped it into a player and hit play, catching the first few minutes of the film, subtitled in French. Then it clicked. Keitel's real message was about how the trade actually worked. He fast-forwarded through 90 minutes of running in triumph before the screen cut to something else. "What the hell? Who are you?" a harsh voice barked from off-camera. "I'm Peter Wiegler. I'm a reporter with the rest dissolved into a scream." The tools were basic. Just an electrical cord ripped from a lamp, the insulation peeled back to bare a few centimeters of copper. Few realized how brutal simple instruments could be, especially in practiced hands. The man calling himself Peter Wiegler howled like his throat might tear open. He'd already chewed through his lower lip trying to stay quiet. The one mercy of electricity, it made a lot of noise but little mess. "You're being foolish, you understand? Your bravery is admirable, but it's wasted here. Courage only matters when there's hope of escape. We already searched your car. We have your passports. We know you're not German. So what are you? Polish? Russian? What?" The young man blinked, took a shaky breath, and spoke. "I'm an investigative reporter for the Berliner Tageblatt." They hit him again with the cord, and he went limp. Bach watched a figure in a rubberized protective suit, no hood, no gloves, checked the man's eyes and pulse. Must be sweltering in that thing, Bach thought. Clearly a trained intelligence officer, probably Russian, not circumcised, and his dental work is cheap stainless steel. That points to an East Bloc outfit. A shame this kid's got guts. The tone was chillingly detached. "What drugs do we have?" another voice asked, a solid tranquilizer. Now, keep it light. Fine." The man stepped off camera and returned with a syringe, grabbing the victim's arm and injecting into a vein at the elbow. 3 minutes passed before the KGB agent stirred, the drug flooding his brain just as consciousness crept back. "Sorry about that. You passed the test," the voice said. Now in Russian, "What test?" 2 words slipped out before his mind slammed the brakes. "Why did you ask me in Russian?" "Because that was exactly what we needed to find out. Good night." The victim's eyes widened as a compact pistol appeared, pressed against his chest and fired with a muffled crack. The camera pulled back slightly, revealing more of the room. A plastic tarp, actually 3 layers of it, was spread across the floor beneath the metal chair, ready to catch blood and other mess. The wound showed flecks of black powder and bulged from the gas forced under the skin. Bleeding was minimal, as heart wounds typically are. Within moments, the body stopped twitching. We could have pushed for more details, but we've got what we need, and I'll explain that shortly. It was Keitel's voice coming from off camera. "Now, Trottle." She was brought before the lens, wrists bound in front of her, her mouth taped shut with the same bandaging material, her eyes wild with fear, completely exposed. She tried to mumble something through the gag, but nobody in the room cared. The tape had been on for about a day and a half. Gunther could tell from the TV in the corner, which was playing the evening news. The whole setup was a polished professional display crafted to meet his demands. Bach could almost picture the man thinking, "All right, how do we pull this off?" For a moment, Gunther second-guessed the orders he'd given Keitel. But the proof had to be undeniable. Illusionists and tricksters often worked with intelligence agencies, yet some things can't be faked. And he had to know Keitel could handle the grim and the dangerous. It was a cold necessity that this be visceral. Another man slung a rope over a ceiling beam and hoisted her arms up. Then the first pressed his pistol into her armpit and fired a single round. At least he wasn't a sadist, Bach thought. Those types couldn't be trusted. Still, it was a painful sight. The bullet tore through her heart, but her adrenaline kept her fighting for over 30 seconds, eyes still wide, gasping for air, trying to speak, likely pleading for mercy, asking why. When she finally went limp, someone checked her neck for a pulse, then lowered her gently to the ground. They handled her as softly as the situation allowed. The shooter spoke without looking at the camera. "I hope that's enough. I didn't enjoy this." "You weren't meant to," Bach muttered at the screen. The Russian was lifted from the chair and placed beside Trottle Fromm. As the bodies were being cut apart, Keitel's voice continued, a welcome distraction since the visual was growing more gruesome by the second. Bach could stomach a lot, but seeing corpses mutilated after death gnawed at him. Even if it was necessary, it felt excessive. The Russian is clearly an intelligence officer, as you've witnessed. His car, rented from Berlin, will be driven to Magdeburg tomorrow and returned. It was parked down the block, standard tradecraft, but a dead giveaway if he'd been caught. Inside the vehicle, we found a list of names, all tied to the DDR's nuclear power sector. Seems our Russian friends have taken an interest in Honecker's bomb project. Too bad we didn't have a few more years to chase that thread, eh? The timing was a headache, but it took us days to sort out body disposal, and we had no clue Frau Fromm had a guest when we arrived. By then, it was out of our hands. Besides, the rain gave us perfect cover for the snatch. 2 men worked on each body, all in protective suits with hoods and masks now on, likely to block the stench as much as to hide their faces. Sawdust was dumped in bucketfuls like in a butcher shop, soaking up the blood that poured out. Bach had seen enough crime scenes to know that murder was rarely a tidy affair. The men worked with brutal efficiency, their powered cutting tools humming over the audio of Keitel's narration. Limbs were severed from the bodies, then the heads followed, each one hoisted up for the camera to capture. There was no trickery here. This was the real thing. Keitel's crew had taken 2 lives, and the grotesque display in front of a flickering television left no room for doubt. It also made the cleanup a whole lot simpler. The remains were lined up neatly, ready to be wrapped in plastic, while one of the men swept the blood-soaked sawdust into a pile for another bag. The body parts will be burned at two widely separated locations, the voice announced. This will be done long before you receive the tape. That ends our message. We await further instructions. The tape then cut back to some grainy footage of the 1920 Olympics, or was it 1924? Bach couldn't quite recall, and honestly, it didn't change a thing. Yes, Colonel. One of my officers failed to check in. The caller was from Directorate T, the technical arm of the First Chief Directorate. A doctor of engineering, he'd built his career around missile systems, spending years in America and France digging up secrets on military hardware before landing his current post. Give me the details. Captain Yevgeny Stepanovich Fyodorov, age 30, married, one child, a sharp young officer on the major's list. He was one of the 3 I sent into Germany to look into their nuclear facilities. He's among my best. How long has he been out of contact? Golovko asked. 6 days. He flew into Berlin through Paris last week, carrying solid German papers and a list of 10 names to chase down. His orders were to stay quiet unless he found something significant, in which case he was to reach out to Station Berlin, whatever's left of it. We had a scheduled check-in, and he missed it. After 24 hours, I got the alert. Maybe he's just being sloppy? Not this kid, the colonel said flatly. Does the name ring a bell? Fyodorov wasn't his father? Stefan Yurevich, yes. Yevgeny is his youngest.
Good Lord! Stefan taught me.
Golovko said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Any chance he defected?
Defection?
The colonel shook his head, frustration creeping in. Not a chance. His wife sings in the opera chorus. They met at university and married young against both families' wishes. It's the kind of love story we all envy. She's gorgeous, with a voice that could charm anyone. Only a real jerk would walk away from that. And then there's the kid. He's a devoted father by all accounts. Golovko could see where this was heading. So, arrested? I haven't heard a whisper. Maybe you could look into that. I'm afraid it's the worst-case scenario. The colonel frowned, staring at the floor, dreading the thought of being the one to tell Natalia Fyodorova the news. Hard to wrap my head around. Golovko admitted. Sergei Nikolaich, if you're right, then this program we were sent to investigate must be a huge deal to them. We might have stumbled onto something big and paid the highest price to find out. General Lieutenant Sergei Nikolaevich Golovko sat in silence for a long moment. It's not supposed to go down like this, he thought. The intelligence game is meant to be civilized. Killing each other's officers is something out of the old days. We don't do that anymore. Haven't for years, decades even. None of the other explanations hold up, do they? The colonel shook his head. No, but the most likely one is that our man walked into something real and incredibly sensitive, sensitive enough to kill for. And a secret nuclear weapons program fits that bill, doesn't it? Arguably, yes. Golovko noted the colonel's loyalty to his people, the kind the KGB prized. He was also laying out the options, giving his best read on the situation. Still, the weight of it sat heavy. This wasn't just a missing officer. It was a signal that the stakes had just gotten a whole lot darker. Golovko's eyes narrowed as he pressed the question. Have your technical teams made it to Surova yet? Day after tomorrow came the reply. My best man was out of commission. Broke his leg in a nasty tumble down a staircase. Just got released from the hospital. Then have him carried there if that's what it takes. I need a worst-case projection of plutonium output at the DDR power stations. Send another operative to Kishtim to double-check the work being done at Surova. Pull back the personnel you dispatched to Germany. We're going to restart this investigation with more care, 2-man teams, and the backup man should be armed, though. That carries its own risks, Golovko added, reconsidering. General, my field people are expensive and time-consuming to train. Replacing Fyodorov would take me 2 full years. You can't simply pluck an officer from another branch and drop him into this kind of work. These operatives need to know exactly what they're looking for. Assets like that need safeguarding. You make a fair point. I'll get approval from the chairman and pull in seasoned officers, perhaps some from the academy, and give them credentials as German police officials. That works for me, Sergei Nikolaich. Good man, Pavel Ivanch. And what about Fyodorov? He might still show up. 30 days before we declare him missing, and then I'll have to face his wife. Fine, I'll bring my people back and start mapping out the next stage. When can I expect the list of escort officers? Tomorrow morning. Understood, General. Appreciate your time. Golovko shook his hand and stayed on his feet until the door clicked shut. He had 10 minutes before the next meeting. Damn, he muttered, staring at his desk. More delays? Gon's tone carried a hint of impatience. Fromm barely suppressed a look of irritation. We're actually saving time. The material will be handling machines much like stainless steel. We also need to fabricate blanks for the casting process. Take a look. He unfolded a set of detailed blueprints. We have here a folded cylinder of plutonium around that, a cylinder of beryllium, which is a real stroke of luck for us. Its light rigid acts as an X-ray window and reflects neutrons. The catch? It's a Baird machine. We have to use cubic boron nitride tools. Essentially, the industrial equivalent of diamond steel or carbon tools would produce results you don't even want to imagine. And then there are the health hazards. Beryllium isn't toxic, Gosen countered. I looked it up. Correct. But the dust from the machining process converts to beryllium oxide, which, once inhaled, turns into beryllium hydroxide, and that triggers berylliosis, which is invariably fatal. Fromm paused, fixing Gon with a stern, teacher-like stare before continuing. Next, surrounding the beryllium is a cylinder of tungsten rhenium, chosen for its density. We'll order 12 kilograms in powder form and sinter it into cylindrical segments. You know, sintering, heating it just enough to bond without melting. Casting would be too tricky and isn't necessary here. Around that sits the explosive lens assembly. And this is only the primary goes, not even a quarter of our total energy output, and the level of precision required. Precisely. Think of this as the world's grandest ring or necklace. What we craft has to be as finely finished as the most exquisite piece of jewelry you've ever laid eyes on, or perhaps a top-tier optical instrument, the tungsten rhenium, readily available from any major electrical supplier. It's used in specialty filaments for vacuum tubes and a host of other applications, and it's far more manageable to work with than pure tungsten. Beryllium, right? It's found in gyroscopes and other gear, 30 kilograms, 25. Sure, get 30. You have no idea how fortunate we are. Why's that? The Israeli plutonium is gallium stabilized. Plutonium undergoes 4 phase transitions below its melting point, and it has this peculiar tendency, in certain temperature ranges, to shift its density by more than 20%. It's a multi-state metal. In other words, a subcritical mass could, exactly, from cut in, what seemed like a harmless chunk of plutonium could, under the right conditions, turn itself into a critical mass. It wouldn't blow up like a bomb, but the burst of gamma rays and neutrons would be enough to kill anyone standing within a radius of, say, 10 to 30 meters, depending on how things played out. That little fact came to light during the Manhattan Project. Those scientists weren't lucky. They were brilliant. The moment they had even a gram of the stuff, they got to work figuring out what it could do. If they just sat back and assumed they already knew everything, well, things might have gone very differently. I never knew that. Gosen admitted, a knot forming in his stomach. God help us all. Not everything makes it into the history books, my young friend, Fromm said with a knowing look. And even the books that do exist don't always tell the whole story. But here's the thing. Once we mix in some gallium, the plutonium becomes a stable mass. It's actually pretty safe to handle, as long as we're careful about the details. So we start by machining stainless steel blanks to these exact specs. Then we build our casting molds, investment casting, naturally. Fromm gave a nod of approval. Exactly right. Well done, my boy. Once the casting is finished, we'll machine the bomb core itself. All right, looks like we've got some solid machinists on our hands. They'd drafted. That was the polite word for it. 10 Palestinian men from local optical shops and put them through a crash course on the machine tools, and those tools were everything Fromm had promised. 2 years ago, they were cutting edge, the same kind of gear you'd find in the American Y-12 plant down in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The tolerances were so fine, they were measured with laser interferometry, and the rotating heads were run by computers controlling 3 dimensions across 5 axes of movement. The operators punched in commands through touchscreens, and the whole design had been mapped out on a mini-computer, then plotted onto paper with a pricey drafting machine. Gauzen and Fromm brought the machinists in and put them straight to work on their first job, shaping the stainless steel blank for the plutonium core that would kick off the thermonuclear reaction. Now Fromm said, "Let's talk about the explosive lenses." "I've heard a lot about you," Bach said, studying the man across from him. "Hope it was all good," Marvin Russell replied, offering a guarded smile. "My first Indian," Bach thought. He felt a flicker of disappointment. Except for the cheekbones, Russell could have passed for any white guy. And even those cheekbones might have been mistaken for some Slavic heritage with a hint of Tatar blood. The color in his face came mostly from the sun. But there was no mistaking the rest of him, the sheer size, the quiet strength that filled the room. "I hear you killed a police officer in Greece by snapping his neck. People make too big a deal out of that," Russell said, sounding genuinely bored. "He was a scrawny little guy, and I know how to handle myself." Bach smiled and gave a slight nod. "I understand your perspective, but your technique was impressive nonetheless. I've heard good things about you, Mr. Russell, and—" "Just call me Marvin." "Everyone does, as you wish, Marvin. I'm Gunther. Your skill with weapons, especially, has been noted." "It's nothing special," Russell said, clearly puzzled. "Anybody can learn to shoot. How do you like it here?" "I love it. These people, they've got heart. You know, they don't quit. They put everything they've got into what they do. I respect that, and what they've done for me, Gunther, it's like being part of a family. We are a family, Marvin. We share everything, the good and the bad. We all face the same enemies. Yeah, I've seen that. We might need your help with something, Marvin, something fairly important." "All right," Russell said simply. "What's the deal?" "I mean, yes, Gunther." "You haven't even asked what it is yet," the German pointed out, amused. "Okay," Marvin grinned. "So tell me already. We need you to return to America in a few months. How risky would that be for you?" "Depends." "I've done time, prison time, I mean. You know that my prints are on file with the cops, but they don't have a current photo of me. The one they've got is ancient. I've changed a lot since then. They're probably scouring the Dakotas for me as we speak. If you shipped me up there, things could get a bit dicey. We're not sending you anywhere near that region, Marvin. Then we shouldn't have much of an issue depending on what you're asking me to do. How do you feel about taking out some people, Americans specifically?" Bach studied his face closely for any shift. "Americans," Marvin let out a scoff. "Listen, man, I'm an American too, all right? But my country isn't what you think it is. They took it from me, same way they took it from these folks here. This kind of thing didn't just happen in some other place. You know, if you've got a reason and want me to handle some people, sure, I can do that. I'm not a killer for kicks. I'm no lunatic. But if there's a solid reason, count me in. It might be more than one person." "I caught that when you said people, Gunther. I'm not dense enough to think that means a single target. You just make sure there are some cops, maybe even a few FBI agents in the mix, and I'm happy to help with whatever you need. But there's one thing you should know." "And what's that?" "The opposition isn't stupid. They've got my brother, remember. Those guys are serious. We're serious too, Bach replied with confidence. "I've seen that, so what can you tell me about the mission?" "What do you mean, Marvin?" Bach asked, trying to sound relaxed. "I mean, I grew up there, man. Remember, I know things you probably don't. Sure, you've got your security and you're not going to spill anything now. That's fine, no problem. But you'll need my help down the line. These guys here are sharp, no doubt, but they don't know a damn thing about America. Not the kind of stuff you need to navigate around. If you're going hunting, you've got to know the terrain." "I know the terrain. That's exactly why we want you on board," Bach assured him, as if he'd already mapped it all out. In truth, he hadn't. And now he was starting to question just how valuable this man could really be. Andrei Ilyich Narmanov saw himself as the helmsman of the largest ship of state on the planet. That was the upside. The downside? The vessel had a leaky hull, a busted rudder, and engines that sputtered without warning, not to mention a crew ready to mutiny at any moment. His office in the Kremlin was spacious, with plenty of room to pace, something he found himself doing far too often lately. That habit, he figured, was a telltale sign of a man plagued by doubt, and the president of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics couldn't afford that, especially with an important guest waiting. Union of Sovereign Soviet Republics, he corrected himself. Though the official name change hadn't been ratified yet, that was how his people were beginning to think. And that's the real problem. The ship of state was falling apart, piece by piece. There was no blueprint for this. Everyone liked to point to the collapse of the British Empire as a parallel, but that wasn't quite accurate, was it? Neither was any other comparison. The Soviet Union had always been a one-of-a-kind political experiment. What was unfolding now was just as unprecedented. What once thrilled him had morphed into something terrifying. He was the one stuck making the tough calls, with no historical guide to lean on. He was utterly alone, as isolated as anyone could be, facing a burden bigger than anyone before him. Praised in the West as a master political strategist, he saw his life as an unending string of emergencies. Wasn't it Gladstone? He mused. Wasn't he the one who described the job as standing on a raft in whitewater rapids, shoving rocks away with a pole? How fitting, how painfully fitting. Narmanov and his nation were being dragged along by the relentless currents of history, and somewhere down that river loomed a massive waterfall, a plunge that could wipe out everything, but he was too busy fending off the rocks to glance that far ahead. That was the essence of being a tactician. He poured every ounce of his energy into surviving the day, and in doing so, he was losing sight of the week ahead, even the day after tomorrow. "Andrei Ilyich, you're looking thin," Oleg Kirillovich Kadyshev remarked from his leather chair. The president's wry reply drew a faint smile from his visitor. "The walking is good for my heart. Then perhaps you'll join our Olympic team." Narmanov paused, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. "It would be a pleasure to compete against foreigners. They think I'm brilliant. Unfortunately, our own people know better. What can I do to help my president? I need your help, the help of those on the right." Now it was Kadyshev's turn to smile. The press, both Western and Soviet, never quite grasped the irony. In the Soviet Union, the left wing belonged to the communist hardliners. For over 80 years, reform had always come from the right. Stalin had executed men for merely suggesting a hint of personal freedom, branding them as right deviationists. Yet self-styled progressives in the West always anchored to the political left, labeled their reactionary foes conservatives, and lumped them on the right. It seemed too much of a mental leap for Western journalists to flip their ideological compass to match a different political reality. The newly liberated Soviet reporters, eager to imitate their Western counterparts, borrowed those foreign labels and only added to the confusion of an already chaotic scene. The same held true for progressive Western politicians who championed so many Soviet experiments in their own countries, experiments that had been pushed to their limits and proven far worse than mere failures. Perhaps the darkest joke in the world was the carping from leftist elements in the West, some of whom observed that the backward Russians had failed because they couldn't turn socialism into a humanistic government, whereas advanced Western nations could do it just fine. And hadn't Karl Marx himself said something along those lines? Kadyshev shook his head, bemused. Such people were no less idealistic than the early revolutionary Soviets, and just as addle-brained. The Russians had taken revolutionary ideals to their logical extremes, finding only emptiness and ruin. Now, as they turned back, a move demanding political and moral courage rarely seen in history, the West still didn't understand what was happening. Khrushchev had been right all along, the parliamentarian mused. Politicians are the same everywhere, mostly idiots. Andrei Ilyich, we don't always agree on methods, but we have always agreed on goals. I know you're having trouble with our friends on the other side. And with your side, President Narmonov shot back, sharper than he intended. And with my side, it is true, Kadyshev admitted with a shrug. Andrei Ilyich, do you expect us to agree with you on everything? Narmonov turned, his eyes flashing with sudden anger. Please, not that. Not today. How may we help you? Losing control of your emotions, Comrade President. A bad sign, my friend. I need your support on the ethnic issue. We cannot let the entire Union fall apart. Kadyshev shook his head firmly. That is inevitable. Letting the Balts and the Azeris go eliminates many problems. We need the Azerbaijani oil. If we let that go, our economic situation worsens. If we let the Balts go, the momentum will strip away half of our country. Half our population, true, but scarcely 20% of our land, and most of our problems, Kadyshev repeated. And what about the people who leave? We throw them into chaos and civil war. How many will die? How many deaths on our conscience, eh? The president demanded. That is a normal consequence of decolonization. We cannot prevent it. By trying, we merely keep the civil war within our own borders. That forces us to place too much power into the hands of the security forces, and that is too dangerous. I don't trust the army any more than you do. The army will not launch a coup. There are no Bonapartists in the Red Army. You place more faith in their loyalty than I do. I suspect they see a rare opening in history. The party has kept the military in check since the Tukhachevsky affair. Soldiers have long memories, and they might believe this is their moment. Those men are all gone, and their children too, Narmonov shot back, his voice rising with irritation. It had been more than half a century, after all. The few who still carried direct memories of the purges were either confined to wheelchairs or living out their days on modest pensions. But their grandchildren remain, and institutional memory is a force we cannot ignore. Kadyshev leaned back, letting a thought that had crystallized in his mind take fuller shape. Could it really be possible? They have their worries, yes, and those worries are not so different from my own. Our disagreement is over how to handle the problem, not over the need for control. I may question their judgment, but I do not question their devotion. Perhaps you're right, but I am not so optimistic. With your backing, we can show a united front against the forces of early collapse. That will give them pause. That will buy us a few years of steady normalization, and then we can plan a measured exit for the republics, a genuine commonwealth, or whatever label you prefer, to keep us tied economically while we go our separate ways politically. Kadyshev could see it plainly. The man was desperate. He was buckling under the weight of it all. The figure who moved through the political arena like a Central Army hockey forward was now showing unmistakable signs of exhaustion. Would he survive without my support? Probably, Kadyshev concluded. Probably. And that was a pity. The younger man mused. Kadyshev was the de facto leader of the left, the faction that wanted to dismantle the entire country and its government, dragging the remnant, the Russian Federation, kicking and screaming into the 21st century. If Narmonov fell, if he could no longer carry on, then who? Why, me, of course. Would the Americans stand behind him? How could they not support Agent Spinnaker, a prized asset of their own Central Intelligence Agency. Kadyshev had been in the Americans' employ since Mary Patricia Foley had recruited him 6 years earlier. He didn't see it as betrayal. He was working for the good of his country, and he believed he was winning. He had passed along intelligence on the inner workings of the Soviet government, some of it genuinely valuable, some of it material their own reporters could have dug up just as easily. He knew they considered him their most valuable political source in the Soviet Union, especially now that he commanded fully 40% of the votes in the country's boisterous new parliament, the Congress of People's Deputies. 39%, he corrected himself. One must stay honest. Perhaps another 8% could be his if he played his cards right. Among the 2,500 delegates, there were countless shades of political allegiance. True Democrats, Russian nationalists from both Democratic and Socialist camps, radicals of every stripe. And there was a cautious middle, some genuinely worried about the nation's direction, others simply protecting their own political standing. How many could he bring over? How many could he persuade? Not quite enough. But there was one more card he could play, wasn't there? Yes, if he had the nerve to play it. Andrei Ilyich, he said, his tone softening. You're asking me to set aside a core principle so I can help you reach a goal we both share, but by a path I don't trust. This is no small request. I'm not even certain I can deliver the support you need. My comrades might well turn their backs on me. That only inflamed the man further. Nonsense. I know exactly how much they trust you and your judgment. They are not the only ones who trust me, Kadyshev reminded himself. Most investigations of this sort are won or lost on paper, and Ernest Wellington was a master of that battlefield. A young, hungry attorney with a law degree and bar membership, he could have knocked on the FBI's door and learned the investigative trade the proper way. But Wellington saw himself as a legal mind, not a badge and gun type, and he had a taste for the political game, something the Bureau deliberately steered clear of. He had no such reservations. To him, politics was the lifeblood of government, the fastest track to rising through the ranks both inside the system and beyond it. The connections he was forging in his current post would make him 5 times more valuable to any of 100 plugged-in law firms, while also putting his name on the radar at the Department of Justice. Before long, he'd be a candidate for a special assistant role. Then, in 5 years or so, a shot at a section chief's office, maybe even U.S. attorney in a major city, or head of a special DOJ strike force. From there, the door to political life swung wide open, where Wellington could be a genuine player in the great game of Washington. It was heady stuff for a 27-year-old honors grad from Harvard Law, who had turned down flashy offers from elite firms to dedicate his early years to public service, a choice he wore like a medal. His workspace was tucked into what felt like an attic corner of the Justice Department's building on the Mall, with a single window overlooking the parking lot at the heart of that Depression-era structure. It was cramped, the air conditioning barely worked, but it was private. People rarely grasp how much lawyers avoid the courtroom, dodging real tests of ability the way the boastful dodge genuine challenges. If he'd taken the corporate route, the best offer from a New York firm had topped $100,000 a year, he'd have been little more than a proofreader, a glorified secretary scanning contracts for typos and loopholes. Early days at the Justice Department weren't all that different. In a real prosecutor's office, he might have been thrown into the courtroom to sink or swim, but here at headquarters he combed through records, hunting for inconsistencies, nuances, and technical violations, like an editor polishing a mystery novel. Wellington started jotting notes. John Patrick Ryan, deputy to the Director of Central Intelligence, nominated by the President, pure politics at work, and confirmed less than 2 years back. Before that, acting Deputy Director for Intelligence after the death of Vice Admiral James Greer, earlier still, Special Assistant to Greer and a sometime Special Envoy for the Directorate of Intelligence over in England. Ryan had taught history at the Naval Academy, studied at Georgetown, and worked as a broker at Merrill Lynch's Baltimore office. Also, briefly, a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps, a man who clearly enjoyed reinventing himself. Wellington mused, logging all the key dates. Financial standing came next. The required statement sat near the top of the file, and Ryan was worth a pretty penny. Where did that come from? That question ate up hours. Back in his broker days, J.P. Ryan had been a genuine cowboy. He'd thrown over $100,000 at the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad during the employee takeover and walked away with over $6 million. That was his one big jackpot. 60-to-1 odds don't come around often, do they? But his other moves were nothing to sneeze at either. Once his net worth hit $8 million, he'd cashed out and headed to Georgetown for a doctorate in history. He kept dabbling in the market on an amateur basis. Well, that wasn't quite accurate, was it? Until he finally joined government service. His financial affairs were now spread across a wide network of investment advisors, each more cautious than the last. His total worth hovered around $20 million, give or take. The accounts were handled without his direct oversight. He only received quarterly statements, nothing more. There were loopholes, of course, but everything stayed within legal bounds. Proving any wrongdoing would have required wiretapping his brokers, which wasn't exactly easy to arrange. The SEC had once looked into him, though that was tied to a broader probe of a firm he'd invested in. The official paperwork claimed no technical violations, but Wellington saw it as a matter of semantics rather than true innocence. Ryan had refused to sign a consent order, reasonable enough, and the government had let it slide. That was a bit harder to explain, but Ryan hadn't been the main focus anyway. Someone figured it was all just a coincidence. Still, Ryan had shifted that money out of his primary account. A gentleman's agreement? Wellington scribbled on his notepad. Possibly. If pressed, Ryan might claim it came from an overactive conscience. The funds went into T-bills, rolling over year after year untouched until they were funneled into, I see. That's curious. Why an educational trust? Who was Carol Zimmer? What did Ryan care about her kids? And why now? It was baffling how much paper could reveal so little. Maybe that was the whole point of government documents, Wellington thought, looking substantial while saying nothing at all. He smirked. That was also the essence of most legal work, wasn't it? At $200 an hour, lawyers loved debating the fine points of punctuation and other trivial matters. He paused, letting his mind reset. Something obvious was staring him in the face. Ryan wasn't exactly a favorite of the Fowler administration, so why nominate him for DDCI politics? But that's how you pick people who aren't qualified for. Did Ryan even have political ties? The file didn't show any. Wellington flipped through the pages and landed on a letter signed by Alan Trent and Sam Fellows of the House Select Committee. Strange pairing, a gay man and a Mormon. Ryan's confirmation had gone smoother than Marcus Cabot's, even smoother than the president's star cabinet picks Bunker and Talbot. Part of that was his lower profile, but that didn't cover everything. That meant connections and solid ones. Why? What kind, Trent and Fellows? What could those two possibly agree on? It was clear Fowler's crew didn't care for Ryan, or the Attorney General wouldn't have personally tasked Wellington with this. Case, was that even the right word? If there was a case, why wasn't the FBI handling it? Politics, plain and simple. Ryan had worked with the FBI before, but William Connor Shaw, the Bureau's director, was hailed as the most honest man in Washington. Politically green, sure, but the guy radiated integrity, and that wasn't so bad for a law enforcement agency, right? Congress seemed to think so. There was even chatter about scrapping special prosecutors altogether. The Bureau had gotten that clean, especially after the last one botched things. But the Bureau was being kept out of this one. That made this a fascinating puzzle, didn't it? A man could make a name for himself cracking something like this. 17 processing, the days felt shorter now, Jack reminded himself. He wasn't running late, just the season changing. The tilt of the Earth's axis, the way it orbits the sun, the angle of the ecliptic, something along those lines. His driver pulled up to the curb, and Ryan trudged inside, bone-tired, trying to recall the last weekday he'd actually seen his house in daylight rather than under the glow of porch lamps. The one silver lining was that he never hauled paperwork home, though that was a convenient lie, wasn't it? Sure, his briefcase stayed empty, but clearing his head proved a lot tougher than cleaning off his desk. The usual sounds of domestic life greeted him, the TV chattering away on Nickelodeon, the washing machine groaning in the laundry room. Note to self, get that thing looked at. He stepped into the family room to make his presence known, and instantly a small blur charged at him. "Daddy!" Jack Jr. wrapped his arms around him, then looked up with those big, pleading eyes. "Daddy, you said we'd go to a baseball game." Oh no, not this. The kids were already back in school, and Baltimore's home schedule was winding down, maybe a dozen games left, if that. He had to find a window. But when the communications center project was barely half finished, his pet initiative, and the contractor had slipped a full week behind. If it didn't get back on track, the whole timeline would collapse. "I'll try, Jack," he told his son, knowing full well a kid that age couldn't grasp any duty more sacred than a father's word. "Daddy, you promised," the boy insisted. "I know, damn it." He filed a mental note. "Fix this somehow." "Bedtime," Kathy's voice cut in from the hallway. "School tomorrow." Ryan hugged and kissed both kids goodnight, but the warmth of the moment only carved a hollow ache into his conscience. What kind of father was he becoming, Jack Jr.? His first communion loomed next spring, April or May. He couldn't even pin down the date. And who was to say he'd be around for it? He'd have to dig up the schedule and block it off now, or at least try to. He caught himself thinking that little things like promises to his kids were just little things, seriously. How had it come to this? Where had his life even gone? He watched the kids disappear upstairs, then wandered into the kitchen, where his dinner sat waiting in the oven. He set the plate on the breakfast counter and headed for the fridge, grabbing a box of wine. Boxed wine. It was just easier that way, and honestly, his palate had gotten a lot less picky lately. The Mylar bag inside held something Australian, wasn't it? Sort of where California wines had been 20 years back. This vintage was aggressively fruity to cover its flaws, but it packed the right alcohol punch, and that's really all he was chasing these days. He glanced at the wall clock. If luck was on his side, he might squeeze in 6.5, maybe 7 hours of sleep before the grind started over. The wine was a crutch to get there. At the office, he ran on coffee, and his bloodstream was practically marinating in caffeine. He used to catch a quick nap at his desk, but those days were gone. By mid-morning, he was buzzing wired, and by late afternoon, his body hummed some bizarre mix of exhaustion and jittery alertness that made him wonder if he was losing his grip. Then again, the fact that he still asked himself that question was probably a good sign. He polished off dinner in a few minutes, though the oven had turned it into something dry and sad. Kathy had actually cooked this one herself. He'd planned to be home at a reasonable hour, but, well, something always came up, didn't it? As he stood, a sharp twinge hit his stomach. He shuffled to the closet, fished a pack of antacids from his coat pocket, and chewed a couple down, washing them with a gulp of wine, his third glass in under half an hour. Kathy wasn't around, though she'd left some papers on the table beside her usual chair. He listened, catching the faint sound of a shower running upstairs. Fine, he grabbed the remote and flipped to CNN for his nightly news fix. The lead story was something about Jerusalem, but then it cut to a brighter segment. Tourism was bouncing back, and shopkeepers were stocking up for what looked like their biggest Christmas in a decade. Ryan leaned back, a small smile creeping across his face. It was working. A Jewish resident who had chosen to remain in Bethlehem explained that Jesus was, when it came down to it, a decent Jewish kid from a solid family. His Arab business partner gave the camera crew a tour of the shop. Arab partner? Jack mused. Well, why not? It's worth it, Ryan reminded himself. You played a part in making that happen. You helped bring it to life. You've saved lives, and if no one else acknowledges it, so be it. You know, God knows. Isn't that sufficient? No, Jack admitted in a rare, blunt moment of self-reflection. So what if the concept wasn't entirely original? What idea ever is? It was his vision that pulled it together, his connections that brought the Vatican on board. He deserved something for it. Some form of recognition, maybe a small footnote in some historical record. But would he ever get it? Jack scoffed into his glass. Not a chance. Liz Elliott, that sharp-tongued schemer, going around telling everyone it was Charlie Alden who pulled it off. If Jack ever tried to correct the story, he'd come off as a vulture snatching glory from a dead man, and a decent one at that, despite his misstep with that Blum girl. Chin up. Jack, you're still breathing. You've got a wife. You've got kids. Still, it wasn't fair, was it? Fair? Why had he ever expected life to operate on fairness? Was he becoming one of them? Ryan asked himself. Another Liz Elliott, another grasping, petty soul with an ego that dwarfed her actual worth. He'd often pondered the slippery slope, how a person could get corrupted. He'd worried about the blatant traps, deciding that a cause or a mission could become so crucial that you might lose sight of what really mattered, like the worth of a single human life. Even in enemies, he hadn't lost that, not once, and he was certain he never would. It was the quieter, sneakier things eating at him now. He was morphing into a bureaucrat, obsessing over credit and status and clout. He shut his eyes to remind himself of what he already possessed. A wife, 2 kids, financial security, achievements that no one could ever strip away. You're turning into one of them. He'd fought, he'd killed, to protect his family. Maybe Elliot resented that. But in moments like this, Jack recalled those times with a tight, grim smile. Not 200 feet from where he currently sat, he'd put 3 rounds into a terrorist's chest with cold precision, steel on target, proving everything they drilled into him at Quantico, that his heart had raced like a jackhammer, that he'd nearly lost control of his bladder, that he'd had to choke back the bile were trivial details. He'd done what needed doing, and because of that, his wife and kids were safe. He was a man who'd proven his worth in every conceivable way, winning and marrying a remarkable woman, raising 2 blessed children, defending them all with skill and guts. Every time fate threw a challenge his way, Jack had stepped up and handled it. Yeah, he told himself, grinning at the television. Screw Liz Elliott. That was a funny thought. Who he wondered would even want to, that frigid, bony woman with her smugness and what else? Ryan's mind stalled, hunting for the answer. What else? She was fragile, wasn't she? Fragile and timid, underneath all the bluster and the tough exterior. What was actually there? Probably not much. He'd seen that type of national security advisor before. Cutter, ducking the fallout. Liz Elliott, who'd want to get close to her, not very bright, and nothing underneath to back up whatever intelligence she did have. Lucky for her, the president had Bunker and Talbot as backup. You're better than all of them. It was a pleasing thought to wrap up this glass of wine. Why not pour another? This stuff isn't half bad, is it? When Ryan walked back, he saw Kathy had returned as well, reviewing her patient notes in the high-back chair she favored. Want a glass of wine, honey? Dr. Caroline Ryan shook her head. I've got 2 surgeries lined up for tomorrow. Jack circled around to settle into the other chair, barely glancing at his wife, though he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Whoa! Kathy looked up from her stack of paperwork, flashing him a grin. Her makeup was flawless, and Jack couldn't figure out how she'd kept her hair so neat after a shower. Where'd you get that? Ordered it from a catalog. Who's Fredericks? Dr. Caroline Muller, Ryan, M.D., F.A.C.S., stood there in a black peignoir that was a master class in showing just enough while hiding the rest. He couldn't quite figure out what was holding the robe together. Beneath it, something sheer and very appealing. but the color threw him. Kathy's nightwear had always been white. He still remembered that stunning white silk number from their wedding night. Sure, she hadn't been a virgin then, but that fabric had made her seem almost ethereal. Another memory he'd carry forever, Jack reminded himself. She'd never worn it again, insisting that, like her wedding dress, it was meant for one special occasion only. How did I get so lucky, Jack wondered. What's the occasion? He asked. I've been thinking about what? Well, little Jack's 7 and Sally's 10. I want another one. Another what? Jack put his glass down. Another baby, you goof. Why? Her husband asked. Because I can, and because I want one. Sorry, she added, with a soft smile. If that bothers you, the effort, I mean. I think I can manage that. I have to be up at 4:30, Kathy continued. My first case starts before 7. So. She rose and walked over to him, bending down to plant a kiss on his cheek. Meet me upstairs. Ryan sat there for a moment, finishing his drink, killing the TV, and grinning to himself. He did a quick sweep to confirm the doors were locked and the alarm was set. He stopped in the bathroom to brush his teeth, then took a sneaky peek into her vanity drawer. There was a thermometer and a little index card tracking dates and temperatures, so she wasn't joking around. She'd been planning this quietly, as she always did. That was fine, wasn't it? Yeah. Jack headed into the bedroom, hung up his clothes, and slipped into a bathrobe before joining her at the bedside. She rose and wrapped her arms around his neck, and he kissed her. You sure about this, babe? Does it bother you, Kathy? To make you happy? Anything you want that I can get or give you, honey? Anything. I wish you'd ease up on the drinking. Kathy held back. Not the moment for that. She felt his hands moving through the peignoir. Jack had strong, gentle hands that now traced her shape through the fabric. It was a bit flashy and cheap, but every woman deserved to feel a little bold now and then, even an associate professor of ophthalmologic surgery at the Wilmer Eye Institute at Johns Hopkins Hospital. His mouth tasted of toothpaste and cheap white wine, but the rest of him smelled like a man. The man who had turned her life into a dream, mostly. He was overworked, drinking too much, sleeping too little. But beneath all that, he was still her man. And there was no one better, flaws, absences, and all. Kathy let out the right sounds as Jack fumbled with the buttons. He got the idea, but his fingers were clumsy, frustrating. The buttons were tiny, set in those annoying little fabric loops, but behind them was her skin, and that kept him going. Kathy took a deep breath, catching the scent of her favorite dusting powder. She never wore perfume. A woman has all the scent a man needs, she figured. And then his hands found her bare, smooth, still youthful skin. 36 wasn't old, not too old for one more child. One more was all she wanted. One more chance to feel new life growing inside her. She'd take the morning sickness, the constant bathroom trips, the little aches that just made the whole miracle feel more real. The agony of childbirth, it was hardly a walk in the park. But to endure it, with Jack right there beside her just as he had been for Sally and little Jack, it was the deepest expression of love she had ever experienced. It defined her womanhood, the power to usher new life into the world, granting a man the only true form of eternity, just as he granted it to her. And honestly, she thought with a stifled laugh, getting pregnant was a far better workout than any jogging routine. Jack's hands slid her garment off completely and guided her onto the bed. He had a knack for this, always had, from their very first awkward encounter, and even then she knew he'd eventually ask for her hand, after he'd explored everything else. Another quiet laugh, blending past and present, as his fingers traced over skin that felt both feverish and chilled. And when he finally asked, when he mustered the nerve, she saw the fear flickering in his eyes, the dread of being turned down, when she was the one who had spent a week in tears, terrified he might not propose, might have second thoughts, might find someone else. From the very beginning, Kathy had known Jack was the one. He was the man she'd grow old with, bear his children love until the very end, and perhaps beyond if the priests were right. It wasn't his physique or his brawn, not even the courage he displayed twice in front of her, and she guessed, more often in places she'd never witnessed, it was his kindness, his tender touch and a quiet resolve that only the observant could see. Her husband was, in many ways, an ordinary guy, but in others, truly one of a kind, a real man with all the virtues and few of the flaws. And tonight, he would give her another child. Her cycle, as reliable as clockwork, was confirmed by her morning temperature. Well, she conceded it was mostly a statistical likelihood, but a very strong one in her case. Can't get too technical, not with Jack, and not at a moment like this. Her skin was burning. Now Jack was a master at this, his kisses soft yet intense, his hands incredibly adept. He was ruining her hair. But she couldn't care less. Surgical caps made perms a complete waste of time and money. The scent of dusting powder was now overtaken by the more telling aromas of a woman on the verge. Usually she was more involved in these moments, but tonight she was letting Jack take the lead entirely, his fingers roaming her smooth skin for the interesting spots. He enjoyed that now and then. He also loved it when she took a more active role. There was more than one way to play this game. It caught her off guard. Kathy arched her back and let out a soft whimper the first time, not forming any actual words. She didn't need to. They'd been together long enough that he knew every signal. She kissed him hard and recklessly, her nails digging into his shoulders. That meant now, but nothing happened. She grabbed his hand, kissed it, and guided it lower so he'd get the message that she was ready. He felt oddly stiff. Okay, maybe she was pushing him. Why not just relax? After all, she'd agreed to let him take charge, and if she switched things up now... She moved his hand back to her breast and felt a wave of relief. Kathy focused on him more intently now, or tried to. His talent for driving her wild hadn't faded. She cried out again, kissed him fiercely, breathless, letting him know he was everything, that her universe revolved around him just as his did around her. But his back and shoulders stayed tight and knotted. What was going on? Her hands wandered again, tracing over his chest, playfully tugging at the dark hairs. That always got him going, especially as her fingers followed the trail of hair down to... What? Jack? What's wrong? It felt like an eternity before he responded. I don't know. Jack rolled over, turning away from his wife, onto his back, staring blankly at the ceiling. Tired? Yeah, that's probably it. Jack's words came out slurred. Sorry, honey. Damn, damn, damn. But before she could say anything else, his eyes fluttered shut. The hours he's putting in, combined with all that drinking, it's taking its toll. But it wasn't fair. This was supposed to be the day, the perfect moment, and you're being selfish. Kathy pushed herself up from the bed and gathered her robe from the floor, hanging it neatly before slipping into a fresh one suitable for sleep. She padded into the bathroom. He's a man, not a machine. He's exhausted, working himself to the bone. Everyone hits a rough patch now and then. Sometimes he's in the mood and you're not, and other times it flips, leaving him a bit frustrated. And that's nobody's fault. Your marriage is strong, but it's not flawless. Jack is the finest man you've ever known, yet he's human, with his own imperfections. But I want it. I want another baby, and the timing couldn't be more perfect right now. Kathy's eyes brimmed with frustrated tears. She recognized her own unfairness, yet the disappointment lingered, tinged with a spark of anger. Well, Commodore, I can't complain about the treatment. Ron, you honestly expect an old shipmate to let you rent a car? Actually, yeah. Mancuso chuckled. His driver tossed the luggage into the trunk of the Navy Plymouth while he and Jones climbed into the back. How's the family doing? Great, thanks, Commodore. Call me Bart now, Dr. Jones. Besides, I just got word I'm up for Admiral. No kidding. Dr. Ron Jones grinned. Bart. I like that, just don't call me Indy. Anyway, the family, Kim's back in school pursuing her doctorate. The kids are all in school, daycare, and whatnot, and I've turned into a full-blown businessman. Entrepreneur is the proper term, I think, Mancuso noted. Fine, get technical. Yeah, I own a hefty stake in the company, but I still get my hands dirty. I hired a numbers guy to handle the accounting headaches. I'd rather do the real work. Last month, I was down at OTEC on the Tennessee checking out a fresh system. Jones glanced at the driver. Is it safe to talk here? Petty Officer Vincent has a higher clearance than I do. Isn't that right? Yes, sir. The Admiral's always right, sir. The driver quipped as he steered toward Bangor. You've got a problem, Bart. How serious? A one-of-a-kind situation, Skipper, Jones said, slipping back into the camaraderie from their days aboard the USS Dallas. Nothing like this has ever come up. Mancuso studied his eyes. Got photos of the kids? Jones nodded. You know it. How are Mike and Dominic doing? Well, Mike's aiming for the Air Force Academy. Tell him the oxygen up there rots your brain. Dominic's leaning toward Caltech. Seriously? Hell, I can put in a good word for him. The rest of the drive passed with casual chatter. Mancuso swept into his office, closing the soundproof door behind Jones after ordering coffee from his steward. What's the issue, Ron? Jones paused for just a beat. I think someone was tracking the Maine. Track an Ohio class? Come on, where is she right now? Heading back out to sea, actually, Blue Crew is on board. She meets up with a 688 once she clears the strait for noise checks, then proceeds to her patrol zone. Mancuso could speak openly with Jones. His company consulted on sonar tech for every submarine and anti-submarine platform in the U.S. fleet, which naturally involved a wealth of operational intel. Any Gold Crew guys stationed here? The captain's on leave, XO's around, Dutch Claggett? Know him? Wasn't he on the Norfolk Black Guy, right? That's correct. I've heard solid things about him. He nailed a carrier group exercise during his command quals. I was on a P3 watching him run circles around them. You heard right. He's being groomed for bigger things this time next year. He'll command a fast attack sub. Who's his current skipper? Harry Ricks. Heard of him. Jones stared at the floor, muttering under his breath. I've got a new guy on my team, a retired chief whose last assignment was with Ricks. Is he as tough as the rumors say? Ricks is a brilliant engineer, Mancuso said. I mean that sincerely. He's a natural at that kind of work. Sure, Skipper, and so are you. But does Ricks even know how to handle the boat? Want a cup of coffee, Ron? Mancuso gestured toward the pot. You might want Commander Claggett in on this, sir. Jones stood and poured himself a cup. Since when did you become the diplomat? Comes with the job, Ron. I never mentioned the wild stunts you pulled on the Dallas to anyone outside. Jones chuckled and turned around. All right, you've got me there. The sonar analysis is in my briefcase. I need his course tracks, depth logs, all of that. I'm fairly convinced the Maine had a tail. And Bart, that's the honest truth. Mancuso picked up the phone. Get me Lieutenant Commander Claggett. I need him here right away. Thanks, Ron. How confident are you? I ran the numbers myself. One of my guys reviewed it and noticed something off. I put in 50 hours cleaning up the data. Maybe 1 in 3 odds, possibly better, that she was being followed. Bart Mancuso set his mug down. That's a tough one to swallow. Tell me about it, and that's probably what's messing with my judgment. It's pretty far-fetched. For years, the Navy held a rock-solid belief. Its ballistic missile submarines had never, not once, been tracked during a deterrence run. But like most deeply held beliefs, there were exceptions. The locations of American missile subbases weren't exactly classified. Even the delivery drivers dropping off packages knew what to look for. To save money, the Navy relied on civilian security guards, often called rent-a-cops, at most facilities. But wherever nuclear weapons were stored, Marines were stationed. Spot a Marine, and you knew nukes were nearby. That was the standard security protocol. The missile subs themselves stood out from the sleeker fast attack boats. Their names appeared on the public Navy registry, and their crews wore caps emblazoned with the ship's name and hull number. With that kind of info floating around, the Soviets knew exactly where to park their own attack subs to intercept American boomers as they slipped out of port. In the early days, this wasn't a problem. The first Soviet fast attack subs had sonar systems, so primitive they might as well have been deaf and blind, and the boats themselves were louder than a car with a busted muffler. But then came the Victor III class, which matched the noise levels of older American 594 class subs, and finally had sonar that actually worked. Victor's second eye-ice started showing up near the Juan de Fuca Strait and other choke points, lying in wait for a U.S. missile sub to head out. Since harbor entrances are usually narrow and confined, these Soviet boats sometimes managed to make contact and stick like glue. On occasion, they'd even blast active sonar, rattling the nerves of American crews. That's why U.S. fast attack subs often escorted the missile boats out to sea. Their job was to shake the Soviets loose, usually by giving the enemy sonar an extra target to chew on, muddying the tactical picture, or sometimes by physically nudging the Russian sub off course, a maneuver called shouldering, a polite way of saying they'd ram them if necessary. The truth was, American boomers had been tracked before, but only in shallow water, only near known harbors, and only for short stretches. Once they hit deep water, their playbook was simple. Speed up to wreck the trailing sub sonar, twist and turn, then go silent. And every single time, the American boat broke free. The Soviet sub lost the scent, turning from hunter into hunted. Missile subs drilled their torpedo teams relentlessly, and the more daring captains would keep all 4 tubes loaded with Mark 48 torpedoes, firing solutions locked on the confused Russian boat as it stumbled away, blind and vulnerable. The bottom line, American missile submarines were untouchable in their patrol zones. When fast attack submarines were dispatched to hunt them down, commanders had to be meticulous about operating depths, almost like air traffic control for commercial jets, so they wouldn't accidentally collide with one another. Even the most sophisticated American fast attack boats, including the advanced 688 class, had rarely managed to track missile submarines, and the instances where an Ohio class had been successfully tailed were so rare you could count them on one hand. Almost every one of those cases involved a serious blunder by the missile boat captain, the ultimate stain on their record. And even then, only a highly skilled and incredibly fortunate fast attack skipper could pull it off, and never without being detected themselves. Omaha had one of the finest drivers in the Pacific Fleet, yet he had come up empty trying to find Maine, despite having access to intelligence data far superior to anything a Soviet commander could dream of. "Good morning, sir," Dutch Claggett said as he stepped through the door. "I was just down the hall at personnel." "Commander, this is Dr. Ron Jones. So this is the Jonesy you're always bragging about, sir." Claggett shook the civilian's hand. "None of those stories are true," Jones replied with a grin. Claggett froze when he noticed the serious expressions on their faces. "Did somebody die or what?" "Have a seat," Mancuso said. "Ron thinks you might have been tracked during your last patrol." "Bullshit," Claggett blurted out. "Pardon my language, sir. You seem pretty sure of yourself," Jones observed. "Maine is the finest submarine we've got, Dr. Jones. We're like a black hole out there. We don't emit sound. We absorb it from everything around us." "That's the party line, Commander. Now can we get down to business?" Ron unlocked his briefcase and pulled out a thick stack of computer printouts. "Right around the midpoint of your patrol." "Okay, yeah, that's when we crept up behind Omaha." "I'm not talking about that. Omaha was ahead of you," Jones said, flipping to the correct page. "I still don't buy it, but I'll take a look at what you've got." The computer pages were essentially graphic printouts of 2 waterfall sonar displays, complete with time and true bearing references. A separate set showed environmental data, mainly water temperature. "You had a lot of noise to deal with," Jones noted, pointing to markings on the pages. 14 fishing boats, half a dozen deep-draft cargo ships, and I see the humpbacks were out feeding on krill. So your sonar crew was stretched thin, maybe even overwhelmed. Plus, you had a pretty solid thermal layer to contend with. That all checks out, Claggett admitted. What's this? Jones pointed to a burst of noise on the display. Well, we were tracking Omaha, and the captain decided to shake things up by firing a water slug at them. No kidding? Jones asked. Well, that explains his reaction. I bet they changed their shorts and hauled ass north. You never would have pulled that off on me, though. You think so? Yeah. I know so, Jones replied. I always kept a close eye on what was behind us. I've spent time on Ohio's, Commander. Trust me, you can be tracked, anyone can. It's not just about the boat. Now, take a look at this. The printout showed a chaotic jumble of dots that mostly looked like random noise, as if a colony of ants had marched across the pages for hours. But like all truly random patterns, this one had anomalies, gaps, where the ants never ventured, or clusters where they gathered before scattering. This line of bearing, Jones said. This pattern repeats 8 times, and it only shows up when the thermal layer thins out. Commander Claggett frowned. 8, you say? These two could be echoes from the fishing boats, or maybe distant convergence zone contacts. He flipped through the pages. Claggett knew his sonar well. This is pretty faint. That's exactly why your crew didn't catch it, either on board or back here. But that's also why I was hired to double-check your people, Jones said. Who was out there? Commodore Claggett asked, and received a nod. There was an Akula-class sub lurking somewhere out there. The P-3s lost him south of Kodiak, so he was within maybe 600 miles of us. That doesn't mean it's him. Which one? Admiral Lunan, Claggett replied. Captain Dubinin? Wow, they've given you quite the security clearance, Mancuso observed. Word is, he's sharp. He ought to be. We share a friend. Does Commander Claggett have clearance for that? No, sorry, Dutch, but that's classified at the highest level. He should have access, Jones argued. This obsession with secrecy goes way too far, Bart. Rules are rules. Sure, fine. Anyway, this is the one that caught my attention. Last page, Ron flipped to the end of the report. You were coming up to periscope depth? Yeah, running drills on the missiles. You made some hull noises. We surfaced fast, and the hull's steel, not rubber, Claggett said, a bit irritated. So? So your hull broke through the thermal layer quicker than your tail did. Your towed array picked up the... Claggett and Mancuso both fell silent. What they saw was a blurry vertical line, but that line fell within a frequency range that matched a Soviet submarine's acoustic fingerprint. It wasn't conclusive by any stretch, but like everything else Jones had flagged, it sat directly aft of Maine's track. Now, if I were a gambling man, which I'm not, obviously I'd bet you 2 to 1 that while you were hiding under the layer, someone might have been cruising just above it, letting their array dangle below. He caught your hull transient, saw you heading shallow, and slipped under the layer right as you crossed it. Smooth move, but your steep angle meant your tail lagged longer than it should have, and that's where this signature came from. But there's nothing after that. Nothing at all, Jones admitted. It never reappeared from that point to the end of the tapes, just random noise and known contacts. It's pretty weak, Ron, Mancuso said, standing to stretch his back. I know that's why I flew out here. In a written report, it wouldn't hold up. What do you know about Russian sonar that we don't? It's improving. Reaching where we were about 10 or 12 years back. They focus more on broadband than we do, though that's shifting now. I convinced the Pentagon to revisit the broadband integration system Texas Instruments has been developing. Commander, you mentioned earlier about being a black hole. It works both ways. You can't see a black hole, but you can detect its presence. What if you track an Ohio by what should be there but isn't? Background noise? Exactly. Jones nodded. You create a void in it. You make a dark spot where noise should exist. If he can truly isolate a bearing line with his gear, And if his filters are top-notch, plus one exceptional sonar operator, I think it's feasible, provided something else tips you off. That's really thin. Jones acknowledged the point. But it's not impossible. I ran the calculations. It's a long shot, but not out of the question. Plus, we can track below ambient noise now. Maybe they can too. I'm hearing they've started producing a new large aperture array, the one designed by the team near Murmansk, comparable to what our BQR-15 used to be. I don't buy it, Mancuso said. I do, Skipper. It's not cutting-edge tech. What do we know about Lunin? She's in dry dock right now. Let's see. Mancuso turned to the polar projection chart on his office wall. If that was him, and he headed straight back to port, it's possible theoretically, but you're assuming a whole lot. I'm saying this bird was in the area when you launched that water slug, that you went south, and so did he, that you gave him a hull transient he reacted to, and then he broke contact on his own. The evidence is sparse, but it fits, maybe, I'll grant you maybe. That's what they pay me for, gentlemen. I praised Ricks for shaking up Omaha like that, Mancuso said after a pause. I want skippers who take risks. Jones chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. I wonder why that is, Bart. Dutch knows about that operation we ran on the shore, that extraction we did. That was a bit thrilling, Jones admitted. 1 chance in 3. The odds improve if you figure the other captain knows what he's doing. Dubinin had one hell of a teacher. What are you two going on about? Lieutenant Commander Claggett cut in, clearly fed up with the cryptic back and forth. You're aware we've got mountains of intel on the Russian Typhoon class, plus a ton more on their torpedoes. Ever stop to wonder how we got all that, Commander? Ron, for crying out loud. I haven't broken any rules, Skipper, and besides, he deserves to know. I can't do that, and you're well aware of it. Fine, Bart. Jones paused for a beat. Commander, feel free to speculate on how all that data landed in our laps in one giant pile. You might even hit the bullseye. Claggett had caught wind of a few rumors over the years, why the 810 pier at Norfolk had been sealed off for so long back in the day. There was a tale passed around, whispered only in the wardrooms of submarines far out at sea, that the U.S. Navy had somehow gotten its hands on a Russian missile boat, that a bizarre reactor had shown up at the nuclear power school in Idaho for testing and then vanished without a trace, that full schematics and actual hardware from Soviet torpedoes had mysteriously materialized in Groton, and that 2 nighttime missile launches out of Vandenberg Air Force Base didn't look like American birds at all. A flood of operational intel had flowed into the fleet, top-notch stuff, the kind that sounded like it came from someone who genuinely knew his business, which wasn't always the case with intelligence. Claggett only had to glance at Mancuso's uniform to spot the ribbon marking a Distinguished Service Medal, the nation's highest peacetime honor. The star on it meant he'd earned it twice. Mancuso seemed too young for a squadron command, and practically a kid to be tapped as Rear Admiral, lower half. And here was a former enlisted man who'd sailed with him, now on a first-name basis. Claggett gave Dr. Jones a nod. I've got the picture, thanks. So you're saying it was operator error? Jones frowned, mulling it over. He didn't know much about Harry Ricks. Mostly bad luck. Call it good luck, even. Nothing went sideways, and we walked away with a lesson. We've got a clearer picture of the Akula now, a freak set of circumstances lined up. Won't happen again in 100 years. Maybe? Your skipper got caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the other guy, if there even was another guy, was razor sharp. Hey, the whole point of mistakes is that you learn from them right. Harry's back in 10 days, Mancuso said. Can you make it here by then? Can't do it, Jones replied, shaking his head. I'm headed to England. I'll be out on HMS Turbulent for a few days of cat and mouse. The Brits have a new processor they want us to check out, and I drew the short straw. You're not going to ask me to break the news to the CO, are you, sir? Claggett asked after a long pause. No, Dutch. Are you trying to tell me something? Claggett shifted, looking uneasy. Sir, he's my boss, and he's not a bad one, but he's a bit too optimistic in his thinking. That was a masterful dodge, Jones thought. Not a bad boss. A little positive. He'd just called his skipper an idiot in a way no one could ever call disloyal. Ron wondered what kind of hyper-nook engineer this Rix really was. The silver lining was that this XO had his head on straight, and a smart captain listened to his second-in-command. "Skipper, how's Mr. Chambers doing?" Just took over the Key West. "Got a kid you trained as his lead sonarman, Billy Zerwinski? Just made chief, I hear." "Oh, really? Good for him." I figured Chambers was on the fast track, but Billy Z is a chief? What's my Navy coming to? This is dragging on forever, Cutty grumbled, his face a sickly pale shade. The drug treatment was taking its toll on him again. "That's not true," Fromm shot back firmly. "I told you it would take several months, and it will take several months. The first time this was pulled off, it took 3 years, and the full might of the world's wealthiest nation. I'll handle it in a fraction of that time, and I'll do it without burning through cash. In a few days, we'll shift focus to the rhodium. That part's going to be a lot simpler." "And the plutonium?" Goen asked. "That'll be the final piece of metalwork. And you already know why, don't you?" "Yes, Herr Fromm. And we have to be very cautious. When you're shaping a critical mass, you can't let it go critical mid-process," Goen answered, letting a flash of irritation slip through for once. He was exhausted. He'd been on his feet for 18 straight hours, keeping an eye on the crew. "What about the tritium?" "That comes dead last. For the obvious reason, it's unstable, and we need it as pure as we can get it. Right?" Ghost stifled a yawn, barely registering the answer, and didn't bother to question why Fromm had responded the way he did. Fromm, meanwhile, made a quick mental note. Palladium. He needed a small batch of palladium. How had that slipped his mind? He let out a low grunt. Long hours, dreary weather, grumpy workers, and partners. A minor cost, really, for a chance like this. He was pulling off something only a handful of people had ever attempted, and he was doing it in a way that could stand toe-to-toe with what Fermi and his crew accomplished back in 44 and 45. It wasn't every day a man could size himself up against the legends and come out looking sharp. He let his mind wander for a second, wondering what the weapon would actually be used for. But then admitted he didn't really care, not deep down. Anyway, he had more work to do. Fromm crossed the room to where the milling machines hummed away. Another team of technicians was busy there. The beryllium piece currently clamped onto the machine had the most complicated geometry they'd tackled yet. Concave, convex, and all sorts of tricky curves, and programming, it had been a nightmare. The machine ran on computer control, sure, but it stayed under constant watch through the Lexan panels that sealed off the machining area from the rest of the world. The space was vented upward into an electrostatic air cleaner. There was no point in letting metallic dust drift into the open air. That would have been a straight-up security disaster. Above the collection plates sat a solid 2 meters of packed earth. Beryllium wasn't radioactive, but plutonium was, and before long, this exact machine would be handling it. The beryllium was essential to the device itself, and it made for solid practice on top of that. The milling machine had lived up to every expectation Fromm had when he'd ordered it years ago. The computer-driven tools were tracked by lasers, hitting a level of precision that would have been unthinkable just 5 years back. The beryllium's surface gleamed with that jewel-like finish, almost like the polish on a high-end rifle bolt. And this was only the first pass. The readout showed tolerances measured in angstroms. The toolhead spun at 25,000 rarps per mm, essentially burning away imperfections rather than grinding them. Separate sensors kept a close watch on the work, checking tolerances and flagging any tool wear, ready to halt everything and swap in a fresh tool automatically. Technology was a marvel. What used to demand master machinists and Nobel laureates hovering over every step was now just a job for microchips. The casing for the device was already done, ellipsoidal about 98 centimeters long and 52 across at its widest, made of steel a centimeter thick. It had to hold a vacuum, but it didn't need to be overbuilt. Curved blocks of polyethylene and polyurethane foam were prepped and ready to go in. Since a device like this needed both the sturdiest and the most delicate materials working together. Sure, they'd gotten ahead of schedule in some spots, but there was no point in wasting time or letting anyone sit idle on a separate workstation. The crew was running through yet another rehearsal with a stainless steel mock-up designed to mirror the folded cylinder plutonium core. This marked their 7th attempt. For all the high-tech gear in the room, the opening 2 tries had flopped, just as everyone braced for. By the 5th run, they'd cracked most of the puzzle, and the 6th came out solid enough to function, but not up to Fromm's standards. The German carried a straightforward blueprint in his head for the whole operation, borrowed from NASA's playbook for the first lunar landing. To get the desired result, a tangled chain of steps had to click together with almost superhuman accuracy. He pictured it as strolling through a series of doorways. The wider those doors, the quicker you could slip through. Tolerances, measured in plus or minus increments, represented how much those doors might narrow. Fromm demanded 0 give. He insisted every component of the weapon mirror his specs as tightly as the machinery could possibly manage. The closer he inched to flawless, the higher the odds the device would behave exactly as he calculated, or maybe even outperform that. A sly corner of his mind whispered with no room for trial runs or hands-on fixes for tricky theoretical snags. He'd loaded the weapon with an energy cushion far beyond what the target yield actually called for. That's why he planned to burn through a staggering amount of tritium over 5 times the theoretical minimum. That choice came with headaches, naturally. His tritium stock had been sitting around for years, some of it breaking down into helium-3, a pesky isotope nobody wants in a bomb. But by pushing the gas through a palladium filter, he could strip out the impurities and lock in a clean yield. The Americans and Soviets could skimp on tritium because they'd run endless tests. But Fromm had his own edge. He didn't need his device to sit on a shelf for decades. That was a perk his rivals couldn't touch. It was his one trump card, and he meant to play it hard. Like most facets of bomb building, that benefit came with a downside, yet Fromm was convinced he had the whole thing under his thumb. Palladium, he reminded himself, can't slip on that. Still, time was on his side. Done. The team lead waved Fromm over to inspect. The steel blank slid off the lathe without a hitch, and the man passed it over. It measured about 30 centimeters long. Its shape was odd. Picture a tall water glass with its rim bent outward and downward toward the base. It wouldn't hold liquid because of a gap in the middle of what you'd call the bottom, though. On second thought, Fromm realized it might, just not in any practical way. The piece tipped the scales at roughly 3 kilograms, and every inch of it gleamed like a mirror. He lifted it toward the light, scanning for flaws or rough patches. His eyesight wasn't what it used to be. The finish's perfection was easier to grasp through math than by looking. The machine reported the surface was true to 1,000th of a micron, less than a single wavelength of light. "That's a work of art," Gozen commented, stepping up behind Fromm. The machinist couldn't hide his grin. "Acceptable," Fromm countered. He turned to the machinist. "Once you've produced 5 more to this exact standard, I'll be pleased. Every metal piece needs this level of polish. Start the next one," he ordered. Fromm passed the blank to Gon and strolled off heathen. The machinist muttered under his breath. "That he is," Gons replied, "but he's the sharpest mind I've ever crossed paths with. I'd take a Jewish boss over him any day." "This is top-tier craftsmanship," Gons said, steering the talk elsewhere. "I never figured metal could be smoothed this finely. That machine's a wonder. I could build just about anything with it." "That's good to hear." Gauze handed the sample back with a grin. "Make another one just like it," he said. "As you wish," came the reply. He then made his way to Kati's quarters, where he found the commander staring at a plate of untouched food. his stomach too unsettled to even try a bite. "This might settle your nerves," Ghost offered, extending the object. Kati took it cautiously. "And what is this?" he asked. "That," Ghost explained, "is exactly what the plutonium will resemble. Like glass," Kati mused, "even smoother. So flawless, it could serve as a mirror for a laser. I could describe the precision of its surface, but you've never witnessed anything remotely that fine. Fromm is a true master. He's an insufferable, arrogant," Kati started. "Yes, Commander, he's all of that and more, but he's precisely the man for this job. I never could have pulled this off alone. Maybe with a year or two of trial and error, I might have figured out how to repurpose that Israeli bomb into something functional. The complexities were far greater than I imagined just weeks ago. But Fromm, the knowledge I'm absorbing from him is invaluable. Once this is done, I'll be able to replicate it entirely on my own." "Is that so, Commander?" "Do you understand what engineering truly is?" Gosn asked. "It's like cooking. Give a person the right recipe, the right manual, and the right ingredients, and anyone can follow along. Sure, this project is demanding, but the core idea stands. You need to know how to apply the equations, but they're all written down too. It's just a matter of training, with computers, the proper gear, and a decent instructor, which that bastard Fromm certainly is. It's doable. Then why aren't more people doing it? The real hurdle is sourcing the materials, namely the plutonium or US-235. That means having access to a specific type of nuclear reactor or the latest centrifuge tech. Both require a massive financial outlay and one that's nearly impossible to hide. That's also why you see such extreme security around bombs and their parts. The old saying that nuclear weapons are impossible to build, that's a myth. Meanwhile, Wellington had a team of 3 seasoned investigators under his command, each well-versed in handling politically delicate cases that demanded absolute discretion. His role was to pinpoint potential areas for field probes, then sift through and synthesize the intel they brought back to his Justice Department office. The challenge was gathering that intel without tipping off the subject of the inquiry, and Wellington figured that would be especially tough with a target like Ryan. The Deputy Director of Central Intelligence was nothing if not sharp. His past career had made him someone who could hear a pin drop and read between the lines with the best of them. That meant moving cautiously, but not too cautiously. The young attorney also suspected the real purpose of his assignment wasn't to build a case for a grand jury, which gave him a lot more flexibility than usual. He couldn't imagine Ryan had been reckless enough to break any actual law. The SEC rules had been brushed against, maybe even nudged, but looking over the SEC's investigation files, it seemed clear that Ryan's actions had been taken in what could be argued as good faith. With a genuine belief, he hadn't crossed any legal line. That reasoning might have been a technicality on Ryan's part, but the law is all about technicalities. The SEC could have pushed harder, and maybe even secured an indictment, but a conviction would have been out of reach. They might have tried to strong-arm him into a settlement or a consent decree, but Wellington doubted that would have worked either. They'd floated that idea as a goodwill gesture, and he'd shot it down flat. Ryan wasn't the type to be bullied. This was a man who had taken lives. That didn't scare Wellington in the least. It just showed the guy's backbone. Ryan was a tough, formidable character who faced challenges straight on when necessary. That's his Achilles heel, Wellington mused. He charges ahead, never bothering with finesse. It's a classic flaw in honest men, and a serious liability in the world of politics. Ryan had protectors in high places, though. Trent and Fellows were masters of political maneuvering, and Wellington recognized the puzzle for what it was, a delicate game of chess. His objective was twofold: unearth a weapon against Ryan while simultaneously dismantling the support system around him. He turned his attention to Carol Zimmer. Flipping open a folder, he studied an old Immigration and Naturalization Service photo, decades old, showing a child bride who had arrived in America barely out of girlhood, a delicate figure with a porcelain face. A newer image from his field investigator revealed a woman nearing 40, her features etched with faint lines where there had once been unblemished smoothness. If anything, she had grown more striking, the timid, almost haunted expression in that first snapshot understandable, given it was taken after her escape from Laos had given way to the calm of a woman who had found her footing. She had a charming smile. Wellington mused, and it stirred a memory of a law school classmate, Cynthia Yu, with those same captivating eyes. Could the answer be that simple? Ryan was married, after all. Caroline Muller, Ryan, an eye surgeon and mother of two, a picture of composed wasp elegance, save for her Catholic faith. But a pretty wife didn't preclude other entanglements. Wellington's attention shifted to an educational trust fund Ryan had established. The Xerox documents revealed he had handled it alone, through a D.C. attorney, not his usual counsel. And Caroline had never signed. Did she even know? The intel suggested otherwise. He then delved into birth records for the youngest Zimmer child. The father had died in what was labeled a routine training accident, and the timeline was murky. Conception could have occurred the very week of his death, or not at all. It was her 7th child, maybe an 8th, hard to track with these families. Gestation varied wildly. Firstborns often late, later ones early. The birth weight, 5 pounds 7 ounces, was below average, but she was Asian, and they tended towards smaller infants, didn't they? Wellington scribbled notes, aware he was piling up maybes without a single hard fact. But then again, was he really chasing facts? He circled back to the two punks. Ryan's bodyguards, Clark and Chavez, had roughed up one of them, and his investigator had checked with the Anne Arundel County Police. The locals had accepted Clark's account without fuss. The troublemakers had minor, repetitive records, probations, youth counseling sessions, and the cops were pleased with the outcome. One sergeant had laughed on tape, saying he wouldn't have minded if Clark had shot the worthless kid, adding that Clark and his partner looked like serious types, and if those punks were dumb enough to mess with them, well, that's life. Case closed. But why had Ryan sixed his bodyguards on them in the first place? Was it simply to shield his family, or something more? This wasn't a man who tolerated threats to those he cared about, friends, family, lovers. It was plausible. Wellington mused aloud that the DDCI might be stepping out. Nothing illegal, just tawdry and wildly out of character for the saintly Dr. John Patrick Ryan. When his mistress gets hassled by street thugs, he dispatches his muscle to handle it, like some mafia don doling out a favor that no cop would waste time on. Could that be enough? No. He needed something harder. Actual evidence not enough for a grand jury, but perhaps sufficient for something else entirely, to kick off an official inquiry. Naturally, those kinds of probes were never truly under wraps, were they? A murmur here, a rumor there. Simple as that. But before anything else, Wellington needed a solid hook to build his case on. Some folks are calling this a Super Bowl preview. Just 3 weeks into the NFL season, we're at the Metrodome. Both squads are sitting at 2-0. Both look like the top dogs of their conferences. The San Diego Chargers are squaring off against the Minnesota Vikings. You know, Tony Wills's rookie campaign is off to a hotter start than his college days ever were. Just 2 games in, and he's racked up 306 yards on 46 carries. That's 6.7 yards per touch, and he did that against the Bears and Falcons. 2 stingy run defenses, the analyst chimed in. Is there anyone who can slow down Tony Wills, and don't forget his 125 yards on 9 receptions? No wonder they're calling this kid the franchise. Plus, he's got a doctorate from Oxford. The color guy chuckled. Academic All-American, Rhodes Scholar, the guy who single-handedly dragged Northwestern back into the spotlight with 2 Rose Bowl appearances. You think he's quicker than a speeding bullet? We're about to find out. That rookie middle linebacker for the Chargers, Maxim Bradley, is the fiercest I've seen since Dick Butkus came out of Illinois, the best backer Alabama has ever produced. And that's the school of Leroy Jordan, Cornelius Bennett, and a bunch of other all-pros. They don't call him the Secretary of Defense for nothing. It was the running joke across the league, a wink at the team's owner, Dennis Bunker, the actual SecDef. "Tim, I think we've got ourselves a game. I ought to be there," Brent Talbot said. "Dennis is... If I tried to drag him away from his games, he'd quit on the spot," President Fowler said. Besides, he flew in on his own jet. Dennis Bunker had his own private plane, and while he let others take the controls, he still kept a current commercial pilot's license. That was one reason the military brass respected him. He could handle just about anything with wings, having been a decorated combat pilot in his day. "What's the line on this one?" "Vikings by 3, the president answered. "That's mostly home field advantage. The teams are dead even. I caught Wills against the Falcons last week. That kid's something else. Tony's all of that. A great kid. Sharp, fantastic attitude, spends tons of time with children. How about we sign him up as a spokesman for the anti-drug initiative? He's already doing that in Chicago. I can reach out if you'd like." Fowler turned. "Do it, Brent." Behind them, Pete Connor and Helen DeAgostino were lounging on a couch. Fowler knew they were both football fans, and the president's TV room was spacious and inviting. "Anyone want a beer?" Fowler asked. He couldn't enjoy a game without one. "I'll grab it," D'Agostino said, heading for the fridge in the next room. It was the most peculiar thing about this deeply layered man, Daga thought. He looked dressed, walked, and carried himself like a patrician. He was a true intellectual with the ego to match. But in front of the TV watching football, Fowler only tuned into baseball when his presidential obligations demanded it. He was Joe Sixpack, with a bowl of popcorn and a beer, or 2 or 3. Of course, even here, his "anyone want a beer" was more of a directive. His security detail couldn't drink on duty, and Talbot never touched the stuff. Daga grabbed herself a Diet Coke. "Thanks," Fowler said when she handed the glass to her president. He was even more courteous during football games. Maybe, D'Agostino mused, because it was something he and his wife used to share. She hoped that was the case. It gave the man the warmth he desperately needed. Wow. Bradley hit Wills so hard we felt it all the way up here on the screen. Both players got up and exchanged what seemed like a heated moment, but was likely a shared laugh. "Guess we better get familiar fast, Tim. They're going to see plenty of each other." 2nd and 7 from the 31. Both squads just starting to find their rhythm. That Bradley kid's a sharp linebacker. He read the center snap and shot the gap like he had the playbook in his head. He's reading his assignments like a seasoned vet. And that Viking center was a Pro Bowler last year. The color analyst added, "Nice rear end on that Bradley kid," Daga murmured. "This whole women's lib business has gone overboard, Helen." Pete chuckled, shifting on the couch to pull his service revolver from his side. Ginther Bach and Marvin Russell lingered on the sidewalk bordering the White House grounds, blending into a cluster of maybe 100 sightseers, most with cameras raised toward the executive mansion. They'd rolled into the Capitol the night before, with plans to check out the Capitol tomorrow. Both wore caps to shield against the stubborn late summer heat. Bach had a camera slung around his neck with a Mickey Mouse strap, snapping a few shots just to look the part. His real work was done with a sharp, practiced gaze. This target was tougher than folks gave it credit for. The buildings surrounding the White House were tall enough to give any sniper a prime hidden perch among the stone details. He figured he might already be on someone's radar, but they couldn't feasibly match his face against every file they had, and he'd tweaked his look enough to shake that concern. The president's helicopter swooped in and touched down barely 100 meters from his spot. A guy with a shoulder-fired SAM could theoretically nail it, but the logistics were a nightmare. Being in the right place at the right moment was far trickier than it sounded. The cleanest play would be a small truck, maybe with a hole cut in the roof so the shooter could stand, launch, and bolt, but there were riflemen posted on those rooftops, and Bach had no doubt they wouldn't miss. Americans practically invented sharpshooting, and their president would have the finest. He also suspected some folks in this tourist crowd were Secret Service, and he'd never spot them in a million years. A bomb could be driven in and set off from a truck if the protective details Gosnell had flagged were manageable. Or he could steer a vehicle near the Capitol building, maybe timed to the President's State of the Union address if the weapon was ready by then. That was far from certain. And shipping it here would take 3 weeks. Latakia to Rotterdam, then a transfer to an American port. Baltimore was the closest big one, with Norfolk Newport News right behind. Both moved tons of container traffic. Flying it in was an option, but air cargo often got X-rayed, and that risk was a non-starter. The plan hinged on catching the president on a weekend. It basically had to be a weekend for the rest of it to fall into place. Everything else. Bach knew he was breaking a core rule of his trade. Keep it simple. But to pull this off, he needed to coordinate more than one move, all on a Saturday or Sunday. The catch was that the president only spent about half his weekends in Washington, and his trips between there, Ohio, and elsewhere were a moving target. The simplest safeguard the president had was the one they relied on. His schedule, however public, stayed erratic, and the specifics were often kept under wraps. Bach would need at least a week's heads-up to line up his other pieces, and that was a stretch, but locking in that full 7 days would be nearly impossible. Planning a direct hit with conventional arms might have felt simpler, honestly. Picture a light plane loaded with shoulder-fired missiles, but that was a dead end. The president's chopper was surely outfitted with the latest infrared countermeasures. You only get one shot, and that's it. So what if patience became the weapon? Suppose they hid the device for a year, then slipped it in for the next State of the Union. Inching it close enough to the Capitol to wipe out the building and everyone inside wouldn't be a stretch. He'd seen the place, and tomorrow he'd get a closer look. Classic stone architecture, almost no steel frame to speak of. Maybe all they needed was time. But that was a fantasy, and Conti would never sign off on it. Security risks aside, Conti believed his days were numbered, and a dying man doesn't wait around. And would it even pay off? How tightly did the Americans lock down the spots where the president's schedule was known weeks out? Were radiation detectors already sweeping those zones? You'd plant them there, wouldn't you? One chance and no do-overs. Anything less than a week's heads-up would just be a massacre with no real point. The target had to be somewhere without likely sensor coverage, which ruled out Washington entirely. Bach turned from the black iron fence, his face a mask that hid the frustration simmering underneath. "Back to the hotel?" Russell asked. "Sure, why not?" Both of them were still dragging from the trip. "Good, I want to catch the game. You know, that's about the only thing Fowler and I agree on." "Huh? What's that?" "Football," Russell chuckled. "You know football, don't worry, I'll teach you." 15 minutes later, they were in the room, and Russell flipped the TV to the local NBC channel. That was quite a drive, Tom. The Vikings had to convert 6 third downs, and 2 of them needed measurements. And one was a bad spot, President Fowler said. Ref didn't see it that way. Talbot laughed. They're holding Tony Wills to barely 3 yards a carry, except for that 20-yard reverse that caught the Chargers off guard. A lot of effort for 3 points, Tim, but they got them. Now the Chargers get their shot. The Vikings' defense is shaky, with 2 starters out with minor knocks. I bet they're not thrilled to miss this. The Chargers' quarterback took the snap, dropped back 5 steps, and fired toward his flanker cutting across the middle, but a hand deflected it, right into the surprised grasp of the Vikings' free safety, who fell at the 40. Bach found the game oddly captivating, but mostly baffling. Russell tried to break it down, but the nuances slipped away. Gunther sipped a beer, stretched on the bed, letting his thoughts drift over what he'd seen. He knew what his plan needed to achieve, but the how, especially here in the States, was proving trickier than he'd figured, if only. What did they just say? The Secretary of Defense, Russell said. A joke? Marvin turned, sort of. That's what they call the middle linebacker, Maxim Bradley from Alabama. But the real one owns the team, Dennis Bunker. There he is. The camera caught Bunker in a stadium skybox. How odd, Bach thought. What's this Super Bowl they mentioned? That's the title game. The best teams go through a playoff, and the final one is the Super Bowl. Like the World Cup? Yeah, something like that, except we do it yearly. This year, well, next January, it's in the new Denver Stadium, the Sky Dome, I believe. They think these two teams will make it there? Russell shrugged. That's the word. The regular season runs 16 weeks, then 3 weeks of playoffs, and then you wait another week for the Super Bowl. Who actually goes to that final game? Plenty of people. Hey man, it's the big one everybody wants in. Getting tickets is a nightmare. These two teams look like the best shot to make it all the way, but you never really know, right? Is President Fowler into football? That's what they say. He's supposedly at a bunch of Redskin games right here in D.C. What about security? Bach asked. It's tight. They stick him in one of those special boxes, probably rigged with bulletproof glass or something. How naive, Bach thought. Of course, a stadium was easier to lock down than the average person might think. A heavy crew-served weapon could only be set up on an entrance ramp, and those were pretty simple to watch. But then again, Bach shut his eyes. His thoughts were scattered, bouncing between standard and off-the-wall tactics. He was also getting hung up on the wrong target. Taking out the American president would be nice, but it wasn't the core objective. What really mattered was hitting the biggest crowd possible in the most dramatic way, then syncing up with other moves to stir up. Stop. Focus on the actual mission. The TV coverage for these games is pretty impressive, Bach said after a pause. Yeah, they go all out, satellite trucks, the whole deal. Russell was glued to the screen. The Vikings had just scored something called a touchdown, making it 10-0, but now the other side was charging back down the field. Has the game ever been seriously interrupted? Marvin turned. Huh? Oh, during the Iraq War, security was insane, and you remember that movie, right? Movie? Bach asked. Black Sunday, I think. Some Middle Eastern guys tried to blow up the place. Russell laughed. Already been done, man. In Hollywood, anyway, they used a blimp. And during the Super Bowl, while we were fighting Iraq, they wouldn't even let the TV blimp near the stadium. Is there a game in Denver today? No, that's tomorrow night, Broncos and Seahawks. Probably not much of a contest. Denver's rebuilding this year. I see. Bach stepped out and arranged for the concierge to book them tickets to Denver for the morning. Kathy got up to see him off, even made breakfast. Her fussing over the past few days hadn't made her husband feel any better. If anything, it made things worse. But what could he say about it? Even the way she went overboard fixing his tie and kissing him at the door, that smile, that loving look, all for a guy who couldn't get it up, Jack thought as he headed for the car. The kind of smothering attention you'd give some poor soul in a wheelchair. Morning, Doc. Hello, John. Catch the Vikings-Chargers game yesterday? No, I took my son to see the Orioles. They lost 6-1. Success was following Jack everywhere, but at least he'd kept his promise to his boy. That counted for something, didn't it? 24-21 in overtime. Man, that Wills kid is unreal. They held him to 96 yards, but when it mattered, he broke loose for 20 and set up the field goal, Clark said. You bet on it. $5 at the office, but it was a 3-point spread. The education fund took that one. That gave Ryan a small laugh. Gambling was just as banned at CIA as it was in any other government office. But trying to crack down on football pools might have sparked a mutiny. Same story at FBI, Jack figured, which enforced interstate betting laws, and the unofficial rule was that half-point spreads were off the table. All pushes, or odds-caused ties, went straight into the agency's in-house charity, the Education Aid Fund. Even the agency's own inspector general turned a blind eye to it. Truth be told, he enjoyed a friendly wager as much as anyone. "Looks like you finally caught some shut-eye, Jack," Clark remarked as they cruised toward Route 50. "8 hours," Jack replied. He'd hoped for another shot the night before, but Kathy had put her foot down. "You're exhausted, Jack. That's all there is to it. You've been pushing yourself too hard, and I need you to slow down, all right? Like I'm some worn-out stallion that's been ridden into the ground." "Good for you," Clark said. "Or maybe the missus had other plans, huh?" Ryan kept his eyes fixed on the road. "Where's the box?" "Right here." Ryan unlocked it and began flipping through the weekend's reports. They managed to grab an early nonstop out of Washington National, touching down at Denver's Stapleton International. The skies stayed clear for most of the journey across the country. Bach snagged a window seat and took in the landscape, his first real look at America. Like most Europeans, he was struck, almost humbled, by the sheer scale and variety of it all. The rolling tree-covered hills of Appalachia gave way to the endless flat fields of Kansas, dotted with the giant circular patterns of traveling irrigation rigs. Then, just as you got used to the monotony, the plains came to an abrupt halt and the Rockies shot up out of nowhere, looming right on the edge of Denver. No doubt Marvin would have something to say when they landed about how all of this once belonged to his people. What nonsense! They were wandering tribes, chasing buffalo herds or whatever roamed the land before civilization showed up. America might be the enemy, but it was a civilized one, and that made it far more dangerous. By the time the plane touched down, he was itching for a cigarette. Within 10 minutes of landing, they'd picked up a rental car and were poring over a map. Bach's head was spinning from the thin air. Nearly 1,500 meters above sea level, he realized. It was a miracle anyone could play football in this place. They'd arrived after the morning rush, so getting to the stadium was a breeze. Southwest of downtown, the newly built Sky Dome sat on a massive stretch of land, surrounded by acres of parking. He pulled up near a ticket booth and figured the straightforward approach was the way to go. "Could I get 2 tickets for tonight's game?" he asked the attendant. "Sure thing. We've still got a few hundred left. Where would you like to sit?" "I'm not familiar with the stadium. Honestly, must be new around here," the woman said with a warm grin. "All we've got left is the upper deck, sections 66 and 68. 2, please. Is cash okay?" "Absolutely." "Where are you visiting from?" "Denmark," Bach said. "Really? Well, welcome to Denver. Hope you enjoy the game. Mind if I take a look around to find my seat?" "Technically, no, but no one's going to stop you." "Thanks." Bach smiled back at the overly cheerful woman. "They actually had tickets for tonight?" Marvin Russell asked. "Well, I'll be damned. Come on, let's go see where we're sitting." Bach walked through the nearest open gate, just a few yards from the big ABC trucks loaded with satellite gear for the evening broadcast. He made a mental note that the stadium was pre-wired for the equipment, meaning those vans would always be parked in the same spot, right by Gate 5. Inside, he spotted a crew of technicians setting up their rigs, then headed up the nearest ramp, deliberately taking the wrong turn. The stadium could hold 60,000 people, maybe a bit more. It had 3 main tiers, lower, mezzanine, and upper, plus 2 full rows of enclosed suites, some of which looked downright luxurious. Structurally, it was impressive, massive reinforced concrete, with all the upper decks cantilevered out so there wasn't a single pillar blocking anyone's view. A beautiful stadium, a perfect target. Beyond the parking lot to the north stretched endless blocks of low-rise apartments. To the east sat a government office complex. The stadium wasn't in the heart of the city, but that was just a minor inconvenience. Bach found his seat and settled in, using his compass and the TV gear to get his bearings. The latter turned out to be a breeze. An ABC banner was being strung up beneath one of the press boxes. "Hey!" a voice called out. "Yes." Bach glanced down at a security guard. "You're not supposed to be here." "Sorry about that." He held up his tickets. "I just bought these and I wanted to scope out where I'd be sitting, so I'd know where to park." "I've never seen an American football game before," he added, leaning into his accent. He'd heard that folks in the States were always friendly to people with a European lilt. You'll want to park in Area A or B. Try to get here early, like before 5. You gotta beat the rush hour traffic. It can be a real nightmare out there. Gunther nodded. Thank you. I'll be on my way now. No problem, sir. It's nothing personal. It's the insurance, you know. People wander around, get hurt, and next thing you know, they're suing. Bach and Russell headed out, circling the lower level so Gunther could lock the layout into his memory. That turned out to be a waste of time when he spotted a stadium diagram printed on a small card. See what you needed? Marvin asked when they returned to the car. Yes, I think so. You know, that's pretty clever, the American mused. What do you mean, messing with the TV? The dumbest thing about revolutionaries is they ignore the psychological angle. You don't have to wipe out a bunch of people, just scare them, tick them off. That's all it takes, right? Bach paused at the parking lot exit and looked at his companion. You've learned a lot, my friend. This is some serious stuff, Ryan said, flipping through the pages. I had no idea it had gotten this bad, Mary, Patricia Foley agreed. So, how are you feeling? The senior field officer's eyes sparkled. Clyde's dropped, just waiting for my water to break. Jack glanced up. Clyde? That's what I'm calling him, or her, whatever it turns out to be. Keeping up with your exercises? Rocky Balboa's got nothing on me. Ed's got the nursery all painted. The crib's put back together. Everything's ready. Jack, how much time are you planning to take off? 4 weeks, maybe 6. I might need you to review some of this from home, Ryan said, lingering on page 2. That's fine, as long as you're paying. Mary Pat laughed. What's your take, MP? I think Spinnaker is the strongest asset we've got. If he's saying it, it's likely true. We haven't seen a trace of this anywhere else. That's why you bring in top-notch penetration agents. True, Ryan had to concede. The report from Agent Spinnaker wasn't exactly seismic, but it was like the first tremor that makes people brace for a big one. Ever since the Russians had popped the cork, the Soviet Union had come down with a sudden case of political schizophrenia. Wrong word, Ryan thought. More like multiple personality disorder. There were 5 clear political camps. The hardline communists, who saw any deviation from the true path as a betrayal to Back to the Future Brigade, some called them. The progressive socialists, who wanted socialism with a human face, something that had flopped spectacularly in Massachusetts, Jack noted wryly. The centrists, who wanted a dash of free market capitalism wrapped in a safety net, or the worst of both worlds, as any economist would put it. The reformists, who wanted a thin net and a lot of capitalism, though nobody really knew what capitalism was yet, aside from a booming black market, and on the far right, those pushing for an authoritarian regime, which was exactly what had installed communism 7 decades earlier. The extremes held maybe 10% of the seats in the Congress of People's Deputies. The rest of the votes were spread almost evenly among the 3 vaguely moderate factions. Naturally, a mix of urgent issues scrambled the usual alliances. Environmentalism stood out as especially divisive, but the most unpredictable factor was the looming breakup of the republics that had long resented Russian dominance, made worse by the political directives coming from Moscow. On top of that, each of the 5 main factions had its own internal squabbles. Right-wing circles, for instance, were buzzing with talk about inviting the leading Romanov heir back to Moscow, not to claim the throne, but simply to accept a symbolic apology for the slaughter of his family. That was the official story, anyway. Whoever cooked up that scheme, Jack figured, was either the most clueless fool since Alice tumbled down the rabbit hole, or a politician with a dangerously oversimplified worldview. The silver lining, according to CIA Station Paris, was that the would-be czar had more political savvy and self-preservation instinct than his backers did. The catch was that the Soviet Union's political and economic landscape looked utterly bleak. Spinnaker's intelligence only painted a darker picture. Andrei Ilyich Narmonov was desperate, scraping the bottom of the barrel for allies, options, ideas, time, and room to maneuver. The report indicated he was fixated on his indecisiveness over the nationality question, so much so that he was trying to tighten his grip on the security forces, MVD, KGB, and the military, to hold the empire together by sheer coercion. But the military, Spinnaker noted, was both disgusted with that assignment and unimpressed by Narmonov's half-baked plan to pull it off. Speculation about the Soviet military's political ambitions had been around since Lenin's day. Nothing new there. Stalin had purged his officer corps in the late 1930s, and historians generally agreed that Marshal Tukhachevsky was never a real political menace, just another victim of Stalin's twisted paranoia. Khrushchev had followed suit in the late 50s, though without the mass killings. That was more about cutting tank costs and betting big on nukes. Narmonov had also axed a slew of generals and colonels, but his motive was purely about slashing military spending across the board. This time, however, the cuts came hand in hand with a political awakening. For the first time ever, a genuine opposition movement had emerged, and the uncomfortable truth was that the Soviet army held all the firepower to keep that in check. The KGB's Third Chief Directorate had been around for ages, uniformed officers embedded to keep tabs on everything. But that watchdog had been gutted to a shadow of its former self. The military had convinced Narmonov to disband it as a condition for building a truly professional force loyal to the country and its new constitution. Historians always called their own era a time of transition. For once, Jack thought they were spot on. If this wasn't a transitional age, then what the hell was? The Soviets were perched between two political and economic worlds, wobbling off balance, unsure which way to fall. That made their situation dangerously open to what? Jack pondered. Just about anything. Spinnaker reported that Narmonov was being pushed to strike a deal with the military, which he linked to the Forward to the Past crowd, Group 1. The danger, he warned, was that the Soviet Union could slide into a quasi-military state that crushed its progressive voices and that Narmonov had lost his nerve. He claims he's had face-to-face sit-downs with Andrei Ilyich, Mary Pat pointed out. You can't get better intel than that. Also true, Jack conceded. It's unsettling, isn't it? Mary Pat Foley asked, her voice low. I'm not losing sleep over a return to Marxist ideology, Jack replied. What actually keeps me up at night is... He paused, letting the weight of the thought hang. Yeah, I know. Civil war, the idea of that kind of chaos in a nation sitting on 30,000 nuclear warheads, was enough to chill anyone's blood. Our official stance has been to give Narmonov all the rope he needs, but if our source in Moscow is right, that might be a dangerous gamble. What does Ed think? He's on the same page. We both trust Kadyshev blindly. I'm the one who brought him into the fold. Ed and I have pored over every dispatch he's ever filed, and the man delivers. He's sharp, strategically placed, and has more guts than most men half his age. When has he ever steered us wrong? I can't recall a single time, Jack admitted. Neither can I, Mrs. Foley said firmly. Ryan leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Man, I just love these easy calls. I don't know, MP. When I met Narmonov that time, I saw a tough, clever, nimble leader. The guy's got real steel in his spine. Jack stopped himself, a bitter thought crossing his mind. More than you can say for yourself, pal. But we all have our breaking points. Even the strongest metal can rust. Mrs. Foley cracked a smile. Oops, bad analogy. People just run out of gas. The stress, the endless hours, the sheer grind of the job, reality wears us all down. Why do you think I'm stepping back? This pregnancy is my golden ticket out of the office for a while. And sure, a newborn isn't exactly a walk in the park, but I get a solid month away from the madness, living in the real world instead of the paranoid bubble we inhabit here daily. That's our secret weapon over you men, Doc. You guys can't just step away like we can. Maybe that's exactly what's happening to Andrei Ilyich. Who does he have to confide in? Where can he find a safe harbor? He's been in that seat for ages, dealing with a crumbling situation, and his tank is on empty. That's what Spinnaker is telling us, and it lines up perfectly with everything else we know, except we haven't heard a peep from anyone else to corroborate it. But he's our best pair of eyes on the inside. Which brings us right back to where we started, Mary Pat. It's a circular argument. Doc, you've got the file and you've got my professional judgment, she countered, a hint of steel in her tone. Yes, ma'am. Jack set the folder down on his desk. So what are you going to tell them? The them in question was the top brass at the executive level. Fowler, Elliott, Talbot. I suppose I'll go with your assessment. I'm not 100% sold on it, but I don't have a better theory to counter yours. Besides, the last time I overruled you, I ended up being the one who missed the mark. You know, you're actually a pretty decent boss, and you're pretty skilled at letting me down gently. We all have our off days, Mrs. Foley said, pushing herself awkwardly to her feet. Now let me waddle back to my corner of the world. Jack rose as well, stepping over to hold the door for her. So when's the big day? She flashed a smile over her shoulder. October 31st. Halloween. But I'm always late, and my kids always come out big. Take care of yourself. Jack watched her shuffle down the hallway, then turned to head into the director's office. You're going to want to see this. Narmanov? I figured another Spinnaker had landed. You heard right, sir. Who's handling the briefing? I am, Jack said. But I want to do some cross-referencing first. I'm heading down tomorrow. I need it before I leave. It'll be on your desk tonight. Good, thanks, Jack. This is the spot, Gunther told himself as the first quarter got underway. The stadium was packed with 62,720 paying spectators. Bach figured there were another 1,000 or so vendors hawking hot dogs and sodas. On paper, this wasn't supposed to be a crucial matchup, but it was obvious that Americans took their football with the same fervor Europeans reserved for their soccer. A surprising number of fans had painted their faces in bright, clashing colors. The home team's hues, naturally. A few hardcore supporters had even stripped off their shirts and painted their bare chests to look like football jerseys, complete with the oversized numbers the Americans loved. Massive banners urging the team on hung from the rails of the upper decks, flapping in the breeze. Down on the sidelines, a squad of cheerleaders chosen for their agility and, well, other assets were leading the crowd in coordinated chants. Bach was fascinated by a strange spectacle called the wave, where entire sections of the stadium rose and fell in sequence. He also got a quick lesson in the absolute authority of American TV, as the game's rhythm seemed to bend to the whims of commercial breaks. The massive, boisterous crowd quietly accepted the game's interruption, so ABC could weave in commercial breaks, a move that would have sparked a full-blown riot among the most refined European soccer fans. TV even dictated the pace of play. The field was packed with striped-shirt referees, and even they were under the watchful eye of cameras, with Russell noting that an additional official was tasked with reviewing video recordings of every single play to judge whether each on-field call was correct. To oversee that, 2 giant TV screens showed the same replays to the audience. Had such a system been attempted in Europe, it would have resulted in dead officials and enraged fans at every match. Bach found the blend of wild enthusiasm and orderly submission here genuinely striking. The game itself was less compelling, though he could tell Russell truly enjoyed it. The intense brutality of American football was punctuated by long stretches of stillness. The occasional outbursts of anger were dampened by the sheer amount of protective gear each player wore, so much that you'd need a pistol to cause any real damage, and the players were enormous. There was hardly a man on that field under 220 pounds. It would have been easy to label them clumsy and dull, but the running backs and others showcased a speed and agility that was entirely unexpected. Despite all that, the game's rules were baffling. Bach had never been a fan of sports anyway. He'd played soccer as a child, but that was a distant memory. He turned his attention back to the stadium. It was an impressive, sprawling structure with its curved steel roof. The seats came with basic cushions. There were plenty of restrooms, and a huge number of concession stands, most offering weak American beer. 65,000 people were packed in here, including police, vendors, and TV crew. Looking at the nearby apartment buildings, he realized he'd need to study the effects of nuclear weapons to accurately estimate the potential casualties. Certainly 100,000, likely more. That was enough. He pondered how many of these people would be present. Most probably, sitting in their comfy seats, sipping their cold watered-down beer, munching on hot dogs and peanuts. Bach had experienced 2 aircraft incidents in his past, one airliner blown out of the sky, and another hijacking attempt that went horribly wrong. Back then, he'd imagined the victims relaxing in their seats, eating their bland meals, watching their in-flight movie, unaware that their lives were entirely in the hands of strangers. Unaware. That was the allure, he held the knowledge, while they remained clueless, to possess such control over human existence. It was like being a god, Bach mused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. A particularly cruel and indifferent god, certainly, but wasn't history itself cruel and indifferent? Yes, this was the right spot. Commodore, I genuinely find that hard to accept, Rick said, trying to keep his voice steady. He looked tanned and revitalized after his trip to Hawaii. He'd stopped by Pearl Harbor along the way to check out the submarine base and daydream about commanding Submarine Squadron 1. That was a fast attack squadron, but if a fast attack guy like Mancuso could lead a boomer squadron, then surely the reverse was fair. Dr. Jones is a solid individual, Bart Mancuso replied. I don't doubt that, but our team has already gone through the tapes. This was standard practice, a routine for over 3 decades. Tapes from missile sub-patrols were always reviewed by an onshore expert team as a backup check against the sub's crew, ensuring no one had been shadowing a missile boat. This Jones guy was a top-notch sonar operator in his day, but now he's a contractor, and he's got to justify his fees somehow, right? I'm not accusing him of being dishonest. It's his job to hunt down irregularities, and in this case, all he did was stitch a handful of coincidences into a working theory. That's the whole ballgame here. The evidence is shaky hell. It's mostly guesswork, but the real kicker is that for this to hold up, you'd have to believe the same crew that locked onto a 688 couldn't spot a Russian boat at all. Does that even sound right? That's a fair point, Harry. Jones isn't claiming it's a done deal. He puts the odds at 1 in 3. Ricks shook his head. I'd call it 1 in 1,000, and that's me being generous. For what it's worth, Group sees it your way, and I had a few folks from OPO2 swing by 3 days ago saying the exact same thing. So why are we even having this chat? Ricks wanted to blurt that out, but held his tongue. The boat got a noise check on the way out. Right, Mancuso nodded. Yeah, a 688 fresh out of overhaul, loaded with every upgrade you can think of. And she's still a ghost. The attack boat lost her at 3,000 yards, 5 knots. So how are we putting this on paper? Ricks asked, trying to sound laid back. This was landing in his permanent file, so it mattered. Now it was Mancuso's turn to shift in his seat. He hadn't settled on an answer. The cautious side of him figured he'd played it by the book. He'd listened to the contractor, pushed the intel up the ladder to Group, to Force, and to the Brain Trust at the Pentagon. Their verdicts were all the same. Dr. Jones was seeing shadows. The catch was, Mancuso had spent 3 rock-solid years at sea with Jones aboard the Dallas, and the guy had never once missed the mark. Not a single time that Akula had to be lurking somewhere in the Gulf of Alaska. From the moment the P-3 patrol plane lost track of her to the instant she surfaced near her home base, the Admiral Lunan had simply vanished. Where did she go? If you mapped out speed and time, she could have slipped into Maine's patrol zone, could have peeled off at the right moment, and made it back to port on schedule. But it was just as possible, and honestly, a lot more likely, that she'd never been anywhere near the American missile sub. Maine hadn't picked her up, and neither had Omaha. How realistic was it that a Russian sub could dodge 2 top-tier warships without a trace? Not very. You want to know what's eating at me? Mancuso asked. What's that? We've been running missile subs for over 30 years, and we've never been shadowed in deep water. Back when I was XO on Hammerhead, we squared off against Georgia and got our tails handed to us. I never tried tracking in Ohio during my time on Dallas, and the one drill I ran against Pulaski was the hardest thing I've ever pulled off. But I've locked on to Delta's Typhoons, everything the Russians float. I've gotten hull shots of Victors. We're that sharp at this game. The squadron commander let out a sigh. Harry, we're used to being the top dogs. Rix kept his tone even. Bart, we are the top dogs. The Brits are the only ones even in the conversation, and I think we've got them beat. Nobody else is close. I've got an idea. Go on. You're losing sleep over this Akula. Fine, I get it. She's a solid boat, maybe on par with a late 637 class, hands down the best thing they've ever launched. We've got standing orders to dodge anything that comes near us. But you gave Rosselli a solid commendation for tailing that same Akula. I'd bet you caught a little flack from Group over that. Good guess, Harry. A few egos got bruised, but if they don't like how I run my squadron, they can find themselves a new boss. What do we know about the Admiral Lunin? She's in the yard for overhaul now, slated to come out late January. Based on past patterns, she'll come out a bit quieter. Probably. Word is she'll get a new sonar package, maybe a decade behind ours, Mancuso added. And that doesn't even factor in the crew. She's still not in our league, not even close. We can prove that. How? Mancuso asked. Why don't we suggest to Group that any boat encountering an Akula should shadow it aggressively? Let the fast attack crews push in tight, but if a boomer can get close enough to track without risking detection, we should pursue that as well. We need better intel on this bird. If he's a real threat, let's upgrade our file on him. Harry, that's going to put Group right in our overhead. They won't like this one bit. But Mancuso was already warming to it, and Harry could see that. Rix let out a snort. So what? We're the best, Bart. You know it, I know it, they know it. We just set some sensible ground rules. Like what? What's the farthest anyone's ever tracked in Ohio? Rix asked. 4,000 yards Mike Heimbach on the Scranton against Frank Kemeny on the Tennessee. Kemeny spotted Heimbach first by about a minute on detection. Anything closer than that was a prearranged drill. All right, we take that and multiply it by 5, say. That's more than safe. Bart Mike had a brand new boat, the first version of the upgraded sonar integration system, plus 3 extra sonarmen from Group 6, if I remember right. Mancuso nodded. Correct. It was a controlled test, and they worst-cased everything to see if anyone could catch an Ohio isothermal water. Below the layer, the whole 9 yards, and Tennessee still won. Rix pointed out. Frank had orders to make it easy, and he still detected first. As I recall, he had a firing solution 3 minutes before Mike did. True. Mancuso paused, thinking it over. Make it 25,000 yards separation, no closer than that. Fine. I know I can track an Akula at that range. My sonar department is top-notch. Hell, we all have that. If I stumble onto this guy, I'll hold position out there and collect every bit of signature data I can. I'll draw a 25,000-yard circle around him and stay outside it. No chance in hell I get counter-detected. 5 years ago, Group would have had us court-martialed just for talking like this, Mancuso said. The world's shifted. Look, Bart, you can run a 688 in close, but what does that prove? If we're genuinely worried about boomer vulnerability, why mess around? You sure you can handle it? Hell yes, I'll draft the proposal for your ops staff, and you can kick it up the chain to Group. This is going to land in Washington, you know that. Yeah, no more we hide with pride, huh? What are we? A bunch of little old ladies. Damn it, Bart, I command a warship. If someone wants to claim I'm vulnerable, I'm going to show them that's a pile of nonsense. Nobody's ever tracked me. Nobody ever will, and I'm ready to prove it. This conversation had taken a turn Mancuso hadn't anticipated at all. Rix was talking like a true submarine driver, the kind of talk Mancuso loved to hear. "You sure you're okay with this? It's going to stir up a storm up the line. You'll take some heat, so will you?" "I'm the squadron commander. Heat is part of the job." "I'll take my chances, Bart. All right, I'll need to drill my people hard, especially the sonar team and tracking party. I've got the time and I've got a solid crew." "Okay, you write it up. I'll add a strong endorsement and send it up." "See how easy that was?" Rix grinned. "If you want to be number one in a squadron full of good skippers," he thought, "you've got to stand out." OP-02 at the Pentagon might get excited about this, but they'd see Harry Rix's name on it, and they knew his reputation as a sharp, careful operator. That, plus Mancuso's backing, would get it approved after some hemming and hawing. Harry Rix, the finest submarine engineer in the Navy, and a man willing to back up his expertise with action. Not a bad image, certainly one that would get noticed and remembered. "So how was Hawaii?" Mancuso asked, surprised and genuinely pleased with the commanding officer, Gold of the USS Maine. The KGB colonel slid the black and white photographs across the desk. "This is quite a find. The Karl Marx Astrophysical Institute, Golovko, the first deputy chairman, studied the images briefly before setting them aside." "So it's empty?" "Almost entirely, but we discovered a delivery manifest inside. 5 American machine tools, top-of-the-line, incredibly costly equipment." "For what purpose?" "A wide range of uses, such as crafting telescope mirrors, which conveniently matches the Institute's cover story. However, our contacts at Sarova inform us these same instruments are also employed to shape components for nuclear weapons." "Give me a rundown on the Institute itself." "Most of it appears completely above board. Its director was meant to be the DDR's foremost cosmologist. It's now been folded into the Max Planck Institute in Berlin. They're working on a major telescope project in Chile and collaborating with the European Space Agency on an X-ray observation satellite. Interestingly enough, X-ray telescopes share a rather close connection to nuclear weapons research. So how can you possibly distinguish between legitimate science and—" "You can't," the colonel admitted. "I've looked into it. We've actually leaked information on this ourselves." "What? How did that happen?" "Several articles on stellar physics have appeared in professional journals over the years. One begins with something like, 'Picture the core of a star with an X-ray flux of such and such, except for one glaring detail. The star in question has a flux 14 orders of magnitude higher than any real star's core." Golovko blinked, lost in the scientific jargon. "I'm not following." He was describing an environment where activity levels were 100,000 billion times greater than what exists inside any star. In reality, he was outlining the conditions within a thermonuclear bomb at the instant of detonation. "And how in the hell did that slip past the sensors?" Golovko demanded, stunned. "General, how scientifically literate do you honestly think our sensors are?" The moment one of them saw "Picture the core of a star," he assumed it had nothing to do with state security. That piece was published 15 years ago, and there are more. Over the past week, I've realized just how ineffective our secrecy measures truly are. Imagine what the Americans are dealing with. Fortunately, it takes a very sharp mind to piece all the data together, but it's far from impossible. I've spoken with a group of young engineers at Kishtim. With a little nudge from us, we could launch a thorough investigation into how much open scientific literature is out there. That would take 5 to 6 months. It won't directly impact this particular operation, but I believe it would be an invaluable study. My suspicion is that we've consistently underestimated the threat of third world nuclear programs." "But that can't be right," Golovko countered. "We've done our own assessments. General, I helped draft that assessment 3 years ago. And I'm telling you now, I was far too optimistic in my conclusions." The first deputy chairman paused, considering the colonel's words. "Pyotr Ivanch, you're an honest man. "No, I'm a frightened man," the colonel replied. "Now back to Germany. Of the individuals we suspect were involved in the DDR's bomb project, 3 remain unaccounted for. All 3 men, along with their families, have vanished. The others have moved on to different work. 2 might be involved in nuclear research with weapons applications. But again, how can we know for sure? Where exactly is the line between peaceful physics and weapons-related work? I honestly don't know. And the 3 who are missing? 1 is confirmed to be in South America. The other 2 are simply gone. I'm recommending we mount a significant operation to investigate what's happening in Argentina." "What about the Americans?" Golovko mused. "Nothing concrete yet. I suspect they're just as in the dark as we are." The colonel hesitated. It's hard to see how they'd have any incentive to encourage broader nuclear proliferation. It's against their government policy. Then how do you explain Israel? The Israelis acquired nuclear materials from the Americans more than 2 decades ago, plutonium from their Savannah River facility, and enriched uranium from a depot in Pennsylvania. In both instances, the transfers were apparently illegal. The Americans launched their own investigation. They suspect the Israeli Mossad executed one of the most audacious operations in history, with help from Jewish American citizens holding sensitive positions. No one was ever prosecuted. The evidence they gathered came from sources that couldn't be disclosed in open court, and it was deemed politically risky to expose security leaks in such a delicate government program. Everything was hushed up. The Americans and Europeans have been careless in selling nuclear technology to various nations, capitalism at work, with enormous sums of money at stake. But we made the same mistake with China and Germany, didn't we? "No," the colonel concluded. "I don't believe the Americans have any more interest in seeing German-made nuclear weapons than we do. What's the next step?" "I'm not sure, General. We've exhausted our leads as far as we can without risking detection. I think we need to look into activity in South America. Then some discreet inquiries within the German military to see if there's any sign of a nuclear program. If there were, we'd already know." Golovko frowned. "Good Lord, did I really just say that? What delivery systems would they use?" "Aircraft. There's no need for ballistic launchers. From eastern Germany to Moscow isn't that far. They know our air defense capabilities, don't they? We left enough of our equipment behind. Pyotr, how much more bad news are you going to give me this afternoon?" The colonel smiled grimly. "Well, and all those Western fools are gushing about how safe the world has become. The sintering process for the tungsten rhenium was straightforward. They used a radio frequency furnace, much like a microwave oven. The metallic powder was poured into a mold and slid into the furnace for heating. After it became dazzlingly white-hot, though not hot enough to actually melt the tungsten, which had a very high thermal tolerance, pressure was applied, and the combination of heat and pressure fused it into a mass that, while not quite metallically solid, was firm enough to be treated as such. A total of 12 curved sections were produced one after another. They required machining to modest tolerances of shape and smoothness, and were set aside on their own section of shelving in the fabrication plant. The large milling machine was working on the final beryllium component, a big metallic hyperboloid about 50 centimeters in length, with a maximum width of 20. The odd shape made machining difficult, even with computer-assisted tools, but that couldn't be helped. As you see, the initial neutron flux will be a simple spherical expansion from the primary, but it will be trapped by the beryllium. Fromm explained to Cotty. These metallic elements actually reflect neutrons. They're moving at roughly 20% of the speed of light, and we'll leave them with only this exit into the cone. Inside the hyperboloid will be this cylinder of tritium-enriched lithium deuteride. "It happens so fast?" the commander asked. "The explosives will be destroying everything. It requires a new way of thinking. As fast as the explosives are, you must remember that we only need 3 shakes for the bomb to complete the detonation process." "3 what?" "Shakes." Fromm allowed himself another of his rare smiles. "You know what a nanosecond is? That's 1/1000th of a second, right? In that time, a beam of light travels only 30 centimeters, the time it takes light to go from here to here. He held his hands about a foot apart. Katie nodded. Surely that was an incredibly brief moment. Good. A shake is a unit of time equal to 10 nanoseconds, the span it takes for light to travel 3 meters. The term, coined by American scientists in the 1940s, was a playful nod to the flick of a lamb's tail, a bit of technical humor. In essence, within 3 shakes, a light beam covers roughly 9 meters, and the entire detonation sequence of the bomb is over and done. That's thousands of times quicker than any chemical explosive could even begin to react. I see, Cotty said, though his mind was split between understanding and doubt. He stepped out, leaving Fromm to his dark contemplations, and found Gunther waiting in the open air. Well, I've got the American side of the plan, Bach announced, spreading a map on the dusty ground. We'll position the bomb here. What's this location? Bach answered before the question fully hung in the air. How many people the commander pressed? Over 60,000 in this area. If the bomb's yield matches expectations, the lethal radius will cover everything here. Casualties could range from 1 to 200,000. That's it. For a nuclear weapon, that's all, Ismael. This is just a very large explosive device. Cotty shut his eyes, muttering a curse. Moments ago, he'd been told this was something beyond his comprehension. Now it was being framed as merely a bigger bang. The commander, sharp enough to see both experts were right, asked. Why this spot? Bach explained. It would be quite satisfying to take out their president. Satisfying, but not necessarily smart. We could haul the bomb into Washington, but I see the risk of detection is far too high, Commander. We've got one device and one shot. We have to cut down the chance of being caught and pick our target based on convenience above all else. And the German side of things? That's simpler to pull off. Will it work? Cotty asked, his gaze drifting to the rugged hills of Lebanon. It should. I'd put the odds at 60%. At the very least, we'll strike back at the Americans and the Russians. The commander told himself. But the next thought crept in, is that enough? Cotty's expression hardened as he wrestled with that. There were more questions lurking. He saw himself as a dying man, his illness ebbing and flowing like a tide that never fully returned to its former height. Even on a good day like today, he knew it was all relative. His odds of dying within the year were about as good as Bach's plan succeeding. Could he let himself go without pushing everything toward his mission? No, and if his own death was likely, why should he weigh the lives of others so heavily? Weren't they all non-believers? Gunther is one, a true infidel. Marvin Russell is another, a pagan. But the people you aim to kill, they aren't non-believers. They're people of the book, misguided followers of the prophet Jesus, yet still believers in the one God. The Jews were also people of the book, as the Koran affirmed, spiritual forebears of Islam, children of Abraham like the Arabs. Their faith shared so much with his. His war with Israel wasn't about religion. It was about his people, driven from their homeland, displaced by others who claimed a religious mandate that was really something else. Cotty faced the contradictions of his own beliefs head-on. Israel was his enemy. America was his enemy. Russia was his enemy. That was his personal creed, and while he might call himself a Muslim, what truly steered his life had little to do with God no matter what he told his followers. Proceed with your planning, Gunther. 20's competition. At the NFL season's midpoint, the Vikings and Chargers remained the teams to beat, shrugging off that tough overtime loss to Minnesota. San Diego roared back the following week, crushing the hapless Colts 45-3 on their home turf. Meanwhile, the Vikings found themselves in a dogfight with the Giants on Monday Night Football, barely scraping by with a 21-17 win. Tony Wills crossed the 1,000-yard rushing mark in the third quarter of Game 8, already a lock for Rookie of the Year and the new face of the president's anti-drug campaign. The Vikings then hit a wall against the 49ers, falling 24-16, which leveled their record with San Diego at 7-1. Their closest threat in the rugged NFC Central was the Bears, sitting at 4-3. Parity in the league had come and gone, and the only real contenders in the AFC remained the Dolphins and Raiders, both slated to face the Chargers late in the season. None of this gave Ryan any comfort. Sleep refused to come, even with the bone-deep exhaustion that had come to define his days. Earlier in his life, when restless thoughts kept him up, he'd wander to the windows overlooking the Chesapeake Bay and watch the ships drift by miles away. Now he just sat there, staring blankly.